Oh, unmuting. There we go.
Cited a mob.
Professional
He
streamer.
led them on a horse up the Capitol steps.
Test 1
That's
2.
the narrative web
Volume.
they've attempted to spin, but that
Volume,
narrative has
looking
already
at
collapsed,
volume.
and now, I mean, it's beyond collapsed. Donald Trump's #1 best defense.
You know what? Let's start out with something else to do the volume checks and stuff. Here we go.
Protect, and this is the Rev Arms Impact R4. I
Here we
saw
go.
this Benelli M4 copy on Atlantic Firearms website, but I couldn't find any reviews of it. So I reached out and asked them if they could send one my way so I could do the first review on this thing. And I'm super excited to get this thing out to the range because this is the best M4 clone I have seen yet. And it doesn't even cost a sixth of what a real Benelli does. So if you haven't been with us before, here's how we're going to do this. This is going to be part 1 in a 3-video series. So in part 1, we're going to go over all the basics of the shotgun and send 300 shells through it. As long as it's reliable, it moves on to part 2, which is torture testing. That's where we're going to see if it likes to eat dirt, drink water, and play in the mud for another 100 shells. And part 3 is our upgrades video. As is tradition here, I'm going to kit this thing out and make it into the combat shotgun it deserves to be. If you guys want to jump around to the parts of the video that you're interested in, I set up some chapters so you can do that. First, let's look at the specs. The R4 is a 12-gauge semi-automatic shotgun, and it's a direct 1-to-1 copy of the Benelli M4. It's produced in Turkey, and while that can be a deal breaker for some, I just can't relate to that. All the
Turkey's killing it lately, and it's all low cost.
The Turkish shotguns that I've owned have performed incredibly. Some of
Oh,
which,
I
like
need
my
to get
Soger
the
3000,
chat
round
up.
counts in the thousands.
Yes.
I'm not going to list all the stats of the
I
Benelli
cannot
M4
see
because
anything
that'd be a
right
waste of
now.
time. I'm just going to list everything that's different.
So on the bottom,
This is an issue.
Benelli M4, and on the top is our Rev Arms S4, R4, M4. It goes by a couple of different names here, but we're going to compare the two and see a few differences that I've found right off the bat. So if we look at our loading gate on the Benelli M4, see how it's almost flush, but not quite flush. We've just got a little bit that sticks out here. Well, that's not the case on the S4, R4, M4. It sticks out a lot more, and I'm not sure if that's going to affect performance. So if we look at our Benelli, we don't have a ported barrel. It's just smooth here, but our R4 has a ported barrel. I think that's going to help quite a bit with our recoil management. Well, the M4 does have an adjustable telescopic stock.
Yeah, it's
like
debatable.
The R4, it doesn't have an adjustable cheek piece.
Okay, so porting, it's debatable for long term. Yes, it will help. Which, I mean, this is a cheap shotgun. I mean, in grand scheme of things, it's a clone of a Benelli M4 that uses all compatible Benelli M4 parts, which I have a different Benelli M4 clone that was made in Turkey. This one looks way better.
You can adjust this for height to make it just
can we get chat up? I would like to see.
And it might sound weird, but this telescopic stock is one of the biggest reasons I'm excited about this Benelli clone over all.
Okay, I have chat up now.
Real Benelli M4
Outstanding.
$800.
Hello. Fireman
of their model.
and Mav. Good evening.
Stock is probably only $40 or so to produce. So if you've ever heard the term Benelli tax, well, that's exactly what it is. Something being overly expensive for no reason. But Rev Arms was like, nah, we're gonna make it for like
IPA.
$20 and slap it on this thing. The only caveat is that it comes with a set screw right in here, and you've got to remove this set screw.
There's a lot of
to make
chat.
this thing
There we go.
slide back and forth, but it's
Okay.
really easy.
Yes,
Literally just
thank you. Good
an
luck.
Allen wrench
Good
and a few
evening.
turns. And if you couldn't figure that out, they even provided directions for you. And just getting the
Here
full
we go.
functionality
Over
out of the
here.
telescopic stock, just like the original
Chat where it's
M4,
supposed to go.
boosts the value of the R4. Since this is the law enforcement edition of
Too
the
much
M4,
char.
It does have a full-length magazine tube. That means you can hold 7 in the magazine tube and 1 in the chamber for a total of 8 rounds. And if you ghost load, you can actually fit 9 rounds in this thing. Now the same can't be said.
Ghost loading is carrier loading, which oh shit, I have to bring up my I think I'm live on YouTube. I have to bring up the YouTube thing. Channel dashboard and live stream. Okay, yeah, I can't pull out the pew-pews on while live on YouTube. But so here's the trick. So you put all the rounds that you can, you smash them all up into the tube, and then you rock the slide, bolt carrier, whatever. You rock that back and lock it in place. Now you put a round, you drop a round into the chamber, and then you drop a round down onto the carrier. Ghost loaded. This is how you ghost load or carrier load is the technical nomenclature. A Benelli M4. This is how you get whatever your tube is should be 7. If it's a Benelli M4, it should be 7 rounds of like 2.5 inch. So you get 7. I don't remember. It's been quite a while, and there's so much aftermarket that I'm dealing with. So you get whatever that is +1 +1, so +2 technically. For your, you're not going to do that every time, but when you can do an administrative reload, yes, you add the round in there because it gives you one more. And shotguns are very ammo constrained.
For the R4,
We're trying to get
It has a
these
5-round magazine tube.
It is neutered with this guy here. It won't let you load any more shells into this magazine tube, but you can still ghost load for
these
a total of
levels
7
correct for
rounds
right now
per
before we get
round.
into like the
We're gonna
politics
address
thing.
this in our
Wait,
upgrade
am I in the
video. Now,
politics
already
category?
upgraded my Benelli with this aftermarket
I don't even
oversized
know.
bolt handle and this oversized bolt release paddle. And if I had to put a price on those, I think it was about $180 for both of them. Whereas
Supposed to
the
be.
R4 already comes with these upgrades. If we flip our Benelli over, we can see that it is not ambidextrous. There is no cut in
To
the receiver to make it
channel.
ambidextrous, so we can swap that bolt
Yeah, the
over.
Benelli is
Flip
not
the
ambi.
R4, it is ambidextrous. You can simply
Okay.
swap this bolt to the other side and run it like that if you so please.
Okay,
The
mute
Benelli
that
M4 also
tab.
doesn't have a QD attachment point for a sling, but our R4 does. That comes stock from the factory. The trigger guard on our M4 is just a regular size trigger guard, whereas our R4 definitely has an enhanced trigger guard. And Rev Arms even ships this thing with some accessories. We've got choke tube, a QD sling mount point, and all of the Allen wrenches that we need to work on this thing. They also sent a Picatinny rail mount so that we can throw some accessories on this thing. We'll be using this. Before we get into the video, I've got to thank 2 of our sponsors for keeping us safe today. The first being High Risk.
Stacks in the house. Good evening, Stacks. Oh, you know what, Stacks?
Really high quality stuff like plate carriers,
I get
different
you.
types of placards to hold ammunition and gear. For example, this is their shotgun shell placard.
Yo,
They make some
holy
awesome
shit!
battle belts and
What are you
pretty much
doing? Just
any kind of
following me,
pouch that
bro!
You could want too. And even
supposed
if
to be
you're doing
my
everything right at
dog,
the
bro.
range, accidents can still happen, and that's why we carry.
I had to pull up before
an
going to sleep.
IFAK on us.
Blazy,
This one's from Rhino
I've seen you
Rescue,
in my
and it's
chat a
made out
couple
of
times,
quality
bro.
materials while being
and I've been
extremely well
fucking
priced. They
dying to
carry a
know
bunch of
if
different
you're
size
feeling better
blowout kits and
and you're in
IFAK.
good
And if you
spirits
use
and you're
code
back
Collapse and
home
Protect, it'll get you
and how you're
15%
doing,
off
bro.
your order.
Now let's
I
go
saw
shoot
you
this
on
thing.
live.
The first
What
ammo
you
we're going to
doing?
try to run
I'm
through the
live, bro.
R4 is this
Live. I
Federal
see you
Top
live
Gun.
too,
It
my
runs
hot
at
bud.
1200
How you doing, my friend? I
and this
apologize if I
should allow
misheard
the
your
R4 to
name and
cycle
realize I
without
fucked
any
up.
issues.
Bro,
Alright,
I'm
so
just
these are
kidding.
gonna
I'm
be
just
the
kidding. I'm
first
just kidding. Holy shit,
rounds
you're good.
through this gun. And
I'm
hopefully
appreciative
this
of the
thing
fact that you
runs
followed now,
okay.
man.
When you are breaking
I
in
don't even- I
Turkish
don't click
guns, they might
names, I
not run
don't,
birdshot right away. You might
I don't
need to
like
send
checks
something
before
more
following and
powerful
shit
like
like that.
buckshot or
But we're
slugs
homies
through these
regardless, bro.
things
I love you.
just to get everything moving. There's a bunch
Shit
of
happens,
machine
bro.
marks
I've been-
inside of
I've done
here.
that shit in
It's
the
not
past
going to
too,
be,
where I'm like,
it's
yo,
never
what the
going to
fuck?
be
I've
as
been in here
smooth
like a million
as a
times,
Benelli
fucking
like
all the
that
time, and
because the
I didn't
quality
realize
level
that follow my
just
fault,
isn't
bro.
on par with it. You get what
He
you see for
does
these,
click
and you
names.
really
No,
see
I
that
don't.
during
Shut the
break-in
fuck up,
too. Let's see
Grumple.
if we can send a few downrange.
That's
Yo, I love your
Okay,
mic.
well,
What's
let's
that
RK
like?
Stacks.
It's
Everything that we put into it, so that's a good
M-A-O.
sign.
I'm gonna
And with
just type it in
birdshot,
chat, 'cause I
it's
won't know how
kind of
to
hard to
pronounce it.
tell if this
M-A-O-N-O.
ported barrel is really
I've
doing
made
its
a stream. I
job
hope you
because they're
enjoy
already
the
kind
host.
of low
Thank you so much,
powered.
Taurus Queen. Guys,
But
anybody
this
who's not
thing
following
so
Taurus Queen,
far is
please
definitely very easy to shoot. The
show
recoil is
this
very low.
fucking amazing woman some love.
Awesome. Well, there's our first box of
Um,
shells through the R4, and it
she
did
hit me with a
great. We're just gonna
phenomenal
dump
host.
this thing.
She could have hosted somebody else in the world. She hosted me.
Oh yeah, super
Taurus Queen, from
smooth,
the bottom of my heart,
super
thank you
super
so much.
smooth.
Thank you for being such
So
a good
far
friend.
reliable.
Thank you
We've
for
got
keeping me
less
in
than a
mind.
box
It means
through
the
it,
world
but
to me.
so far so good.
Sweet
So here we go.
dreams.
This is exactly why I
Have
wanted
a
to get
great
my hands
night.
on
I
this
look
thing and
forward
test it
to-
because of little quirks like this. So watch. When the
Okay,
bolts
got
back
that
roll over
now.
the rear, and you press
YouTube.
the front.
Ah,
Okay.
okay.
This little guy.
Here we
pops out,
go.
and that's good because shells are now going to feed from the magazine tube. That's what we want. Now we pull the
No,
trigger,
it's not made for
rack
kids.
the bolt again and reset it.
There
Now
we
let's
go.
press the
Ah,
button
okay, we
back.
got the status
See how
screen
that little guy didn't pop
for
out?
YouTube.
That's not good. That means that no shells are going to feed from this
And-
tube. So that might be our first malfunction with this thing. But for right now, the gun's still operable. I just need to keep hitting the front of this bolt release. Now this
Thank
thing's
you,
starting to get a
Murray.
little bit warm.
Oh, hang on. I'm gonna make that a lot bigger.
She's He's still running though.
And if we look at those barrel ports, we can see that they are helping with the recoil. Look at all of the energy it's directing out of the top of the gun.
Mercury
This is definitely gonna help us stay on
444.
target during rapid fire.
Thank
Now we're
you
gonna
for
try some
following.
buckshot.
This stuff
We are.
reinforcement, low recoil, so it may or may not sight.
Wait, what?
Shot's supposed to be a little bit more
You-
powerful, but the low recoil can throw some kinks.
Mercury. I'm just getting set up right now. Like, that's why we got this shotgun review. That I mean, I've already seen it.
It's working just fine. Now the R4
and
is
I'm
supposed to
I'm
be a
really
copy
liking
of
it.
One of the most popular combat shotguns ever created. So we're not going to go easy on this thing, right? We're not going to baby it. It's got to prove itself, just like
You
the
get
M4 did
Mercury.
in countless
You
conflicts
gifted
already.
a
So we're gonna
sub,
try a few
but
drills
prior
and see
to
how this goes.
following, that is outstanding. And then
It's still running.
Thank
just
you.
fine. Just to let you guys know,
Uh,
I am purposefully banging
I'm
these
confused though with the
shotguns
order of
on
operations
very
here.
quick here.
'Cause I didn't see who.
Just trying to make
Wait, who
sure
got
that
the
this thing
sub?
being jostled
Also.
around isn't gonna affect its reliability.
Either way, Mercury, you are a legend, and thank you.
And then we had
100%. You are welcome here.
Okay, so we've got our.
But
first
Mav,
jam
we
here.
gotta,
Let's see if we can just easily clear this.
What is the hate crime that you're
That
reporting,
other
Mav?
shell, the next shell is in the chamber, so let's send it. That could have just been a fluke, but who knows?
Good gerb.
Okay,
Too much
seems like just a
character.
fluke on that one.
And after that,
Mm.
there were no more issues with this gun.
Well, the R4
Oh, there
has
it
been looking
goes.
great so far,
Welcome
but
to the
I'm gonna go
cult.
into
It's
an
no, it's
accuracy
definitely not a
test.
cult.
Let's see if the factory ghost ring sight are on target. We're going to be using these federal law enforcement tactical slugs. All right, from 10 yards. Too easy. Now from 40 yards.
Oh,
Easy.
you.
Now from 100
It's
yards.
so like
It's
hefty.
gonna be
The
hard for
the
you guys
tools
see.
to keep
The
track of these
grass is
things.
So tall out here now.
That's
a hit.
One Heart Stealer. I don't know that One Heart Stealer has been around here or much, but either way, thank you for gifting. Yeah, no, Mercury, you're cool. You're
is getting so smooth. I think those machining marks are wearing down after running so many shells through it, but we're gonna keep sending it, getting it up to 300
Mav.
shells through this thing by the time we're done today. And you know we've got to try to go.
That's not a war crime or a hate crime. You can't just take the reporting the war crime and hate crime things lightly, okay? But no, Racecar's brain is, I want to say, full of Belgian triples, and like it's literally a Wankel. Is a spinning Dorito. Oh, Mercury, thank you. Yeah, I try and help TB or Boss like not do horrible things as a streamer and like put himself at risk. Stingo, welcome in, brother man and or sister girl. Wait, what was that on?
And it should be fixed. So I'm going to warranty this gun and send it back to the manufacturers.
Oh,
so they can
Stingo
fix
on
that. Then we
Kick.
get to see how Rev Arms responds
Good
to the
evening.
issue and how quickly they get back
Or
to me. I can't say thank you enough to the
Saint
guys over at
One
Manufacturer
No.
They've been super easy to work with, and I really appreciate them sending the R4 out to me so I can put it through its paces.
So if you guys like this stuff, enjoy this kind of content, go ahead and hit that.
I'm not
subscribe
quite ready
button,
yet.
like the video and wait.
Ah, yes, on Kick.
This has been
Yeah,
fun.
no, Mercury. I've been trying to help
Safe.
Boss just not put his channel at risk because Bimmy is a lot to deal with. Bimmy PPG is a lot to deal with, and Bimmy is a self-avowed propagandist and doesn't care about anybody else's channels and doesn't care if he's actually lying at any given time. He has said as much. Super weird, right? But he is very entertaining. So there's that. But people who are a little bit more serious, kind of, I'm trying to help them not get their channels clapped for silly things like having banned streamers on their Twitch. If you're not live on Twitch, yeah, go engage. It's cool. It's fine. But Twitch is also rolling out some new TOS stuff, and I haven't even seen it. I have not got an email about it. I heard there is a new TOS, so there's going to be even more. Maybe Grumple gets banned after whatever it is, 5 years. Maybe this is the final countdown for Grumple getting banned off of Twitch, and then we move on from there. Because we are on YouTube now, and not live on Rumble tonight. Not live on Rumble tonight. I'm going to do some practical things tonight, but we're also going to do some politics reviews. Oh, man. Oh, man. Got some funny things. Meme of the day. Do we want to get in order? Get in order? I guess it's time to get going. Wait, no race car. Did I just did. It's full. I mean, it's literally full of Belgian triple ales and Dorito, like spinning Doritos. That's how his brain works. If I can do a more complicated one later on, but that's how. It's a really simple machine, which are the best kind of machines because they're the most efficient, generally, or most mechanically efficient anyway. Maybe not all the time, but overall. And less mechanical slop. Mercury, you saw I was live and wanted to gift a sub anyway. Thank you for showing support for the community, though. 100%. We got a little bit of meme action.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. So, just when you thought that, it couldn't possibly get worse for them, that's exactly what happens. Another bombshell drops. We've heard the narrative. Democrats have been trying to ride this narrative wave for a good almost 4 years, and I don't exactly blame them. The whole January insurrection narrative. But in the early days, I get it. But now, after everything we've seen, Democrats ought to get the message, right? Stop beating the dead horse. Kamala Harris during the debate said this.
Was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital.
Donald Trump incited a mob. He led them
Incited
on
a
a
mob.
horse up the Capitol steps. That's the narrative web they've attempted to spin, but that narrative has already collapsed, and now, it's beyond collapse. Donald Trump's
The last thing I need to do is really just pull.
Well, actually, probably his second best defense. His first best defense is the fact that he's literally on the record telling people to go home, and prior to the event, telling people to
Monitor
be peaceful,
of my
peaceably assemble. But his second best defense is the issue relating to National Guard.
Stream.
The Trump team has always alleged that they requested National Guard presence to protect the Capitol on that day, and that it was denied by Nancy Pelosi and her Sergeant at Arms. Previously, I think roughly 2 years ago, we covered text
here we
message
go.
evidence suggesting this to be the case, but Democrats have vehemently denied
Okay,
this,
got it.
and they've
Hey.
claimed that Donald Trump never actually requested for any National Guard presence.
D-Flux,
Well, I
good
guess
evening,
that
welcome in.
denial today ends.
I'm
As an official House Administration
just going
Subcommittee
live.
on
I'm just getting
Oversight,
started. I was still
transcript
setting things up.
reveals
So we're
Donald
watching
Trump
just a
did, in
couple
fact, request
little
these
fun
troops. And so this, plus the Nancy Pelosi
videos to
tapes,
get going.
the text messages and everything, it's pretty much over. It is done and sealed on this issue of insurrection. Let's have a conversation about
insurrection.
this. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so I know a little bit of a wordy intro. Some people are probably spazzing in the comments, but look, I just got to lay down the groundwork, and not everybody's always caught up on everything. So the dynamics important here. Now we know exactly what we're going into with this document. House Administration Subcommittee on Oversight releases this. The first couple pages has a bunch of quotes that are kind of setting the theme. Basically, you got a bunch of people from the DC National Guard saying stuff
Yeah,
like
Kung
they were ready
Fu.
to go and they
Trump
just
is the way to
didn't
go for
understand why they were
2024.
still sitting there, literally sitting on a bus just waiting to drive
Also,
to the
good
Capitol
evening.
and
I haven't
do
seen
the
you in a
best
hot
they
minute,
could to
Kung
support
Fu.
Capitol Police. Quote, the DC Guard could have gone in right away, but the Secretary of Army did not give us approval. There was concern about being anywhere near the Capitol because of the perception that the military would be involved and that there would be militarization of the electoral process. So just the general question from a lot of these people at the National Guard in DC, not understanding why they were sidelined that day. And then we've got this quote here from General Mark Milley. Of course, you guys know who that is. Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff. This man, by the way, not a Trump supporter. Frankly, I'd classify him as a Trump Trump hater, but we've got a quote from him on January 3rd, 2021. The president just says, "Hey, look at this. There's going to be a large amount of protesters here on the 6th. Make sure that you have sufficient National Guard or soldiers." to make
Deflux,
sure
yeah,
it's a
I'm in
safe
my
event."
Discord.
Otis said, "Hey, I don't care if
if you got something to
guard,
say,
soldiers, active duty
I
soldiers,
wanna
do
hear
whatever
it."
you have to do. Just make sure it's safe." Holy frickin' moly! Now this is an official release, and if it's correct,
Do you wanna argue with
essentially
me?
you see
I haven't
3 days
even-
prior, General Mark Milley was essentially told by the president.
I really haven't even said anything yet. I've just been kind of getting the stream ready. This is what normally you'd have like an intro reel going, like, "Hey, starting stream in," but that's where I'm going right now. Deflux, you are in, brother man. How you doing?
I'm doing quite all right. I'm having a fun, kind of interesting kind of week.
Oh yeah.
Is on my- yeah. I had
Well, tell me
like,
about it.
I had a pretty stressful day at work, and I'm on a couple of Discord things. So I was funny because I was griping about it with with some non-work colleagues essentially, and or people. And then thereafter, after my quite stressful day at work, my wife calls me and goes, "Oh, someone's driven into your car."
Someone's driven into
so-
your car. That's you. Thank you, Kung Fu. I
Yeah.
saw. Are we good now? Is the volume mix? It appears to be good on my side.
My volume not low? I think I'm pretty high on my side. I should be good.
No, it's
Oh, I
not.
had to-
No. You're fine. It's the mix on my
Okay.
side, where
Gotcha.
I need to do some work with
Mixing.
individual application mixing. But yeah, no, you're good. Please continue. So your car is
so-
now
so-
hit.
Yeah, so my wife was driving the car, and I guess someone like wasn't paying attention and sort of pulled into a parking lot too quickly and couldn't stop in time. And it wasn't a big crash. It was just like a fucked up the front right of the car. So there's that. And then so she calls me and goes, "Someone's bumped into your car. Can you come down? It's 10 minutes down the road." So I drive the other car down. And the officer's like, "All right, yeah, we can't do anything. It's private property, but we'll do a report. I need your insurance." I'm like, "Ah, no problem." So I whip out my laptop because, as
Oh,
everyone
I
knows-
wasn't expecting that.
Well,
You
there's
don't-
another. I've also broke my phone.
You don't like
So-
have it printed out for.
No, I'm too young for that. Because I don't believe in any of that stuff. And so
Killing
anyway,
me,
so I
Smalls.
log in.
Wait,
I'm
how?
logging this-
I'm
this
sorry.
phone.
Wait, how old are you now? Again, or ish?
I'm 30.
So you don't have access to a like you have to go to the library or a Kinko's to print things, yeah? Like you don't own a printer.
I mean, I have it. Yeah, I own a printer. I just refuse to use it. Save the trees.
Oh, that's racist. And
I actually.
that's climate.
Yeah, when I got my when I got my current job, the HR department was like, "You need to print this out, read it, sign it, and send it back." And I refused. I'm like, I ain't
Oh,
printing shit.
that's horrible.
Do
They
it-
should
do
have
it digitally.
like DocuSign is the thing.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say I'm a remote employee, motherfucker. There's no office for me to go to. It's in
And
San Diego.
were they asking you to email it back to them?
Yeah,
or-
because
or was there, like-
I just
Wait, just quick. So the process here for this employer. Were they asking you to print it out, sign it, scan it, and scan it, also scanning it? Because scanning it versus taking a picture with your phone or something, these are different. Like scanning and making it a PDF, and like convert. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Like some people or in some processes are like, no, we can't take a picture. You got to scan it into a PDF. Like, but either way, were they asking you to email it back to them with your information on it?
yeah print
Yeah,
it.
just-
I couldn't
just
take
no.
a picture. I had to scan it,
That's a
and I
nah
had
from
to
me,
send
dog.
it back to them.
I'm a
Well, no, so
security
this was-
guy.
this was like
is
the-
nah.
Right.
If it doesn't have like a
Right.
portal, like if they don't have some kind of secure portal, it would like at least TLS2 over TLS2, and like HTTPS, no encryption, don't send it through regular email. No, it's your personal information. That's the way to get it intercepted. It's horrible.
Right.
But
Well,
it sounds like
this-
you're on the right path. So I'm sorry. Please continue.
No, that's what I was gonna say. This stuff actually was like the employee handbook, and then like I had to like put my address and like the equipment that they sent me and stuff like that. So it wasn't my social bank account or anything like that. That was done through the portal.
Well,
But,
any
right, it was
information
like,
that's associated with your name or address or anything getting out there reduces your entropy. It's a risk, and there is a dollar value
Right,
attached
right.
to it. And it is damages.
Yeah,
Don't let
I
anybody ever
think,
tell you it's not damages if your information gets leaked or breached.
Yeah, I think once you're like on a county register somewhere, your information is essentially fully leaked anyway. So,
Well, not
well, like,
necessarily
well,
attached to whatever you're doing at the time, but I mean, kind of. So, I mean, yeah, what you're saying is kind of true, but not. Doesn't mean it's attached to everything that you're doing right at the current moment.
yeah.
But then
anyway,
once
so-
it
so
is
yeah, so
breached,
I had,
now it is attached. So now, whereas, hey, if your information is on the county register, right, and the title of your deed, and like, hey, this person owns this plot of land, and now that information, something else gets leaked somewhere that could possibly be associated with that. Well, now all that other stuff that's public record is now associated with, well, the piece that got leaked that was supposed to be confidential, at least, that is associated with your real identity. So now it's bad. I could do about a 45-minute presentation without a prepared PowerPoint slide on this type of stuff. But
Right.
It just don't discount it. It's your information getting out is bad. But please, I didn't mean to interrupt you so much, and I did horribly. But please continue.
Yeah, well, I'll go back to the original. So I went there, got my laptop out, logged into State Farm. I'm like, yeah, let me just give you my insurance stuff, whatever. For the police report. And turns out State Farm didn't charge my credit card, which I have like a 10K limit on. So I didn't have any
they
car
didn't
insurance
renew?
either. No, they didn't renew.
See,
And I,
please, okay. Do
I
you
didn't
want
know
me to interject about like my dad advice, or would you want to continue?
Go ahead.
Okay, so
Go ahead. Give it to me.
having a business auto draft your credit card is the worst thing, because they can just if especially on something where it's a variable charge, like your water or electricity. If it's something where if you could have overages on your data or something for your cell phone, that's giving them the power to just take the money, and then you have to argue to get it back or get a credit. Versus, if you have I guarantee your bank, or well, a lot of banks. I don't want to guarantee your bank. My bank does. I handle all the bills through the web bill pay through my bank, and it either sends them a paper check if they don't have a relationship, or it just does a transfer. But I set the amount that gets sent every single month, so nobody ever has power over me on something that's already happened. If there's a dispute, I still have the power, because sorry, I haven't given you all that extra money. If you're trying to charge me something that I didn't agree to yet, well, you can't just take the money without me agreeing to it, and then I have to fight you to get it back, because then that throws my finances in a loop when I wasn't expecting it. Even if I've got a giant cushion, I wasn't expecting that. Now that's taking time out of my day. Versus if I only authorize, my bank is sending them X amount, they don't get more than that. And if they want to raise a dispute, well, now it's on my time, and whenever I want to deal with it. If they want to shut it off, I mean, okay, fine, but I still am never financially out, because they can't just take money. I'm really adamantly against some outside entity being able to just take money whenever. That's why I don't have auto draft on credit cards for anything.
Interesting. That is interesting.
It's just
I
a
don't know
high
if
level
it's-
strategy thing.
Yeah, no, I think so. I guess I can push back a little bit, where basically, um, money is a medium of exchange, right? I don't own, much like I don't own the English language. I don't own,
Oh, I do.
you know, most of, well, you know, pretty much most of the things, we are essentially standing on the shoulders of giants in all regards. Everything from the fact that we have automobiles that can just wisp us off at relatively, for $1.50, you can a couple bucks, you can get a whole gallon of gas and drive around and so on.
My
So
trucks
in
run
that
on
way,
oil that I make. Just saying.
that's aggressive.
No, like
In that way,
like a Cummins 12 valve mechanic. Like I have three mechanical, four by four. No, three mechanical, full mechanical diesels, and I make fuel for them.
nice. You do as much damage to the environment as like 600 Teslas, right? Minimum.
No, very much less. Like incredibly less. Like a fraction of one.
Because of the batteries.
Yeah, them making the batteries is the probably the worst part. But then also they run on electricity, which where does that electricity? Whence does that electricity come? And then what's the mean time before fail? The MBTF. Like so, MBTFs in just normal humans are probably going to encounter that phrase when dealing with hard drives for computers. Used to be spinning disks. The MBTF would be like between 5 and 8 years. That's also funnily the exact same mean time before fail for EV batteries, to where they have to be replaced, and you can't you have to replace them all at the same time. So
right, yeah,
and they can't really
that's
they're working on
those
recycling
graveyards in China, right?
Yeah, I want to get a hold of some of that. Do you know Thomas Massey? He's a congressman.
I did not.
He's a based individual. He I think
Oh,
he
you know what?
followed
I
me
do know
back
who he
on
is. I was looking
Twitter
at
once.
picture.
I'm not sure if he still is, but he runs his whole house on a battery pack from a Tesla. They wouldn't sell him one. He had to get it from a wrecked one. It's regulated by a Raspberry Pi. He set the whole thing up himself, and he's running off grid on his land, and it's running off a battery pack from a Tesla, like a wrecked Tesla. Take the battery pack, Raspberry Pi, and he charges it by various means, whether it's solar or wind. I don't remember what exactly he does to charge it, to charge the batteries, but that's he's doing God's work, you might say.
Yeah. I mean, I as a general rule, discourage that type of behavior.
What, using batteries to run your house?
No, quote unquote, living off the grid, etc.
Oh, why? Being self-sufficient, or just if maybe it's too expensive to get services out to where you're at if you're very rural? Why don't you like somebody being self-sufficient?
Because there's I guess the first thing this I guess I would say on I don't know whether self-sufficiency is the right term. What I would probably use the term unsocialized. Unsocialized people are, in short, a menace to society. It makes society very unpredictable.
He's a U.S. congressman, in the U.S. House of Representatives.
Well, I have no doubt that they're popular people.
But what
I'm talking about as a general rule for society, we wouldn't want everyone to live in their corner of the forest.
Well, I mean, if people weren't relying on, if you've got people, like a big swath of people that now aren't relying on, say, the electric grid or city water or things, that would free up those resources for people in the urban centers, and maybe even make more. Maybe even make more electricity available to charge up all those EVs that people want to get going. Isn't California still experiencing both wildfires and brownouts because they can't?
Well, California experiences a lot of crazy things, but that's assuming that there'll be a net positive effect. But actually, I believe it'll be a negative effect.
Well, I mean, the net. It's a net neutral. Well, it's removing drain on resources meant for the plurality, if I could put it that way.
Well,
Right?
well, think of it. Okay, so this is interesting thing. I learned this fairly recently. In the British Empire in the 1800s.
Uh-oh, we're
there
about
was
to get
a service
racist.
created.
About to get imperialism. About to get racist up in here.
But-
Okay.
Talking about
Okay.
letters and post.
Okay, I'm ready.
So, right, you used to have to pay when you wanted to deliver a letter based upon the distance that letter was about to travel, right? So
Yes.
sending a piece of letter from London to Dubai or to,
Whoa! That's multiple countries. If you're just talking about the British postal system, what about London to Manchester versus London to
yes,
Wales?
there you go, perfect. So London to Manchester would cost more than
I know a
across
few
the city
things.
of London. For
I don't know
instance.
much. I know a few things. So
Well, and so a mathematician, and I forget his name, I'm about to Google it, he did the math on this, and he said if we just, instead of charging per distance, ignored that, because the vast majority of costs when it comes to a piece of a letter, not like parcels, but a letter, is collection and distribution. But the actual distance of travel is actually, that adds minuscule amount of cost. If you have a train that goes from the south of England to the north of England,
yeah, the trains,
you-
all the long distance stuff, that's going anyway. It's like long distance electricity
Right.
lines, essentially.
exactly. And so
DC ones.
he invented, well, he didn't invent, but he lobbied the government, in which the government eventually agreed with him to basically make a new system of postage where it was a 1 penny stamp and it could go anywhere in the British Empire. For 1 penny, anyone could deliver mail
Oh.
anywhere.
Wait, so in the British Empire, that's a big deal because that doesn't mean just in the UK. That means
Yes, across the whole empire, with the
okay,
exception
and the
of
sun never
Australia.
sets on the British Empire. Okay, so that's a pretty big deal. So now you're involving sea travel, or sea
Yeah,
and
well, you
air
could
and
be-
around the entire Globistan.
Right,
Globistan.
you could send
Okay.
a letter from the very tippy top of Scotland all the way to downtown Mumbai, and it would cost 1 penny. Much like if you were to send that mail from the tip of Scotland to the bottom of Scotland. You know?
Or to South
Uh,
Africa.
Well, yeah, exactly.
That's I'm looking at like I was
right.
just thinking north south. What's the farthest distance? I wasn't even going east west because then there's like meridians and yeah.
Right. So at first, when they did this, it obviously lost a bunch of money, right? Because people hadn't quite got their head around the new system, and the middle class still wasn't really sending a lot of mail partly because no one in the middle class knew anyone from Mumbai, and so on and so on. But eventually, because of the essentially the size of the network, it was able the middle class tuned into it, and then the network made considerably more money. And it's
Well-
because the size of the network.
Maybe I missed it. Did you say what the cost of postage, just say from London to Manchester, was previously?
Prior postage as a whole was a upper class thing. Middle class people didn't have access to the postal service.
But
It
right,
wasn't
but I
something
mean,
that
like how much?
you and I, say, in the middle class, could do. It was obviously I could probably Google it. I don't know off the top of my head. This was back when shillings and things. This is in the 1800s, so it wouldn't scale.
Oh, like a piece of
right.
8.
Yeah, it'll be like something like that.
You're
but
talking
when
talk dirty like a pirate to me now. Okay, now you got my attention.
right. Yeah, so it was. I'm just going to look up the guy's name because I want to give him prompts. It was Sir Rowland Hill, who was a gentleman who basically did the math. He was a big proponent of one of the first computers. He did the math and worked out that it would be a lot better if it was just a penny as opposed to depending on. So the point is that if you have a big enough network, well then if the middle class has access to it, and then you can actually do stuff as a society. But if everyone goes to the little corners of the earth and has a local postal system that doesn't interrupt with any other postal system, you have essentially isolationist sort of, separate things. They're all self-sufficient, but they're nowhere near as large of a network, meaning that the middle class shrinks.
Well, did you say?
And really,
Well, middle class shrinks. What? Because more people are upwardly mobile, or no? In England, in it wasn't really, how long ago did this?
This would have been in the 1800s, like 1840s
So
when it came
prior
into force.
to the United States becoming a thing,
Prior to.
was that?
This is also why the well, do you know one of the
Was
many
that-
reasons why the U.S.
Wait, was it before or after the U.S. postal system?
well the
Like
U.S.
Ben Franklin
federal
thing?
postal system, right? That
No,
was part of the
no,
U.S.
the
Constitution.
like just the beginnings of it, to where did Ben Franklin have anything to do with the Brits doing this?
Very potentially, very potentially. There was lots of things that were going on at the time. Very possibly. But the gentleman that first put it together was a London mathematician, let's say Sir Rowland Hill, and he set into action the postal service as we know it back then, as it was popularized, and that's why that was one of the many reasons why the British Empire was more or less a success in terms of, until the end of the century, was because lots of access to things like this, because of the size. England had a large network. That's also why England is relatively poor now, comparatively, because its network is massively
Well,
small ever since it left the
and-
EU.
And the Rothschilds.
Hmm?
Being in debt to the Rothschilds is part of why England is poor.
Yes,
But also,
yes.
and then also what the whole like the London owing to the crown like 16 nails and a chicken or something. I don't remember what the exact thing was. It was something like that. And they give the same 16 nails to Buckingham
I think
Palace
it's like 200.
every year, and
Yep,
then they give them
yep.
back. So it's just ceremonial at this point. Hey, I found a
Permission to
video.
tax is,
Yeah,
I think it's
that.
£16,000 is for the permission
No,
to tax.
it was like physical
License,
objects. The thing, the thing that I'm thinking of is anyway. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah, I found that. You know what? I'm not sure if the sound is going to come through. So if you could listen to it on
I'll turn this one up.
the
Yep.
stream just for temporarily, because
I'll do that.
I'm on Linux, so I'm still working on getting audio to work in Discord. And right now I'm using ARMcord,
Okay.
which is like a Discord client that was made for ARM processors. It's like we're way in deep territory where nobody can tech support me right now. I got to figure it all
I
out
got the
myself.
stream turned up. That should be good.
Okay. I'm going to step away also
The
just
British
briefly.
Empire invention of the postage stamp. You know the thing, the glorious, wonderful penny black. Everybody should have one. And the
Before we continue too much, so he said the stamp, the penny, which would be 1 pence or 1 shilling. No, not 1 shilling. A farthing? Either way, I think this is
12 pence is 1 shilling.
okay. Well, let's watch this and see if it's what you were talking about, and then maybe we all get a little bit more educated.
the postal system in general transformed overnight Britain and the British people's standard of living unrecognisably. It meant the movement of ideas could be spread overnight instead of weeks or months. There was a boost in trade and, yes, wealth. This is the Industrial Revolution. Don't forget another British Empire invention, of course. And when it comes to revolutions, actually, as an aside, that revolution is a very good one. But the postage stamp and the system, yeah, so ideas, wealth creation, families, wherever they lived in the British Isles could now communicate with one another almost on a daily basis, which was remarkable. This was like space-age technology to these people, which meant that for very low cost, 1 penny, the penny black, which equated to about 50 pence today, it meant that it was actually cheaper to communicate by post back then than it is today. It was a fantastic system and a great invention. And what the British did, once they had transformed Britain itself, because of course this is the British Empire, the empire transferred exported the system of the postage stamp to all of its colonies around the world. So from South America to Singapore in the Far East to India in South Asia.
We just have to pause every so often and make valid commentary so it's not DMCA. But this is, I think this is what you were talking about, right? This is like the intro of the postal system. Okay, just being transformative and all, but I think we're.
Yeah, and he was right to point out how it massively affected the middle class, and then it got immediately exported across the entire empire.
It's very interesting because they did have the entire logistics or the network already. I mean, if it was all already going, whether it was aboard like HMS vessels or like, I don't know, like Dutch East India Trading Company, because they were big around that time too, as I recall.
Yep.
I'm sure they could carry letters. I'd be very interested if they did hire out letter carrying to mercenaries or trading companies as they're called. Maybe he'll talk about that. Let's see.
I want to say no. Well, I want to say no because prior to this, most of the mail was government orders, instructions, military actions, this sort of thing, and so the Royal Post Office was a function of government. So I don't think they would have the ability to substitute private business for it.
I would initially agree with you, but I mean, if you don't have somebody who can, or if like a ship got attacked by pirates and it sank or is in disrepair, that was doing the normal route to go take your mail from A to B, and that required that vessel, getting a mercenary, a contractor, to do it temporarily under contract would be the prudent thing to do. If you didn't have, local vessels that could then replace immediately. But I guess that's part of, being a global empire, is having just vessels ready to go to like, okay, we'll divert and we'll handle all this stuff. So maybe he covers this. Let's see.
They changed these places for the better, for the locals and for the Brits there, overnight. So communication is everything when it comes to business, to success, to family ties, to love, anything and everything. So it just worked great. And wherever you go in the world today, you'll see evidence of this. You'll see the post boxes, the red ones. You'll see the lovely colonial infrastructure, the post offices. But when Britain decolonized in the 20th century, of course, it left all of its territories, but it left what it had built in those territories in perfect condition, including the crucial postal system. And they're there to be seen today. The evidence of that is all to be seen. So it's left in perfect order for the world for free. So here then, sit back, is the story of the penny black and the postal system as told at one of my book talks with the wonderful Women's Institute.
Okay, he's going to go into a presentation now. You know what? I'm interested. I'm gonna speed it up though. Are you down for this, or do you know everything that's already? Yeah. Do you think you already know what? Can you summarize so we can skip it, or do you want to listen to? Just because I'm interested.
No, I don't know. I don't know a ton about it. I just know what it was.
Okay, I am gonna set it to, at least let's start at 1.25. We might bump it up, but it is only 8 minutes, so. We do have to be transformative still in nature because we are streaming, and we're doing content, so we do have to be transformative in nature. Otherwise, it's DMCA. So we do have to make commentary occasionally. Every 30 seconds, generally 20 to be safe. But no, YouTube's algorithm is like nuts on this. Or we're gonna watch it.
Thank the British Empire. Give them a round of applause. Yes.
I really need to fix
about other
Discord.
inventions? What other inventions can we talk about? I'll tell you what. Shall I test you? Shall I test your skills? And how about I give a book to the winner? Who's bought a book today? I just hope one of you win a book. That would be, it would give me such a sick satisfaction that you go home with 2 books thinking I've wasted all this money on.
With sick satisfaction of, oh, you bought a book? Oh, here's a second one. Although, if it's a really good book, like if it's a really good one, so like the Rush Revere books for kids, or targeted, you know, at a younger audience, that was written by Rush Limbaugh, or whatever his name on them. It was like they had a talking time traveling horse. I think the first one that he wrote, I think I bought 20 copies of it and I gave them out as gifts. Everybody loved them. It was mostly to like friends and families that have kids, and just everybody loved them. They were superbly written books, and the content was a friggin' time traveling horse that brought these kids from this school class back in time to witness history as it was happening of the founding of the United States. Is great. Before he died, I think he got 4 or 5 out. I wish he had been around for a little bit longer, because just that effort was worth it. And it definitely increases net worth. It really is. It's very cool. And it definitely increases net worth. Also, the tea he made, the two, like, hang on, I'll talk about that in a second.
On this one book. So here's another, what's that? You put it on it?
Sign it.
Do you know that there is one book on eBay now, signed by me, and it's £100? I know. I mean, I put it on last night. Yeah. So all of you are in profit, whoever's bought a book. And what were we talking about? Oh, sorry, you're looking at your watch now. Oh, that's much more interesting, isn't it? The jewellery that you're wearing. So here's a quiz question for you. Right, we know, I'm sure you know, that the very first stamp in the world is called the penny black. Right, the penny black transformed communication, a British invention. Now, prior to the penny...
Wait, he's talking about the very first stamp in the world. Now he...
Yeah, it was the stamp. But, well, okay.
Oh,
So
Cosmic Protocol. Good evening. Welcome in. We're looking at British mail system right now, and how they kind of, them and Ben Franklin invented like modern mail as we know it. However, he's made a classic blunder. And no, Deflux, he's talking about the very first stamp. But we all know, at least anybody in the United States knows, there was a tax stamp, much like we have on NFA firearms right now, for tea. In prior to 1776. So he maybe should have. I know what he's getting at, but he maybe should have clarified. What do you got on that?
Well, it is that prior to this change, prior to the change that we're talking about here, is that the recipient of mail would be responsible for paying for the transportation service. So it was this weird system where someone would send you a letter, and then you had to work out whether or not it was an important letter from a distant loved one or some bullshit ad from a thing down the road, and you'd have to pay for it.
That's what he's talking about right now. The very first one. Interesting.
This stamp is, as long as it had this stamp, it was going to be delivered for free, essentially, because it was paid by the person sending the mail.
So you're talking about prior to the black farthing, or the black farthing stamp.
The penny black.
The penny black. The penny black. But prior to that, the British postal system was basically COD, cash on delivery. Essentially.
Yep.
It's so weird how we if you go back to like prior to, let's say late 90s, mid 2000s, when like you could start ordering just whatever you want on the internet, and then it just shows up. You pay a little bit of money and it just shows up. Prior to that, postage was a big deal. You ever
Right.
you ever order Sea Monkey? I forget. Are you in the United States?
Yes.
Have you always been?
Well, for about 10 years now.
Okay, so since like 2015-ish or 2014-ish, somewhere mid 2010s. So you don't remember ordering from the Sears catalog or Sea Monkeys? Is that fair to say?
I've heard. I heard about the story of, I forget the gentleman's first name, but Mr. Sears, and how he became very much a wealthy individual. But I've never seen it either in the catalogs you just mentioned.
Oh no! Going back in time, the Sears catalog, like you could order Jeep parts. The Sears prior to the internet. I might be pushing this a little bit out there and making a definitive statement, but I think this is true. Basically, the Sears catalog was the de facto gold standard for like ordering stuff, and
Yes.
then it would show up whenever it arrived. It usually in a few weeks.
As
But
far as
you
I
get
remember,
get a catalog, and it had like everything in it, and that's Sears Roebuck, and that's how he made his. That was the big thing. He had brick and mortar stores, but that's how you don't see a Sears hardly anymore, and the ones you do see are they're a shell of their former selves.
They nearly filed for bankruptcy about 10 years after the financial crash, and it wasn't for the fact that they had half of their profits come from their credit card business. Actually, it's charging fees for debts that people go to buy a washing machine and get into debt, and that's basically half of their business now is credit card. They're a credit card. They're a bank essentially.
Man, I had a Sears Gold MasterCard.
Speaking of which, there you go.
Yeah, no, I had. So in the 90s, I needed a circular saw because I was building a mech cockpit for Mech Warrior 2, the video game. Because I'm that much of a nerd. But I'm that much of a mechanical engineer nerd that I built a friggin' mech cockpit in my mom's basement in the cellar. So I needed a circular saw to cut the wood because my dad was deceased by that point. So I didn't have a circular saw. I had screwdrivers and all kinds of things. I was a very youngster. I didn't have a whole lot of guidance, but I wanted to get this done. So I went and paid $60 for this Craftsman, because Craftsman was the Sears brand, and Craftsman used to be, they essentially had the warranty that now, or up until very recently, Harbor Freight has or had. Harbor Freight doesn't have it exactly anymore, where if you have a Craftsman tool and it breaks, you just bring it back to them and they'll make it right. Now it only applies to hand tools, and you maybe have to have the receipt, and everything's offshore, and the whole tool world. I could rant for a half hour, literal half hour, about the entire tool situation in the tool world. But that was the biggest thing is Sears had the Craftsman tool brand, and they were like gold standard for tools going way back, like up even until probably into the 80s. That's where you went. You just get your Craftsmans, and they're all it's all drop forge. They're like great quality, and if there's a problem, they will replace it, no questions asked, no receipt necessary. You just have it. You show them, look, I have this wrench and it's broken, or hey, I got this drill and it's broken now, and they will do something about it.
Yeah, tools is a big business, a very big business.
It's not as much. I mean, it's still a big business, but it's such a saturated market, and Harbor Freight is eating everybody's lunch. They really are. Especially just look up I'll pull one up the videos about like their Icon, which is supposed to be a top tier tool brand competitor, like to compete with Snap-on, Matco, and Mac, which are the top 3 tool truck brands. Now the thing is that these top 3 tool truck brands, they own most of the actual brands of tools. The thing is that the ones that are on the tool truck, is the benefit is that it's on a tool truck, and if you're using tools for your profession, the guy in the tool truck, the truck will be there very frequently, and so you can just swap it out with him. You don't have to send it away. You don't have to go to a store. He'll be there, like, I don't know if it's every day or whatever, where you can say, hey, Snap-on guy, yeah, hey, this ratchet busted, and he'll just give you a new one. That's the most of the cost. Like for Snap-on, you can get all the quality with none of the markup by buying Proto. It's the same tool, generally. Used to be the same tool, but it was the industrial brand, not the tool truck brand on it. Now you have to do math and you have to do research to find out who's making what, because those same 3, Snap-on, Matco, and Mac, it's all over the place. And literally, like, what is it? There's a hole saw kit that's literally the same thing you can get at Harbor Freight, is the same one as it's Snap-on branded. It's literally made in the same factory, same even quality control on it. It's just rebranded. I picked up
I love them brands.
I picked up a Proto. Oh, here it is. I specifically wanted the 8-inch adjustable and the black oxide finish. This is a Proto. It's very hard to see because it is a black oxide. So the Proto branding is on it. Oh, you can see that way better. This is made in Spain.
Well, Espanol.
Yeah.
Spain's having a tough time right now.
Yeah, no, but this specifically, this this series of just the black oxide ones. I'm not sure about the other ones. Adjustable wrenches, Proto, Snap-on, that whole series. Armstrong, Wright brand, Proto, all of them made in Spain. This was the second best to getting one of the old ones that's made in the United States.
I went down to a Ford dealership, and I was looking at the cars they had there, and they were all made in Spain. Not Mexico, Spain.
I guess there's a lot of tools. I mean, everything's getting offshored now. And that, honestly, that started... It goes back to
even elections.
Carter, the Carter administration, but it goes back even farther to Nixon. Like, that's another one. I could rant on that for not quite as long as I could for some things. But...
To be fair, if you wanted to date it, really, it dates back to the end of World War II, when America became essentially a global institution, and what was it called, the Bretton Woods, right? Bretton Woods, and then you had the plan to invest in Europe? I forget the name of that.
Even
that's when.
Go ahead.
I'm saying that's when America went from being where the president's office was primarily to do with national matters, to where the president's office is fundamentally handling international matters.
So you're saying blame Japan?
Well, in a lot of ways, this was one of I was doing a conversation on the British mandate in Palestine, and the question was, well, why on earth did Britain get the mandate in the first place? It was because it was the de facto policeman of planet Earth at the time, but that was like the last thing ever that Britain had any sort of like international standing on. Beyond that point, officially the UN was now the body that all the nations agreed would become the sort of de facto rulemaker in when it comes to those sort of breakups and disputes and this sort of thing. And so that's why once the British done their bit, then the UN came in and fucked it up some more. But it was interesting that was the last thing that Britain did as an empirical, as an international policeman, essentially.
Am I wrong for so? I recognize that. Okay, yeah. Previous to the United States, England was, or the UK, the Crown, we'll say, was the sovereign under the Crown, was the de facto world police that wasn't also really interested in being the world police, and it was seriously
very
World War
interested
II.
in the latter half.
Oh, yeah.
I think it took in the latter half of the empire, certainly after what would it have been? It was very interested. Oh, I have to bring up the dates. Give me a second. I can't remember all the dates. I would say after 1833 or around the 1830s, after that point, that's when Britain officially took on the role as it would be a police officer of the world, as opposed to just being an empirical power for its own interests. And then up until, you would say, the beginning of World War One is essentially when Britain ceased that role in very certain ways. And then that sort of extended all the way out to 1940 when Britain did the mandate in Palestine. That was, again, the last sort of thing that Britain was allowed to do as a result of the fallout after World War II, because you may or not know, largely what kicked off World War One was that assassination in the country where I never remember the name of, to the east of Italy. That was not disconnected from the fact that Britain had gone out of its way to bankrupt the Ottoman Empire, which is why Britain got the mandate in the first place, and why the Soviets wouldn't leave Iraq, and all these other things that took place.
Turkey?
What about Turkey?
Well, you mentioned an assassination in the Ottoman Empire, which was Turkey.
No, it was not in Turkey. It was North.
I was trying to remember.
It's Yugoslavia, right?
Oh, what's up there? Okay, so hang on. What's up there? You got I should pull up a map, but I want to see if I'm right. You got Turkmenistan,
Serbia.
Kazakhstan is over on the way east of there, so that's not them. You got Turkmenistan.
Yeah, the other side of Italy's to the east of Italy. So you have like Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia,
Bosnia,
Albania.
and Bosnia, Serbia, Croatia. Wait, no, Croatia is way north.
Yep.
Also, how funny is it? Like, wait, Bosnia saying no, you can't go to the beach. You ever look at the map?
Is that
Bosnia,
go to
like
the beach, Bosnia?
Yeah, Bosnia is like, nah, all this beach is ours. You can't have it.
They have a teeny amount of coastal land.
And so, let me just. There he is. This is one of the maps is one of the few things that I don't block. But check it out. Okay. Yeah, Turkmenistan's way over here. Never mind. I was thinking about it.
It happened north of Greece.
Kazakhstan is the biggest country that nobody ever talks about. Also, by the way.
Relatively, yeah.
Like it's friggin' it's bigger than India, who has like a quarter to a fifth of the world's population. Between India and China, they have like close to, between both of them, they have like close to half the world's population just in those two countries. It's not quite half, but it's getting close.
It's incredible.
But if
yeah, no.
if you ever look,
so
just really quick before you. Oh no, wait, I was backwards. Look at Croatia.
Croatia, yeah, Croatia is like, we like the coast.
And
the Chile of
Croatia
of Europe.
Saying, hey, no, Bosnia, nah. You want to go to the beach? Nah. This is my beach.
But yeah.
Nah.
But yeah, so that's the assassination
no beach
took
for
place
you.
in Bosnia of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. But that whole issue that was going on the poverty and this sort of thing was not disconnected from the fact that the Britain, as the international policeman, had essentially bankrupted the Ottoman Empire along the lines of ending slavery, which was outlawed in the entire British Empire in 1834. And then they start going around the world essentially exporting the ban on slavery, and that they essentially won by bankrupting the Ottoman Empire, which in turn caused poverty in the Eastern European area, which caused the discontent, not directly, completely indirectly, the discontent which politically eventually has some effect on the radicals, one of which threw a grenade or shot at Archduke Franz Ferdinand, which caused World War One.
Oh, Mav, I'm glad you survived the heart surgery, 100%. But just okay. Here is where what's happening. Why Crimea was a big deal. Deep sea port. This is how. Right here.
They're digging right now. Aren't they digging to the you know about the thing?
This is
digging
how it
to
gets
the,
out.
West of that.
How shipping on this side of Russia gets out. It's literally it goes through Turkey. Look. Through Istanbul's right here. Here's this channel. So if you're in the Black Sea, which that's where where Ukraine. This is why it's a big deal to get the deep sea port, so that you can get out through this channel into the Sea of Maramba. I don't even know how to this one, but that it gives you a path, and then you're in the Mediterranean, and then from the Med, you can get out into open water. Because all of like Moscow is way on the west side. People, and I don't know if everybody understands this. The capital is here. It's so close here. Russia owns so much land, but like they can't use all this shit up here, really. I mean, maybe they could over here, but the logistics for this isn't populated. There's nobody over here.
That's stock. No, but you know the treaty that they so you know the strait there, the Bosphorus Strait that you were just looking at, right? They have the treaty that Russia made them sign that gives Russian merchants free access to the Bosphorus Straits. They can't be charged. It's unlike the Egyptian one, where Egypt gains lots of revenue from the Straits of what's it freaking called now? Holy shit! But merchants can go through Turkey's navigable waters without paying them a dime, and this is why they're currently building to the. If you just scroll up just a little bit to the northeast there, along Turkey, they're currently building a massive new strait. There, I've lagged because of the internet, but there's a little bit of inland water there. They're going to connect up. I forget what the project is called, but they're building it right now, and they're going to completely change the political situation because what the treaty also has is limitations on military vessels that can travel through the strait at the same time, and there's a tonnage limit on the strait. So anytime that American ships get near this strait, Russia comes down and parks a massive ship inside the strait, because then America can't legally go through it. And that's also why Britain did some
British things,
driving around Russian, some British, maintaining of international waters by driving British ships all around the Crimea, but they can only do so in these teeny destroyers because they have to get back through the strait afterwards.
But if they like gape this out, then yeah.
No, so I'm gonna give you the what is it called? I'm gonna Google it.
This is quite a wide channel. Like this is I don't know how deep it is. I mean, I would assume it's deep enough for like deep sea vessels, probably even subs to go through, which then they, you know, submarines wouldn't be taxed because, you know, stealth submarines, because all your subs should be stealth, right? At this point.
I'm not sure that's the best article, but
New
it explains it
Suez
a little
Canal.
bit. Yeah.
Yeah, hang on, I'll pull that up. Oh, sorry, got.
But once they do that, that means that any NATO ship of any size can fly up into the Black Sea, which will obviously end Russia's essentially supremacy in the sea. Because right now there's no way for any NATO ship to assist Ukraine in any way, shape, or form, because they can't get there, and if they do get there, they can't get back. So they don't. The only ships that are in the Black Sea are Russian ships. But if Turkey does this and builds this new thing they're proposing, which they're doing right now, that it's going to take some time, NATO ships could be able to go in there unimpeded, which will completely change up the situation in Ukraine, because obviously all of Russian troops are on the border with the Black Sea, essentially, right?
Yeah, and that's a thing that, I mean, obviously they've already made the decision, but that's not something to be taken lightly, because you can't go back. You can't. That's like you can't put that back in the toothpaste tube.
Well,
you can't unring that bell once you let NATO in. You're. Yeah, that's it. Even though Turkey is a NATO member, they're kind of like. Turkey is kind of like NATO's crazy cousin. So even though
right,
I'm 100% convinced when it's not going to be Iran. The first actual nuclear and just bet I'll bet not something substantial, but I'll make a gentleman's bet 100% on this. The first nuclear things that kick off in the world is going to be between Pakistan and India. They're both nuclear powers, and the Sikhs and Arabs have been fucking with each other for centuries. Pakistan and India are not friends, and they're both nuclear powers. Then they're neighbors. This is way more likely to be the first thing that kicks off. However, the new thing with Iran is interesting. It throws a wrench into my prediction.
What's the new thing in Iran other than running out of rockets?
Oh, where, you know, we just been giving them a whole lot of resources for...
Well, that's not new.
Took a while.
Obama did that.
Yeah, he did. And then I think Trump trying to fix it, and then Biden said, "Here you go, have all this stuff."
I do think one of the cool things, if Trump does get elected, is going to be hilarious. Because didn't he say he's going to fix the Russian thing like 3 days? You know, he said he's going to fix it before he's actually in power. He's going to fix it as a president-elect. He's going to absolutely fuck that up entirely, and then he's going to have zero credit walking into the White House. It's going to be retarded.
I don't know. I mean, hey, maybe he does. I mean, but maybe he doesn't. But he's going to get he's going to be impeached like on 70,000 counts as soon as he gets sworn in. He's going to get impeached before he gets sworn in.
They're going to like he's going to put his hand on the Bible and actually we've impeached you already. Can you come to the Senate?
He's going to put his hand on the Bible and it's going to be a stack of like subpoenas, like you've been served on the Bible where he's getting sworn in.
Shit.
That's going to be a thing.
Yeah, it's going to be.
It's
the only upside to electing Trump would be to actually, like, all these predictions. He says he's going to end all the world wars and everything. He's going to fix the Israeli problems, and not going to happen.
I mean, just people doubt. I'm not a dyed-in-the-wool Trump guy, because he did some things that I think maybe were ill-advised. I gotta think.
What, running for office?
No,
Getting shot at?
no. The whole anything anti pew pew. He had to know that is not going to sit
Oh,
well with the base.
he's a fucking Democrat from New York. What are you talking about?
Yes, he is entirely 100% a New York Democrat. People don't understand
Yeah.
this. Thank you.
Yeah.
But so I'm not I'm not 100 Yes, I want him to win. I'm going to vote for
from
him.
anyone from any city anywhere in America, not only just from gang violence, but all the other things, is fundamentally anti-pew pew. The only politicians or elected officials that are pro pew pew come from rural towns, and you never hear about them because no one elects them to office.
Well, no, they get elected, just
most
not necessarily.
Most Republicans out on the trail will say, "Oh, I love guns." Even fucking Kamala Harris bragged about using guns, right?
No,
but once they get to office,
the
all of a
thing
sudden,
is,
they
she was
become-
lying, which is what she does.
Sure, yeah, they lie.
Also,
yeah.
Hang on, I actually have that one queued up. I think,
Oh, yeah.
a deep dive analysis on. Is it? Do I have that one? Because I had that one. I was like, because I could have done a deep dive analysis. But
Look at that
we'll,
guy's
you know what?
teeth, very British.
I'll pull that up also.
Yeah,
I
they
gotta do
they
it
all
on the
lie.
browser.
Didn't the whole Waltz stolen valor, blah 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 blah.
I don't wait. I don't. You mean for Tim Waltz?
Yeah.
Did anybody accuse him of stolen valor?
Yeah.
Did
Well,
any-
he was
wait,
advised.
Hang on. Did anybody
not-
credible accuse him of stolen valor? Like, did
Wasn't
any?
he advised by there was a clip of the only thing I saw was a clip of someone from the Veterans Association advising him that if he said a speech that might be construed to be a breach of the stolen valor laws, and he went and did the speech anyway, or something like that. What's the story? But I really want to actually. I
That
don't want to dovetail
making-
too much. I really want to convince you because I think I had you regarding the whole go living in the corners of the forest and being self-sufficient. Using this
right.
British post office
We were.
example.
You know what? I'm gonna look it up, but let's continue with this because he's got a speech here, and I'm gonna look up let's see a deep dive on because Kamala's whole I worked at Macca's, right? I mean, hey, maybe, yeah, maybe they just don't have a record of that. Yeah, maybe that's the thing. Cool. A lot of kids work at McDonald's. But a lot of kids weren't also apparently from actual slave owner families, allegedly. Very interesting. Once you dive into Kamala's family and her upbringing, it's I'm not sure if that's true. That's why I said allegedly. I'm not sure if that's true. That's some of the things that I've been seeing though. Is she was raised in an Irish, which also that doesn't even make sense. An Irish slave owning household, which how in the world that doesn't even make sense.
That doesn't make sense.
No,
They mean in
because-
history.
Yeah, in the United States, Irish being just
Irish
from the
were
outset.
actually considered less like there was certain industries that Irish were considered worse slaves. than
Yeah,
the African Americans are considered better slaves.
The
right?
thing is, the family that she was raised, in which she was raised, allegedly the pictures that she had of her grandmother were actually a housekeeper, or I'm not sure what the correct.
Well, I
term
don't
is
know
for it.
I don't know anything about her family history. I do remember that
Yeah.
McConnell thing where a reporter tries to ask McConnell a question about his apparently he's a descendant of a slave owner. He's like, well, me and Obama are together on this, that we are both former slave owners. It was a perfect clip because the reporter thought he'd cornered a white rich senator type thing, and it came back like, me and Obama agree on this sort of thing. That was a brilliant clip.
That's funny. Can you
I can find it.
Can you? Okay, I'm gonna push play on this,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna look for a thing, and you look for a thing, and then we'll continue.
Penny Black, you could post a
Wait.
letter. Old is called.
Hang on.
Sorry.
Here we go, the beginning of it.
So all of you are in profit, whoever's bought a book. And where were we talking about? Oh, sorry, you're looking at your watch now. Oh, you've nipped. Oh, that's much more interesting, isn't it? The jewellery that you're wearing. So here's a quiz question for you. Right, we know, I'm sure you know, that the very first stamp in the world is called the penny black. Right, the penny black transformed communication, a British invention. Now, prior to the penny black, you could post a letter, but do you know how you'd do it? You'd write the letter, you would send the letter by carrier, and the receiver would get a knock on the door, and you as a receiver would be asked, would you like to receive this letter? You look at the letter, you see where it's come from, who it's come from, and then you pay the bill. If you don't want to receive it, the letter is binned. So it was a completely inefficient system. So if you get a bill, if you get an invoice, you get an invoice. Do you want your invoice? No. You get a love letter from someone you don't want a love letter from. One of my very many wives might be writing to me. I don't want to know.
Why are
It
we
goes in
fighting?
the bin. But in a particular year, they invented the penny black. And the penny black cost 1 penny, of course, and 1 penny in this particular year equates to about 50 pence today. So it's cheaper to post a letter then. And it was much more efficient. Did you know that 50 years later, in the late 19th century, if you posted a letter in London at 7 a.m., it would be delivered at 8 a.m. in London? They had 12 deliveries per day. People were communicating with one another, asking out on dates, do you want to meet for a drink, do you want to come for dinner? Communication was going backwards and forwards. People were even playing chess using the Royal Mail. So they're in the office at work, pretending to do work. They're sending their chess move to their friend on the other side of London, and they're playing chess throughout the day. So the system was absolutely beautiful. 12 deliveries a day. How many deliveries a day do you get, madam? 2. You get 2? Where do you live? She lives in a very posh part of the
2.
world.
2 mail deliveries a day. That is
That's privilege. That is upper class stuff. That is.
That's not even like what. Where is that even maybe in like Dubai?
What?
Like where's that even?
I was going to
We
say,
barely get
you
one.
may not know that Britain has
And
privatized
there's
its
no
sold its
guarantee
Royal
it comes
Mail,
on.
so it's no longer a government function anyway.
Well, the
we
U.S.
can
it's
conclude
not.
that's the-
I mean, it kind of is, but kind of isn't.
It's independent, right? It's like a GST.
It is, but it's like, it's kind of like the Federal Reserve, where it's like, it's not actually federal. It's not a government thing, but it's
Right.
like the chairman gets nominated by the president. It's kind of like it's a private entity. The Federal
It's a
Reserve
separate entity.
and and the Postal Service are 100% private entities, but they have a lot of government interference.
Yeah, a ton of stuff at the federal level. Like even the US, or even the frickin' FDIC is an independent agency. It's not part of the federal government. It doesn't receive much funds from the general fund.
Oh, the Hill. Interesting. Okay, I've got a few.
I sent you my lovely little clip, and I love this. If you watch it, I love the frickin' smirk that McConnell has clearly like lined this up for years, and finally a reporter was foolish enough to ask him.
Okay, I'll put that one next after this.
Yeah.
Did you DM it to me on Discord, or you put it in the side chat?
It's in Twitch chat. I can put it in.
Oh, into
wherever you want it.
into Twitch chat. Ah. Nope. Got it. You gotta pay attention to a lot of things here. And I'm not really
For
good
the
at it.
Windows.
Yeah. I'm really not especially good at it either. Okay. That's up next.
On a morning. So, And another interesting thing, the penny black was introduced, but there was a design fault in it. And what the Royal Mail discovered was that because the penny black was obviously black, and the cancellation mark, the stamp, was red. No, it was red. And so they used to stamp it, but the red and the black would often mix together. And so people would receive a penny black stamp and notice that the red was not showing up. So what did they do? Peel
Reuse
off
it.
And reuse it. And
Yes.
the Royal Mail were selling millions, and they were losing out on a fortune. So they reinvented the stamp 1 year later and introduced the red, the penny red, and they reversed it, a red stamp with a black cancellation, and it stamped out the cheeky monkeys who were reusing the penny blacks. So for a book, ladies, get ready. Listen, you've got to show
Well, this
bit
is
of
a ladies' book
enthusiasm here
club.
to try and win the book, right? If nobody shouts out an answer, I'm going to be so offended. In
Yeah,
what year
we're
was the
intruding.
penny black invented? 1840. She's straight in. Give her a round of applause.
They're about to play bingo.
Have you read my book already?
You want a book?
You just knew. Oh, you just knew it. Right. Have you bought a book? Oh, for goodness. Unbelievable. Well, congratulations. Give her another round of applause. Well done.
There we go. But yeah, no. So the primary thing is that when they came about and created that system, was it massively grew the middle class, because the middle class could do all sorts of things now that they couldn't do prior, because they were part of a network, and that network grew society. And that basically means that, you know, all of society goes together, and it's a very beautiful thing. And so the idea that everyone should like be self-sufficient and like live off the grid and like don't partake in society and all this kind of thing is not, you know, humans are social beings. We do better together. We do better as a unit together. And you know, America can achieve amazing things, but it can only do so if everyone partakes and engages. If everyone just runs off to the isolationist corner, then you'll have essentially a backwards society. You know, which you see a lot of. You know, if you go to any sort of even in the mountains of Scotland, all the way to the mountains, you know, the Appalachian Mountains. Generally speaking, you know, the wealthy, smart people don't live there. The wealthy, smart people live in the cities. They live in where the people are, where the business is, and where we rely on one another to provide what we need.
I apologize. That ended a lot sooner. I thought there was a lot more left on that.
All right.
Than
I filled in with fluff.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that, see, I don't necessarily disagree with you. However, what you're talking about, or what I was talking about, is relying in yourself for vital services, not necessarily isolating yourself socially. Not at all. But see, things
Isn't
that
communication
are
a vital service?
Well, hang on. What? Communications. Now, that's another topic that I can get way deep into. But what I was talking about, I believe, was like electricity and water. And like I generally, my whole social presence, what I push out is, and sometimes it's really tangential to whatever the current topic is, but I bring this slant to it of just basically prepper stuff, not in like an antisocial aspect, but just how to make sure that you have the stuff that you need in the case of emergency, like risk assessment. This comes along with PACE planning, primary, alternate, contingency, emergency. What are your plans? Relying on so there's 3 electrical grids. Just really quick, there's 3 electrical grids in the United States: East, West, and Texas. Yes, and
yep.
If any of them has a major problem, the entire thing can go down.
Right. Yep.
Just one dude at one substation, I think it was, saved the entire Texas grid when we had that like way poor planning. It's got better since then, but that event in 2020 with the cold, it was like we were apparently minutes away from the entire grid going down, and it was like one dude that was paying attention and like flicked some switch somewhere. He knew what button to push, and that's where the knowledge comes in. That dude saved Texas.
Right. Yeah. If a grid's full or below a certain power, it basically destroys like actual equipment that you have to like go and repair in these substations. So if there's a significant enough of the voltage drop or whatever it's called, or ampage drop, whatever it is, then it costs millions and millions and millions and tons of time to bring the
And
grid
it's
back
not
up
even
again.
the dollars. If the equipment is damaged, if just the transformers in a substation for power distribution locally in just a municipality are damaged, if they have to be replaced, that's at least a 6-month wait time. And they're coming from either China, India, or so they're coming from somewhere else on a slow boat, and it's a 6-month lead time because they're made to order. They're not ready to go. There's no spares. We don't have any spares on shore, which that feels like a risk. Also, the electrical system is entirely just a risk scenario. It's a horrible risk scenario. Just not relying on grid power, getting off the grid for your electricity is a positive move, because that's a risky
but
situation.
Do you recognize what I was saying about the size of the network affecting the network's ability to survive? So the size of the network. So what made the postal system successful in England was the network size. That was the critical economical part of it. And as a society, as a group of people, whether you want to be, as a people, the larger our networks. That's essentially what we're competing with China on. The larger our network is, the more likely we are to succeed in anything.
Do you want to talk about this deeply? Do you want to?
Sure.
You want to get into it a little bit? Okay. So the mail arriving, even if it's as awesome as he was describing, in like 6 to 12 times a day when mail getting delivered, that is not in
London.
Well, in London, yeah. Well, in any event, the mail getting delivered. Now it is arguable, and I'm not sure what, but I grant that maybe some things that are critical for paper communications, where the mail service, which would be akin to, say, internet and email and such now, but that is not the same as how reliant. I don't know if I want to say first world, but at least the United States, most of what, quote, civilized society, and I hate using that term, but that's like the best way to put it, is very reliant on electricity. It 100% is. Without electricity and electricity and running water.
My whole career is if we run out of electricity, I do not have any form of income. So I'm a software developer, right? So I'm
network engineer over here.
As a software developer, even as a software developer,
I might be a manager soon. I'm not sure. I'm getting approached for. Yeah, I've been doing all. I haven't been. So I haven't managed, actually managed people since I was a sergeant in the Marine Corps, but I've been lately. I've been doing everything except for writing reviews and firing. I've been doing the hiring processes and mentoring and doing all the business justifications and translating IT needs to business and business needs to IT and all that stuff.
Well, hey, more power to you. That's too cool.
But where I'm going with this is that I don't think this is, while you brought up a great example. I don't think that it's exactly germane to the conversation of what you're saying, that being off the grid as far as electricity and or as far as making your own electricity and water being antisocial. I still
So
don't agree.
I could talk about it a different way. I can
Okay.
talk about it. Well, first of all, just to finish it, like not only am I reliant on electricity, I'm also reliant on thousands of other people to write all sorts of packages and tools for me to even do. Like so like my whole career exists around tens and hundreds of even of thousands of other individuals.
Oh no, you're on
doing
shoulders
things
of
in order
shoulders
for
of
me to have a
shoulders. Like
career, right?
it's all like
Yes.
you doing Python? You doing
Right.
doing any JavaScript?
I
You
I
are
do
you doing
dot-
are you doing
dot net.
TCL? Oh, .net. Oh,
Dot
you're
net.
the
Yeah.
worst. You're the absolute worst. Stop doing that.
Right,
You're the
big
reason
money,
it's still
baby.
around. Stop it.
It's the longest standing framework ever used, and it's still very popular today.
Yeah. C#.
Well, so anyway, so even when it comes to electric, okay, so
Nerd.
one of the things that happened during the growth of cryptocurrencies was the utilization of graphics cards for mining bitcoins, right? And so what happened? A significant amount of revenue that would go to other things now goes to graphics cards companies like Nvidia. And so now every year, and even right now, we're awaiting the 5090, whatever it might be, coming out in January.
I switched to AMD and didn't look back. I'm all Linux, dude. I
Right.
switched,
Well, even I know.
I
I know.
switched
But
my
the
home hypervisors from
point-
VMware to
Yeah.
Proxmox.
The point is still true for AMD and everyone.
Mm.
The point is the significant amount of money that would have gone to other reasons went into graphics card manufacturing, which greatly improved the quality of the product.
You think so?
So you understand? Yes.
During
Absolutely.
wait, hang on.
Have you not
During no, because I don't know. No, I'm not like deep. I'm not a deep, high performance gamer. I'm not. I played like Call of Duty, Black Ops 2 on an Xbox, and then I played World of Warcraft on the computer, and that was most of what I did in the 2010s. I didn't do much. Like I didn't do any AAA
yeah.
gaming on a PC or anything. No, I'm not into the trends of video cards and how the quality was. So I'm literally asking so that it directly correlates the
So
the
around,
increase in,
I forget exactly the years,
it's a direct
but
increase
there
in
was a
quality?
massive shortage of cards. There was a massive shortage in cards because obviously the crypto miners were buying up all the cards, and not just one card.
Oh no, I
They'd buy
remember. It
20
was like
cards, right? Yep.
20, which
And
also
so
the funny thing is that the most Haas cards are not the most efficient to operate because they take more electricity than they can mine, at least now. Which I'm not sure was true 10 years ago, which was when it was happening. And that was when I bought my last computer, which is a Micro Center gaming PC that had a 1070 in it. And at the time, so I paid $1,300 for this 17-inch screen laptop that had a supposedly desktop spec 1070, GTX 1070 in it, NVIDIA, versus paying like $1,600 for a 1080 Ti for just the video card. At the time, that made the decision easy. I had already bought a case. I was planning on building out a PC. And I had already bought a case, and then I did the math. Yeah, you know what? That 250 bucks in this fractal badass case. I'm still way ahead of the game buying this laptop for $1,300 plus like the 3-year warranty on top of the 90-day, which I did need because it was a Micro Center PC, so you definitely want the warranty. Because they use like
Sure.
Sager
Yeah.
Clevo cases. It's cheap, and there's a reason. So you definitely want to get the warranty so that at least for those, like while you have the warranty, they'll just replace it. No biggie. Make sure you back up your shit and encrypt the stuff that's on the machine.
Yeah, so the point being is that because there was a larger network because of the addition of crypto miners.
Wait, you're
usually
saying a
utilize
larger
graphics
network
cards
now.
at
What does that mean?
significantly more people were interested in graphics cards than prior, and what essentially happened was a massive shortage of supply and demand. Right, you had more demand than you had supply.
Yeah, that's why they were like
So
$1,600.
that
Yeah, because
triggered-
miners,
right,
even though they
so
weren't
that
as
triggered
efficient.
that triggered a significant investment in the product line, which greatly increased capacity, which greatly dropped the cost of graphics cards or the quality to the amount of IOPS, or if they measure it in per dollar, right? So graphics cards now are significantly more powerful, and
I
it's
think
still
it's
going
in.
on. So graphics
I think
cards
it's in
released next year are going to
teraflops
be
now.
teraflops or what the fuck ever, yeah. So next year there's going to be graphics cards
FLIOPS.
released that are significantly more performant than the graphics cards we even have right now.
Well, during
it's still going up.
during that time or a little bit after, there started coming out with graphics cards that are for GPUs that didn't have the piece, and I forget what it was, but they said, hey, that like most of the ones being sold for like gaming and such, they were missing a piece that the miners need. So they were being sold for a lot cheaper.
Yeah, I'm sure there's all sorts of other rationing involved, right, to get products to certain people.
No, it's not rationing. It's saying, hey, we're gonna make a different product. This one doesn't have the piece that you need for mining crypto, minus like certain I guess ASIC mining, and there's all different kinds of like.
I mean,
I've only dipped a few toes, not even fisted, into crypto mining. I only have very little bit of crypto in my portfolio. Even I'm just not really that interested in it. It's very volatile. If you want to like ride the snake, yeah, invest in like Bitcoin or Ethereum or something. The thing about like versus precious metals, if you want to do it as a store of wealth, it's plausible that Bitcoin becomes worth 0 at some point. Gold and silver, no, they will never become worth 0. Platinum and palladium, maybe, but probably not. Crypto also probably not, but it's a higher risk than precious metals. However, very volatile. If you want to play the game and try and buy low and sell high, yeah. If you want to try and keep some store of wealth in a different system, yeah. It's all about diversifying risk. That's how you
absolutely.
That's how you just not become poor.
Growth and diversity. No, so if you want to do a thought experiment, then what would happen?
Hang on. I believe instead of thoughts, you're supposed to call them sex workers now.
Oh shit. Can't say that. So.
Oh no! Wait, excuse me. Maybe I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I am live on YouTube. Just also, by the way.
In Minecraft. Yeah. So
oh yeah, I'm live on YouTube in Minecraft.
If you were to essentially off-grid your 3D rendering requirements, right? Let's say as a gamer, you would say, I'm not going to buy any graphics card. Instead, I'm going to build my graphics card at home from stuff in the ground, right? Let's say you're really smart, right? If that were to happen, instead of we wouldn't have today the graphical processing power that we have, and what's going to come out next year being even better, that wouldn't occur. Because if everyone said, actually, although Minecraft said, we're not going to go buy graphics cards, instead we're going to go dig in our backyards and build our own. It's technically self-sufficient, but actually what that would mean is shittier graphics cards at more cost with the shittier games.
No, I'm trying to think of what that's a false equivalency or a non sequitur, because that's making at home, creating a GPU. Not saying somebody couldn't, but you need a white room, you need a clean room, and you need a lot of equipment.
Pick something simpler then. I was just pointing that out because it's so obvious and drastic to us right in front of us. And
Cummins 12-valve diesel engines. This is just something that I know about. No,
we'll do engines. Yeah, they do engines. So today, more people drive cars today than any time in history ever, right? And that's largely down to the ability to mass produce the product and get it to the freaking backwaters of Madagascar, right, and downtown
Just
Shanghai.
pause
and
for one
producing vehicles.
Pause for a moment.
Go ahead.
The Onion, yes, 99% of people could not make a pencil, and I mean, there's a lot of actual manufacturing that goes into making a pencil, by the way, and it's
Yep,
been used as a thing.
That was the
Not Marxist,
that's
but
that's
no,
the,
please continue.
the Morgan Freeman speech. Is it Morgan? Yeah, right. He did the whole pencil talk.
Was it Morgan Freeman? I was thinking Jack
right.
Nicholson, but I think no, hang on, I'm mistaken. That's You Can't Handle the Truth.
No. I'm thinking of something completely different. Freaking oh man, I'm so bad with names. It's so embarrassing. But anyway, yeah, the pencil is another good example, right? If the reason why they're so plentiful and the reason why we have the internet today, right, is because of a bunch of people were using pen and pencil for literally everything, and then figured out a better way of doing it, which is this, right?
Well,
but if we never had the pen and pencil in the first place,
maybe
we would never get here, right? The ballpoint pen, Bic, right? Ballpoint pen is an amazing product, and they figured out something that no one else could figure out. The only reason, again, that they were successful was because of the number of people writing things down. Right? Again, the network is large enough.
And
this is why
it
what
increased
makes
because of
America
literacy, which was brought on by the increase of, or I'm not sure. I think it was brought on by the increase in tools for writing, like the Bic pen. I think that was part of the increase in literacy over the course of history. I'm not 100% sure though. I don't know if that's true. I'll say allegedly. Allegedly.
Well, obviously we're talking about demand, yes, but the actual they have figured out something to do with the viscosity of the ink, right? The manufacturing process for that, and then the manufacturing process for the ball to make it the right size and the right sturdiness and all this sort of thing. And consequently, because they had figured that out, it became affordable. That's the crucial part. So because everybody wanted to write something, and they figured out how to do it with because of the scale, because of the market size, because of the network, that's what made it successful. This is what it means to be successful in America. It is that the network is large enough. A lot of people say, well, why is crime so high in America? Well, one of the reasons why crime is somewhat high in America is because it's the world's largest economy by GDP, meaning that criminals have access to more, essentially, customers or victims than anywhere else in the world. Like, you can carjack someone in America, and it's such a big economy, so many places and things you can do with it, versus carjacking someone in I don't know, Nepal, and having not a lot to do.
Or Istanbul. Or Constantinople.
Well, yeah, same. Yep. Same place. But so that's the point: is that the network is larger. The large S of the network is actually what drives innovation, and so we should be driving people to be more reliant on each other and the American process and capitalism, and trust each other more so, and grow love and trust and this sort of thing, rather than division and separation and exclusion and this sort of thing. We should be discouraging exclusion, or division, exclusionary. I think we should be encouraging people being reliant on one another and relying on one another for everything. And it's fundamentally not only good for business, good for America, but it's good for the entire globe. And we should be doing this on a global platform, in a global way. And we already do this in a whole host of ways globally. And it's a good thing.
You said doo-doo. And while I very much fundamentally don't disagree with you at all, 100%, the thing is that I don't think your take on forced reliance on a service is good for social. I think I'm lost in the sauce on where your point was.
I think Netflix,
because Netflix
is better than Blockbuster.
Relying on the electrical grid when that all of the United States, all of most countries' electrical grid is very vulnerable. Relying on that when you could take care of it yourself, I mean, I don't think that's antisocial. Same as being
What
not
about
needing
justice?
not needing pipe. Well, hang on, not needing pipes coming to your property because you're catching water off of your roof in the rain and putting it in cisterns and then using that. You're not putting a strain on the local
It's not a strain.
system. Well, you're removing one user from it, or one farm,
again,
and your livestock
it's like
from it, essentially,
like
or whatever you have.
you know, obviously, it's not a golden rule. It's not an absolute rule. It's a general rule that, as a whole, if we group,
Maybe being antisocial is good in some contexts, because I think it is. Because being
Like,
social as
if
far
you're
as
in a
reliance on
simple-
electricity, yeah, I'll say being antisocial, and that one's good. We're just
right,
going to
like
disagree on that.
like if you're really rural, then like running an internet connection all the way to your house for tens of thousands of dollars doesn't make sense. Just go buy like, you know, an Elon Musk satellite thing, right? Starnet, whatever it's called. Right?
Starlink,
And then you'll be better
and
off.
that
Starlink,
that
there you
is one of the choices. I
Right,
prefer to
right.
not just
Sure.
his
Right.
stuff.
So
I'm
I agree
just
with you
not
on what you were
convinced.
saying about
But
the pipes, right? About like not running the pipe might be more efficient. But as a person who's currently communicating you over the internet, it benefits me as a whole to have more people online. It benefits you in terms of viewership on YouTube and
But
Twitch.
that-
If there's more,
yeah, but
big
that doesn't mean
marketplace
that
for
they
people
have.
to stream
But
to.
but what if they get? What? Hang on. So you're talking. So now we're getting over here. What? Just people who take care of it themselves and connect on their own. What? How is that different
What's the point?
for you?
No. The internet is not.
Yeah.
You can't have an internet in your own house. You can't like one-to-one PC and then like run to the other. So you see, I'm live, and then run back again.
No,
right?
I can.
The point of the internet is the point of the internet is to connect with others, right?
No, I mean,
It's a
hang on.
global
No, like a separate like internet entity. No, I can. I can get an AS number. No, dude, I like IEEE. Like, no, I can
Right,
get
but
it.
it would
I can
be-
get an AS number
can
and then
create
all
your
my
own
own
internet, right?
BGP peer for
You-
like all the
Yeah,
local
sure.
central
You can do
offices.
all that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I mean, then you can
I can.
then you can create your own internet completely separate from the general internet, right? Or your
No,
own
see, you're
intranet
not
or-
understanding at all because you're talking about like North Korea now, or something.
Right.
I'm talking about just being remote. Or
Right.
wait,
but
maybe I
the point of-
misunderstood.
What I'm pointing out is the general idea of the internet, or what makes the internet worthwhile, is the fact that anyone can get on it at any time for any reason, and that's a good thing. And if people
Well,
want to get on the internet, we should encourage it.
Not just right now, not anybody and not for any reason. There are. You have to. So you can't have your own. You do have to pay into because it's all private
Exactly.
companies.
Right. Exactly. That's my point. Yeah. Fundamentally, in order to join the internet, you must first have a connection. In order to have a connection, you must, essentially subscribe to some system that gives you that connection. That's a good thing.
Unless you do
should be
your,
able
which
to make your own.
I actually know how to do my own, but it does take quite a bit, and you're gonna need to know.
Yeah, I saw.
There's
I
a
saw a
lot
video
of
of
there's
this
a lot
guy.
involved.
I saw a video of this guy, and it was an hour-long video, and this guy basically had like a really old phone, and then he had his cell phone, and then he like pointed like 3 or 4 different satellites and was like sending the phone conversation like through like satellites from like 20, 30 years ago and bouncing it off and bringing it back around and set it back down again. Entire which and then the top commenter is like, I can't believe how interesting this is. I've spent 1 hour watching a guy make a phone call.
This is called
But,
freaking. The verb for this, it's called freaking, and it was a big thing in the 80s and 90s. It stopped being as popular once payphones went away because a lot of it was morally gray and questionably legal for a lot of the freaking stuff.
But needless to say, even for you,
Which
to
I'm not even
connect
saying
to
morally
the
gray, it's just
internet-
questionably legal.
Even if you to connect into the internet in any way, shape, or form, you must point to something else that someone else has made. right? You can't actually do it yourself. You can't actually like connect to China solely independent of everyone else on planet Earth. Right? So you have to
Well,
bounce off some
see,
satellite
that's
and put up
where
there.
you're a little bit mistaken.
You have to bounce off some satellite or go through some ham radio
Nope.
system or
You-
something.
Well,
And
hang
the
on.
person in
You
China has to
mentioned
have
some kind of
something
ham radio thing. You can, if you okay. So, yeah, you brought it up. So if somebody else has radio, even if it's on the other side of the earth, and I did just very briefly. I taught. I think I taught 3 classes total. I did teach formal radio wave propagation classes while I was active duty. Just FYI, comm guy, radio, Marine Corps. It does. It's very. You don't even need a whole lot of power. It's all about. It's mostly about the antenna. And if you want to hit something that's not line of sight, you have to bounce it off the ionosphere. And now you have to know what you're doing, but you can 100% get a packet radio communication going from just the last example I saw was Ireland to Australia.
Right, but no one's doing that in order to watch Twitch, right? Nobody's saying, don't bother buying AT&T, instead do this, right? It's not actually...
Well, that's another false equivalency. Like, if you're talking about communications, that's A. If you're talking about, hey, accessing this service that is provided based on Amazon infrastructure, then no, now you got to get access to Amazon infrastructure, which is what Twitch is.
And so the point of the internet, right? The point of the internet is to be able to simply type in, Google.com and then be able to dial into Google's system.
No. That's DNS.
Right, but that's the point of the internet, is to be you can dial into, then get services from Facebook, you get services from the BBC, you get services from... It's eventually one big directory.
I would disagree that that's
like
the purpose of it. The internet started out as a project from DARPA. It started out as DARPANet.
I'm
if you want
aware
to
of-
get into a
yeah,
history
I mean-
lesson, I'm sure you know. You sound like a
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
intelligent and/or historied individual. So you maybe know the history of the internet. So the internet is the quote internet is a project that evolved out of basically a military research project that was to combine, to allow communications, to get specifically data communications between multiple sites, and then it grew from there. So if you want access to that specific thing, yes, you're gonna need to interface with this or somebody. You can make your whole own separate thing, but at some point, somewhere inside that, and I could actually show you. We could do it right now. Build up like a BGP or OSPF, a network diagram, like a layer 3 routing for how to do that, and make your own separate network that then interfaces with somebody who has a connection to the internet at large. These are things that can literally happen. Like if you want to get Twitch, we could do that. There might be some issues with it'd probably be issues with certificates and timing, honestly, are the biggest things, because certificate authorities, you'd have to deal with certificate authorities first, and then in order to make it all work, dealing with timing, and you probably don't want to be more than the Stratum 2, honestly.
Right.
That's for voice, is you don't want more than the Stratum 2. I just don't like more than the Stratum 2 in general. You can work at like a 4, just in general for like internet stuff. Voice is a 2 at most.
Right, for the encryption. But needless to say, in terms of how the internet operates, it is essentially again, unless what it is today is one big directory service system that you basically open up you dial into what system you want, and that system does certain things. So you open up the Discord app, it dials the Discord system.
You
that
are
allows
talking
this
about
communication.
DNS and the web, the World Wide Web, the 80 and 443 website part of the internet, and
I'm talking
DNS,
about...
which is the naming system that lets people type in friendly names like twitch.tv, and then your computer or your phone or whatever understands that that means, hang on,
Right. Well, everything from cryptographic encryption, all sorts of other things, again, is some sort of indexing system, right? So which certificate authority, blah blah blah, right?
So when you type in twitch.tv, your phone or whatever says, okay, you said twitch.tv. That means port 80 or 443, because I'm a smart browser and I'm going to check both, because I probably am going to show you a warning if there's not a 443, which means there's not a cert. And that means we have to have chaining from a certificate authority. But besides that, so I'm going to go and look at, you said twitch.tv, so I'm going to go to 151.101.194.167. That's the computer or phone, that's what the device says. The device does not deal with your human-friendly names. It deals with the IP address. This is what DNS does. So then it says, hey, where is this? And so it says, hey, my local DNS server, where's twitch.tv? And then it comes back and says, hey, this IP address. So then it goes to its gateway and says, hey, I want to talk to this address. And I'm bundling in that twitch.tv because the binding is going to matter on the receiving end. I didn't know we were going to get into an internet lesson. So then your local gateway, now this is where routing, internet routing comes in. IP layer 3. This is, please do not throw sausage pizzas away. Physical, data link. Please do not throw transmit. Session. I don't even remember. Anything above layer 4 is like outside of my scope. I don't even remember what they are at this point. It's been so long. But then application is at is layer 7. Like you can test this. You can test a connection by doing a telnet session on whatever port you want.
Right. I mean,
That's how you do it.
I mean, just to.
But that's how.
speed
No,
up,
your
so
local gateway. It's going to go and check. Hey, where do I find this? Where do I find this 151, 101, 194, 167? And it's going to have some place that says, hey, it's kind of over here. And it's going to go over there, and then that's going to say, because the internet runs on BGP, and then that's going to say, hey, yeah, it's somewhere over there. And then it's going to go to the next hop and the next hop, and then until it finally gets to Slamazon and Slamazon AWS services.
Right. So all you're talking about is like standards built out in like RFCs and like you talk about the OSI model and all sorts of other stuff.
Do you know what RFC
These
means?
are all something comment. Oh, what the fuck was it?
It's no, you're close. You're almost spot on. It's request for comment. It's in the IEEE, yeah, an RFC. I'm trying to have an RFC out by 2030 for a new way for cell phones to do the handshake and beacon with cell towers.
If you go off the grid, we'll use the RFC for pigeons.
Oh, avian communication. Yeah, no.
Avian communication. Yeah.
Yeah. $14.99. I think it is.
Yeah. Oh, you know it more than me. I don't remember. But yeah. So anyway, all of these things. Imagine a system, okay, where if we would open up the Discord app, right, and let's say you're in California, and if you open the Discord app, only certain servers were available in California, and then you were to drive over to New York and open that exact same Discord app with the exact same user, and then none of those servers are available, a completely different set of servers were available because New York uses a completely different standard for what is internet communications. How unpopular and terrible would the internet be, right? How useless it would be. What if you could not send email to anybody outside of New York if you're in New York because of the way the internet's designed? How useless of a system that would be. It is only because we are on the same network together.
Oh, I was bad. It's 11:49.
There you go. Transmission for avian carriers.
Yeah, my
Beautiful stuff.
my 14. I think I was like getting it like twisted with RDP.
I watched a thing. This was like 2000, the early 2000s in Australia, and that they were racing pigeons versus the internet, like sending over like a 200 meg video file or something, and the birds won because the internet's so shit in Australia. Apparently, this was between like Perth and like the east side of the country to the west side. It's like Perth and Sydney or something. There's like no connection.
Perth is like way on the opposite side, right?
Right, something like
I
that.
think a
It was,
lot of
like,
people
over
don't
some
understand how
distance.
big Australia is. Also, it's
Right.
It's really big. Like it's bigger than
Yep.
Texas, if that makes sense.
Yep. Yep.
It's bigger than Alaska.
Beautiful British subjects over there. But no,
In Texas? No.
That's the point. No, Australia.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah. The criminal
so that's
ones.
that's the point. The internet would be shit and terrible if it only worked based on like if you're in New York City or whatever, right? It would be legit. The only reason the internet is so good is because of the size of the network, and that's critical to economic success in any real way. And that's why China is currently beating us.
Which
because we have so many morons in this country that believe going off the grid is a good idea.
Well, hang on. So what you're saying is not out of left field. I don't necessarily disagree. We could get into that, but that's like not germane to the conversation. So I don't disagree that for communications, 100% having more private would mean that the NSA wouldn't be listening to all of it. So I can get on that, but that's part of that other conversation. But that is not the same as utilities like electricity and water.
I mean, this is like this is a left-wing argument that I get. Like anytime you speak to some socialist, they say, "Oh, well, housing should be free. Why should it be free?" Well, because it's essential. Everybody needs a house. Everyone's got to go sleep somewhere, so it should be free.
Yeah,
then
that's
they go, well,
racist.
what else? Food is essential. We should make food free because then blah blah blah. So
Everything's a right.
Nothing. Right.
Everything's
yeah,
a
exactly.
right. Rely on Big Daddy government for everything.
Right. Which
It's
is
just
which
your
is the
human
argument that you're
rights.
essentially making, which is like
Oh, no, I'm
economic
doing the
reality
opposite.
shouldn't apply to things. Economic reality shouldn't apply to things that you deem to be essential.
Wait, how did you get? How did you get that out of what I said? Where hey, some people
You're saying
go
it's
no
a benefit to
off grid.
society.
It is a
Right.
benefit of
You're
it
saying- you're
is a
saying-
benefit to
Yes, you're
society
saying it's a
for
benefit-
social
let me
services being used by
restate
fewer
your-
people who take care of shit themselves.
You're
It
saying
100%
it's
is.
a benefit to society that people don't purchase using their dollars that they've made or that earned or whatever at a job to buy things that they need from others. I'm saying that's a net good to society.
So that they're
Having
not
commerce as a
required to
whole
buy
is good.
those. That way they don't have to make as much money, so they don't have to be as poor.
You're also assuming that being off the grid is more efficient.
No, I mean, I didn't say that. However,
You're assuming it.
It's-
You're implying it. You're assuming it.
well,
I think it's significantly more inefficient.
hang on. If you take
With
your
acceptance.
electricity bill, this is way easy. So I don't want to say a genius or brilliant at business justifications. However, I usually am the one writing business justifications in for any employer that employs me. What you're talking about now is an ROI, a return on investment. So
Sure.
you take, hey, how many kilowatt hours are you using, say a month, just in a year? Break it down in a per month basis, because it's going to change based on the season, because HVAC is so your heating and cooling is 100% the biggest part of your expense in most places. Okay. So you average it out, just divide it. So what is the average? Just so that it's into a per month basis. And then you take that and say, hey, how many months would it take for me to say, hey, I'm going to do a cap. I'm going to do, because that's now OPEX. That's operational expenses for your household. I'm going to put it in business terms now because that's what I do. So CapEx is capital expenditure. That means like buying things generally, like usually items.
Septic tank.
Septic tank, 100%. Yeah. Solar panels, a wind, a spinny thing, a wind turbine, whatever the things are. These are capital expenditures. They're one-time things that may have an upkeep cost, but that's an OPEX. That's an operational expenditure. Versus just your electricity bill and your water bill and your sewage bill and your whatever else that your city or municipality wants to charge you, that are all OPEX. So what you have to do is say, how much is this going to cost in dollars, just for the financial aspect? How much is it going to cost to make back what I would have put out to the city or to some other entity? But the one thing that has to be hang on, the big factor, here's the key point here, is that you have to factor in that you're not reliant on them providing the services anymore. You're reliant on yourself. If they interrupt services, it doesn't impact you anymore, which usually water is not, but electricity, yeah. If there's a storm and the power lines go down, yeah, your power is going out, but if you have your own, well, how redundant did you make it?
And I'm suggesting that the opportunity cost of having less receipts, less recipients on a grid, is a weakness that the grid has.
That sounds absurd to me.
The bigger the number of recipients on a grid, the more electricity that you use, the more wealthy you are. The bigger your electricity bill is, the more wealthy.
So you're making a pro big government argument right now, because fewer people on it means that you can provide more to the ones who are on it. Like, if you want to get into, if somebody wants to get into electric vehicles and charging those things all the time, they're going to need a lot more capacity than we can build out in any kind of reasonable time frame. So getting more people off the grid would allow more electric vehicles to be charged.
What's happened to the graphics card situation is happening now to electric vehicles. But Al Gore, when he did these predictions and all these things. I remember
in the early 1980s, Al Gore literally said by 2010, most of the East Coast would be underwater.
Right, sure, exactly. I remember reading in my school book.
I was there.
It said and I went to a very underfunded school, and so the books that we had were really old. And in the books it said, like, by 2019 or 2016 or something, we'll run out of oil. And what they were doing is a very simple mathematical equation where they did just like the calculator you just suggested. They did some ROI sort of equations where they take the current price of oil, determine usage, and then say, well, we will run out at this date based on current usage. What they forgot,
but they didn't know the supply. How would they know the supply? You can about calculate the supply based upon, it's not too difficult to work out how much oil there is from a historical perspective. What they don't account for is when the dollar of the oil increases. The dollar of the oil increases. That increases R&D dollars to make more efficient uses of that oil, and we've become very efficient at utilizing oil, thereby driving equivalently downwards on the supply and demand. That's because we have people using oil. Also, fun fact, so not exactly the newest cars, but a little bit older internal combustion engines can run on propane and compressed natural gas and wood gasifiers. That's regular internal combustion engines. Usually, you're gonna need to probably be old enough to have a points style distributor. Whereas
you can
diesel engines
survive a nuclear blast
in
a fridge from the 1960s.
Well, I mean, if you're playing Fallout, yeah, you probably could. Diesel engines, you can run on basically any oil. There's an actual manual. I have it.
I don't need to piss in my car or live in a fridge.
Yeah, I don't either. However, I do make fuel for my diesel engines, and it's not really a big deal.
The point being,
it's just another skill. Kind of like creating fruit roll-ups out of strawberries that you harvested in your yard with a dehydrator.
the point being, if right now in New York, the whole state of New York, where it's kind of rural and both a city, if the state government just simply made a rule that says everybody that has a backyard is by law required to have a septic tank, that would make not only it the system considerably less efficient, it would
They
also
can't do that.
mean, let's just say they have immense power and nobody can stop them. Donald Trump
I
gets
mean,
elected in
they
New York
could
and
they
just
could
pass
they
laws
could
saying-
require that for new. Hang on, let's clarify. They
No,
could require
they
that for
just
new
get the-
builds. They could require that
they
for
get
new builds.
Sharpo. Yeah, no, whatever. This is a thought experiment.
You can't
If they
force
did that-
somebody to go and build something on something that they already have. It's like anything like that's going to be grandfathered. They can't do that. That would be an uprising.
It's a thought experiment. It's a thought experiment. Hypothetical. If we did that, not only would the system
No, I
be
don't like that
significantly
hypothetical.
more efficient, it would be significantly more inefficient. It would also mean that a whole bunch of opportunity costs, would now go into septic tank research and development that would have gone into how do we make the city water work better development.
What septic
And
tank
the net
research and
cost-
development? I don't think you know what a septic tank is.
Yep.
If you're saying that,
Much like Al Gore doesn't know what oil is. There are so many innovations you can do around the edges in terms of like maintenance, how it's built, how it gets installed, all the sorts of quickie dinks around how it's piped up, and so on and so on.
I mean, septic tanks I think are like reached peak technology for septic tank like a long time ago.
It's
literally
based on current demand.
It's literally a
But if there was a-
bucket.
if there was-
it's a hole, whether
if
it's
there
made
was
out of
a
concrete.
massive-
Okay.
If there was a massive shortage of septic tanks, and you couldn't take a shit without it, they would have to come up with some other innovation in order to overcome.
You're using a bad
the-
example. I would rather you use something else because this is
Well, I
silly.
wanted to use the example of something that you need because I gave you the example with stuff you don't need. Well, I don't need that. Okay, well.
I mean, no, literally anybody can make a septic tank out of concrete, or like literally any vessel, bury it, or just a hole, like dig a hole. You have a septic tank.
Right. The
Like
point
if you
is-
just dig
is
a
that
hole,
those dollars
there's no shortage of
would
that.
have gone to improving things like city infrastructure that would have had a net benefit cost to everybody, as opposed to the individual that owns a septic tank then. And we would have gone further as a society. It would have done better as a society. It would
Do
have
you
more
think
affordable
tax dollars
housing,
further a
more-
society?
Not as a rule, no.
That sounds like what you're saying right now.
I think both are infrastructure primarily is a private business, other than like the actual like deeds to the land, etc. Like the people that build the streets are not government employees; they're private businesses that build the streets. The company that builds the rail network is not actual city employees; they are contractors. Same true with all the skyscrapers. Same is true with all the bridges. The government
Skyscrapers are not
employees aren't out
government.
there.
Like no, that's not public. Skyscrapers are not public infrastructure. Generally, they're publicly
I
or
said they were. I
privately
said-
owned
I said
business.
they were built by contractors. Yeah. I
But
said
no, they're not. They're not
built by
publicly
private
owned either,
businesses.
unless it's a public unless it's a
No,
government
I'm saying they're
building.
built by private businesses. I'm saying they're built by
Right,
private
and they're owned by private businesses. So what does
like
government
the
have to do with
bridges.
any of that?
Well, in a lot of ways, I come from London. In a lot of ways, whole hosts.
Oh, so I was gonna meme on you for a little bit, and hey, why are you gay? But no, that may like you already answered.
No, but the whole lower side of New York City, right, was a
You mean
fabrication.
Hell's Kitchen or around there, or the Bronx?
The lower side of New York City. You know how it
Oh.
was built, right? It was basically a landfill.
When you say the lower
Manhattan,
side, you mean the south
of
side?
Manhattan. Of Manhattan,
On-
yeah, the financial district.
Okay, south
the
side
one
of Manhattan.
Didn't
Okay.
exist. It didn't exist.
Washington
built.
D.C. is also built on a swamp. Fun fact, but
Yeah. So the point, the general point is that in order for America to survive as a viable actual society, we'd have inclusion and networks and larger networks and bigger networks that can compete with the likes of China, with the likes of India, and the only way we're going to do that is by living in a society where freedom is important. And what is freedom? Freedom is not having. I don't have to learn exactly how a combustion engine works because it doesn't pertain to my
I'm still listening.
career choices.
I'm gonna stop here just-
Sure, absolutely. It doesn't pertain to my career choices. But if I did have to learn how to a combustion engine works just so I can go get a job interview, that would be a net loss or a net cost to me. That would be basically, if everyone had to do that, if everyone had to go learn how to build their own laptop before they could connect to the internet, that would be massively expensive to connect to the internet. The system we have now, where you can just go buy a $1,000 laptop or $500 laptop, not even, and some $80 router, and dial up a a thing, you can connect and you can watch and enjoy millions and millions and millions of books and thousands of videos, so on, so on, so on, all because you could just simply do that. And the same is true on so many things. Freedom is, in this context, is the freedom to do to go and exercise one's interests. It doesn't interest me as much as building the cool shit I do to go learn, I don't know, how to build a CNC machine or how to do concrete, right? Because that does take a certain amount of skill, and that's one. Some people say it's really easy. It does take a certain amount of skill. Now, I could go do that, but that would be a net loss to society because it means I wouldn't further my career and something I'm really good at that's really valuable to society that I get paid to do. I simply would be like a.
Oh, you want to specialize like an insect? I'm sorry. Give me just a second.
Yeah.
Something just happened. I heard an alert. Oh, Twinkie Destroyer just followed over on Kick. Welcome in, Twinkie Destroyer. We're having a great conversation about. So Deflux here thinks that
I'm a socialist.
people who run their own, say, electricity and or water, let's say off the grid, even if it doesn't mean necessarily like communications wise, but just water or electricity,
a whole host of ways.
running
I'm
their
running a
own
career
stuff,
choices.
he thinks that's a net negative for society, and he's trying to convince me. So that's where we're at right now, and he's not doing a great job so far, but let's see how it continues.
Grey Hunter in chat there, he brings up and he puts it into a sentence. Society allows for specialization, which allows for fulfillment of higher order of needs, which is a great way of putting it.
Grey Hunter, I am a very specialized individual, but I'm also very but maybe that's just because I'm old. Like I'm literally middle-aged. But yeah, I can. And then I can do all, like, if it doesn't involve like stitching arteries, because I'm not really confident in that. If somebody can do it, yeah, I can do it myself, but it's whether it's worth my time to. But I'm also 100%. Yeah, I don't want to rely on like flimsy infrastructure for me and my family. Why would I? That seems silly. Why would I want to do that?
Would you rather?
Also,
would you rather
Grey
rely
Hunter,
on very,
that's a
very
great
good
comment.
infrastructure?
Wait, hang on just a sec. Grey Hunter, that's
Go
a
ahead.
great comment. Would you like to join the call? It feels like you have a take. It does not. Grey Hunter, you're saying some great things. Would you like to come in? I don't advertise my Discord, but I'm offering to you right now if you would like to come in. Just don't drop any N-bombs, and keep in mind we're live on three platforms currently. And then, yeah, Deflux, what's up?
Would you concede that if there was enough people of your particular persuasion, let's say, that would like to not be reliant on, like you were talking earlier about blocking all sort of advertisements of websites and learning things that perhaps in order to be self-sufficient in both combustion engines and so on, so on, so on. Like you were saying, if there was enough of you around, how many would you think it would need in terms of like a percentage sentiment of society in order to essentially destroy the American economy?
It would never happen.
It would never happen. If 80% of people never purchased anything, never connected with anything, they were like, I don't need, and if I need a phone,
When,
I'll go
wait,
dig up
hang
my
on.
ground
When you
and
say
work out how to
connect to
build a phone.
anything, what do you mean connect to anything? What do you mean?
Like I'm talking about mind, body, and soul spiritually.
That's not what I'm talking about at
human
all.
aspect.
It feels like
That's what I'm talking
maybe
about.
we're not talking about the same things. I was talking specifically
I just don't make the
about
distinction.
running your own
Yeah, you make the
electricity
distinction between water and electricity. Yeah,
and
I
water.
don't make a distinction. Yeah, I don't make such a distinction. What I'm talking about
Well-
it applies both to water as it does to this conversation.
I mean, your drinking water is absolutely vital to life.
Beautiful cup of tea.
Internet and email is not. Communications
It
is
It
pretty
It is.
important,
Absolutely, it is.
but it's not on Maslow's, like, it's not on the lowest level of Maslow's pyramid on the hierarchy of needs. Hang on. Let me
if
pull it
the
up for
internet-
you real quick.
If the internet was deleted tomorrow, I would be a penniless poor person, and I would not have a fulfilling life.
Oh, let's get one that's... Here we go. Is this... Okay.
There it is. Love and
we-
belonging. Esteem
we-
needs. Yep.
Open a new tab.
Achieve
Oh,
one's
this-
full potential.
Look, it's all squished up. No, I just... Okay, like, can we... Open image in new tab? That was the thing. Here we go.
There you go. I'm waiting for the
So
lag to
here
kick
we
in.
go. Here we go. Right at the bottom here, physiological needs. This is literally where I'm operating at right now, which we're talking about. We're not necessarily food. We weren't talking about food, but literally water and arguably warmth, electricity. Which, you know, maybe you can do fire. Wait, hang on. So if you're not pro making your own electricity, are you anti making your own fire?
I am
that's about the
pro
same thing.
making the most efficient use of the same resources that we share in this great world.
Well, some people
So
aren't
if it-
sharing your
if
same
it-
resources, and they're farther away.
They absolutely are. It's called opportunity cost.
If somebody's farther
if I
away,
had-
and if it's going to cost $3 million to run power lines out to somebody's land, do you think
No, I
that's
said
more
I said
efficient?
rural wise. I said
Yeah,
I said
rural.
It's not a golden rule. It's a general rule.
Oh,
So-
see,
so-
maybe I missed that part. See, I always assume
Yeah,
I'm dumb.
I said. Yeah, I sort of mentioned it, and then maybe I didn't say it so well. Was efficiency, right, is good, but large grids is even more important than efficiency. So that postal system example I gave you the first hand failed entirely for the first year or so. Then it was put out, and the actual gentleman mentioned one of the loopholes they had in the stamp with the whole cancel thing, and it was because there wasn't enough people using the network to justify the network's presupposition at the time, which is 1 penny anywhere in the world or in the empire. It only once there was enough people on the network did the network start to make sense, which massively increased the quality of life for the middle class
Quick question.
in a big way.
So for that one, I won't say organization, but that one endeavor,
Mhm.
did the income pay for it? Did the
Eventually.
Did the
yes.
revenue?
Yes, eventually.
The
Eventually,
revenue
yes.
eventually paid for it once it started getting mass acceptance and people started realizing, oh, hey, I can talk to somebody
Right, once
wherever.
people start playing chess on it.
Once it sounded like so I'm mostly deaf. It sounded to me, and this is where the funny part comes in. It sounded like to me that you said once people started playing Pokemon, which I'm pretty sure you didn't say, but that's what I heard.
Chess, the game chess.
Oh, chess. That's not Pokemon at all. Oh, okay, no, you get it past that. Yeah, no. See, I'm very
in the video,
like
the guy was
blame the Marine Corps and or possibly a base career. But yeah, I have a lot of hearing damage. So then we get into this conversation where, hey, what did you actually say? Because hang on, this is what I heard, and then oh, how funny is that? Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's where we're at.
Right. So the point is that the efficiency matters, but it doesn't matter as much as the wider utilization of a network. That's what actually drives innovation. That's what actually moves the needle in terms of America moving forward as the leader of the free world. And that's kind of.
But at the same time, with the mass demand, which is going to be there regardless, You are
Does it exist?
anti-people wanting to take care of that need themselves. Is that true? Like handling your own electricity?
Yes. Yeah, I would discourage it. Unless it made like really good.
I got a buddy that
ROI
would
for you.
very much like to give you a very short tour off a helicopter, but he's not here right now, so we're not going to talk about that. That sounds very communist and like that's
It.
But it's
Well, it does. It really does.
You are wait. What type of socialist are you? Just a are you a straight socialist or a social democrat?
I'm
or
not.
a
No,
Democrat
was,
socialist. Or?
that was a joke earlier. When
No.
that was a joke. I'm not a socialist.
See, I don't know. No, I thought just because you have permission to jump in, I would assume you're not either not a socialist or because I
I'm a
don't
free
remember. We've talked
marketeer.
a couple
this
times.
is
I
a
think.
fundamental understanding about free markets and freedom. I'm pro freedom, and if you're pro freedom, you're about giving people and that triagram right there. Freedom inculcates all of this. You need to have all of this to have freedom. Just having food, warm, and rest is not a successful society, right? People in failed Syria have food, warm.
Hang
rest,
on,
and
I
we don't
disagree.
consider them successful.
I disagree. You don't need all this to have freedom. You need the bottom two layers, and then you have freedom. Because
Well, how
once
do you
if you have the bottom two layers, you
can build the rest.
You can have the rest.
Right.
But it's up to you to create them.
Right. But true freedom encompasses all of that, right?
I mean,
in a free society, we value.
Yes, but
feeling
no,
accomplished,
it's
right?
seriously physiological and safety needs. And honestly, the safety needs, I could wrangle that up into the top and say all you need is for yourself the bottom, and you can take care of that yourself too. So, I mean,
So like the
if you want to
fetus
be
and person, like,
if you want to be big like
what
Giga
if
Chad
it's
man, then you take care of all that shit yourself. I mean, that's what I honestly kind of, hey, self plug. That's kind of what this channel is about. Honestly, that's why I stream. One part is to keep myself accountable for projects that I do. Because if I'm teaching, that's keeping me engaged on it. I'm not going to like pause for too long and stop it. The other thing is to put out that we don't like you don't I don't know if I'm trying to be like quote anprim or ANCAP or anprim. Anarcho-primitivist is a political affiliation, and I'm not sure if I'm that. I am very much anti-modernity. There's some parts of modernity, very few parts that are beneficial. Most of it's shit. People, kids that are adults now, fucking millennials are like getting to be grandparents now. You know that?
Mm-hmm.
Literal adults today, people over 18, don't know how to talk on the phone.
It's incredible. It's such a you see it in so many ways, and I had sort of a front row seat in a lot of this stuff because a lot of this stuff in England has been going on for such a long time. Largely due.
Just deflex. A-OK says hi. He says he knows you. And A-OK.
Oh, he said a pretty cool. I was like, shenanigans. I don't know. A-OK. Good to see you. We're doing open mic night.
Well, I mean, if you're in my Discord,
where
it's
do you know
open.
me from?
If you're in my Discord, it's open mic night every night, but not everybody is. I don't publish it.
But,
I think A-OK's in.
but yeah, no. I would say the prima facie thing that I'm concerned when I talk about this subject is freedom, and joining that up with something that resembles a free market ideology.
But if you're saying
understanding,
if you're saying freedom is the prima facie freedom is the, I mean prima. It's the once uno numero uno. Then why is being part of the electrical grid even like not saying socially at all, just being part of the electrical grid, regardless of where you live. You're saying regardless of where you live, being part of the electrical grid and being on city water is important for society, and I just don't. We're going to disagree on that.
You said that.
You're
said that.
not going to convince me.
Being reliant on others is what I was
being
pointing
reliant on others. Oh, see, now you're talking about being reliant on people that don't have your best interest at heart necessarily. You're being reliant on people who are being employed by government who...
No, I mean, the electrical grid could be privatized, couldn't it?
Well, it could be, but it isn't. Well, Texas kind of is.
Exactly, kind of, right? That really didn't play into Texas's hands that well either.
Capital Murder just followed on Twitch. Good evening. Interested? That's a super interesting name. You know, in Texas, we I like to take the Ron White take of, you know, hey, in Texas, yeah, we got the death penalty, but we put it in an express lane, you know.
That's some Texan joke. I'm not surprised about.
Well,
do you think Texas has the legal authority to secede?
Yep.
You believe that?
Yep.
Other states can secede?
Texas. So a lot of people don't understand Texas history. Texas is the only flag that can be flown at the same height as the U.S. flag, and it's required to be.
Go ahead and give me a history lesson, because I actually didn't know that.
Even on... Hang on. I want to make sure I don't say the wrong thing now, because I was about to say something and I might be mistaken. That even on the embassies in other countries, that the other country's flag on the embassy's soil, I don't think flies. No other state flag can fly as high as the U.S. flag. However, the Texas flag is just its flag code is required to be flown at the same height as the U.S. flag. There's been 6 countries that have owned the land that is Texas that we recognize in history. That's where the name of Six Flags Over Texas, the theme park with rides, comes from.
Oh, Six Flags. Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, and it used to be, one of them was the Confederate flag, those stars and bars. So they changed it. The business changed it so that they were all just U.S. flags. I mean, feels like that's, I don't know if you want to say whitewashing history or what, but it's literally, there's been Spain, Mexico, actually, I'm forgetting two. France? No. Spain, Mexico, United States, Texas was its own country. The Republic of Texas was a separate country for 10-ish years.
Long time.
Yeah. A-okay, a UN flag, I would want to see some kind of reference on that. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nah, I disagree. I want to see a reference on that, bruh.
This is an
US
interesting point,
UN
right?
flag and
Because
church pennant.
It's actually,
Yeah.
this actually brings up a beautiful counterpoint to what I was talking about with one thing that was really interesting, and I'm sure you're aware of the internet. The U.S. Department of Commerce used to be in charge of the ICANN registry, and it officially, I think in around 2012 or 10 or something, handed over the job of maintaining the ICANN registration over to the United Nations, which was really disappointing because the U.S. Department of Commerce had an amazing tradition and history of freedom of speech, whereas the UN doesn't have that.
See, funny thing, I was not aware of that, about who was the higher power on it. I just, up for everything that I was dealing with, it was up to ICANN, which, honestly, seriously, just so everybody knows, it's like 32 cents or something to register a domain with ICANN. That's where you actually register, or used to be, where you would register domains. Everything else was all fees brought on by whatever the registrar wanted to charge.
Yeah, it occurred in 2016, officially. In 2016, the United Nations was fully in control of the internet as opposed to the United States government via the ICANN registry.
Hey, the Onion, if
terms
you're
of-
a true capitalist, you don't pay tax, you build your own roads, you pay your own healthcare, everything. I'm on board with that, bruh. That's literally what I'm saying right now. Providing your own electricity and water. And that is apparently where we're at an impasse with Deflux. Because he thinks that in
Well,
order to be
and-
part of a
and-
civilized
well-
society, you have to be on grid as far as getting your power and water, even if you're like way out in the boonies or anything.
Polite society.
Yeah, the polite, well, the civilized society.
The society part of it only works if there's trust, and you can only trust other people if you can rely on them. It's fundamental to human nature.
I don't trust governments. Why would you trust a government?
Okay. Let me ask you this:
They're made up of
Mr.
fallible
Ankap.
people.
Do you trust governing bodies, not government, but
Not
governing
really.
bodies?
Not
So, like,
especially.
for instance,
I mean, if you were to bring up a
for
specific
instance-
example, I mean, hey, maybe, but they're made up of fallible people, just like, you know, like fallible people
Sure.
are fallible
So
because they're
you
humans.
play chess.
Yeah, my ELO last time I checked was like 845-ish. I'm not very good.
I don't actually. I'm nowhere near as good because I don't know what my number is. Although I have friends that talk about theirs. Ranking, wherever it is. So, like, for instance, if you were to play chess competitively, you would not trust the outcome of the chess's governing bodies ruling on something. Let's say they had a ruling on attire. You would have a distrust for the attire. You'd want to not wear the attire, in order to play chess.
Do you mean in a sanctioned event that was a competition? That was an event.
like a competition.
Hang on, that was an event being put on by somebody who paid for that event to be put on?
The governing body had some.
Is the governing body
stipulation-
paying for that event to be put on, and then now you're opting in to go and participate in that event? I mean, that's rules that they set for you to go and participate in that
I don't
event.
know. I don't know who's paying for the event. It could be.
Well,
either a local charter or it could
you're
be-
setting this. You're setting the hypothetical. So get the details on the hypothetical,
Well, I
and then
don't-
I'll tell you yes
I'm
or no.
saying either. Give me both answers, then I guess is what I'm trying to say. I don't know.
Okay.
It could be funded by the governing body, or it could be funded by some local chapter, or it could be funded by a bunch of fans or something of the game. It could be funded privately. It could be funded from the governing body.
So when I was growing
both.
up, between the eight, because so my mom made me take a year of skating lessons first because I thought I was going to be the
Skating?
next
Like
Bobby
ice
Orr.
skating?
Yeah, ice skating. I played
roller
ice
skating.
hockey
Ooh,
all growing up. Yeah, so dude, I don't know how I survived. I was fairly violent, but I had only in like sports and professionally. I had outlets.
Hey,
I'm
that's
a-
the only place
dude,
you can legitimately be violent.
I'm a 6'3" large individual. I was always when I was growing up, I was
best
like
place.
larger than like I was the size of a kid 2 years older than me. I played hockey, ice hockey from the time I was 6 years old until 18. It was actually a possible professional career for me to go to the farm team, not actually play for the NHL, but to go and get paid like a half decent salary to go play for the farm team of the Boston Bruins, which is the Providence Bruins. That was what I want. That was like, hey, this is maybe a thing that I could do. Yeah, I was an enforcer. I was like very large, and like hitting people is not a big deal. That's part of the game. And honestly, being fast and then play the man, not the puck. Honestly, seriously, maybe get a couple of goals. It's not the trick though. I wasn't Ray Bork, not 77 legend, fucking legend though. I wasn't Bobby Orr. I wasn't Ray Bork. I wasn't a great or nothing. I was just really fast and big, and like to hit. That's probably why I joined the Marine Corps.
So pick a regulation that would do ice hockey. Pick a regulation that ice hockey has that's rather injurious.
Oh, no punching people in the face with their masks on.
There you go.
Yeah,
There
no,
you go.
I still did that.
Yeah.
Oh no, you. Hang on, that's not even a rule. Like, wait, it might be. I don't even know. No, if you want to, like, no, I was very aggressive.
Let's say the governing body makes it some.
Oh,
rule
wait,
that you
hang on,
disagree.
wait, pause. Where I was going with this? No, I played ice hockey, and
Okay.
in tournaments, not in practices and things, and not in games, but at tournaments, we had to walk in to the game wearing a shirt and tie.
Oh, interesting.
Yep. It was literally
That's cool.
part of the rules. You had to walk into the game,
It's
and
like
I
a
believe that's part
sportsman-
of like how
definitely-
NHL works. I'm not sure. I'm not all that interested. I
Like,
don't
after the
watch
game,
all
you
that
have to
much
do the
hockey. I just
lineup,
really
right?
like playing it. You have to walk in being professional, shirt and tie, and then you go into the locker room. Then you change into your work attire, which happens to be pads and skates and a stick and a helmet, and then you go and do your work, which is the game.
And then after the game, do you guys
And
do
then
like the
after the
lineup where
game-
you like shake the other players? The opposite.
Then
yeah, go
yes,
ahead.
after the game, you have to shake hands, show good sportsmanship, and then you go back and you change out. You don't just leave. You have to go and change out, and now you're back. You have to wear your tie to leave. Also, it's part of the rules.
Yep. And would you probably you would somewhat abstract that away to say something like sportsmanship is more important than the sport itself? Being manly and being
I wouldn't say more important, but it's a key component of the event.
yes, there's a key component is probably an even better term, and so that's why you have a governing body.
Yeah, no, Cosmic Protocol. I am a violent brute. That's why I like played hockey and was a Marine. Yes, it's.
See,
You,
in my
hey,
view,
film at 11. Go figure.
in my view, I think anarcho-capitalism, okay, is against the government. It is not against governing. There's a big distinction between the two. It's against the
Would-
monopoly on force and utilization of force. It is
you
not
say-
against the idea of running the place.
And you just brought up ANCAP, right?
Yeah,
So
anarcho-capitalism.
the example of ANCAPistan literally is the Mexican cartels. Well, not only Mexican, I believe. Well, the big ones are all out of Mexico. You got CJ&G, Sinaloa. I forget the other ones, but the cartels are literally the example of ANCAP.
I don't know necessarily if I would agree with that, but
You can
get the
disagree all
point
you
that I'm
want. They
making?
literally are.
Yeah.
It's business. Everything's business, and the government in Mexico can't touch them. They just literally buy off or take
Right,
care
right.
of. Like
You
they're
get the
it's
point I'm making
it's
about
all business,
the difference
and they're not
between government-
bound by geographical lines. That's why they
Right.
can't. That's why the cartels, kind of like how ISIS and the Taliban,
Mhm.
just like the cartels, they can't be treated like a foreign entity as far as conventional warfare, and that's why you can't declare war against them, because they're not constrained. They're not a government or something that's constrained by a geographical region. They're not like the government of this
They're
land.
like they're
So you
almost like a
can't declare
movement.
you can't declare war against this land because they're not the government of this land. However, they do own the government of this land, which makes it very it gets
Didn't Trump
entangling.
didn't Trump say he's going to deploy? He's going to deploy. Was that one of the things he said? He's going to use the U.S. military in Mexico to basically fuck over the. cartels and
He
Mexican
says a lot of
government.
things. I'm not sure that I remember that one. That doesn't sound out of pocket for him though. Which I don't.
Okay.
He
Yeah, no.
he kind of can't without Mexican government
Mexican
buy-in.
government paying for it.
Well,
Yeah.
no, without Mexican government buy-in, he kind of can't, or else that would be invading a foreign
That would make
country.
the war in Ukraine look rather hypocritical.
Which I mean, no, we'd steam. I mean, come on, it's Mexico.
Well, that's a slight thing. But
there's
do you
not-
understand?
It'd be against the cartels. That's where
making-
the word would be.
About the differing difference between a governing body and the government. When I was talking about the power company and I was talking about water in this, you would say, well, that's the government. I was like, well, no, it's really not. It's private business that builds most of the things, and they have governing bodies. You could do that without the government. That's not a requirement.
Wait,
It
you're
just-
talking
it
about
just
the
really
private
is
businesses
convenient.
that build the things. You're talking about the military-industrial complex now?
I'm talking about power lines, sewer, water, blah 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 blah.
Oh, infrastructure.
Now, as a whole, the government essentially assumes the position, as it were, because they're that default body. But you don't. It's not a requirement, right? The city of New York tomorrow could simply privatize the entire system if it thought that would help. That would make things better.
Well, they couldn't.
Which it may or
They
may
couldn't.
not.
I mean, they couldn't just flip a switch and do that. There would have to be
The city of New York, along with the state legislature, could.
Well, there'd have to be some entity that's going to become private, and then
Right,
whether
we
or
did this
not,
in England with
whether or
BT,
not
right?
that becomes a publicly traded entity is a whole separate conversation.
Right. BT, British Telecom, used to be a government department. It owns and still does to this day all the poles that rely, all the physical like poles in the street that all the phone lines and internet is attached to under the ground as well. And they were privatized and they're publicly traded, but they still own all the poles.
See, the funny
So in
thing was
England-
when you said that they own all the poles, I was thinking that went back to World War II and like some kind of like, ooh, yikes.
I think it poles in terms of like the physical
No, see,
infrastructure. I think it does.
yeah, no, that was a
I'm
funny.
not sure.
That was.
Oh, that was a funny.
Yeah,
I don't know.
owning the poles.
Because, well, I mean, we helped out the
Because
poles, right?
help-
Really?
The Polish. Yeah, no, it's okay.
Yeah.
Moving on. It was a bad.
Did
It was a bad
you
joke.
see
It
that
was a
there's-
bad joke. Don't cast so much shade on me and pretend you didn't get it because
Do you see there's
you probably did.
negative immigration to Poland now? So there's a significantly large amount of Polish people that live in England because.
Oh
of
no,
the-
Poland's been very vocal. I forget the guy. I forget the president of. Is it president? Is he? He's not a king. Is he a prime minister or president? I
He's
forget.
not a king.
But I mean, don't they use a king? If I could Archer meme for a
No.
moment. No, but he's been
No,
very
no,
vocal
no.
in the United Nations and saying,
Yeah.
yeah, we don't have
Not one. He's the zero guy.
we don't have
zero
we
guy.
got zero immigration, we
Zero,
got zero
yeah.
terrorism, and we're gonna keep it that way.
A lot of Poles are
being
moving back
based?
there because they're like, oh, we actually like that. So a lot of Poles are moving back from England back to Poland.
Yeah, interesting to see the international. I don't want to say backlash, but the results of that, because I think that when that happened, it was like 2-ish years ago. It was, I want to say it was after Biden became president when. Or I'm honestly, so I'm middle aged brain. That might have happened 10 years ago, and I'm still considering it very recent. To me, a 2005 car is still new, okay, and that's 20 years old.
Yep. But no, so I guess so assuming that again, the grid in, like you said, the grid in Texas, a lot of private interest there. You don't have to have a government
Wait, what do you mean a lot of
department
private interests
build
there?
these things. Well, isn't the grid in Texas sort of unique in its construction compared to the one in the east and the west?
In that I say we, I'm not a decision maker at all. I'm just saying we as in I'm a Texan, so I'm part of it. With it, like right around 10 miles inland from the borders around us, that's kind of like wherever it is. It might be part of the east or west grid, but it might be Texas. But the Texas grid, it's run by ERCOT, the Electrical Reliability Council of Texas. Okay. The problem we ran into was
not reliable.
Well, for that
Was it ERCOT?
incident that happened in 2020, on the board of ERCOT, over half the members did not live in Texas. And
there you
like
go.
how did this happen? So we had some kind of corruption and like weird, like super weird stuff going on that's been getting flushed out. And the thing is that also people will argue about like, hey, what was the math on the base load and projections? Yeah, it doesn't really snow all that often in Texas, so we don't plan for it all that much. That's why, like, was it 2011? I think it was when the Super Bowl was here. Yeah, we had ice storms, and the roads were iced, and we just don't have all that many, sanding trucks, because why would we?
Right.
It hardly, like, most winters you don't see snow even ever. It doesn't make sense from a business, from a usage of tax perspective. It does not make sense in Texas to have a full-fledged winter response team like it does in Minnesota or Taxachusetts or New Yorkistan. All those places.
Yep.
Yes, all the sanding trucks. Yes, you want to have a fleet of sanding and slurry brine trucks all over the place. And you want to have private contracts with individuals that have plows on their individual trucks and pay those guys to go and help plow the streets and get everything clear. That doesn't make at all sense here. That's a freak thing. Sorry, it just happened to happen during the Super Bowl. That happened to be when I wrecked a Jeep, too. I still have the Jeep. I replaced some body panels. It looks even cooler now because it's mismatched. I rolled it.
Very, very unique.
Into a pole. Yeah.
Went for a roll. Wow. I'm glad. Like, yeah. Good purchase on the Jeep then, because there's other cars you can't roll and walk away from.
Oh yeah, it's like a Jeep Wrangler, a TJ Jeep Wrangler is like it's literally a toy. You can't. It's not a serious vehicle for like anything except hey, yeah, it's also literally a street legal ATV.
Yeah, it's like for going sideways when it snows in Texas.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I can drive on snow. A lot of people can. I've had to do this in the past. You can't drive on ice at the same speed anyway. You can go like super, like you can idle and drive on it. You can't drive on ice. If you hit black ice, that's what it was. I hit black ice, ended up like turning sideways, and then beep, nope, oopsie doopsies. Things happened. And it turned out that all it was the oil filter got punctured. And that's what dumped the oil all over the street. I thought it was bad. The battery got pushed into the oil filter. New oil filter on, and like after I sawzalled the fender and hood off, yeah, it ran and just fine. Yeah, I mean,
nice.
it was fine. Just got a new hood and fender, and like, it's good now. It was literally all I had to do for it. The suspension didn't even get jacked up, which was really weird. Like the alignment wasn't dicked.
Nice, very nice. Well, I'm glad that you had a little roller coaster there and walked out.
Yeah, this was like almost 15 years ago now. Yeah.
I totaled my car about 2 years ago on the highway, going sideways instead of going straight, which is definitely not what you're supposed to do. I was informed when the police pulled up, and I didn't hurt anybody.
Wait, you said you were informed when the police rolled up, or
yeah, like you can't park there. Like I know.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, you can't park there, mate. Wait, where were you? No.
This was in Pennsylvania. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
That's the other Commonwealth. Friggin' Taxachusetts, Virginia, Kentucky. I always forget Pennsylvania is the fourth one.
His Majesty's Commonwealth, indeed. Not a. What's funny is they have it in the name, but they're not a member. You have to be sovereign to be a member of the Commonwealth, and so they're not invited.
But Taxachusetts is?
No, none of them are. Pennsylvania, none of the former Commonwealth states in America are actually members of the Commonwealth. They just have it in their name. You have to be a sovereign body to join the Commonwealth.
Oh, they were prior to the when they were colonies. They were, right?
Yeah. And a lot of them were after they were colonies, after the peace and whatnot as well. But then they got kicked out.
That's why the Queen is not their money.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yep. That's why you have dudes saying women aren't allowed the money.
Hey, fun question. So, from what I understand, UK, the sovereign has to be on the money, like all of it. And then by something that would mean like the places that use British pounds or whatever that also have the sovereign on them, like Canadian and Australian dollars, I mean, amongst others, or whatever, that they also have to have the current British sovereign on them because they have, so Kazakhstan and Australia, as far as I understand, they had, Queen Elizabeth on their money. And then also, as a tertiary fact, UK also, within the last 5 years, replaced or had an initiative to replace all of their previous round of money with a new polymer base that would last 5 times as long.
Right.
And then Queen Elizabeth died.
I don't know actually. Since Queen Elizabeth has died, I don't know because I haven't had any paper money, but I have British currency that no longer is British currency.
British. So I forget if it's there's a 500 note. I forget if it's euros or British pounds that is like, just if you want to store paper money, that's one of the ones to do it because they're both fairly stable in relation to the dollar, and it stacks a lot smaller than $100 bills with the 500 euro or 500 pound note.
There's no 500 pound note that I'm aware of.
Okay, then it's got to be euro.
There may have been in history. There may have been in history, but that's.
I know there is one. I believe it's probably the euros.
That was
then.
part of their initiative. That was maybe I even mentioned. I'm not sure. But one of the things they did with their initiative was kind of a little bit mysterious. Is they just declared a date in thin air. They said if you try and deposit old currency past this date, we will not accept it. And the banks are not gonna. So basically, if you had a bunch of like old British pounds or currency in a lockbox, you had to like take it out of the lockbox, claim all the tax on it, claim it, and get new money out of it by a certain date, or it wasn't going to be legal tender anymore. It'd be worthless. And this was to get all the. This was like a move to like stimulate the economy to get everyone to like check in their ill-gotten gains.
Yeah, it seemed kind of scummy.
Right. But anyway, Parliament is not obligated to put any royals on the money. It's just a tradition that they do. They tomorrow change it to anything they want.
Are they not?
Yeah, there's no law. And if it is a law, it's just parliamentary law. They can change it. There's no like contractual obligation or something, or any. The Privy Council has no ability to persuade or control the Bank of England, which will be the office that the Queen emanates her King emanates his authority from, the Privy Council. Which is the funny kind of name. That's what it's called. Privy being a synonym for restroom or bathroom.
A-OK, the 500 euros going out of circulation thanks to the European Central Bank. They said there's too much crime happening. Fucking dumb shits, bruh. Way too much crime. The average person won't have 500 euro on his person. Let's ban it. I mean, that was the thing, is it's a 500. So if you want to just put a stack of paper money together. Fun fact.
The Onion said there is a £500 note. There was a £500 note, but it's no longer legal tender anymore.
Fun. Actually, hang on. I have not my channel trailer, but I have a highlighted clip. Hang on. I'm going to play it real quick. Where do I find it? This is important.
apparently there was never a £500 note. In my head, I think I saw one, but maybe not. I spoke wrong. There was never a £500 note.
Oh, the Onion says there is a 500-pound note. I don't know. I think I was thinking of the 500 euro note, which I don't know that I want to trust the euro to not get tanked, because I mean, how many?
I think you know how in like you go to certain places.
Isn't Germany holding up
and-
all of the EU at this point financially?
Germany is holding up all the EU. I don't know.
Are they not? I
What
mean,
do you
that's,
they hold
that's
up?
kind of what I understand.
I mean, Germany basically runs the EU from a sort of socio-economical
Oh, there it is.
standpoint. They're the biggest economy. Them and France together, basically. Plus, I think they have some sort of veto, historical veto. This is a couple of years ago.
Ah, here we
2019,
go.
they stopped issuing $500 notes.
Okay. Stream manager. Okay, I got it. Go to VOD page. Ah,
Swiss franc is literally.
here we
the
go. This
stable
is
currency.
this is
Moment.
me. This is Are you ready? This
I'm
is
ready.
from what 3 years ago. This is explaining a very important thing. Ziploc snack size bags. Are you ready?
Mm.
So it's I'm pretty sure you can't hear the video, right? So
I have the stream.
okay. It is a few minutes. Let me give preface. So at this time, this was 2020. This was during the plague. No, this was in 2021. So in 2020, the plague happened. And also in 2020, my driver license came up for renewal. It happened to be around March, which was right when all the quote lockdowns were happening. My license expired at the exact same time. So I was driving around on an expired license for, it was over a year. After, I think, 3 months, I had an idea. And I said, hey, I'm not going to get a haircut or do anything. The only thing I did do was I trimmed up the mustache a little bit just because the hair getting into my mouth was getting annoying. That's the only thing I did. Besides that, that is right around a year of growth. Okay? And it was intentional. So that on my driver license, I look exactly like that. And also, you're not supposed to smile on government IDs. I was smiling big. Apparently, people were like getting pictures taken with masks and shit on. When I finally got in, well over a year later, no, I smiled super big. That messes with the facial recognition, don't you know? Government control. But here we go. Check out that beard. Oh, who's this sexy mother lover? Sitting in a thing.
Is this appropriate? Snack bag?
Oh, turn it up. How do I make it louder? I gotta turn it up louder.
Fun fact now. So fun fact
I was using a wireless mic.
about these snack-sized Ziploc, the Ziploc brand ones anyway. I think it's a standard size.
How's the volume on this?
So the funny thing
Pretty
about
quiet.
Yeah, I've got it. Well, on the stream, I've got it jacked
these
up all the way.
bags. Okay, I have.
Oh, there you go. It's better now.
Just use another one. It's fine. If I can get this one closed, we we can learn a fun fact. This is very useful. This is an actual, I don't know if you want to call it a life hack. It feels like it was intended.
Hey, Stormy.
Just how much it works feels really like it was intended. Okay, so we got 3-prong power cord there. So snack Ziploc bag, okay? Back before the plague, in the United States, we exchanged fiat currency called U.S. Federal Reserve notes. They used to be called dollars, but they were green, papery kind of cotton.
I love the fucking motif of history. These are dollars.
Stay with me now. This is very complicated.
It's all Ziploc bags on the couch on
I
my
just
right.
had the
It's
bag
all just different
lost.
Ziploc bags.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Incredibly complicated. Okay, so you got the this is in the denomination of 1, as indicated by the 1 in the 4 corners, and there's a portrait of the first president, General George Washington, in the middle. Okay, it's not a queen.
I was
Other
100%
countries
still
have
figuring
money
this,
and it
by
has
the
a
way.
queen on
I know
it.
it doesn't sound it.
This isn't like that. So you take the snack bag. This one's actually just a little bit taller. Fun fact. Okay, so here you see that this snack bag is very slightly bigger. This is even better. So the thing about this is the amount of room that it has on this side and this side, and then when sealed, top and bottom, you're gonna kind of center it. The amount of room that it has all the way around it is exactly enough to fit 100 bills. So if you have ones, that's $100. Exactly. Yeah, you can maybe squeeze a few more in there, but it starts to get really tight and unwieldy to work with. If you have $100 bills, that's $10,000. And it fits exactly inside this neat little sealable package. Fun fact about currency also, $1 million in hundreds, not ones, but in hundreds, is a stack about yay tall and weighs exactly 1 kilogram. 10,000. Yeah, of these guys weighs exactly 1 kilogram. It doesn't matter the denomination; they all weigh the same. But
It's a
if you
fraction,
keep
like a hair of a fraction
cash
under 1
on
kilogram.
hand for any reason, whatever the reason is, that's your business. Saving it for a rainy day, maybe. I don't know what you want to do with it, but you know, if you plan on traveling through time, like Doc Brown, and you need different cash with the different years on it in the different denominations, so that you can spend money that plausibly had been already printed when you visit a previous year. I mean, that's definitely a good reason. So for whatever that is, yeah, trick. 100 bills, snack bag. And you can get even trickier with it and say, if you don't have exactly 100, a real easy at a glance way to tell how many bills you plausibly have is for every 10, or whatever you want to do. let's just say this is 10 bills of the same denomination. A real easy way to do it is to take one of the bills. I use a crispier one. I like to use a crispy one for this. And say you've got 9 in your hand and then 1 in the other hand to make 10. Just kind of fold it around. Then you got that in there. And then you've got 10. And then the next bundle of 10, you move it to the other side. It's very easy to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, okay. I've got $70 in here. And then any bills, if you don't have 10, or if you see some that don't have it on there, you know it's not full. I don't know if I'd call it a life hack, but it's something. Just neat piece of information.
This motherfucker.
Store away for whatever reason.
Passing out knowledge and shit.
I don't know. Maybe somebody will find it useful.
I was gonna say I'm learning stuff that I didn't think I would learn, and I don't think I've actually touched physical cash money since pre-COVID. I don't think I've actually seen dollars in years. So I don't think I'll be able to take advantage. Not only that, I don't have the right snack bags, which is also a shame.
Literally any.
I'll do like the, because isn't even like I haven't done it yet. Ziploc, there you go.
It doesn't have to be Ziploc brand either.
Have you ever used your phone to pay for something rather
No.
than like using a
No.
credit card?
Fuck no, absolutely not.
I use my phone. I don't need
I
credit
give
cards. I don't have a
lectures-
wallet.
I give lectures on the anti side of doing that as part of work sometimes.
There is a gentleman or a lady or whoever K is in the waiting room on Discord here.
Yeah, that's A-okay. He said he knows you, but we'll go with.
I don't know if that's a good thing. Yeah.
Hang on, we'll go with welcome Kay, the lady that Deflux knows.
Deflux
I don't
does
know
know
the lady.
me. Deflux was on my stream and was also on Ranger's stream before they were
Ah.
arguing in my Discord as well. One.
There
oh,
you
wait,
go.
Tonight. Oh, yeah, Ranger's offline. Oh, he didn't raid me. Oh, what a good friend. I told him I was gonna play Division tonight, and I didn't. Oh,
Deflux, you're the person that was talking with me about about like property rights and stuff like
hang on,
that.
A-okay. Before you get into that, what do you think about this sexy, grizzly-looking motherfucker over here? What about that guy, huh?
I think that you like remind me of that gay couple from the Last of Us show from the HBO, like Bill and Tom or whatever it was.
I don't get the reference.
Oh, so in The Last of Us, there's a prepper from like 2003, and like he's like the doomsday prepper that was who was like right. So like he has like he lives in like a basement under this nice like suburban house that has like nonstop like guns and ammunition and grenades and food and shit that he was storing for like years because he was a doomsday prepper. And well, he hid when the government cleared out the neighborhood and supposedly either killed or enslaved the neighborhood when they were trying to rebuild society.
That totally wasn't
So yeah, so he comes out and he kind of looks like, you kind of look like him a little bit, like not like in the face way, but the way that you're dressed in the basement and everything kind of reminds me of him.
Wearing a flannel button down and
Yeah.
honestly the same
Why
trousers
was
that
mine-
I wear now. They're Duluth Trading Foreman Flex.
If it makes you feel better, in the show it's played by Ron Swanson.
Oh shit! No, wait, what show is this?
Last of Us.
Isn't that a
Yeah,
game?
everyone's seen the advert.
It's also a game, but HBO bought out the rights to make a show, and in the
This
show,
video is sponsored by
they
Nvidia.
explain because like Bill was such an interesting character in the games, but they're like when you meet him, his like lover Frank is like already dead, and he fucking is like by himself,
Ron
and he
Swanson was gay in this show.
yeah, and he makes out with him and shit.
I think he's
He went for it. Ron Perlman went for it, bro.
Wait, he was gay with Ron Perlman?
Wait, is that Ron Perlman, not Ron Swanson or whatever? I know, what was Ron Swanson's name?
Ron Swanson is from Parks and Rec. It's the character.
Yeah, I know,
He's,
but
like,
what's his
very
real
libertarian.
name? I know, what's his real name though?
I'm-
Oh, it's
I'm
Nick
like-
Offerman. Nick Offerman.
it's Nick Offerman.
Sorry, yeah,
Is-
so
is
Nick
he-
Offerman like makes out with
he and,
somebody.
like Ron Perlman, are they bumping uglies or?
No. Ron
Where does Ron
Perlman's not in
Perlman
it.
come in? And where does his cat?
That
come
was
into
me. That was me messing up the name.
Oh.
But anyway, so there's a guy named Frank who is his lover, and you look like his lover. So I'll send you a link. I'm like not even in a bad way. Like you kind of look like him.
Your make-out material in the zombie apocalypse, Grumple. That's sweet.
By two like doomsday prepper libertarians.
Yeah.
I'd assume.
To be fair, they fell in love. They
affection
fell in love
for
because
doomsday
he taught
prepper.
him how to make strawberries, and they
Because
ate strawberries together.
Hey, okay, if you didn't know, that's literally like, I think I went over it earlier. That's literally half of. There's two reasons I stream. One is to put out information about like how to be more self-reliant and, you know, risk assessment, that type of thing. The other part, honestly, that's probably a trifecta. But the other part is to keep myself accountable for projects that I do. But the bigger part is, yeah, like let's make biodiesel. I am so close. I got the lights. I'm so close. I've just been busy. I'm so close to starting doing unboxings and like making static content videos about unboxings and stuff. And then from
Today
there,
we're unboxing a new.
we get into the workshop. Oh no. Yeah, okay. If you're interested at all in this kind of shit, yeah, when we get in the workshop. I got a Jeep in there that's literally the same Jeep that I told the story about that in 2011 I wrecked it, and I did a clutch job on it. It literally the throwout bearing had spat the bearings just all on the inside of the bell housing. So I fixed it all. However, the four-wheel drive the four-wheel drive selector, that is like a Rubik's puzzle on a Jeep Wrangler TJ. So it's still up on jack stands a lot of years later. We're gonna get into there and like as soon as I can start streaming it, I'm gonna start working on it. I'm not gonna start working on it until I can stream it though, because that's good content. And like, you know, content brain apparently for things that I want to get done.
Yeah. Now I love that type of stuff. There's this Australian streamer that I watch who literally he sits in his garage that he turned into a man cave, either sometimes by himself or with some other blokes, and he just drinks. He works on like arcade machines, and he just does random shit in his garage. Sometimes he'll fix up some stuff. Sometimes he'll play arcade games. Sometimes he'll sit down and they'll just like talk about random shit. It's amazing.
Most of the content that I've done lately, as far as like doing technical stuff, I've like been on other people's streams, mostly on YouTube, honestly, on like YouTube panels, where I've like like disassemble, fix, reassemble Go XLR that I spilled some shit into, the one I'm using right now. The only problem is that two of the sliders, I didn't re-lube the sliders before I reassembled. So I'm gonna have to either take it apart or figure out how to squirt. Probably some lithium.
We can get you to figure out how to squirt. You could do it.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
No, you are gay. Raggedy look, hair, similar shirt. Like, dude, it was a flannel shirt. I mean, come on. You could say I look like flannel, like I was gonna say flannel daddy. That's what just everybody calls him. Friggin' Garand.
I said the face doesn't look the same, but like the general outfit and aesthetic, you look like somebody that could be could be cosplaying him. Like if you click the link and you look to the guy that's on the right, that's the guy I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Nick Offerman. Like, wait, they got.
Isn't that actor, if I remember correctly, he actually he did like a recent interview with like the guy from Breaking Bad, and that they are like his whole character thing was like trying to insult the right wing and trying to.
What, Nick Offerman?
Yeah, isn't he like a big lefty?
I don't know
Yeah.
that. I would
Nick-
not. Based on him being in Civil War as the president, I'm not. Like, I don't even know anymore.
I think the whole like when he was back in like the previous stuff he's done, I forget all the names of everything.
He's like a moderate liberal from what I've seen from like his social media. I don't like follow celebrities on social media, but what I have seen him in and the endorsements I've heard from him, yeah, it sounds like he's like more of like a moderate like liberal, like a Midwestern Democrat. Is
That's
kind of how
entirely
he comes
horrible.
off as.
He just is, and he, if that is his actual political stance, he is literally shitting on everybody that has come to love him from.
Well, no, I think it's actually what's happened is he was like massively left wing, but because his like right wing esque character was so successful, he's
No,
been
it wasn't
brought
right-wing,
into
it
the
was
center.
Like, he was like the most libertarian.
Yeah, but libertarians
Stop
are
spending
considered
money.
right wing if you count.
Yeah,
if you-
libertarians are considered right wing.
Y'all can debate Ragnar, my buddy, on that one.
I mean,
non-left-wing or
I don't think the political compass is that accurate, to be honest. But if you're gonna if people are gonna like call like Democrats leftists, then libertarians are definitely on the right wing of the spectrum. I mean, that's only if you follow the political compass that everybody seems to use. But I have problems with it. So
Wait, Stormy.
Yeah, I don't even like.
looking-
I think
hang on,
compasses
just
are
real
racist.
quick. Stormy, looking back, I think, you know what? A lot of people didn't like it, but I think I preferred. It was harder to keep up with. Not very, but just more than nothing. Which is generally I'd like to keep hygiene as much as nothing as I can. Anything that's north of nothing is like, that's something extra to do that's taking up time, wasting time. That's the only reason. That's why I keep it. Also, right now, I am between contracts, so I'm trying to woo potential people to give me money. So I gotta look sexier.
Nice. Hey Grumple, you mentioned World War III. You watched that, right?
Do you mean Civil War?
Or yeah, Civil War.
You sounded like a mantis shrimp just there. Is your audio okay? You doing okay?
I don't know. I'm in the woods, so probably not.
Uh-oh.
Okay, yeah, no, Stormy. Yeah, they have like very bushy to the sides. Mine. That honestly is like a little tiny baby ZZ Top beard. Like it's just straight down. If I may be so bold to say that. Stormy, you're right. And if after I get some more things squared away, maybe I rock that again. I'm not sure. That was during a time in my life where I wasn't grooming, or not grooming, not grooming, but not cutting anything, except for like the. I think if I had let it go long enough, I could have, handlebarred it out, the mustache, which would have been badass. But it was like, trying to eat and drink and getting into my mouth, and I just didn't like it. That's why I trimmed the mustache a little shorter. Amish is no mustache. Funny thing, Amish and Mennonites are, you can't have a mustache, and it's the same thing as
Same as the New York Bills.
something Abrahamic. where the Amish anyway, and Mennonites who follow in Amish mostly, for the most part, believe that mustaches were military and gentry, like nobles and military, and they Amish are very pacifist, so they do not do mustache. But then they like, yeah, you gotta, if you're an Amish man, you have to have a beard, otherwise you're not a man.
They do tax avoidance, not mustaches.
Oh no, see, the funny thing is also Mennonites especially, but the Amish do not pay into Social Security because they do things on their own. And I don't know how they got this exemption, but Mennonites are also exempt from Social Security. They just don't have to participate. Versus everybody else, if you just say, hey, I'm a Mennonite, they don't take Social Security out of your paycheck.
I thought it was a little more nuanced than that, because I think it has to be like a Mennonite business. It's not just, you can't just go work for AT&T and be like, I'm Amish.
Well, an Amish person can't work for AT&T, but a Mennonite can. And
right, and I'm saying.
So I did a bunch of research, and maybe I didn't do as much as you, but from what my results were, is I was really close to putting on paper, hey, getting close to like converting to Mennonite, so just so that I don't have to participate in Social Security because it's a giant Ponzi scheme.
That's lots of fun.
Still pay taxes. You're still paying your taxes. You're just not participating in Social Security. So knowing that, meaning anything but prior to that is you've already put in. Now you're not going to get anything out of it at all. So it's like a net positive for anybody else.
Did you see during COVID they actually dipped into the fund, the Social Security fund?
Oh, that wasn't the first time. Come on now. Social Security is full of IOUs. Yeah.
I want to say the first time at least in like 50 years.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. But basically, Social Security, what Social Security pays out isn't money that's going into the system. It pays out from interest payments from loaning up the money in the system. So that way, when you and I are...
Wait, when's the Social Security loan out the money?
It's in a fund, trust fund, essentially. And what they pay out, they don't have like an account that where you put some money in and take money out. They put the money in, and then that gets loaned out, and then the interest payments from the loan is what is used to pay people's Social Security. That way, when you and I retire, supposedly, the money will still be there because they're not actually taking dollars out of the fund.
The way it works,
the interest payments is what.
It's really a Ponzi scheme.
Paid out.
If you have some kind of source on that where the Social Security fund is making money and not just full of IOUs, I'm very interested in that. I know it's been borrowed from for other programs, like very frequently. And the last time I checked, which apparently it's changed since then, but the last time I checked was 3 or 4 years ago. I think it was right around 2020 election, somewhere maybe a little bit before that. But at that point, the entire fund would become insolvent by 2026. I think it's changed since then. It's somewhere in the 2030s now. But like, they have to change. And if you're expecting it to be there when you're 62, you're maybe making a folly decision on your future planning. Don't expect it to be there. Just accept that it's giant government sucking you off, but you don't get the gratification. You just get the rubbed raw, maybe lotion that you need from some kind of snaggletooth. government.
I
thing
heard
sucking
getting
you
sucked off.
Yeah, by some snaggletooth, like meth teeth.
Oh.
That
I
doesn't actually
yeah.
care. So you have to
I
be
mean, the
aware of that.
government, it fucks you with these type of things. You got to do it yourself. That's what Fidelity is. Just go Fidelity, make a Fidelity account, and then make yourself a 401k or a stock profile, depending on how involved you want to be with things. Maybe even both if you have the money, and just fucking go for it on your own. You can
Oh, no,
easily
dude, I
secure a
mean-
retirement for yourself.
Oh no, you can, just not through Social Security, but they're still gonna take money away from you.
Oh no, it's a fucking scam. Like so
It's a Ponzi
I was crunching.
100%.
Yeah, I was crunching the math sometime, and it
I can
actually
still hear
hurts
it.
the American
Please
people.
continue.
Yeah, so I was crunching the math, and I realized that someone like me is gonna put in a little bit right under 400K in Social Security at my current job if I stay at it by the time I retire, and then by the time I die, I'm gonna withdraw like 238K if we're following averages. If I'm going to die at an average age, which is for someone with health issues like me, I'm probably going to die sooner than that. And if I stay at the same job and I put in the same money, but that's half of my money being given to me trickled down, and I don't get to determine how much I'm going to be using or how to use that money. And I've put in way more into the system that I'm going to be taking out of the system. And if I want a raise for myself, well, I don't get to make that choice. The government gets to make the choice whether they think I can live or not. So I don't even get to choose what the means of which I live in are. The government is choosing of how much wealth I'm going to draw and live off of at one time. And the worst part of it isn't even just that. It's the opportunity cost that's being lost because of Social Security. If you're going to be working in a capitalist system, you got to know how capital works. You need to have money in order to play around and acquire capital and be able to build your wealth in order to retire, live, and grow. If you take the money that you would have put in Social Security and you grow it through a stock market, your on average return every decade is going to be 10% every single year as long as you hold it for a decade. And considering that most people are going to be working for multiple decades, you're looking at huge returns just from like a safe S&P 500 investment, a safe stock portfolio that you'll never have to look at. But if you want to go and be a little bit more advanced with it and start getting like dividends and other things like that, you can, VOO is pretty good. You can build your own stock profile and get a little bit under or maybe at the 10%, but get a 2, 3, even 5% dividend return. Or you could just like play around if you don't want stock. You don't believe in stocks. You can chase high yield savings accounts and get a 5 to 8% return yearly on your money and start compounding that. So the money that you would gain, okay.
So just pause real quick. So just backing up, because all of this is now like we're talking about just how private investments versus what Social Security is, which what you said, you just the math that you did, just taking that at face value, exactly that would be that we're taking that math to be correct. That doesn't even account for growth at all. Like if you were to take, let's just say that 400K in like VOO or VOOG, just an S&P index fund, you would have growth on it. So
yes, 10% average if you hold it for a decade.
Getting between 700 and 1.3 mil for versus the 200K that you think that you would have pulled out. That was just stupid math off the top of my head. I left my abacus in my truck, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I did the math of compounding interest through a compound interest calculator, and it said 1.3 million with the money I get paid, with the average raises I get paid if I continue to work.
Is that exactly what I said?
Yeah.
between 700.
You said 7. Yeah, you said 700 to 1.3. 1.3 was on the lower side actually when I was doing the. Ooh, throw in the boss, dude, please. Yeah. Well, it was. I mean, 700 is a pretty, conservative. Like, things are gonna happen. I'm not gonna be able. The way I did it is, what is the average money I take in on the lower average, right? What is the average lower average of return?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. What is the lower average return? What is the lower average compound interest? And so I was kind of playing with lows, but even with lows, assuming that nothing major happens in my life and I'm able to continually put out the same number I have with the same average on the low average, by the way, of raises I get, it was 1.3 if I stay at my current job. So
don't stay. Well, here's the thing also, which honestly, is he still? Hang on, is he still alive?
I don't know, but I'm looking at the boss in that waiting room.
Oh, TB in my Discord. Interesting. Oh, no. I talked to Lecture Fan. We were gonna do a. I honestly want to get Ranger on it too because he has some points that I want to get in on it. I want to do a full how to plan out your entire career. And so you can figure out how much, hey, do I really need to figure out how to make more money? Yeah, you probably do, and here's why. Because then, here, you do all the columns, and then we fill it. I do this every year, essentially. Not every year, but almost every year. Where we fill out all of the income things, and then all the outgoings, and retirement accounts, and what's going into them, and then you fill it all in until whenever you're planning on retiring, and then it all increases, and then it all deducts from there. Just modeling, it's super basic, and anybody can do it. It's just knowing how to do it, and then that lets you know, hey, where really should I put some more effort into getting a better job or getting a different job that pays more.
Yup. The answer is almost always
yes. Hang on, who the fuck has mods here?
I didn't drag anything.
Hello? I was just about to drag him in, but who the fuck?
Hello? I think the live channel is anyone can join.
No, it's not.
Because I can join without.
It's not.
It's
anybody
locked.
can join. This is a very this is the live channel. I have unlike TB's Discord, I have mine pretty locked down.
Wait, it worked?
Unless you give me a role, I could just join without being dragged myself.
Really?
Wait, so I got in here. I didn't think that would work.
I'm gonna hop out.
I didn't think that would work.
No, mine.
Wow, confirmed. I just joined in. Grumple, you need to fix your permissions.
You know, I totally winged that. I was in the waiting channel. I was like, this motherfucker's gonna ignore me until the ends of the earth, and I was like, no, fuck it.
I'll try. You deserve. You deserve
I
to be
was finishing a point, and then I was going to drag you in after to finish the point, so I could greet you appropriately as a fellow streamer nerd.
I don't.
Person,
I don't. Yeah, you're gonna make me blush now. I don't need to. I don't need introductions. Everybody knows.
Stop being
his mic
don't be like that.
I mean, probably not people here. Maybe don't.
I mean, my stand did break, so it's
Grumble,
not.
Can I
it's
run
not
him
really
through
of any use anymore.
Can I run him through my intelligence litmus test? I have just one question to determine people's intelligence now.
Wait, did I play this game? No, go ahead.
You have not, but I know you would already win it. All right. Explain to me what a progressive tax bracket is, boss.
Oh,
this is my litmus test. If some no, dude, it's my litmus test now. If somebody has the capability to talk about economics, if you can't meet that, you're just not even allowed in the conversation anymore.
Well, it depends, Kay. It depends. If you ask Bimmy, he will say.
No, shut the fuck up. How does it work?
If you ask Bimmy, he will tell you that a wealth tax is simply it occurs to people.
I didn't ask about a wealth tax.
Oh, okay,
I asked about a
good.
progressive tax system.
All right. So, in the basic sense, if we're going to be good faith here, I would say that it's the richer you are, obviously, the more money you're going to have to pay. Now, in percentage-wise, that is going to increase over time. So, yeah, depending on the amount of money that you make.
not the.
And it's not just not just net worth like your income. This would also include your assets. This would also include everything. So your entire wealth. And as a result,
he
somebody
failed
who
the
would be
progressive tax bracket. Fucking
Yeah, that was a
shit!
very
Oh my, you fucking failed it. Oh, you see what I mean, Grumple? You were
What the
Grumple,
fuck?
Deflux. You both were questioning. You're like, this is so simple. I knew you guys.
Wait,
were
there's
thinking
no
this was
way I
simple.
failed that.
He just failed it. He
No,
just
you
failed.
Did I? Okay, it's been a while. I haven't been involved in politics lately, so if I fuck, yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, fuck the wealth tax. Yeah, we don't want any of that shit here. Yeah, none of that.
Hey, What's
None
wrong
of
with the
that
wealth tax?
progressive bullshit?
Stormy, so what you said, a progressive tax bracket is part of a taxation system where the tax rate increases as the taxable income increases is not 100% correct. It's
Okay, so
where
basically,
income
so when I say in good faith,
hang on,
alright,
income inside each bracket is taxed at that rate.
There we
as
go.
you make
Thank
more
you.
income, you achieve more brackets, but only the income that is inside that bracket is taxed at that rate. That is what a progressive, or what it should be. If there's some country that's doing or state or whatever that's doing a progressive, what they call a progressive tax, income tax, and it's not like that, then they're not naming it correctly. Hey,
so
I'm gonna
somebody
break some
who earns
spaghetti
more
on this real
money, somebody who earns more money is going to pay more in taxes than somebody who earns less, correct?
That's every that's every tax bracket. You didn't explain the nuances of how it works. There's a reason you call it a progressive tax bracket. It's because it progressively increases, and when you go into a new tax bracket, your income that exceeds into that bracket is now taxed at a new rate. Most people do not understand this, and like when I realized that, I just realized it had to be the litmus test. If somebody
You see, this is the problem with UK, because when I say in good faith, I'm not assuming that we're going to do some debate bro shit with me right now, and instead we're going to acknowledge what it is I'm saying, and I'm saying basically the richer you are, the more you're paying. Yeah, I know what's going on here. I know, Kay. It's been a while, Kay. Lovely to see you, and here you're again. Fucking dickhead. Holy shit. You haven't changed, have you? Guys, Russia tried to nuke me. You guys are not aware of this, but Russia absolutely took Discord off the fucking internet. Yeah, it's been a while. ExpressVPN, not working. Surfshark, not working. None of these fucking VPNs are working. I just stumbled across No, I found another one. I'm not going to dox it, because if they take that one down, I'm pretty much fucked.
Oh no, don't! I won't say anything. Just DM it to me, because I want to get a lifetime subscription to that one also. Whoever is doing still working now in this current situation, I want to be aware of it so I can research it and check. Just
I will. I'll let you know.
No, yeah, not publicly, but just DM, please, if you could, please.
No, I'll just DM it to you. But yeah, I've been also invited. You guys gonna come and watch me on the Hippy Dippy?
I don't watch Dylan Burns.
Oh, come on, bro. You guys have to come and show support.
No,
what the fuck?
Banned. Sorry, I'm banned from Dylan Burns.
Kay, are you gonna come and watch me, bro?
I was on his
I need support. Thank you, Kay. I love you. What was that?
Boss, I was on his third show. Grumple's been around longer than Dylan Burns, if you didn't know. I was on his third show ever. Meme Waves and I were allegedly banned from the Hippy Dippy on the same show.
I mean, you guys are pretty, let's just say, extreme in your ways.
I was a little bit more.
What? Grumple is extreme?
Grumple is pretty extreme.
A few years ago, just a little bit more aggressive.
He's pretty extreme on the trolling side of things. He likes
trolling. Yeah.
He likes to fuck with people a little bit too much, I think.
I mean,
it's all love, isn't it? No.
I was gonna say that's why we love him.
How's Japan, Kay?
How's Japan? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Not much to complain about, minus the heat when I originally got here. Plus the plane ride sucked because I flew over a tropical storm that was turning into a hurricane. So.
Oh shit! Yeah, you guys had the hurricane in America as well. Ah, fuck. Is
Well, in
Nader still
Japan,
alive?
It's going to be a typhoon. That's how everything ends up being.
Wait,
no,
now
no,
that you
it-
said
no,
the
no, no, no.
hurricane.
It was I was flying over the Pacific, and the Pacific had a tropical storm that was turning into a hurricane, but I think a divest hit it, and it kind of like made it not. It was gonna hit the West Coast, but it ended up not hitting it. So
Grumple, do we have news from Nader? Is he still alive? Old bastard.
I talked to him yesterday, I think. So yeah, he's alive.
Oh, fucking hell. Thank God. I was worried about him. Let me guess. He went into Milton, didn't he? He went and fucking, like, tried to chase
Well, he
the-
did. He did air support for dropping off like supply crates and support and aid for the people that were affected. So
Let's fucking go. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Nader's on business. Yeah, Nader's an absolute chad. But I'm glad he's still alive. He probably doesn't deserve to be because he's an absolute idiot. Who chases after storms? Like, what the fuck? What's wrong with
it's
you?
very valuable. I mean,
Like
there's
a
people that,
idiot.
you know, there's only
If I may, he's a fighter pilot.
Yes, we do know that.
So the closest thing that I can relate is most people have seen either the original or the most recent sequel, 25 years later, movie Top Gun. Fighter pilots, yeah, they ride like crotch rockets.
Very risk-averse.
Well, no, yeah, no, the opposite. They are not risk-averse. They if they're not, 3 axis.
But I'm pretty
going
sure
super
risk-averse
fast-
means they like risk.
No, averse means not liking.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't mean that. The opposite
means-
of that, then.
yeah, the
Also,
opposite, yeah.
He likes risk. Wait, I thought that. Wait, I'm gonna fucking fact check
Risk
your
averse
dumbass.
is a very common financial term for investing. And yeah. it
Okay,
means
I'm
you
probably
don't-
wrong then.
It means you don't want to do
Describes
it. But
old
yeah, no,
people.
please look.
The
please-
tendency to
don't
avoid
trust me.
risk. You are absolutely correct. No, I don't trust you, which is why I just looked it up.
I'm a very simple monkey, and I'm not all that bright. I'm usually wrong. You should probably check
Well,
everything
what does
I
that say about me then?
You should
What does
probably
that
check
say about
everything
me?
I say.
I'm
but
more simpler than
You
you.
like to break spaghetti noodles, is what I heard.
I don't like spaghetti noodles. They're not a real thing, and I don't like to break them either. So you're wrong twice in one
you
sentence.
like to break spaghetti noodles.
No, see, that's how I
asshole.
troll
Holy shit.
a whole bunch of people at once for different reasons.
Yeah, a whole bunch of people. We had
No,
this
one of
debate.
them's-
We've already been down this round.
I'm sorry.
Holy
GB,
shit.
like,
How long has it been to talk to you guys? It's been a while. Holy shit. I've been working, doing my fucking data analytics and shit.
it's been-
Holy
I
fuck.
know.
Yeah, it's absolute
I finally
fucking
felt
misery.
peace.
I'm trying to have
Oh.
better
Yeah.
schedule and shit. So I don't.
You guys
I'm not-
actually had the boring life for like a month. Holy fuck. That
You
must
know
have been
what?
fun.
Turbo, even though he's been banned off to Twitch, he has been kind of holding it down for the like DGen hours, 3 a.m. on. Even he's been going live even a little bit earlier. And
Is he?
I've-
Good. I'm
I've-
glad. I'm
I've
glad
been
we're still
helping-
alive.
I've been helping him to not get controlled just by Bimmy and do his own thing, and he's kind of doing it, and I'm very proud. of him.
Bimmy's still alive? Bimmy's still
Oh,
alive?
Yeah, and he's still making like 3 Twitch accounts every time he goes live, and I really stopped paying
Holy
attention.
shit. Has Trump not deported
be
him yet?
involved. Don't get involved at all. You don't want to be.
I did. Last time I went in there, I stood up for the community. I went in there and took on Tarbo, Skade, and Bimmy at the same time in relation to Russia versus Ukraine.
You weren't
Yeah.
live, were you?
Remember, you were literally in. This is the last time we spoke, and then I said to you at the end of it when I had like 30 viewers, and I said to you, "Yo, I'm gonna ditch. I'm gonna go and speak to Bimmy," and you were like, "No, don't do it. Just it's okay." And then I was like, "No,
wait,
fuck
no,
it."
wait. I didn't say don't do it. I said no, raid first.
This is
No,
true.
you
This
told me
is
to
true.
fuck Bimmy. No, you told me to fuck Bimmy. Nobody cares about him. That's what you said.
I
I think you're thinking that's what I said. That's what I said.
Yeah, no, you okay? Yeah, you did say
no,
that, but I
I'm
mean,
vaguely
Trump
remembering this
also
now.
was
No,
like,
GB,
no, it's okay, don't
I
do it.
100%
No, you
guarantee
don't.
I said if you're getting
No,
off
you
and you
don't.
have 30 viewers, raid somebody. Don't just end it. That's what I said.
Yes,
because
no,
tell you
I
how to
said
stream
to you, I'm
better.
going to go talk to Bimmy, and you were completely against the idea. You said to me, no, it's not worth it. Why?
being
Why
live
would you
on
do that? You
Twitch.
said to me.
If you're live on Twitch, 100%
Oh.
don't. Yeah, close out Twitch, but raid somebody first, and then no, I've done it. I got a buddy, EOD. He's also banned on Twitch currently. I've shut down Twitch and kept Kick and YouTube and Rumble and whatever else I'm live at the time on, and gone like, okay, let's talk. He only streams on Friday nights though, and not every Friday night. So it's like,
Yeah.
and from very limited hours. And he like,
Yeah.
I would like to talk to him not on stream, just for personal stuff, to see if he wants to talk.
Yeah, that was the last time. That was the last time I
Either
fucking
way.
after the stream. After I went over and I had the debate with
I would
Tarbo,
100%
Bimmy, and Skade. That was beautiful. That was
guarantee
amazing.
I said, turn Twitch off for that, but raid somebody, and then go do your thing.
I did.
I would never
I did. That's-
discourage you from doing a content. Just fucking, dude, go.
Yeah, but
go
it's not
make a Twitch-
content.
Go make it. But I mean, you don't have a Kick or YouTube. But, like, you need to do that still.
I do have a Kick. I do have a Twitch, and I do have a YouTube.
I don't think I know your Kick even.
I know, which is amazing, isn't it? I'm so good at my job. This is amazing. Yeah. No, I just
Yeah,
I
like
have
your
those things.
Main helper, mod guy.
Wow.
Like, I don't know what
Wow.
fucking
You're supposed to be. You're supposed to be. You took on that responsibility by yourself. Yep.
Yeah.
That is true.
Who's
You're
kept
kind
you,
of like
who kept you from getting clapped?
nobody, because every time you recommend I don't do something, I tend to do it anyway. So I don't listen to you or anybody else unless what you're saying is valuable and I agree with it,
Bruh.
because I'm right
Turbo got
as
clapped
usual.
for the thing I said, and then you started listening.
You did. No. Remember, that was my red line. I drew my red line. I gave an excuse for why I continued to platform Bimmy until Turbo got banned for that specific reason, and then, well, I can't
And then you
any
started
longer
listening.
use that excuse. Well, no, because I already heard what you said prior. I just didn't do it. See how that works? It's amazing. Yeah. Exactly. No. So I don't listen because you're wrong. No, you're not. I mean, rip Turbo. I guess Turbo is a martyr. I guess Turbo is going to be a martyr.
Bimmy wants everybody to get banned. Bimmy doesn't. care
Nobody,
about anything
nobody
for
disagrees with
anybody.
you about
He's
that.
gonna make
We all
3
know
new
that.
accounts every single night he goes live on Twitch.
Look, to
And
be
he's still
fair,
just
he
going live on
didn't say
Twitch.
any slur words on my stream while I
Oh wow,
platformed him.
what a high bar. He didn't say slurs.
That is a high bar for Bimmy. That is a high bar for Bimmy, guys. Let's be
TV,
honest,
it doesn't
right?
matter. He's a banned streamer.
What?
Platforming a banned streamer gets you clapped.
Look, technically, remember that was my rationale for allowing him to come on, that he was still streaming on Twitch when I met him. So if
Yeah.
Twitch doesn't want me to platform him, they should ban him. Remember?
Bruh,
But then Turbo.
like
Yeah, I
3
know.
times every
Shut up,
single
Kay.
time he
I got
goes
away
live.
with it. Shut up. I got away with it for like a month or 2. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We did what we
you
needed
got
to
away
do.
you got away with it. Just
Look, let's be honest,
admit,
right?
Hey,
If
Grumpo
Twitch,
gave me some good advice, once in a while. I mean, just
you did give me good advice. Wait, I didn't say that you gave me bad advice. I just said that I didn't listen to it. Wait, you always give me good advice. I just don't listen to it. Unless it's
What?
like, wait, so you give me good advice, but nobody's saying that I don't know that advice or I didn't know it prior to you giving it to me. Okay. So I knew that there's a risk here. It was just like there's a rationale to continuing to platform him, but then I couldn't get away with it any longer. So that's when I draw the line. You see, I'm very strategic in that way. But yeah, you have given me plenty of good advice before. Yeah.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
What? Are you gay?
No,
Have
you
you
are
seen
gay.
the full interview? Dude,
Yeah,
I watched
I
the
have.
full
I
interview of
have.
that. Oh, dude, holy.
Brilliant.
the
It's
preacher
brilliant.
comes out and then the person walks away and then comes back later on.
Those the Africanese definitely know
Dude,
how to
I think
conduct
the best part
interviews.
is if I remember from the full
Indian?
from the full interview, it was African. If I remember from the full interview, it turns out she's not even gay.
Yeah,
she's just
she's not
like
even gay,
she's a feminist, like in Africa. Like,
Yep.
like she wasn't even gay. She
Yeah,
just had
that's
short
cool.
hair. Like, come on.
No, the
pretty
person
bad.
claimed to be a transgender.
A transgender. Why are you? Are you a transgender?
Are you gay?
Wait,
It's pretty
can I-
good. It's
can I-
pretty
can I
good.
pull up the would that be poor form to?
So how bad on a scale of 1 to 10 was Milton?
I don't know.
I actually don't know. Actually,
What-
don't know.
Do you guys know anything? Like, what the fuck?
No.
Okay.
About Milton? No.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I know about stuff. Ask me about a nuclear reactor.
You don't
and I'll
know
tell you
about
mine.
shit,
I'll tell you
bro.
about
What the
I'll
fuck?
tell you about
If-
nuclear.
Why would I ask you
I'm not-
about
yeah.
nuclear reactor? I can just ask Nadar.
You can ask the people trying to disconnect his internet about the nuclear reactor.
I could do that. That would be amazing. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a good one. Holy shit. Thanks, Russia. This is brilliant. Like I'm really trying not to leave this country. I'm really trying at this point.
Wait,
No
is it
YouTube.
Russia or is it sanctions? Like,
It's like asking me, is it the hunter killing the fucking duck that got the ducks killed? Well, yes. What the fuck, bro? Yes, it's Russia. Yes, that's exactly the point. Yes, because in
Sanctions-
Russia there are sanctions. Correct, Kay. Thank
In
you.
Russia, there are ducks also.
There are ducks here as well. According to Trump, good luck with that. Because if you've got geese or ducks, yeah, good luck with that. They're not going to last very long in those ponds. Keep your fucking dogs and cats away. Holy
That
shit.
wallpaper has lasted a while, though.
Yeah. That wallpaper, yeah, that says a lot,
Lasted a
doesn't
while,
it?
that is.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I know. They worked on it for a very long time before they came up with that design. Yeah, so Trump's been running his mouth a lot. Holy shit, it's been getting him
What has
into a
happened?
lot of yeah, he's been saying a lot of random shit, like typical
Well, did you
stuff.
see this past week it's changed, right? He is now ahead. He was behind.
Ahead in disinformation and the spreading of
Ahead
disinformation. yeah.
And I actually linked
He's
this
way
earlier
ahead
'cause
of that.
I was confused about what has changed or what happened. But magically
Okay.
on Monday.
So, yeah, there's a little bit of a problem with that because when you look at the claims that are making, obviously they're looking at the battling states and they're looking at the polls that are taking these things into consideration. There's only a minor problem, which is they account for or the primary source of their data or where they're collecting their data to make those conclusions is based off of people that have already voted, and it doesn't take into consideration new voters.
So
doesn't
I'm
take
using
into-
that. I
yeah.
linked it in chat there. I use that realclearpolling.com, which is using the actual betting averages. So you can go bet if you think it's wrong, but it's averaging the betting averages for the presidents.
Yeah, I don't know.
You got the permission.
Yeah,
which
I
is
don't
pretty a
know.
little bit more accurate than like just people polling.
Thank you, y'all, for letting me
Yeah.
know my live channel was hosed. Yeah, it was just a really quick permission fix.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Technically,
Yeah, I have no idea. But when it comes to like the polls, yeah, like I said, there's a problem with that, and obviously it's going to sway in favor of Trump. And the three organizations that were in charge of coming up with those polls or like doing the data analytics just happen to be like new organizations that are vastly in favor of Trump. I mean, there are these problems, which are just the facts of the matter. So I will point to those things to basically say that, yeah, I wouldn't trust these new numbers that you're looking at. But I mean, you can go ahead and do that if you want to. Good luck, because you can convince yourself that he actually has a shot in the race when he obviously doesn't.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trump.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, he's winning.
He has not got a shot.
He's
yeah, that's what I'm
not
saying.
winning.
He's
No,
not.
There's 3 states where.
Yes.
the-
What we
no,
were just
Trump only needs
talking about,
one, but
Grumple.
Kamala
Welcome to the
needs all 3.
conversation.
No, sorry, I was not paying attention because I was looking at Discord permissions to.
Okay, so there was a poll, the polls that came out about the battling states and where it's going to come down to the line and everything. And obviously, if it sways in favor of Trump, then that's going to be bad news for the Democrats. The only problem is that when they looked into the data and where they collected that data from, it didn't take into account new voters. And this survey was taking into account only people that had voted in 2020, which means 4 years for people to transition from like 14 years of age up until all the way to 18, 15 to 19, 16 to 20, and so on and
Sounds
so
like
forth. And I mean, you can say it's cope, but we do know that the vast amount of people that vote Democrats happen to be a lot younger. And,
And a lot
yeah.
of them happen to be dead. Super weird, right?
Dead?
Yeah.
What?
You
Wait.
still vote though. That's all
You
that
don't
matters.
know. Dead people vote for Democrats generally.
I mean, is this coming out of the fucking we control the
no.
weather as well?
No, this
Yeah,
is in
no.
the United
Maybe
States, yeah.
we're using our zombie guns now, with
Literally
the weather
dead people
guns.
vote
Yeah.
for Democrats. This is the thing that happens in the United States.
This is
Alright,
there's claims of it. Grumple, if you
Yeah, I
actually
know.
have something to back up that claim, could you send it to me? Because I've
Yeah,
been trying
go
to
ahead,
find people.
Grumple.
The two sources I found are one that showed how
Sends
many.
over his death certificate. I've been dead for 10 years.
The first one that I found was people that were given voting that were registered that were to vote but were deceased, and those are people who were deceased recently who were still registered to vote because they registered before they died. And then the second one that I found was people that were sent mail ballots to vote who had been passed away, but like the mail-in
Which is a lot of
ballots
people.
were
Since
yeah,
the
which
plague
was a lot of
especially.
people as well.
Yeah, because of the plague, basically, right? That's the big thing. But we haven't
Yeah.
got the plague anymore.
It's a really
so
big thing.
So my question is like who are these dead people actually voting, or is it just these two things?
Your
Because if it's
grandma.
just those two, my grandma's still alive, thankfully. But my grandpa actually was one of the people who got a voting
not that
ballot.
matters. Not that matters.
But he obviously didn't vote
Your
because he was fucking
great-grandma.
dead. But
I mean, you guys
Yeah.
realize that these things already went to court and already got challenged, Grumple, and it's been
They
4
don't
years,
have-
and
they
he
don't have
lost 63 out of 64 cases, which
Yeah,
brought
they don't
up
have
all of
standing.
these points that you think you're making, and all of them got shut down, thrown out, or dismissed.
Wait, are you saying the
Well, that
court
doesn't-
system that is?
Oh,
Yeah.
we don't
judges that
trust
were
the
appointed
courts. Oh,
by
okay.
a political opponent that maybe
Oh
has
no,
something to-
these courts happened all over America, in Arizona,
Yeah.
Michigan, New York,
Yeah,
and,
You're saying
like
that?
Texas.
I'm not a giant Trump guy either. I'm just trying
Well,
to. Be
it
objective
definitely
here.
seems that way. No, I mean, okay, fair enough, but
The
again,
idea
I want
that
the
there
guy
wasn't
that said
significant-
banning bump stocks is a good thing because they're
okay.
retarded.
Well, you
But why
say
are
we
you gonna
don't
ban
trust it. So you say there are logical arguments to be made for Trump's case, and that actually dead
Hey,
people can
TB,
vote. So then I
TB,
bring up 64
TB,
cases, and he
TB,
loses
I'm
63
the
of them.
boss
To which
here.
you
TB,
respond
no,
with,
TB,
"All right,
I'm
yeah,
the
you
boss
are."
here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
This is my
yeah,
stream
yeah.
now.
There's
You
only
tried to
one
start my
boss,
thing.
mate.
No, this is my stream here. Deflux had a point he was making, and you came in and
Yeah, the
if you could.
Oh, I
finish
came
it.
in and
the-
just
the,
destroyed.
the
Yeah.
idea
Yeah,
there
you
that,
did
that in 20 the idea there that the rules weren't changed drastically, which drastically changed the outcome of the election, that didn't happen, it did. Now that obviously skewed towards the Dems, which pissed off the right wing. I think that I think in the United States of America it's hilarious that we don't have a larger emphasis on things like making sure that the people that vote are actually authorized to vote, that can vote, that should vote.
Super
And
weird,
obviously
right?
the ID laws. I don't know how that's a thing. Like everywhere else in the world, you need an ID to vote. Where I grew up, you need ID to vote. In America, apparently you can't do that. It's racist. It's hilarious.
Because black people don't know how to get IDs is the reason that it's racist. Because it's
No, the reason
discriminating
that-
against them.
the reason why is because we had a constitutional amendment that was passed that you can't have, any fees or anything, and they determined getting an ID as a fee that to vote. Basically, it's it's
IDs don't have
unconstitutional.
fees. In
You have to pay to get an ID. Yes, it
$30
is.
or so. Yeah, $30 bucks or so to get a
Yeah,
license.
it's not a $30 in the U.S. It's like 160. But yeah.
No, that's not right.
So
It's $30.
no,
I paid-
Okay, you
I-
got to check that.
okay, let's go.
I mean, even if the argument is that it's 30
No,
bucks, even if it is 30 bucks,
Yeah.
you realize that you're talking about people that could potentially, could be
3 hours at minimum.
starving or whatever. Yeah, they might not
okay.
have extra money to spend on fucking
on,
IDs.
Okay, an enhanced license
For-
is like $160. A standard ID, like a state issued ID, is $54. So fair to you.
it
What
depends
state
on
are
the
you
state
in?
also, but also just real quick, just a super quick point is that's wait. Oh.
Do you not think that's a good argument?
I don't think it's that good of an argument, to be honest myself. I'm just pointing out that's why it's.
Wait, if we are going to look at it. Wait, sorry.
I'm
if we are
actually-
going to. Sorry, okay, go ahead.
I'm actually pro having IDs to vote and everything.
Right.
But
Your voter ID, like in Texas, you get sent a voter ID card, and this is not. There's no charge at all for this.
Well, it doesn't seem to be the case everywhere else. So
Which
maybe in
counts as a
Texas that
voter
could be the
ID.
case. Okay, but
Which
obviously
Texas is
everywhere
one of
else
the
that's.
places where it's like everybody's looking at the highly contentious and or plausibly racist laws in Texas of requiring voter ID, where if you're a registered voter, you get sent well in advance of the election a voter ID card, and you don't pay for
Who
it.
gets sent? Grumpo.
Everybody.
Everybody? Who's
Literally
everybody?
All registered voters.
Any
literally
all
everybody.
registered voters. All registered voters. So
Yeah,
those are
yeah.
people who have already voted.
No, it's people who have are registered to
Re-
vote.
registered
If
to
you're
vote.
not
How do you
If you're not registered to vote, how do you vote?
Well, how do you register without an ID? It's a circular reasoning, Grumpo. So you're just going back to your original question,
Well, I mean, I'm
which is.
saying, in order to vote, it doesn't. Well, no. See.
Well, yeah. How do you register without an ID?
Hang on. No, now you're introducing a plausibility, which I'm not sure all the ways that you get it, but I don't think you have to pay for it.
Look, the argument is pretty simple, right? Here, let me give you the argument. Let me give you the argument. Yeah, I know, but let me give you the argument. The argument is that why are we preventing certain people that would have the right to vote from voting simply because they don't have money, extra money, to pay for IDs? Now, you can argue about the number or the value that they have to pay to get that ID, but the argument to that is, well, when you're looking at somebody who's well off, $54 means fuck all. When you're looking at somebody who's really poor, $54 can mean quite a lot to them. It could mean
not even close to $50 anywhere in the United States.
Wait, okay,
Well,
so
really?
you challenged this.
Whoa,
you challenged
yeah,
this
dude.
with K, and he conceded from $160 all the way to $54.
No, 160 for license in my state.
Hang on, TB. I put it in the side chat and I put it in my Twitch chat. The votetexas.gov voter registration certificate, how to, and there's not.
What do you
Did it
need
say-
to
You
register?
You submit your voter registration application. There's no fee.
Photo ID.
There's no dollars.
Okay, what
Right,
do
right,
you
but-
need to register,
Present one of the
Grumpo?
7 acceptable form of photo. It does say you need a photo ID, right?
Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Standard.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
fuck
No,
it. Here's the state right here. Standard
The
ID.
argument. Okay, well,
A
but the
standard
argument
ID
is-
card costs $54. An enhanced ID
There you go.
$78.
That's the whole rationale here.
No, I'll bite this one. If you don't have a photo, if you don't have a photo ID,
Nobody
and you never
disagrees
have,
with you.
You shouldn't be voting.
Nobody disagrees with you,
Yeah,
Grumpo. It's not a
it's-
matter of any of
No.
us here disagreeing that you shouldn't need a photo ID.
be on
We
the
all
opposite side.
agree about. The only problem about this is that some people cannot get a
$16.
photo ID, and they're being prevented from
You mean
voting
felons?
because they can't. They don't have 54 extra bucks.
No, it's not.
to
I don't
pay
even
to
agree
vote.
with
No,
that.
you
I,
don't-
TB, I think $50
Okay. You don't
isn't. Here's the thing: you need a license for every other facet of the U.S. life. So if you don't have it, you're basically homeless. So like that's not even the big problem to me.
Even
My
homeless people
problem.
vote.
Yes, so homeless people should be able to vote. They don't have any money.
Yeah.
No, not
Bro,
should be,
like,
they
what are we
can.
talking about here? Well, they can. The whole reason they don't have an ID because they can't afford to pay the money to get an ID, Grumpo.
They vote.
How do they have IDs, Grumpo? Who are you questioning? They need to pay.
Years.
They need to pay for IDs.
Hang on, I
Most
got
people
got
Guys,
a really funny.
it's very
Oh, man.
reasonable. Like, yeah, this is
Yeah,
wild.
I just googled it up. So in Texas, it's $16 for an ID. Like Utah's 23. You know, Nevada's 22. It's around $20, basically like a cost of a McDonald's meal. So the idea that this
In
is
general, you can
prohibiting-
expect it to range from 10 to 50, but is what it says here. And I also
I'm
posted a link
saying
directly to
highs of
Washington.
22. Nebraska, I think it's high of 29. I don't think
So an hour of work in a lot of places, but like, or 2
Yeah,
hours
hour
of
or
work,
two.
which
Yeah,
which is why I'm not even defending that part of
In
it.
a
I'm
year.
saying
In a whole year.
I gave.
If someone doesn't work for 3 hours in a year, they shouldn't vote.
Okay,
Yeah, but
I
that's
gave
the
you all
rationale
good.
behind
This
it.
is the-
Everybody should
hang
be
on,
allowed to
I'm
vote
gonna
in the
roll a
country
video.
if you're a citizen.
No, we have to pause for a moment because it's Linux and Discord and Linux. I haven't figured it out yet to share the audio, so you're gonna have to we're gonna not talk for just a moment. This is 5 minutes, okay? I'm gonna play
Wait,
the
I
video.
like talking.
Listen to my stream, not the Discord call, okay? Ready?
I'm not watching.
3, 2. Wait, do you not
Yeah,
have my
yeah, go.
stream up?
Just go,
You're
go,
a
go.
Blue Falcon. Do you not have my stream? Are you not?
I live in
hunting a
Russia.
view-
Leave me
Are you
alone.
not
I live in
hunting a
Russia. I'm
view
already
right
dealing
now?
with enough
Are you not
censorship.
You're right. You're not
Play
watching
the
my
video,
You're
Grumpo.
not watching my Twitch or my Kick or my YouTube right now, are you, boss?
Wait, why are you streaming on all three of them?
Because
What's
I am
wrong with you?
expanding. I'm not live on Rumble.
Yeah, and I'm
because
jealous.
Rumble's a pain in
I
the ass.
can't. Yeah, and I can't stream on them. So just watch your fucking video. You're already doing better than fucking most. Go ahead, watch your fucking video. Go. Play.
Pull up my stream and listen to it.
I am. I've got it right in front of me. Let's
Why
go.
are you- no, I can
Yeah,
tell you,
hey.
you just lied to my
Grumple
face.
Steel
No,
Skin. Grumple
you
Steel
just
Skin. Here we
lied
go.
to my face.
We've got it, chat. We've got it. Grumple
The
Steel
audio
Skin.
is
Here we
not going to
go.
be on the stream, and I'm gonna mute you if you say something during the video. So listen
No,
to
I
it.
have 42 new messages. What is this? People love me. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
don't-
Okay, I have
no,
it. I have it.
Every message you get on Twitch is going to be some spam. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Or
okay,
maybe
go.
Glockwork. I'm not sure.
No,
likes to
unlike
message
you, there are people who actually want to message me. So let's go.
On
There
Twitch?
was a network error.
Yeah. Go figure. So I'm going to push play. Let's listen to this, okay?
This says network error. I can't do anything about this. Go ahead. Just play the video.
I would now yield time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt.
Mr. Hunt.
The fundamental question that we must answer today is is America worth preserving? I, of course, think it is. I think this is the greatest country in the world. I love this country. I'm a veteran, served in combat, and I'm a United States congressman. I think this is by far the greatest country in the world. But if the United States is a country worth preserving, then I think we must protect the integrity of our elections and do everything in our power to do just that. I am shocked that the SAVE Act, which has already passed the House in a bipartisan fashion, is even controversial to many Democrats. I mean, they are the ones that constantly are shouting about preserving democracy. And safeguarding our elections is the bedrock of our democracy. It's something that both sides should easily support and agree upon. They say that non-citizens voting in an election is not a real issue, or if some non-citizens are registered to vote, it's not a significant amount to make a difference. Well, in my home state of Texas, we just removed thousands of non-citizens from voter rolls. And in some of these recently hotly contested elections, that amount could even be enough to swing an entire election, especially this year. Undermining the integrity of elections is not an oversight, it's a threat to democracy. And for all of those, this is about democracy. For all of us, this should be about democracy. I think it's time that we, as a body, acknowledge that threat. Now, Democrats on the left aren't just focused on replacing American voters, they are focused on replacing American jobs as well. Under the Biden-Harris administration, jobs in foreign-born workers are significantly increasing while jobs for native-born workers are declining. Critics say that these illegal immigrants are needed because they will do the jobs that Americans won't do. What they fail to say is that Americans won't do the jobs when Biden inflation is outpacing their wages. And fixing the illegal immigration problem will help American workers. I fixed a problem for you. The immigration problem is not a minimum wage issue. It hasn't always been the case, but in recent years, the left has decided to slowly erode everything that we'd hold dear as a country. They want to erode our culture, our history, our patriotism, and lastly, our vote. Do you remember during the George Floyd riots when the left wanted to reimagine policing? Now, the left wants to reimagine voting so that everyone, regardless of their citizenship, can choose our next president. That's not the American way. The left wants to reimagine everything that makes America special. They even want to reimagine our Constitution. One example is a recent New York Times article, and the title speaks to itself. The Constitution is sacred. It is also dangerous. One of the biggest threats to American politics might be the country's founding documents, said the author. Now, I'm sitting here right now, and I gotta tell y'all, I'm black, and I'm a veteran. I have 6 forms of government ID. 6. I've been black for my whole life. I've been a veteran since 2000 when I was at West Point. The insinuation that black and brown people cannot get an ID to vote like every other citizen, regardless of your race, religion, color, or creed, is insulting. I actually refer to this as the soft bigotry of low expectations. We, as all Americans, should want free and fair elections. We aren't making it more difficult for people to get an ID to vote. I have an 18-month-old little boy. Do you know the first thing that he got when he was born that I had to sign for? A birth certificate. So the idea of this costing thousands of dollars and it's all of a sudden onerous and burdensome on Hispanic people and black people like me is absurd. I have a very large family.
Hispanic.
My mom has 8 brothers and sisters. Every last black person that I know in my life, which is quite a few, every last one of them has a government ID. It would be insulting to talk to my family and say to them, you know what, sorry, y'all, you're black and it's just, so hard for you to get an ID like all the white people. That's absurd. And we as a country have got to reject this farce. I speak so strongly against this because I view myself as an American first. I am a veteran. I am a husband. I am a congressman. I'm someone that served this country. I'm an educated black man. And somewhere down the line, I am black and I am proud, and I understand that. But what I never want to do is marginalize a single group in this country by saying that you weren't good enough to get an ID, because my 18-month-old has an ID. We as a country have got to clean up our rules to ensure that we have free and fair elections regardless of your race, religion, color, or creed. And that's why I reject the assertion that we, no matter what color you are, cannot reach that very low bar of having a government ID to figure out how to vote for the leadership and the future of this country. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
We have a situation.
He ordered back. Oh, nice.
This is from a few days ago.
I always never tune into those things.
Black Tusk.
And they have like half the room is empty. It's a partisan subcommittee.
Yeah.
That was so fucking lame. But I mean, here's the thing. Like, it should be such an easy conversation. Is that, hey, just stop interpreting the fucking IDs in this stupid way constitutionally. But I think what really matters is that the right needs to stop lying and saying that dead fucking people and illegal immigrants are voting, because they're fucking not. But there are some issues that you can specifically point to, such as because of the electoral college.
Hang on, you said they're not. I would want.
Wait.
I would want something on that, but yeah, please continue.
Can you allow? Okay. So they're not voting at least the federal election. States that allow where you're gonna put a fucking park or distribute like land usage acts and stuff that they can vote on in local only elections. So if you want to say they're voting in that, that's true. Federal elections,
right?
It is illegal for illegal immigrants to vote. They're not coming out in mass droves.
I agree.
And if they are, I would like to see it. What you should talk about is that because
of
sanctuary cities taking in illegal immigrants, they technically count on a census and could give that state an advantage, over a decade.
Just here's
when they count the census again.
Really.
That would be a fair assessment.
I have
and I think that's like something that the right is missing as a talking point. But they keep on like bringing it up imaginary problems. So then the left gets all fucking defensive and they're
Now
like,
wait,
oh,
hang on. This is my
voting
show
ID
now.
is, like,
No,
racist,
A-OK.
bigoted,
Hang on. No,
unconstitutional,
A-OK.
and
I'm
they
going to
won that
interrupt
fight,
you.
but, like, I
This is
think
my
if
show.
Instead, you're like, listen.
No, A-OK. You got to stop.
I just want people to have
No,
an ID to
'cause-
vote. We'll make
Oh,
we'll
we'll-
make the IDs fucking free, or we'll
Power-
make them
power
like
of the hammers.
readily
Oh,
available.
Ta-da!
Oh,
My
yeah.
show. Da-da-da-da-da-da. And then I am you.
right? Or
So,
some shit like that.
no, I just server muted you.
Whatever the fuck
A-OK.
you wanna, how you
No,
wanna
A-OK.
sell
No, I
it.
server mute you again. So here we go. Here's the thing: is that I want you to, okay, and I'm gonna unmute now. I just
painted
I
in this,
want
like,
no.
weird,
I'm
fucked
gonna
up way
deafen you
that's
so
gonna
you.
push people away. It's kind
No,
of like
he's
when
not.
the left
He's
talks
not
about
stopping.
like racial issues. and
A-OK.
stuff. Is there
No,
racism?
There we go. So what A-OK, you are server muted right now because this is my show. I'm a tyrant. I'm an actual tyrant. So what I want to know is, everybody admits that in Californistan, illegals get voter card, they get all kinds of things. And they can vote in local elections.
That's right. Is
But
that the
then-
major problem?
he's still
is
go-
I don't get how his energy read that. That's impressive in Ableton.
Hang on, I'm gonna mute him, but just move him out so he stops.
election systems such as Texas. You know, thank God that at least Texas has that.
Drag and drop. There you go.
Hey, Mr. Bill. Good evening. I'm gonna drag Kay back in just so he gets the picture. Okay, Kay stopped. Good evening, Mr. Bill.
You know what
How you
happened?
doing, sexy? Well, Kay, you weren't listening. This is my
You
house.
Didn't say anything.
No, I very much did. I said things like a lot of times, and I server muted you a few times, but you still kept going. And then I said things more, and you still kept going. And I really had a super simple
Oh,
question
I'm
that I
sorry.
wanted to ask you, but
I
you
didn't even hear you.
you didn't. Oh, well, that's super interesting that you didn't.
You
Yeah,
guys,
turn up-
you
up the
guys
volume.
weren't even talking, so I figured you were.
No, I very much was. Am I
Oh,
low?
my bad.
Is my volume low?
No,
you're-
no.
You're fine.
Do
for
I
me.
need to adjust?
No, I
my-
can hear you now.
Is my
I just
super
didn't
sexy
hear you
volume
then.
low?
Like I was.
Okay,
I was
so
talking
here-
and like I heard you and.
So, Kay, here's the thing. Here's the super basic. Now just put on your common sense hat for a moment, not your
Socialist hat.
yeah, that. Okay. Just put on your common sense hat for a moment. If somebody gets, let's just say a foreign national is here illegally, right? If somebody gets a card that says, "Hey, you can vote in
you anymore. You're muted again for me. Fuck. Maybe this
I
is
am
Wait. I can see you talking. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We can all hear you. Can it is my is my transmitting an issue for anybody else?
No, you're fine for me.
Can you all hear me?
When
Okay, yeah, it was just him.
when Kay was talking earlier, he started to break up for me, so he maybe has an internet connection.
He didn't. He wasn't breaking up for me. However, he definitely didn't hear anything that we were saying. Or
His
He was
okay.
going at it. He's in the
Okay, I
waiting
did. Yeah, I did fix it. Hang on, I gotta tab out. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Hello.
I can hear you. Okay, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
but I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know what's going on. Like you guys just randomly like get muted for me for some reason, and I
Not
don't
sure.
know what I'm doing to cause it. I don't know if it's a function on my. I didn't even touch my keyboard that time. I was touching my keyboard before. I don't
Okay,
know. We'll
so
see what happens.
just the point, because I want to kind of move on a little bit. Just the point is, if you can put on your thinking cap for just a moment. Okay, so if somebody who is a foreign national inside the United States borders illegally, maybe an illegal alien, we might even say, if that person is issued a card that lets that person vote in local elections, is there a separate different voting card that lets that person vote in federal elections? Or would that person be allowed to vote in federal elections? Based on,
I think.
hey, you got a voting card. Yeah, come on in and vote. Is that a thing? Do you know? I don't think they're
it's not a
vetting
thing,
anything like that.
But
Wait,
but
do you
they
have
would vet
do
it
you
if
have a
you-
do you have any kind of source like law or any kind of anything? Because a lot of people are
For
pretty
what?
sure
For which
that
part?
okay, so foreign nationals inside the country illegally in California are definitely issued IDs, and they are automatically registered. When you get issued an ID in California, you are automatically registered to vote. Now that could be
Yes.
for local elections only, but if you have the card, is that card different than the card that you have to vote in national elections? Like, is there anything
I
that
don't
stops
believe
that?
so.
Is there literally anything that stops that person from doing it, even though it's illegal?
I believe so.
You
Like,
believe that there
when
is, or you
I-
believe
when-
there isn't?
Yeah, I believe there is. At least
They-
I
they
don't know
have-
about
yeah.
California particularly, but
Cool.
in my state, there definitely is, because when you go to vote, you have to put in information, and you have to be the information will put whether you're a citizen or not eligible
Right,
to
yeah, exactly.
vote
As
federally.
far as I know, that when you go to register to vote, they ask you, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" And if you check that box, you must be a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
and when you have your
Yeah, but-
ID,
but once you
your
get that
will
ID,
depict whether. Yeah, but the ID tells you whether tells whether you're a citizen.
I'm pretty sure they even
Does
say
it?
pinky promise swears you're a U.S. citizen. as
Does
well,
it in
which
does it in
that's
California?
double the-
I don't know about California in particular. I'm not going to speak
Well,
about
we
them
were
in particular because
we were kind of talking about, because that's the kind of big contentious place, and I mean, I don't live there. Wobbly does. Wobbly, could you join? You're a
also say
mod in my
Oregon, too, I
Discord.
suppose.
Wobbly.
I also posted some
Wobbly's
stuff
in
the chat that
California.
tells it.
Wobbly said his
Also,
parents,
sorry
who've been
about
dead for
earlier.
15 years, have voted in the past 2 elections.
You would have to show proof. I mean, you can go to the voter register, see if they're able to vote first in that time, and if they cast a vote. A lot of that is public information posted by the state.
I bet Wobbly. I bet
I
your
mean-
parents voted for Democrats. Just
I'm not gonna, ask for that information, but that's like what you would like between friends and stuff if you wanted to like prove that.
Wobbly is a mod in my Discord. He
But-
can just jump in, and I would appreciate if he does. I know. I'm not
And
asking you.
I
to-
just
Wobbly, I'm not asking you to prove anything. Just tell your
But you can literally.
tell your
in
story.
California, it
Because
does say
I
you
believe
need
this
to
is true.
be 18
You are a
years-
Californistanian.
You need to be a United States citizen and a resident of California and 18 years or older.
The thing I think we're pointing at is it's just a checkbox on a form that determines whether you're not a U.S. citizen. That's it. When you go to register to vote, you just tell them, "Oh, I'm a citizen."
You
No,
need
it's
to have
more-
proof of citizenship.
No,
How
they
do
don't.
you-
They don't check it. You don't check it. Right now, I could physically drive across the state border, get an apartment within like the next couple of days, and register to vote, without having lived there more than like 2 hours.
Do you have any substantial proof to prove this? That there is no requirement to do this?
I mean, other than like I moved across state lines and registered to vote.
You realize that all of these arguments were brought up in the 63 cases, 64 cases.
And
brought
just
against Trump.
AOK, just AOK
Yes,
and
they were, and
TB,
they were
just so
thrown out.
everybody know. Hang on, hang on. This is my house. Just so everybody knows, Deflux is a socialist. Just so everybody's aware.
Okay.
What?
I mean, I
I'm not.
realize that. Yeah.
I'm not.
I realize
What?
that. You don't know Deflux. You're a socialist. Come on.
You're a socialist.
You're
Shush.
down and labeled.
I mean, I just see you guys saying, "Source, trust me, bro." Like, it's just personal, like, stories about, like, you're not even American, so, and you're saying, "Trust me." Why should I? What? Show me something that proves what you're saying.
Actually
Because when they're
registering
saying
with California
a,
right now to see if it stops
a
me.
United States citizen, you need to be a United States citizen, and the only way to confirm whether you are a United States citizen is through some form of identification. That could be
they ask
social
for
insurance.
identification in California. They asked for. I just signed up to register to vote in California, and it stopped me because I don't have a California license, and and it asked for proof of identification.
Of course it does. This makes
And-
no
and it
sense.
asks-
Every
and it asks-
country.
and it asks so if you click that, I am a U.S. citizen and
You
a
need a
resident
valid
of
driver's
California.
license.
In a,
So how do you get a driver's license without an ID?
No,
birth certificate. But
oh,
also, they
and
give them to
you need a
illegals.
driver's license or
In California, they give. In California, they
Wait,
give
wait,
ID
wait.
to illegals.
Wait, you
In
guys
Oregon,
really...
you have to understand, IDs are given out by the state. They don't bother contacting the federal government. So when I get an
If
ID,
you qualify for an ID, they give you.
you have to live
In
somewhere
the
for 4 months
state.
or so to get an ID.
That's
you
all.
need to be
In the
a
state.
citizen. Yes, then
you
you're
don't.
questioning the
No,
criteria
you don't need to
become
be a citizen of the country
You
to
don't.
have an
You
ID in a
don't.
state. No, you don't.
You don't.
It's based on the state. California is very judicious in handing out IDs, getting people out of the shadows and such. You know, it's very much that.
questioning, Grandpa?
I'm not
What are you
questioning
questioning?
anything.
No, what you're
Can I
questioning
clarify
is
something
the.
real quick? Are we talking about illegal immigrants or immigrants right now? Because I'm
Of
trying to go.
course,
I'm trying to go down both.
You
right
know
now.
where they're going
If
with this.
if
I
I
know,
if
but I
I
need to
say
know which
no,
one he's talking
okay. If I talk about one, I usually say foreign nationals because people get all butthurt if you say illegal immigrants or illegal aliens. So I say foreign nationals because there's no arguing that term. Foreign nationals who are inside the country illegally. There's
You
no way
realize that
anybody
there are
could
foreign
ever do
nationals
anything
who
about that.
move- Wait, what about a foreign
wait.
national?
Because TB, I said specifically foreign nationals who are inside the country illegally.
Yeah, I know.
But I talk about
Kay's
foreign
trying to make a
nationals.
Point, so I'm just going to stop talking.
So I went-
know.
I went through the process here, and it stopped me for ID, right? And it stopped me because I said I was a U.S. citizen and a resident of California, and now it's asking for proof of that, trying to sign up through the California website. So then I
Yes.
went to go try to see if I can register an appointment for a license, where it says that I need to be a citizen in order to get a license. Now it doesn't say to get an ID, so are we saying that illegal, undocumented is what it says on the website I'm looking at. So undocumented immigrants
Go
can't
there
get
in
a
person.
license. So are we just talking? Are we talking about state IDs?
Yeah, we're talking about state IDs right now.
again,
That was the entire
So
conversation.
no,
State
somebody
IDs.
said licenses early, so I'm going.
Yeah,
I'm going
no.
through every
A,
single.
a license is a state ID. A driver license is a
No,
state
it's
ID.
not. Yeah.
Yes, it fucking
Okay.
is.
Okay.
A driver license is a
yes.
state ID. Are you high?
Yes, a driver's license is a state ID.
Okay,
A state
then we
ID
agree, yeah.
is not a driver's license. A driver's license
No.
acts as both an ID card and your license to drive. An ID
Most
card
states
doesn't
have
act
a
as
separate
driver's
ID.
license.
Most states
Jesus
have a separate ID card, which you can
Yes.
get for, in a lot of states, it's free.
Especially if you have a DUI.
Under California, let's see. Okay, that's for real ID. Well, okay, let's do non-real ID.
Where did America
Fuck
go
me.
wrong? Where did
Frequently
America
asked
go wrong?
California ID.
Something went really
When they stopped
wrong with
listening to
America.
Texas.
Right now, only people who can show their presence in the U.S. is authorized under federal law can apply for a standard non-real ID card, California Identification Card, CIA ID, AB 1766 expands standard eligibility to all Californians, regardless of their immigration status, by 2027. Undocumented residents without access to a car who are
okay.
the driver's test will benefit most of them. Okay, so it hasn't rolled out yet.
Hey, okay,
So
this
it's
is all
going to,
this
yeah,
is all
that might be
great to have on the website, but go and say you're an illegal at the DMV in California, and then see what happens.
Yeah, but why? What evidence do you have to suggest that if you go there in person, there is some illegal activity going on? Because that is what you're accusing them of, and I bet, I'm very confident that you have no evidence to like fucking videographic proof or anything to show that actually there's a reasonable reason why I'm questioning the process. That if you were to go in person,
There's a lot of
that it
stories.
would work out differently. Yeah,
If you
amazing.
got
Amazing.
if you got 100 people telling
So
the same
hearsay.
story, it's somewhat reasonable to question. Hey, maybe this has some credence to it, right? I mean,
amazing. And then they look into it, they investigate it, and then they find.
I don't
any
have,
wrongdoing,
but
then
if no,
awesome.
that's why I'm saying, hey,
So nothing
go
has been
try
shown,
it.
nothing.
That's why I'm saying, go try it. You can't prove that it's not. You can, TB, you are speculating that it's not right now because there's a lot of people asserting that this happens. If nobody's trying, like going and saying, "Hey, yeah, I'm illegal. Can I have an ID?" and then trying to go vote, you can't prove that it's not happening. And I'm not saying proving negative. I'm saying that what you're asking for. What? No, please continue.
They already brought these things up in the Dominion lawsuits. They already brought up all of these fucking speculations that they had of people voting and they're illegal immigrants and this and that. They brought up as much as they possibly could, and nothing even got past the bullshit test within the fucking court.
When you say the bullshit test, do you mean that it was never heard in court?
No, there's no evidence to prove these speculations are true.
No, wait, hang on. As far as I recall, none of the cases were ever heard in court. Because they all said, no, you don't have standing.
Pushed up because there wasn't standing.
So because they never got heard in court, right? So that like
no, because there's no evidence. It was just based off of hearsay.
There's
which
no.
Is the exact
hang
thing
on,
that
it's circular.
Here. Oh, isn't that strange?
Hang on, no TB. Just there's no evidence because we don't want to investigate it, so that we can't prove there's any evidence, right?
You need evidence to have reasonable doubt to rule
It's
out
circular.
reasonable doubt and
For this thing.
You keep saying it's circular.
No,
but
it's
there's
not.
never
I
been a
keep. I've
time
said
in
it twice.
history-
That's not keep. Just saying.
Okay. Yeah,
Hey, Grumple, if you want to, play that video in the chat there. It's California.
Oh wait, the bubble bath girl one. Is that relevant to what we're talking about right now?
Let me just double check, make sure I got the right link there. Oh, I got the wrong link.
Please do, because I'm just gonna YOLO it. Fuck YOLO.
California.
Oh, this was. Wait, this is a.
It happens all the time, Senator. It happens all the time.
Here we go.
Wall Street Apes, anyway.
Okay, so I've got it. This is exactly 1 minute video on Twitter. Just I can't share the audio, so y'all just listen on the tab for the audio. This appears to be happening in some sort of California State Assembly.
California, yeah.
Okay, are we all ready? I'm gonna max the volume, and then I'll turn it up as it needs to be on the stream. Ready? Go.
The idea that someone would actually vote illegally with the penalties that are in place.
It happens all the time, Senator. It happens all the time. You're just saying it's not widespread. But I'm saying we don't know how spread it is because we don't detect it. I'm on the website for the state of California to register to vote. On the section that has where you put in your driver's license, your last four of your social, there's a box underneath each one that says, I don't have one. I don't have one. And then you're allowed to proceed to go to vote. So this idea that you're not allowed to register to vote unless you present some sort of identification is not accurate. It's not true. It's not being implemented in the state of California. Additionally, people are being registered to vote at the DMV. And we already know based on audits that the DMV has improperly registered people to vote, including illegal immigrants. And we have immunity in place that says if the DMV registers someone who is not eligible, they're immune from prosecution. So I don't believe we have sufficient safeguards in place that detect and prevent people from committing voter fraud.
The idea that someone would actually vote illegally.
Is that enough proof for everybody, guys?
Hang on, he's still going.
It happens all the time, Senator. It happens all
I
the time.
can't hear
You're saying
anything,
it's not
so-
widespread. But I'm saying we don't know how spread it is because we don't detect.
This is in the California State Assembly.
Yeah, I know, but I can't hear
Saying
anything.
If you had my.
I can't
streams
open your
open-
stream. I already said it. Like, how many times do I need to repeat myself before you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? When I say an error has occurred, when I click on your stream, it means an error has occurred and the video is
Okay.
not loading,
Hang on,
Grumple. I already
TB.
said this like 25 minutes ago.
Okay, so what the link that Mr. Bill posted here, just
Yes.
so you have it, I'll put it in the side chat for you.
Yeah.
You can look at it.
Go
on-
ahead.
Can you open Twitter? Here it is.
I
I'll
hope
give you
so.
Just a moment.
I hope
I'll,
so.
I'll play it
Let's
again
try.
for the stream, and I'm gonna step away for just a minute. But here, you can click on that. Here we go. Just
No,
one more
just
time.
give me the
The
link.
idea that someone
In the
would
side
actually
chat.
I did.
vote
It's in the side
illegally
chat.
with the
And
penalties
Mr. Bill
that are
put it in
place.
my
It
chat on
happens all the
Twitch.
time, Senator. It happens all the
You don't
time.
have
You're
Twitch.
just saying
I'm
it's not
looking
widespread.
at
But I'm saying we
Discord.
don't know how
In
spread it is 'cause we
Discord.
In
don't
the
detect
side
it.
chat of this
I'm on the
call.
website for the state of California to register
I'm
to vote.
in the
On
side chat
section
of
that
this
has
call.
where you put in your driver's license, your last.
what, in general?
your
I actually
social,
don't see.
There's a
this, like,
box.
Here,
underneath each
let me
one that
just
says, I don't have
TLDR it
one.
for
I
him.
don't have one.
So
So
if
you
you
have
go,
to vote.
if
So this idea that
If you
you're
go
not allowed to
if you go
register to
further
vote
down,
unless you
basically
present
there's a
some sort of
box that says I do
identification
not
is not
have
accurate.
an
It's not true. It's
ID
not being implemented in the state
or
of
a
California.
social security number,
Additionally, people are being
and
registered
I'm
to vote
testing
at the
right now
DMV,
to see
and
if
we
that
already
gets you
know based
through,
on
but
audits that the
I don't want to
DMV
put
has
my name, so I'm
improperly
putting like
registered
fake
people to vote,
information
including
right now.
illegal
Right,
immigrants.
I just did it in
And
Pennsylvania.
we have immunity in place that says if the
Pennsylvania
DMV
registration one that I
registers
did
someone
previously,
who is
yeah.
not eligible, they're immune for
You might want
prosecution.
to be careful
I
and
don't
not get in
believe we
trouble.
have sufficient
And what
safeguards
happened?
in place
What
Yeah, did it
happened?
go through?
that detect and
okay, so the
prevent
only
people from
difference
committing voter fraud.
The idea that
between
someone
your
would
ability to
actually
vote
vote
is whether or not you say
illegally
yes or
with
no
the
on it if you're a
penalties
US
that are in
citizen.
place,
They don't
It
check
happens
it.
all
You
the
just
time,
put yes
Senator.
or no.
It
That's
happens
it.
all the time. You're
They
just
don't
saying
actually
it's
check
not
whether or not you're a US
widespread.
citizen or
But I'm
not.
saying we don't know
You can
how
get.
spread it is
I
'cause
can
we
get
don't
ID.
detect
I
it.
did have
I'm
ID
on the website
prior to
for the
becoming a
state of
US citizen.
California to register to vote. On the section that
So what
has
is the purpose?
where you
Then I
put in
would
your driver's
question
license, your last
the
four of your
process.
social,
Once
there's
you
a
get a
box
driver's
underneath
license in the
each one
state
that
of
says, "I don't
California,
have one."
they
I
do
don't
not
have
always
one.
check
And then you're
to
allowed
see
to
whether
proceed to go to
you're
vote.
when you
So
vote for
this
in your
idea that
elections.
you're not
They're
allowed
not
to
always
register to
checking to
vote
see if
unless
you
you
can.
present
They'll
some sort of
let you vote on
identification is
municipal
not accurate.
ones,
It's not true. It's
but
not being
if you vote in
implemented
a
in the state of
federal one,
California.
they will not
Additionally,
always
people are being
verify that
registered to
you're a
vote at the
legal voter for that
DMV,
federal
and we
election.
already know
If
based
you're
on
a
audits
resident
that
in
the
a
DMV
state,
has
verified in the
improperly
state of
registered
Oregon.
people to vote,
If you're a
including illegal
resident in a
immigrants.
state,
1,400 citizens.
And we have
if you're a
immunity in
resident in
place
a
that
state,
says
you
if the
can
DMV
vote on
registers
local elections
someone who's not
devoid
eligible, they're
of
immune
your
from
citizenship
prosecution.
status.
So I don't believe
So
we have
you're entitled to
sufficient
vote in
safeguards
certain
in
elections
place
as someone that's
that
here illegally.
detect
At your local
and
election.
prevent people
At your
from
local
committing
election.
voter
However,
fraud.
there is no
The idea that
additional checks
someone
if
would
you simply
actually
use
vote
that same
illegally
ID
with the
and register to
penalties
vote in the
that are in
federal
place.
election.
It happens all the time, Senator. It happens all the
1,400
time.
citizens
Okay,
in
these
Oregon.
are two
Let
different.
your cheeky premise
These are
stand.
two different things that you need to
I'm on the
prove. All right, the
website
first
for the
one.
state of
Okay, if
California
you're
to
saying
register to
that to
vote.
get a
On the
driver's
section that
license, you
has
do not need to provide
where you
any
put
sort
in
of
your driver's license, your
identification,
last
because
four
then
of
you're
your
going to
social,
use that driver's
there's a
license
box
to then be able to
underneath
vote
each
in
one that says, "I
your
don't have
local
one." I
elections.
don't
That
have
is
one.
one
And then you're
thing.
allowed to
Then
proceed
to
to go to
prove it
vote.
in the federal
So
elections
this
and
idea
not
that you're
rule
not allowed
out
to
any
register to vote
differences
unless you
between them
present some
simply
sort of
because they're both
identification is not
elections,
accurate. It's not
that would
true.
be
It's not
wrong.
being
You
implemented in
need
the state
to
of California.
prove that to be the
Additionally,
case.
people are being
Now,
registered
the
to vote
question
at the
still
DMV,
remains,
and we
in order
already
to get
know
a
based on
driver's
audits that the
license,
DMV has
I
improperly
found
registered
nothing to
people to vote,
prove
including
that you
illegal
do not
immigrants.
need an
And we have
identification.
immunity in place that says
You
if the
need
DMV
an
registers
identification
someone
of some
who's not
sort
eligible,
to
they're immune
prove,
from
if
prosecution.
not anything
So
else, you're
I don't
18
believe we
years
have
and
sufficient
older
safeguards in
in
place
order to be able to get a
that
driver's license.
detect
You can use a
and
foreign passport
prevent
as a form of
people from
ID when you
committing
get your
voter
driver's
fraud.
license. That's what I
The
did.
idea that someone would actually vote illegally
Okay,
with the
but then when
penalties
you
that
go
are
to
in place,
vote, the rationale is not some hidden fucking agenda. They're assuming.
I just want to preface it just so to make sure the state DMV has no ability to dial into the federal government's immigration system. They don't. As long as you're living in the state,
Yeah, there shouldn't be an
you're a resident.
expectation of that.
And
Yeah.
they're
Right,
allowed
you're a
to
resident
proceed
in
to go
that
to
state,
vote.
so you can get a driver's
So
license
this
using
idea that you're
whatever
not
ID you
allowed to
have.
register to vote unless you
and
This
then
usually
vote.
works. This usually works. Like obviously, as a super expatriate traveling to any other country, in order, my driver's license only permits me to be able to drive in Cyprus, where I'm from. But if I travel to another country, that license might not cover me to be able to drive
someone who is not eligible
in that
during
other
the
country,
prosecution.
and therefore I would need to go to their whatever
safeguards
the equivalent of the DMV, and they would need to be able to give me a
and
temporary
prevent
license or
people
some
from committing
sort,
voter fraud.
and as a result,
The
that
idea that
would be
someone
the
would
rationale
actually
of
vote
why
illegally
they
with
don't
the
need to
penalties that are in
check
place,
your
it happens
citizenship or whatever. But then we're taking that to the next level, and we're going, oh yeah, but if you go to vote in the federal elections, because that's the thing that's being questioned here, which is the thing we care about. I don't think anybody's questioning whether they should or shouldn't be allowed to vote in state elections if they're traveling across the world to literally come and put a
even
vote for the state elections. That's one thing, but to be able to vote for the federal elections, that is a completely different accusation.
Well, I was going to say, even in Pennsylvania is one of the states where it does actually require you to be a U.S. citizen to vote in the local elections, but they can't check it. They don't have the facility to do so. You just simply declare that you're a U.S. citizen. That's it. That's the check.
Again, when it comes to driving, they might not need to do that, but when it comes
on the
voting,
when you register to vote, it's a yes or no on the are you a U.S. citizen. But they don't check it. There's no way for them to check it. They don't have the facility.
And yeah,
So
it's
like-
it's
like-
illegal, but
it's like it's illegal, but you do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nobody's because that leaves the question of they have to
then-
research
and then
into
the
it.
other
But
thing-
no, wait, before we move on. Kay has said that he's looked it up and he's gone through the process, and there is no way that you're getting through without identifying yourselves. Now, you guys are saying that's not the case. I can simply just check
No,
a box.
You have ID. No, you. I'm not even saying that. You need some form of ID, I assume, in some
Yes.
way. But you can get that ID. Right now, if I wanted to, right now, I can simply drive over to Pennsylvania, get an apartment, and then register to vote there with my.
But now
Ohio
but now your argument is, I am a U.S. citizen, and it's not a question of whether U.S. citizens
do
and
that.
non-U.S. citizens can vote. Now it's a question of if I vote in a different state.
I can do that using the same ID that I got when I wasn't a citizen. It's not. I don't.
Okay,
There's no
but
different.
these
driver,
are
like,
two
the driver
different
license I have
claims.
is the same thing.
Okay,
There's
do you
no, like,
understand
it's
my
like driver's
confusion
license.
here? No, the claim here being made is that if I travel over state lines and I can go and vote in another state.
No,
that's
the
what's
claim he
being
made
said
was
here.
He can travel over state lines and use the ID that he got while not a U.S. citizen and go and vote somewhere else.
Okay. Can we not conflict these two things because these
Well,
are
I mean,
2 points?
no, this-
they're not.
this-
they're
no,
not
this-
in
this is
tangent.
the-
they're not
this was-
connected.
No, it literally is the point that he was making. It's one point that he can use an ID.
State governments don't check.
There are
And
two
vote.
claims
Government.
being made. One of them, I can vote in a different state that is not of my own. I simply need to go over
Using an
there,
ID
live over there for.
that I got while not a citizen.
You can also do that in the state that you reside in, correct, Grumple?
I mean, plausibly. But
Amazing. So these are two different points.
I'm still
again,
confused about being able to use a license from a different fucking country because I was rejected for a license twice in my very liberal state because the first time
Did
was
you have a
because the
Canadian
address was misprinted when I originally moved to the state I live in. Yes,
Hey, okay, I'm gonna kick
but
you if you're a
anyway,
Canadian license. Wait, dude.
I don't have it right now. But
Do you have
so
bags
the
of
first
milk?
time that no. So the first time I went to go get my
I'm dead
license, I
serious.
was rejected because no, I don't have any fucking bagged milk. The first time I was rejected because the addresses were misprinted on the pieces of mail, and then the second time I was rejected because I didn't have 4 different versions of identification that they needed. They needed either 3 of that had a certain qualifications or 4 that met a different qualification. So with the 4, it was you
No, that's not
needed
right.
2 pieces of mail that. At my state, it was. Yeah, you don't live in my state, brother. But I needed 2 pieces of mail that matched the address I live in, that had my full name as my legal full name, the address that I'm currently living in, and the bill had to have my name on the bill at that address. Then I needed a passport and I needed an ID. And a social security card, and that's how I fucking got my license. And I was rejected twice and had to fucking keep on going to the DMV. So I just don't understand. Like, I would like to see if I'm wrong. I want to know that I'm fucking wrong. But I went through this process multiple times, and it's like it
Okay,
just
so
goes
then
against
my
everything I've gone
Yeah,
through.
my question would be, what is the best example of evidence that there is that the DMZ or DMV or whatever it's called doesn't require you to
DMZ
have
is
an
in
ID?
Korea. TB, what are you trying to say?
Okay. Yeah, the one in Korea. That's exactly the one I'm talking about. You know, too many people drive in Korea. You know, fuck them. Yeah, let's ship them all over to
they're
North
women,
Korea, the only
right?
true Korea. Thank you, Grumple. Amazing. And they're
Too many
women.
women
Fuck that.
driving
Women
in
on the
Korea.
roads, that is
No,
a
I
problem.
agree with you.
Amazing. Okay. Amazing. Now, back to the point. Yeah, so what is the best thing that we can point to? Because if you're going to persuade me and Kay here, we need some sort of evidence. What is the best example you have? Because if it's I went over the border and I did it, and then Kay says I went over the border and I couldn't do it, they just cancel each other out. So what is
I'll
the
repeat it.
best?
I'll repeat it. Okay.
Oh shit, Buckeye.
There is no facility. There's
Do
no
not give me a
facility that-
personal experience.
There's no facility that is provisioned by the federal government that allows states when the state governments when they're doing voter registrations to check the immigration status of the individual that's registering to vote. They don't have a facility to do so.
Why is that?
Because they're essentially a separate government.
It doesn't exist yet. If you want it, like,
okay,
if you think it should
because
exist, maybe you should take that and like.
Well, so under the Constitution, right? Under the Constitution, federal elections are done by the rules of the state legislature.
Yes, correct. And so we treat it as a state election. Is the claim you're making?
Same as a state election. Yep.
The same sort of process. Amazing. And now, so the claim being made is that we have people who are not citizens of the United States, and they're getting to vote, and that is bad because they shouldn't be allowed to vote. I understand the claim, and I know where it leads to and what this causes. So I understand the concern. The thing I'm questioning here is that true? Is that a true statement? There is no requirement or any way that you need to prove that you are not a US citizen. Because when me and Kay look into it, there's always the requirement of proving you are a US citizen, if not anything else, and 18 years or older. This thing about crossing borders, that I haven't looked at.
I don't know. I'm on the Pennsylvania voter website page right now. It says
do that through multiple ways.
You must be a US citizen, be a resident of Pennsylvania, be 18 years of age.
Correct.
That's
Without
it.
a birth certificate, how do you prove you're 18?
So, so real quick, I'm going to share my screen.
Oh no, deflux, yeah.
Here's the link.
After it.
Well, but the point is that first one they can't check.
Wait, you keep saying that. Wait. Here's the problem. Here's our disagreement, right? Because we read that, and you're saying they put it there for no reason. Because even though it's there, they can't check for it. Well, if they can't check for it, why would it be there?
Because it's the law.
Okay, it's a law. So we usually have the executive branch, which makes sure that the laws are taken into consideration, and they that's why there are processes. I'm
telling you right now, there is no special election.
You can say that, but the law says otherwise.
Well, you just made a spectacle of you not knowing there's special things where they know what to do. That's what you just literally said, boss.
You disagreed with me. In the Constitution, it says that the
no, Grandpa. That's not what happened. But yeah,
that's we just agreed on that.
No, that's not what happened. It clearly says to you that you need some way to prove you are a U.S. citizen.
He has a soul. It's not an it.
No, a citizen of the United States. Okay, so here's the problem. Here's the problem.
That's not his pronoun. You're the worst leftist ever.
I am amazing. The problem is that there are things that need to happen or you need to qualify for in order to be a US citizen. Now, where I think our disagreement comes in is what you, Grumple, and maybe the other red banner guy do not consider certain people to be US citizens. But the government does consider them to be US citizens. The reality is, in order to become a US citizen, there are a multitude of ways to become a US citizen. Now, as long as they qualify for those things and they can get an identification or they can get a driver's license, then they should be able to vote. Huh?
If they are a US citizen, these people, then we have no quarrel. If they're a citizen. What we're talking about is people who are not citizens. Yes, 100%. We're talking about people who are not, and I don't even know how we got on this. Deflux, I blame you. We're talking about people who are not citizens voting, especially in places like Californistan right now, like right meow. That's what we're talking about. And we're not talking about people who are citizens that, hey, maybe you disagree on how they became citizens, whether it's via amnesty or something, which also those they like
asylum,
are they citizens?
Refugees?
Yeah, they're not citizens either.
Aha, okay, here we go. All right,
But
here's where we're going to come down to it, because I know where the disagreement happened. Well, depending on who you ask.
Scratch that. if they have citizen status, if they've been granted citizen status, yes, they should be able to vote in federal elections.
Aha. Amazing. Okay,
But
because
that's
those
not-
are the
that's not
ones
what's
who are
happening.
voting.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. at
And
all
you
right
don't
now.
like it. Yes, it is. Because
it's
the problem
100%
is
not.
the things that. That's exactly
Absolutely
what,
not.
and I'll explain it to you.
Nope, it's not.
Okay, so
No, you
there,
can explain all you
there
want.
has
However,
been.
you are incorrect, sir.
Well, you can just say
you
that
can
I'm
try
incorrect,
it.
or if
Well,
I
you-
explain
well,
myself,
you
then
can
you have a
explain
double
it-
reason
you
to
can
say that I'm
explain
wrong.
yourself about what Bill and I think, but however,
Yeah.
that's not what we think. Why are you trying to
Well,
explain
I
what we
can.
think?
I can be double wrong.
Feels like you're
I
trying to
can
be a
be
mind
double
reader
wrong,
here.
Grumpo. I'm only wrong
gonna
here,
break
but
spaghetti
I can
and
say
throw it
what
at
I'm
you.
going to say, and I can be double wrong if I then explain
Please
it.
be
Imagine
triple
that.
wrong.
That's what's
No,
better
please
than
be
being
triple.
wrong. What's be triple? Okay, I'll try. I can only be double for now, but if I can actually be triple,
Wait, no, TB,
I'll
to
try.
hear the lamentations
No,
of their women.
I'm
right?
not allowed to. I'm
Hear
not
the-
allowed to
hear
speak.
Hear the lamentations of their women. Can you hear me?
The lamentations of the women. Okay, brilliant.
Do you not know
so,
Conan?
the problem is,
Are you not a Conan enjoyer?
the problem. No, I don't. I'm not
Oh,
a Conan
fail.
enjoyer.
I'm
I
not sure
mean,
if
the
we'd be
woman
friends
in there in Conan is pretty fit. I mean, she's pretty like muscular or
I'm
whatever.
not
It's
sure if
not
we'd
really
be
my
friends
my
anymore.
thing. But I mean, Conan the Barbarian.
You've never
Yeah,
seen
not
Conan?
really. Okay,
Like, Conan, what is best in life? I mean, come on.
Conan the Barbarian. That
Yeah.
one?
Yeah, Arnold.
Yeah,
like,
I've seen
I
that.
think it was his
Yeah,
first
I'm not a fan.
major motion picture role.
I'm really not a fan.
Arnold.
I'm really not a fan.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I mean, so when did you decide you started liking dudes?
When did you become gay? Is that the question?
When were you gay? That's
Yeah, this is the new
When were you
iteration.
gay?
Okay, so yeah,
brought
shut
it
the
full
fuck up,
circle.
Grumpo. The point is that there are a lot of people who have jumped the border into the United States of America, and the United States of America doesn't have a way to process them. Okay, didn't have a way to process them, and as a result, they have been given what do you call it? Fucking residency or citizenship. In one way or another, they've come to acquire it. Okay, here's the problem, because they would constitute what would be illegal. There's only one problem though, because America has had a problem with their borders where they cannot process individuals at the border, and you've had a big problem with the border. So you have a lot of people coming into the country that you guys would rightfully, under other circumstances, consider them to be illegals. The only problem is that because you have that problem with the border, there have been actions, policies put in place in order to facilitate them, considering that, hey, we have a problem. If we didn't have this problem, which we are responsible for, and we took care of our issues, this secondary problem would not arise. Therefore, we are going to take responsibility for it, and we are going to treat them as if we would anybody who would come into the country legally. We're going to give them citizenship and whatnot. This is something that has raised many eyebrows in the United States. It's created a lot of problems. But at the end of the day, they were granted citizenship, and that we can disagree with whether or not they should have been.
What happened to the Dreamer? But I don't think they did.
We're not talking about people who were granted citizenship at all.
Well, that's where the disagreement comes into matter, whether they are citizens or
No,
not.
the disagreement is that people who were not granted citizenship, people who are not citizens, voting in federal elections. That is where I think you maybe still don't get it.
Okay.
That's not what we're talking about.
Point to
People
who are we
granted
talking about,
citizenship.
Grumpo?
People who were granted citizenship.
What
for
example?
whatever
What
reason.
examples do we have of
No,
this,
we're not talking
Grumpo?
about them.
Okay, what examples do we have of these ones that you are talking about? What examples
All
of
of the
them?
investigations.
You know what I think we should do? You know what I think we should do? I
Yeah,
think
just
we
give me
should like
the point
go.
to the best example.
We should go like, you know how you have those sites where you can like look up people's details.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm the boss here. Should register to vote in the US.
Okay, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Trust me, man. I can't even access the goddamn link. No,
boss,
I
you're
want you
perfectly
guys.
legal alien.
I live in Russia. Shut the fuck up, native. Okay,
I
guys.
think we call
you-
him Nader again, you sexy
shut
minx.
the fuck up. Yeah, I know
He's
you love
busy
that.
in
Holy shit, I
Florida
bet
right
you do.
now. I think he's still alive. I'm not positive.
He's a fucking idiot. Fuck you, Grumple. What are you doing?
Twist
Sorry,
is an
Nader.
idiot.
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. Fuck him. I've already told him
Go
that he's
look
putting
at
his
the-
life in danger. Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. And he needs to
Go
put
look
it
at the
in
Miami
there.
obituary.
Life in danger doesn't mean you're an idiot. Why,
Right, hopefully this Flux
He's
guy
literally
is going to give me an
helping
example.
people,
Give me an example, guys.
He's literally helping society.
Yeah, I know he is, Kay. I know, but I love Nadar, and if he dies, I'm going to kill him when in the afterlife. I've already told him this.
Because you'll only
Okay,
be left with
Flux.
one Marine, and the one that really wants to throw crayons at you left.
Yeah, I know, but he's got an attitude. I like Nadar. Right, Flux. What is your best example?
I would
bro?
pay you to register to vote.
I know you would. Okay, brilliant. How much? Wait, how much are we talking about? Let's
going to also.
go. Holy shit! If
yeah,
I can register to vote.
TB, elongated muskrat will give you $50 to register to vote.
Let's go, bro. Holy shit. Let's bump those numbers up, boys. Let's go. It's a fucking raffle. Yeah, okay. Seriously,
Who you're voting for is how much you get paid.
Okay, so the only way we're going to be able to like understand if this is actually an issue, because that's what I'm questioning. I'm questioning whether these people actually exist and whether, like, it seems like I need to dive in and look at these individuals, like, and understand, were they or were they not citizens? If they weren't citizens, then how did they get to vote? What did they need to do? What are the processes they went through? Like, I'm of the opinion that this has already been taken up in court and this has been shut down. If it hasn't, though, and I'm mistaken about that.
It's 100% illegal. It still happens, though.
No, I mean somebody bringing this up in court, somebody taking the DMV to the fucking court, or taking the Dominion, the Dominion lawsuit, the ballots or whatever. I'm pretty sure that all of these things got raised.
I think the thing I would say is, right now we're getting hung up on requiring IDs, and we're not even got to the point now where we can fix the problem. We're still hung up on whether or not we can.
We need to
require IDs.
understand
There's a
whether
whole
it
bunch
is
of
a
states
problem.
where you're not even required to have an ID at all when you can still vote.
That's
We're
not
trying to
true,
decide
right?
something, and then we can
It's
solve
state to
the-
state, and there's
Yeah,
12
but we
states that
disagree
don't
about
require
this. Yeah.
don't require
Yeah.
ID. But in those 12 states that don't require ID on voting, most of them require you to present ID your first time.
Right,
voting.
you have to be
Just
in-
not the other times, not the other times after. So
I'm not saying
they-
it's like completely wide open. They try their
Yeah.
best. I'm not saying it's completely wild west.
and this is all stupid anyway, because I fucking agree that we should have the ID.
Exactly.
Yeah, but nobody
should have the IDs.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody here agrees. Like
Yes,
that shouldn't
yes,
be
yes,
the,
yes. And the question is here of whether these things that Flux and Grumple and the other Red Banner guy are saying are true. Because if they can point to scenarios.
Talked to Mr. Bill before. Tell him his name.
Have I? I don't know. I don't know if I've talked to
drunk to know. It's okay.
The only thing I
Bill.
didn't like was is that illegals are voting and dead people are voting. I have not seen anything to substantiate this.
Exactly.
If illegals are, I want to know that information
Yes.
so I can be corrected and I can have a
Correct.
correct opinion on it.
Yes.
But the thing is that every single time a
you
right
bring
winger
it up.
says this,
Yes.
they
Preach, brother. Go, Kay. Go.
every time it's brought up to
Did
me.
you look at my
it-
links in the chat?
I looked at 2 of them. Which ones did you
Wait, what
specifically
chat?
want? I looked
the Oregon
at,
ones.
Oh no, I didn't see the Oregon.
California.
I saw the California. The
Go back to one of the
Twitter
Oregon
one.
ones if you want to.
Yeah, let me go up. Give me a second. Is it the X ones as well?
Yeah,
or is
yeah.
it in the Yahoo one? Are those the Oregon ones? No, I already saw the X one. Okay, no, I found the Oregon one. Okay, I'm gonna read through this and I'm gonna mute.
Okay, so if there is examples of this actually being the case, and there's no, like, it's beyond, what is it, beyond reasonable doubt? Yeah, if it's beyond reasonable doubt that this is actually the case, and there is nothing here to be questioned, and this actually happened or whatever, it seems like somebody would take it to fucking court. Yeah, beyond reasonable doubt. It seems like somebody would have already taken it to court, i.e. Trump, because this seems like we said this was a fraudulent election. Remember, this is the entire thing that everything's run up.
You can't take a problem like this to the justice system. It is not something the justice system can do.
Of course you can. That is literally what the Supreme Court is for.
In theory you can, but
take into
people-
account-
No, it's not in theory. If this was actually happening, and we have
100%
people that are
theoretically,
not.
You could take this to the court
If we
system.
have.
But people in the
If
court
we have-
system are people, and therefore have biases. And
This is not an argument you can have. Please, for the love of God, Grumpo, please, no. That's not where you want to go. Do not be so brain rotted.
Zero.
No.
Donald Trump's.
Oh
charges
my
had merit?
God.
Do you think zero? of
Okay,
them-
before we go there, please do not go there for the love of God.
Do you think
This can't-
zero of them
this
had
can't
merit?
happen. No, that's the next line of thinking. That's the next conspiracy you can throw at me before we go through that one though. Let's go through this one. No, we're not doing that.
All the suits that he brought.
Jason said very little to do with what we're talking about.
Jesus Christ, no, because it has no standing. There is no evidence. You just say rambling. You just
phrase no standing.
No, there's no evidence because
no standing means when you say there's no
Jason said
standing.
very little to do with what we're talking about. So
Wait, no, it has
totally different
everything
thing.
to do with what we're talking about. When you say there is no standing, it means that they're bringing
among
something
the
to court,
affidavits,
and
the
the quality of
hundreds
the
affidavits that he sent. Those
the
affidavits
affidavits,
had nothing
that's
to
not
do
quality
with
evidence. And not anybody can write a fucking affidavit. This is not how you take things to the Supreme Court. This is
Standing in court
ridiculous.
means you have damages. And Donald Trump definitely has some damages, right?
What do you standing meaning the evidence that they're providing? They
Standing has
brought
nothing to do
out
with the
fucking
evidence.
Affidavits. Anybody can write an affidavit.
That's what
Grumpo.
standing is.
This is not some.
You've received some kind of damages. That's what gives you standing in court.
Can you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
It sounds
and,
like you don't understand how court works, at least in the United States.
Can I interlude?
Standing, Grumpo, you can argue.
Real quick. I'm gonna say something real quick. I'm having a ton of fun chatting you all, but I do have to leave. So I'm gonna stay tuned in, but I gotta drop out. Appreciate you guys. I apologize.
See you later, man. See you later.
Giant
Have a good
pussy.
time. Nice to talk to you.
Alrighty, I'm back. I read the, so I read it, and Mr. Bill, okay, you were right that this is a problem of what you linked me in Oregon, but I would like to point out that the
Wally,
problem
no,
was
you're
solved
okay, dude.
within.
Thank you.
The problem was caused from a new law in 2019 and was fixed within 6 weeks. Which
No, it wasn't fixed. It was reported in 6 weeks.
oh,
6 weeks
it
and
said,
then
they
reported.
it said that it was stricken right after. Oh no, it was stricken in August. No, reported happened in August, caught in September, and then stricken. Does that mean that they struck it? Okay, I'm not sure if they struck it within the 6 weeks or not. That's unclear.
Yeah, but do we know what stricken means?
No, yeah. So what they did is that they changed the law in 2019 that, and they accidentally, because of the law, registered 1,259 voters that shouldn't have been able to be registered. But then they caught it in 6 weeks, and then unregistered these people. Like they struck them
Wait,
from
this
being
is
able to
the
vote.
this is the one case that they ruled in favor of Trump out of the 64.
I wasn't
And
even talking about this at all.
No, this is not.
This is an
not.
outlier. Yeah, I wasn't talking about this even in the slightest.
I mean,
Okay.
but wouldn't you be happy about this, Mr. Bill? That that they caught this and that they actually took
We
the
should be.
effort to
That they caught their
remove
mistake?
these
Yeah.
people. Yeah,
That
and
a
that they
mistake
removed
that
these people.
should have been easy to not have it in the first place, to have allowed it to happen for 6 weeks.
But it's their
when-
processes that are the problem.
Yeah, but they fixed it.
No, not in
You
this
don't
case.
need to fix something if you know what you're doing. As a federal agency.
Wait,
or
so
state
the-
agency in this case.
So the problem we have is the government is not capable of the government
Well, I
is
mean,
not.
that's everybody's problem. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, which is what I'm trying to point to. Yeah, but this doesn't prove maliciousness or anything else that is trying to be suggested
oh, no, it's
here.
not maliciousness. It's not out of malice. It's out of, hey, we want our guys to win.
Yeah, that is
That would be
malice.
malicious.
You're
That
fu-
is
yeah, I know.
malicious.
He's doing a
it's not
grumpo
like
thing.
we're stupid to allow our guy to win.
Like,
And it kind of works.
it's out of goodness that we want to help
Yeah,
our
so you guys are
to
trying to say that there is malice here, that the Democrats are doing something sketchy in order to gain more votes, in order to fuck over the Republicans. Yeah, we all know what's going on here, because then it means that Trump actually did got frauded and fucked over, and he did actually win the election, which was the claim being made. I already know where this is going and where this leads
Don't get me
Yeah, I
wrong,
wasn't
Grumple and Mr. Bill. I'm on your
I know,
on your
that's where
side
you're
with
going.
that you need IDs, and I'm on your side that illegal immigrants shouldn't be able to vote. It wouldn't go past me that the Democrats at one point would try to pass measures to allow immigrants to vote. All right.
And all of that I will concede to you. The thing I have problems with is that every time that there's an incident that somebody tries to prove evidence of voter fraud, it's either something that got fixed and was an error, or it is a over-exaggeration of a situation, such as somebody's grandfather passed away, but they were already registered to vote, so they got a ballot in the mail. That's not dead people.
Hey, okay, can you hear me? Just so we're clear, can you hear me?
I can hear you,
or
yes.
that, hey, California state government doesn't think it's a big deal, so doesn't want to investigate. So therefore, there's no evidence of it. Is that?
If they don't, if they can, that can only stand for so long, Rumpel. Because if it's
no, California state.
Okay, so here's the problem, right?
It's very
here's the
Democrat.
problem.
Is that so hard to believe that, like, nah, we don't think that's real?
Here's the
Sounds
problem,
weird, right?
Rumpel. Yeah, I know. Here's the problem. The problem is that you have a individual who ran for president, won presidency, ran the country for 4 years, did a whole bunch of fuck-ups, then proceeded to want to be a...
Wait, what fuck-ups?
I'm not going to derail. I'm not going to... I'm not going to bite into your... I'm not debate broing this shit with you.
No, I'm not debate broing. You said did a bunch of fuck-ups. I just want to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that because then we're going to have a separate discussion. But we can get into that if you want. We can get into that after we're done with this conversation. I know you want to derail.
What were the fuck-ups?
We've had these debates plenty of times.
No,
we have had plenty of times.
You and I have not had this debate plenty of times. What were the fuck-ups?
Plenty of times.
What were the fuck-ups? Was it the no wars?
Iran, Syria, not doing anything about fucking Ukraine and Russia. Like this is the problem, right? So I'm gonna label things because you're saying that I don't. Yeah, amazing. No, the bombing of the Syrian airport, like, yeah, the economy, like obviously tariffs.
The economy that was doing outstanding.
Meeting with president, the only known dictator to man.
No, the economy in the U.S. that was doing outstanding at the time.
Okay, so this is but you realize what you're doing here. You're just proving my point that you were trying to derail this conversation. Yeah, so you can just say, look, that's your opinion. I don't agree with that. So let's continue on to the line of thought. Yeah, I know, but I told you. I've already told you, but now you want to debate those things. Yeah, it's okay. It doesn't matter.
You're saying, hey, I already told you something. You're hand waving right now.
I have though, because I've had these debates like 17 different times with you, and with DBO, and with Ranger, and with Nader, and with all of you. So the idea that I haven't had these conversations is stupid.
Without debating them, just name a couple things that you think were giant.
I already have listed like 6, but you were too busy to keep yapping on the matter. Just let's move on. I've already labeled 6. Yeah. So I was right. You are going to derail this.
I'll number them for you.
Yeah.
What are the 6?
Yeah. So I said Iran, I said Syria, I said Ukraine, Russia, so that would be Crimea, I said North Korea, I also said the economy,
you think
the tariffs,
Trump fuck-ups?
China.
Also,
yes. Can we derail now? Do you want to derail now? Are we going to talk about those things?
No,
yeah?
So
I was right about this.
Be aware of what you think are Trump.
You keep saying I just want you to say them. I have just said them, but now you want to go into detail about it.
No, I did. I said okay. Yep. Then we'll move on. I just like, hey, everybody's aware of what do you think. The
okay,
Trump
brilliant.
Were.
So
also,
again,
pause,
he ruled the country for 4.
Pause a moment. Good evening, Wobbly.
Good morning.
Wobbly. Nice to meet you.
Oh, it is morning now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's late.
Yeah.
Okay, so he ruled the country for 4 years and then proceeded to say that the election was fraudulent, that he had been fucked over, and actually he won the election. Then he proceeded to prevent the peaceful transfer of power, and the idea...
Wait, how did he prevent the peaceful transfer of power?
Wait,
hang on,
I need to be able...
Hang on, but peaceful transfer of power happened. How did he prevent it?
Because for 4 hours, the peaceful transfer of power did not occur. Because Trump initiated... I know I'm very smart. It's just you're too fucking blind or wearing your rose glasses to see through the bullshit. But before we even get into that, he also went to the courts, lost 63 out of 64 cases. That all of these cases were brought to the courts to basically prove because they had no fucking merit. There was no
because
evidence.
in most cases they said there would not be enough time for the
fucking affidavits and shit. If there was anything there of significance that could have made a difference to prove that in fact the election was stolen from Trump, they would have allowed it to go through. And here is where California comes into the matter. If California is concealing and doesn't really give a shit and doesn't really care about the voting, guess what? California might not, but guess who does? All the fucking states that did vote for Trump, which happen to be all the states that tried to bring cases towards the court to prove that there was ill intent and maliciousness going on with the election. But nothing went through, nothing got passed, 4 years have passed, and you guys are still not convinced.
No, nobody cares. Swing states in most cases that brought the cases, not red states.
So then that even, like you said that it's votes Democrat, it's blue state, like what do you think you're getting at here? Like if it's a red state, then why the fuck wouldn't they look into it? If it would basically agree with their agenda, if there's this thing that would fuck up the election and Trump was right and it was all fraudulent and I got fucked over and they have the evidence in their hand and Trump knows it, what the fuck are you telling me that he just said, oh yeah, don't bring that up? What? This makes no sense. The point is, anything that he could bring to the fucking courts, John Eastman himself said that we would lose 7-2 and then eventually conceded 9-0 in the Supreme Court. There is no fucking standing. There is nothing. Nothing. You're all being fucking deceived.
And he definitely had damages, right?
All right, here we go again. Okay, so like I said, Grumple, when I say standing, yeah, I am a lovely individual.
I like TB. I really do. He's adorable.
Yeah. So when I'm saying standing, I mean there is no evidence or substantial evidence, qualitative or quantitative evidence to bring towards the court to prove your case. If there is none of that, you don't go to court. If you go into court, you're going to pay all of these fucking fees and everything that's included with it. You need evidence. Otherwise, it's pointless.
California's voter rolls have been taken to court twice by Judicial Watch. And they won their court case each time. The first time was over 4 years ago by Judicial Watch to clean up the California voter rolls. And then, just recently, they sued the state of California again to clean up their voter rolls after they found 45,000 more illegal voters.
Okay.
That was, hang on, Wobbly. Also,
you have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so I'm guessing now that these went to court and they ruled in their favor.
California is corrupt.
I am trying to. Yeah. I'm asking a question. Yeah. My question was, I'm guessing he stopped talking, Grumpo. The point is that if they won this court, just show it to me. I'm not aware. Go ahead.
I'm not going to show you shit. It's up to you to do the research.
What the fuck,
it's
bro?
publicly
I want to
known.
be convinced.
It's on YouTube, fool.
On YouTube? Wait, the court case?
Just look up Judicial Watch.
Judicial Watch? On YouTube?
Yes.
Well, can't you give me the court case? Like the actual thing that
ruled I don't have resources for that right now.
Wait, so you're
I'm not going to do your work for you.
Yeah, but that's not my work. This is your claim.
Shit
you're trying to
things
prove.
You absolutely know nothing about. Why should I do your work?
Wait, what do you mean I know nothing about? I clearly know enough about the fucking things that I'm talking about. But when you bring up something new, I'm not aware of, and I ask you for the evidence to prove the thing that you're claiming, and your answer is, I don't need to provide you with that.
To you.
Because you're trying to prove the affirmative.
Hey, TB, he might not be
You're
able to
so
move.
freaking brainwashed.
Hey, TB, no, hang on. TB, Wobbly is one of my. He is an older disabled veteran.
Okay.
He might be stuck in bed.
No
right
offense,
I'm not
Grumpo. I don't give a shit who the fuck he is. He talks like an idiot.
He might not be able to bring anything up right now. He gave you the thing to look up. Okay?
Sounds retarded. Okay, give me the fucking case, mate, or shut the fuck up.
TB, don't do that.
What?
That was very rude.
What? What is very rude?
You just don't do that.
What? Do what? Call him an idiot? Retarded? What? I call everybody that. What is this?
Yeah, not.
I'm not sure if this is the one.
You've never had a problem with it before. Why now? What the fuck?
No, not in my
related
house.
to what Wobbly's talking about.
Okay, not in my house. Be polite.
Okay. Yeah, sure. This is your channel, obviously. Okay.
this is my
So,
house. Be polite.
are you gonna give me the? Okay. Fair enough. I won't push on that. All right. Go ahead, mate. Tell me where you want me to look this up for, because you're trying to prove something. I'm not aware of it. Go ahead and let me know.
Yeah, let's do.
I'm curious, man. If you're gonna fucking convince me of this being the case, this is the time to do it. Remember, if you're just here to fucking tell me that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and then not give me like a way to research it, like, yeah. Justice Watch?
Black Tusk has been airlifting heavy drilling equipment to the center courtyard.
Jesus Christ.
Priority is
So guys, dude, the weather's been fucking crazy.
whatever it is they're looking for.
Justice Watchdog? What am I looking up, man?
Actually,
this is
I'll do what I can to support you from
Hang
here.
on, Wall.
Judicial Watch?
Judicial Watch, I think, is the organization. Yeah,
Is
so
it?
I didn't know that inside hurricanes, like big hurricanes, little tiny tornadoes happen. Apparently, I know this is allegedly right now. I just, it's hearsay until I get some kind of confirmation. I want to get confirmation because it's horrific that in like Milton, Wednesday, so yesterday, I heard that when Milton
I don't have
made
permission
landfall,
to put anything in the side
one
chat.
of the
So.
one of the tornadoes that
The first
that
one
happened
is
ripped up a church that people were sheltering in and killed 30 people. I want to get a source on that. It's not confirmed, but this is like, I didn't know that like little tiny tornadoes happen when hurricanes happen, but usually they're like F1 or EF1.
and for some reason I can't put it in chat and kick.
It's
even
all right.
though I haven't
I've yeah, thank you for nothing. I've researched it myself. They've got a website there. I'm reading it now.
He was trying to find the stuff there.
No,
to
he
ban it.
wasn't. He just said to me, I'm not going to do your job. Wait, why are you doing this now? The whole reason I said to him, you're an idiot.
At the end there, he was trying to get it to you. Did you not hear him say he was trying to get it to you?
No, because he's always talking, never listening.
I haven't fucking talked for the last 10 minutes. Yeah, there's a fucking time and a place, my guy.
Clap your fish lips.
I have not talked for the last 10 minutes. Shut the fuck up, bro.
You
yeah,
shut
I
the
get
fuck
it.
up.
You're telling me I don't know
You
shit about
shut the
anything, even
fuck
though I'm
up.
asking you
You
for the
shut
evidence
the
to prove
fuck
your
up.
claim, considering I'm
shut
curious
the
to find
fuck
out.
up.
Yeah. Okay. Amazing. You didn't help me though. You want me to do all the fucking work myself, apparently proving your fucking case, as if it's my job to
It's
do.
not my case.
Too
It's the
stupid
case
to even
of the
understand.
state of California.
Everybody, please just take.
Yeah,
no, boss, I muted you now. Everybody, please just take a deep breath. And we're gonna be a lot nicer in Grumple's house.
Also, by the way, Grumple, I tried to apologize for it earlier, but I was kind of cut off. But I apologize for not like, as you figured out, it was a technical difficulty, so I didn't really like hear you guys. So I didn't mean to be like rude.
No, I got it. Yeah, you were having like, and you couldn't hear, and like.
So
I was like,
let me get
why
this
is
straight,
guy not
Grumple.
doing-
Because this is the first time you've ever brought up this type of criticism towards me. You've never said anything about the way I behaved previously.
You've never
but
been on my
now,
Discord.
so all of a sudden, now things have changed.
You've never
So
been on
what
my
has changed?
Discord.
What am
You've
I
never-
allowed to do? Yeah, okay,
You've never been on
amazing.
my
But you've
Discord.
not
You're
made
in
me
my
aware
house.
that there are special rules,
No,
and I
no.
feel like a dickhead now because apparently you have special rules that I have to administer to. And I haven't done that. I haven't paid the level of respect to you that you deserve. And I feel like a dickhead.
wow.
The reality, though, is
Wow.
that up until shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck.
Wow.
The point is that you've
Listen to
interacted.
this shit. Now he's playing victim.
No, I literally just said I feel like the asshole. What part of that is not understandable to
Wobbly,
you?
give him a minute.
Too stupid or in your own ego? Shut the fuck up, bro. The point is that I've come into your place
Ah,
and you
shut
have
the
special
fuck up,
rules
you
that you've
child.
never ever held to me before. So you have a problem with certain things, but you've never brought them up previously in my space. But in this space, you do. Why? Were you just coming to my place and you're going to run things how I do them and just you've always
Yes.
ruled things this way here?
Because that's
Huh?
your house and that's how you want them done. I've given you suggestions, but I run.
Okay,
run
I
things in
didn't
your
know that
house
you are.
how you want them run.
Yeah, that's fine, mate.
That's how.
Yeah,
that's the
okay.
only-
I'm just
I mean,
making.
that's
I'm
the only
just.
correct
I'm
way to
not
do it.
aware.
Somebody
I'm
just-
not aware of this Grumple. This is the first time I've met this Grumple. Just making you understand that for the last 3
Oh,
months.
Thanks, Buckeye.
Okay, awesome.
Kick follow. Yeah, well, I mean, I think
Yeah.
it's more than 3 at this point. But yeah, no, I've been helping you like run your channel. I can only give you suggestions about how I think things should happen on, like, for growth and.
I
like,
mean,
to
you've
do
never
things
had a problem
how
with
you
the
want
R
them.
slur before, or the R word, or me calling
No,
people
things can be
idiots, or
retarded
any of
and
that.
Idiots and like saying the words is fine. However, I want. I try.
So
to,
what is it that I said that's
what-
wrong?
What on my channel? What I try to do is I keep myself accountable for projects. That's most of why I stream. B is I try and teach things, and C, I try and take things that are politics and make them into local, like how it impacts individual people, individual risk
What has any
assessment.
of this got to do with me and what I've said, which is what you've had a problem with?
Is don't yell at my friends that I've known for years, dude.
So we're not allowed to yell?
I mean, don't call. I've known Wop. It's got to be like getting close to 5 years.
Yeah, that's okay.
He's my
so
friend.
we don't yell at people in here.
I mean,
Am I just
don't come into my
do I
house,
not do I
house and yell at
understand?
my friends, like my other friends. You're a new friend.
So
I
I'm
have
not
a
allowed
lot of
to
old
yell,
friends.
or am I not allowed to yell at specific people?
No, just don't ad hom. I mean,
No ad homs.
just I mean,
Are these your rules, Grumple? Because you're holding me accountable and you're saying I am being a dickhead, that I'm doing certain things that you're not okay
This
with,
is
and this
not-
is your space, and I
this-
want to know what those rules
Right,
look
and
like.
this is
Because
a
I've never
conver-
been aware of it. You've never
Right.
had a problem with these
yeah,
things
well,
before.
you've never been on my side. You've never been on my stream
Okay,
before.
so I'm asking
Yeah,
you.
this
So
is
no
not-
ad
this
homs,
is not a
no
debate.
shouting,
This
no
is not a-
yelling,
Have a
no R word.
conversation. This is not. Well, I didn't say no R. You can't like saying retarded or whatever. That's fine. Just this is not a debate, bro.
We
Place.
did get up
This
and
is have a
no, this is not
conversation.
about a debate, bro. Is that you're saying that I'm behaving in a way that you're not okay with, and I'm asking you. Well, I haven't been aware. I've known you for 3 months. All of a sudden, you have a problem with a bunch of things that I'm doing.
Well,
I want to
it's-
know what those things are.
because you've not.
Yeah,
been
you've
on
never
my
had a
stream.
problem with me yelling before. Yeah, I've always been a dickhead to everybody. That's my point. Yeah, if you say stupid
No,
things,
you've been
you
doing
get stupid
that on Your
answers.
stream in your house.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
my
I
house.
have, and you've never had an issue with it. Yeah, but if you hold
That's the
certain
difference.
principles
Do you not get
in
that?
your space,
Yeah, that's the difference.
yeah, but
that was your
yeah, but
house.
if I
This is my
go
house.
to if I go to somebody else's space and they do something that I'm not okay with, I tend to remove myself from that space. Why would I stay somewhere where they're doing something that I'm not okay with?
Because I'm trying to help that person grow. I mean, honestly.
Wait, so you've been
a lot.
with me for pity?
No, I stay in, like, when he's live, when I'm awake, I help Turbo when he's live, and I can't stand the fuck out of that conversation.
Wait, so you don't like my attitude, my character, the things I say, the way I
No,
behave,
no,
but
not
you've
at
been in
all.
my channel for pity?
No, I didn't say that at
Let me
all,
get
and
this straight.
I'm not sure why
What, you're saying that
taking that.
the only
No.
reason you're there is to help me.
Yes, like getting people like.
So it has
hey,
nothing
don't
to-
don't get your channel clapped, and I like what you're trying to do, and please don't. I'm not like. I don't get why you're saying pity out of this. I've been helping you
Because you're
I've
saying that I'm
literally
doing
been
things that are
doing
not
live.
okay, but I'm doing the same things I've been doing for the
I
last
didn't
6,
say
7
what
months.
you're doing is not okay. That's what you do in your space. We
You
do different
literally
things.
muted me and went on a whole tirade about how I shouldn't behave this way in here.
In my
Can I come in real
space.
quick?
It's
Yeah, that's
different.
okay,
Your
but
space and my space are
you have a
different
problem
places.
with my behavior. But
In
this
my
everything I'm
space.
doing here, Grumple. Yeah, so I'm asking you. You had a problem with it
Okay,
before,
yeah.
so you don't like the way I behave.
No, I
but
didn't
this
say
is the
that.
first time you're bringing this
Just
up.
just not here.
All right, TB.
Okay, so you don't like those things. You see a
TB.
problem with those things, the things that I'm doing.
TB, can you calm down for a second? Let's just ask some clarifying questions.
Fine, mate.
Yeah,
I just want to know.
Grumple,
Everybody take a deep
Grumple,
breath.
do you like TB?
I'm fine, mate. I'm just yeah. If I've
Grumple,
done
do you
something
like
wrong, I want to
TB?
know what it
do you,
is.
Do you like TB as like a friend? Do you like him as a person?
Yeah, he's
No,
he's
we
a
don't
cool
need to
guy,
be friends.
and
Yeah, he's a cool
guy,
friend,
and
yeah.
I've been helping him, like, stream
I don't know
and helping out his Discord and the entire helping his community just out of
Mm-hmm.
for no reason at all. just because I want to see it grow.
Yeah, so no, you,
for
so you like it.
months.
That's him being sarcastic. So he's saying
No,
he
it
likes you.
wasn't. It was
TB.
not being sarcastic at all. That
Yeah,
was
it seems like the
literally-
only thing I'm hearing here is I wanted to help him because for whatever reason. I'm
you
not
weren't just
hearing
helping him
that.
just to grow, right? You were
Yeah, I
helping him
like
to
you as an
spread, right?
individual, the way you behave and the way you talk and the things you say, which is why I
wanted to
hang
see
around
you-
with the people that I do.
Because I wanted to see what you're doing
What?
grow. That's why I'm helping you.
Okay. But yeah, why would you want to see something grow that you don't like it? You don't like the way I'm talking. You don't like the things I'm saying, which are all things that I've said and done to people around me for the last 6 months, and you've never had an issue with it, which I just took for, okay, well, he's okay with this type of behavior. But all of a sudden, you have a problem. So now I have every intuition to believe
TB,
that
have
you
have
are
ever
not
met
okay with
anybody
my
where-
character.
Have you ever met anybody where when you got to that person's house that you had to take off your shoes when you entered the house?
I sure have, but when they come to my house and they wear their shoes in my house,
Because your
and
house is
I
a
don't
shoes-on
raise.
kind of house, right?
Wait, let me think of this as the correct analogy for this. So, you're coming to my house, and in my house, we're okay. Yeah, but this is your like. If you don't like wearing your shoes in other people's houses, but you go to somebody else's house and they allow you to not wear shoes in their house, but you don't like wearing. Yeah, but this is not analogous because
No,
we're
it's not
talking about
whether or not
ideologies
I
and things
like
we believe in,
wearing
and not
my
shoes.
House. It's whether or not just in my house.
Okay,
whether
right.
or
No,
not you wear your
let's do
shoes.
this. Let's do this. No, this is
Your
more
house
analogous, right?
is a shoes
So
on.
you don't
My
eat
house,
meat.
just
No,
the
you don't
analogy
eat.
is
No,
that my house is a shoes
no,
off.
we,
maybe
no.
kind of
Yeah,
thing.
shoes are
That's
not
the analogy
analogous,
that I'm trying
right?
to go
So
right now.
you don't. You're a vegan, right? And you come to my house, but in my house we eat meat, and you decide, even though in my house we're allowed to eat meat, that you decide to eat meat in my house. And then I come to your house and you say, wait, hold up, we don't eat meat here. I'm like, wait, what? No, this is the analogy because we're talking about ideologies and the things we believe in, people's characters, people's personalities. That's what we're talking about here. So when I say somebody's an idiot or a retard and I shout, those are my things that I do. They're not analogous to wearing shoes.
I think it's very much analogous
correct
to wearing
analogy.
shoes. Anybody could like just-
yeah.
Anybody else. I mean, this is literally my house, so what I say goes. But it just literally.
That is correct. You are right about that. Correct. Which is why that if this is the case and people don't shout here and we pity play on other people and we treat them gently and we don't shout or yell, I don't have an interest for that. I know myself. I'm not going to last in a space like this. It's the same thing. I remove myself from the Destiny community.
This is not a safe space.
because-
Just don't personally attack people. That's all.
I am going to. If it's not personally attack, is if they're saying something stupid, I'm going to call them out on their stupidity. Or if they're saying to me, you're an idiot, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and I respond to that, and somebody says to me, wait, hold up, why are you giving him shit? I'm like, wait, what the fuck? He's the one who called me out to begin with.
Okay, TB, okay, so if I have to explain again the purpose of my channel, one is to keep me accountable for projects. I'm not doing any projects right now, so we're past
You don't
that.
need to explain, because none of
Two
this is relevant to what we're talking about.
No, it's very relevant. The purpose of why
It's
my
not.
channel is live right now is to teach people things, and 3, do you remember what the third one is? You said you knew.
It's not relevant to what we're talking about.
It's very relevant.
It's not, though, Grumple. It's not about my character or the way I behave or
Maybe this
any of
isn't-
those things.
Maybe we.
You're
just-
saying that it's
another
not
one.
okay. We're not okay to yell at people. We're not okay
More
to shout at Grumple's friends. We're not allowed to do those things. But in my
2 months
space, I do
ago-
those things to other people.
2 months ago, judicial sued Illinois
said
and
that.
California to clean up their voter rolls.
Yeah, I put the links in the chat, but he refuses to look at them.
I literally have it in front of me, but then me and Grumple started to have a disagreement. So yeah.
I don't think
Sorry
we
for not
disagreed at all.
multitasking and reading
I
an
think-
entire
I think
fucking
you
page of
recognize that
information while
Your house
disagreeing
is your
with
house, and my house
Grumple.
is my house, and you just don't understand. That our houses
Correct,
are different
Grumple.
places.
Correct. That's okay. You can have your rules, man. I'm questioning your rules now, considering that whenever you come into my house, you're totally okay with the idea of people shouting, ad homing, attacking each other, and doing a
that's what
bunch
you
of different
want.
things. You've never had an issue with those things, but those are principles that if you agree to,
No,
it
that's
shouldn't
what you
be.
want
I
in
would
your house.
question.
Why would I question?
It's not what I want. That's what happens, and I'm okay with it.
It's a
Those are
Bloodsport
principles that
debate
I'm
bro
okay
space.
with. It's not a
it's not-
blood
it's-
sports
it's- no,
debate, bro.
hang on,
See,
I was
debate
wrong.
deathmatch
I
is
was
literally
wrong.
created to
It's not-
incentivize people to be good faith.
It's not
Yeah.
not inside your formal debates, but there is a little bit of blood sports. I didn't
Happens to
it's-
go there. It
yeah,
does
it
have blood
does.
sports, correct?
I
Yeah,
don't
but
want I don't want that in my space.
So you don't like blood sports?
No.
You don't like blood sports? Okay, well this is news to me, man. Because I don't think I'm gonna fit in. I don't think I can fit
It's
into.
entirely
I'm just
possible.
curious because. Yeah, I don't. Because if somebody calls me and they say to me, "You're an idiot. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about," even
Wait,
though
did
I've
anybody-
spent
hang on,
15, 20 minutes.
Did somebody
Yeah,
bring
he
up that
kind of did.
you're
Nope.
an id-
I don't remember
then-
Wobbly or anybody calling you directly a name. He's referring to your actions. He's saying that he's not going to look something up for
You
you.
don't know anything about this. What about
I
that?
was listening to Wobbly, and he didn't ever.
Yeah.
personally
Well,
attack
it's
you.
obvious
You
because you
attacked him.
don't.
Okay, so wait, what was that, Wobbly? Because it kind of seems like you just contradicted immediately after what Bill just said. So go
No,
ahead
I
and
just,
repeat
you
that,
asked me to
Wobbly.
do the research. I posted both of the
No,
research
I didn't
articles,
ask you to be the
and you
research.
still just flapped your lips.
You came in here and told me that there is certain evidence that can be brought to light that would change my opinion, and then I
And
asked
there
you, okay,
was, and
give
I
me.
posted
That's
it, and
amazing,
you just
but I
refused to look at it.
no, I literally have it in front of me, which
Hang
is
on,
why I
I'm gonna mute
asked you.
everybody.
Which is why.
If we can pause for just a moment. TB, can you recall the last time I called somebody a name?
A name?
Yeah, whenever the last time I did an ad hom on anybody.
I remember the last time I called somebody a name and you didn't call
when-
me out on it previously.
But when have I done it? When's the last time
I
I
don't
called
know.
somebody a name?
Probably really rare. Like I don't see you ever say
it's-
anything to anybody.
It's because Grumple doesn't call anybody names. Grumple doesn't do ad homs.
Okay, well,
that's why in generally Grumple
Boss-
is
Boss does.
except in a few communities that Grumple really trolls. Grumple is welcome in most any spaces,
Yeah, but-
except for those
Yeah, but
specific ones.
I call people names all the time, and you've
Yeah.
never said anything about it before.
That's how
I
you.
think what
now you
Grumple's
are.
saying is when you go to Grumple's house, try
Yeah?
to behave like Grumple.
Yeah, but
You know,
I've been
don't
friends
behave
with
like
Grumple.
a nitwit.
Yeah,
whatever
Bill,
else.
I've been friends with Grumple, or I've known Grumple for
I
6
know, but
or 4
they
months.
behave like he does
but
in his
yeah,
space.
Bill, but Grumple never had a problem with me behaving a certain way, and now he does, which is why it questions it. Before, I thought that we were on the same level about it's okay to call people names as long as they first attack you or they say something about your character.
Did anybody attack you?
And now all of a sudden, well, he did say that I don't know anything about the fucking issue after I had spent 20 minutes fucking diving in and explaining.
Is that a
the
personal
whole...
attack? Is that a personal
yes,
attack?
when you say that
No, it's
I
not a
don't
personal
know
attack.
anything about it.
About this, about a subject. That's not attacking you
You
personally.
guys are reaching like mad right now. You're reaching so fucking
TB,
hard.
if you can't,
Holy shit.
I 100% still support
If I
you
can't,
and what you're doing, but if you can't, like, basically take your shoes off in the space, and yeah, no,
it's not the equivalent.
argument,
It's shoes,
100%, you can
Grumple.
get heated arguments.
It's not
just
the
don't-
equivalent.
don't,
Like,
like,
this is
calling
this is
people
everything
names.
I am. This is who I am. Online, it has everything to do with my behavior, the things that I say, and the way I condone my behavior, or the things that I do and I say. That you don't see anything else or part of my private life. So give me a second.
Maybe this isn't the right spot.
I know a certain Discord you could be a part of that acts like this. I think Grumple knows which one I'm talking about.
Jesus, come on.
I know most of.
Yeah, okay. Do you know which one I'm referring to?
I have
Oh,
a
no,
pretty
I know
good
most of
idea
everything,
which one. All right, so back to a conversation with Outboss for a little bit. You know, how you doing, Wobbly? How you doing, Bill?
Wobbly, thanks for
Pretty good.
joining. I-
Use the restroom. You're back.
I'm just sitting here working up stuff for the stream this morning.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
Up early,
it's about time for
so-
you to go live soon, isn't it? You get started at like 1:30
Yeah,
in the
about
morning
2
your
hours.
time. Huh?
4:30, or 4 o'clock rather. Excuse me.
Oh,
That's
you,
when
so
I
you got
start
another
the
like
stream.
2-ish hours getting ready. Yeah.
2 hours, yeah.
Yeah, so Grumple,
I'm just
man,
sitting here going through some
I-
of the stuff that's been posted, and some of the
yeah, I don't
news
like being a
articles
dickhead,
and-
man. I know he's talking, but okay, yeah.
You
Go ahead.
just interrupted, so that's being a dickhead.
I did interrupt, correct. Yes, that was a dick move. I tend to do those things, correct. But yeah, continue, Wobbly, if you
I
wanted
give you a
to.
lot of grace because you are new in these spaces.
No, I don't need that. I don't need that. I'm capable of understanding that I am being a dickhead whenever I interrupt each other, or I interrupt somebody else, or I call them a certain name, or I do those things. What I like to do, though, is I tend to keep that reserved for the individuals that deserve it. Hence, when they come into a call after listening to a bunch of rationale that I've just given, and their response is, you don't know anything about this because here's a court case that I'm refusing to elaborate on. And then my response is, I feel adequate when I say to them, fuck you, you talk like a retard, you're an idiot. Because I just spent 15 minutes. You didn't come here to argue about anything that I just said. You provided me with other evidence that proves the contrary or something of that nature. And then when I ask you to provide me with where can I go and research that, the answer is, fuck you, you should have done your homework. But yeah, so that's that's my reason for responding that way to Wobbly. But yeah, so it's sad, man, because obviously I want to be able to interact. I feel like the way I behave, I feel is acceptable, and I feel like it's okay. I don't think I behave irrationally, but you think I do.
Just go like down like 2 notches, and I think everything will be fine.
I'm not going to go down 2 notches. I don't think I will. Like I said, this is why I'm sad, because I like you, and we've never had an issue before about the way I behave myself. But all of a sudden, it has become an issue. I see. I feel.
You've never been on my Discord when I'm live either.
Yeah, I know, but
I'm
you
live on
like
Twitch,
it would have
Kick,
come
and
up.
YouTube right
It
now,
would have.
by the way, not Rumble, because
If
Rumble's
I-
just so much of a pain in the ass. I didn't do it tonight.
Yeah, if I don't like if I have like very extreme views towards like Islam, and then I hang around with Islamists all day, and I never bring up anything that would like say, hey, this is the way I feel, that would be kind of deceiving towards them when they find out that actually I'm very, very against Islam. Yeah.
I don't think that's.
Well, you're hanging around with a Californian right now.
Who's a Californian? I don't
I am.
understand what this has to do with anything.
Also, yeah, that's how you want to conduct your channel, and I endorse however you.
It's not how I conduct my channel. That's how I conduct myself, Grumple. That's how I conduct myself in reality, which is why I've also said that I've pushed away pretty much everybody in my life, because not anymore. I'm an adult now. I understand that you probably don't want to break up all personal connections because of the way you behave. But when they say something stupid, I tend to not have a filter, and I tend to
I
go.
told you that there was
You're stupid.
cases,
No, because
and you asked me to prove it.
No, I asked you, where can I go and research that? I didn't ask you to prove
trying
it.
to get my servers updated. I'm trying to do a lot of other things.
I
Plus build
just
up a
asked you,
stream for
where can I
today.
find this? That's all I asked you. And you said
And
to me, I don't need to do your
I'm
research
out
for
of
you.
my schedule to prove what I'm saying.
You don't need to prove, I'm just asking, where can I research this? Am I supposed to just take you at your word for it? Is that reasonable to you?
Why not?
If I say to you, pigs fly, if I say to you, pigs fly, you've got no reason to believe that.
Everybody stop.
I got no reason to
Everybody
believe
stop.
anything you say either.
Wobbly, stop.
Which is why I provide evidence.
What evidence? You haven't shown me any evidence.
I literally gave you 64 cases that went to the
You're
court.
sitting here talking about driver's licenses and voting and shit like that.
No, I went on and I talked about the court case.
Okay, both are muted. So here's the thing. I'm gonna unmute you right now. However, just pause, okay? So Wobbly gave you Judicial Watch. Hey, Judicial Watch has brought these things to court, and because Wobbly is getting ready to go live, he's a content creator. Also, he's on Kick because Twitch is not a great place to build a community, which I've been trying to tell you also, by the way. But Wobbly's getting ready for his stream, and he does a lot of content. He is usually playing World of Tanks and more interested in that than doing commentary on it. However, Kick doesn't care. And because he's only going live on Kick, there's no DMCAs that are going to happen. And it's friggin' amazing, and I love it. But also, so boss, what you're saying, it sure was a thing.
Yeah, you don't even remember what I was saying. The point is that when he brings up the Judicial Watch, like just saying to me Judicial Watch,
I'm
thank you,
remembering.
Almighty Lord, on YouTube. So when I then look into it, I'm like, okay, well maybe he has like a fast-forwarded process towards the court case, and I can go and dive into that to see like what evidence was provided, because that's ultimately going to be the source of the information. That's ultimately where I'm going to find the facts. I'm going to be able to separate the facts from fiction. So,
Well, boss,
I was
here's
just
the
asking
thing:
for
is
that. So-
Wobbly didn't join the call expecting a debate and having to have sources ready. He said, "Hey,
Well, he
I know
entered
this-
the debate, but now
I know
you're
this
fending
thing,
for
and
him.
here's how
You're
you find it."
you're going, oh, poor little Wobbly. That's what you're doing right now, and you don't even realize
I don't
it.
need to pour the
I don't need
Wobbly.
defended.
You are though. That's exactly what you're doing, because
I don't-
simply
I
by
need
saying
no
here's
defense.
a YouTube channel
Look, I'm
that says
74
this
years
thing.
old. I've lived here in California.
Nobody
for
gives a
over
shit, man.
50
I don't
years.
care.
I
That's
know
the-
everything that's been going on in
Do you think-
California
oh,
for those 50
everything?
years.
Yeah,
I've
okay.
seen, I've researched, I've done everything,
You
including
already sound
color war
arrogant as
stuff,
fuck.
The power stuff that's been going on, the new insurance crisis that's going on. I've got it all covered.
Amazing. Thank you, Almighty Lord. Let me know when you arrive at the place, the equilibrium, where you understand that data
Here
is
we
above
go.
any of
Here
your
you
personal
go.
experiences.
Another insult inboard. Okay, fire your shots, but
I
who
also
the fuck
provided like
cares?
okay, yeah. It's no, I said personal, like look, the things that you see and feel in your life and you interact with. Those are like personal interactions. Those are like it's anecdotal evidence. You know, it's not real. Like you need to provide
It's
evidence.
not real?
No, to you it is. But when it comes to a global level, a systemic level, the things that we're talking
A
about, we need
systemic?
evidence. Oh, we have a trigger
Systemic.
word.
Ooh,
Oh,
here we
that was
go
a trigger
again.
word, wasn't it? That
Systemic.
touched a very sensitive spot in you. Holy shit!
You
I might
asked
just
what's
start
happening
talking
in
about those
California.
transgenders.
No, TB, you asked what's happening in California. You got a guy on the ground.
No, I didn't
Who's
ask.
lived in
He said that
California.
something is going on in California, and then I asked him, "Okay, give me the thing so I can research into it more." And his
Wobbly's lived in
response was,
California for
"Fuck you!
decades.
Go looking into it for yourself."
5 decades. Over
His-
5 decades
His
now.
original response
Oh,
was
Yep.
he gave you the
Multiple
defendant,
decades.
he gave you the plaintiff, he gave you the state. What else do you
What?
need to look
What
up?
are you talking about? He said the
He said
Judicial
California.
Watch,
California was
1,000
the
to
place for
100,000.
this, so let somebody
Yeah.
else talk for a second. Thank you. He gave you California. He gave Judicial Watch, which was suing California. So you
Okay.
put in Judicial Watch, California, illegal
I
immigration.
did do that.
That's what
I
you'll
did do
find.
that.
There's about five
I did.
things down there.
Yeah, but
Pretty
I'm
easy.
asking for the court case. I don't know. Maybe they've got a public record of the court case or something that maybe he's aware of. I don't know. I usually go to the source of the information. The Judicial Watch is not going to be the source of the information. The court case will be, because the Judicial
the
Watch has an
ones that are
incentive.
California versus
There is a
Judicial
conflict
Watch.
of interest. Yes,
keep saying
amazing.
that,
So
but-
California is trying to prove one thing.
But he didn't
Judicial
have
Watch
anything like
is
that.
trying to prove another thing. You realize that the only way I care about this is if I'm reading the court cases, because I need to look at what California said, what Judicial Watch said. If you're simply pointing to the fact they won, I don't know what it is they won. They can say, we won the entire thing, but then when you dive into it, it says a completely different thing. We've seen this happen time and time again. According to Trump, he's not lost a single case. But the reality is that fucking how many, all the cases got thrown out or were dismissed. There's basically a loss. There's no evidence
So
that
he didn't
they
lose
support the
them,
thing you're
right?
saying. He did.
didn't- no,
He
it-
did lose
he
them.
didn't lose them.
That is
No,
an
he didn't.
L. That is
No,
an
they
L.
were never. They were
Like,
never.
you're
They were never
coping
cases.
right
Never
now.
If they
a
got
court
thrown out, they were
case.
never cases.
Because there's no evidence.
Just,
There
I
is
mean,
evidence.
No,
Just
it's
saying.
anecdotal. The same level of evidence that you
It's
guys
not
are pointing to
anecdotal
the
because I
entire
saw it
time.
for myself.
It is an affidavit.
No, I saw
Anybody
it
can
for
write an
myself.
affidavit. Nobody cares about what you saw, Wobbly.
Nobody
gives a
cares.
fuck, mate.
Affidavit.
We're talking about
What's
court
affidavit
cases.
and what are
We're talking
the
about
legal
Donald Trump. We're talking about the U.S.
consequences?
system, the judicial system. Like, this is what we're talking about. Nobody gives a fuck about you, Wobbly. I'm sorry, man, but that's the reality. So I'm asking
care
for
about
those
Wobbly.
things. Okay, we care. Okay,
I
we
give a
care
fuck.
about Wobbly. I get it, but like, not when it comes to proving a fucking court case. Like, you guys can't be serious.
Take just two.
I need
just
a water.
Just from that 2 notches down.
I'm gonna,
It'll be better for you two.
remove it. Yeah, you know I'm unhinged. No, don't tell. No, because this is the problem. You've never had an issue with me being unhinged. All of a sudden now it's being a
He
dickhead.
doesn't have an
if you
issue
are
with
unhinged.
TB.
He does. He's taking me, telling me take it down a notch.
Dude.
He's telling me take it down a notch.
I
He's
get, I
never
get,
told me
why,
take it down a
why you're,
notch.
I get why you're pissed. I get why
You
you're pissed. but
obviously
you're not
don't.
listening. I do. It happened to me before, but there's a little thing called nuance here. All right. Grumple likes what you do, and he likes that you do it in your area. He just wants to operate his bakery a little bit different than yours. All right?
Why?
Because that's how he wants to do stuff.
Why?
That's how he
Why?
wants-
Why would
everybody
you?
has different
Why would you not
flavors.
want to
Why?
do something?
Listen.
Why?
I don't.
No, just
I
answer
don't.
me
I
the
don't.
question.
Monkey. TB, I'm a very
No,
simple monkey,
Grumple,
and I'm
why
trying to
do
be
you
not as
like it
violent.
when people? Yeah, why do you like it? Why do you not like it when people go unhinged and they start shouting? Why do you not like that, Grumple?
Because you can do that in your space, and I can turn it off. If you're in
No,
my
don't,
space,
no. Why do you not want
Shut
that?
the
What
fuck
is
up. I
wrong
will
with
mute
shouting?
you. I'm still answering.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you're in my space,
yeah,
I have to handle it.
Handle what? What's wrong with it? If there's nothing wrong with it, what are you handling?
It A, has nothing to do with what I'm trying to put out in my streaming career, and B,
shouting.
Not necessarily shouting, but like personal attacks.
Aggressive? We're talking about politics here. Is this a new thing to you that shouting is involved in politics?
I want more like Zen sand garden in my own personal space.
Why? What's wrong with shouting, Grumple? Is it a bad thing? Is it? It's not good to the conversation.
Because of career decisions that I've made, I've had enough violence that I want breather room when I'm trying to inform.
Okay, so
people.
why do you surround yourself in my space when you don't like people shouting and being unhinged, when that's literally the fucking epitome or the center of
Because
unhingedness? Seeing as you don't like it.
I can mute that or turn the volume down and still be helping
You can do that here.
No.
Wait, what is this about helping me? Wait, we need to get this out of the way. Bro, if you come to my space, the expectation for me is that you like what I'm doing here and you're okay with, at least okay with the way I control myself.
That's cool. I like what you're doing in your space. Doesn't mean I want you to do it here.
Why the fuck not? What's wrong with it? I don't get it.
Do you ever just go to other places with different expectations? I go to a
Sure
bar.
do, mate.
I go to a
Sure
bar
do.
or I go to a house party because I get to opt into that and I get to choose to experience something different. But when I go home, I don't want my home to be like a bar or a house party, because I never host house parties at my own home because I don't want that there. But other people do indulge in that, and I can opt in and choose to go somewhere where that is happening when I want it. If I always did that at my house, I wouldn't be able to choose because that's my place. That's what Grumple is saying. When he wants what you are offering, he goes to your
questioning
channel.
whether it's acceptable
When he doesn't want
to
what you're
accept
offering, he
certain
goes
things in no, you are misunderstanding everything. The reality is I'm not questioning whether it's reasonable to want certain things in some certain spaces and not want other things. That is
No, it's
acceptable.
not
We see that in
Hang on. Just because it is my space, it's not what I want. It's dictating. I am dictating certain things
Amazing.
in my space.
Thank you. Amazing. We have
You can't
examples
handle
of
it.
that. We have
Maybe-
business environment. No,
my
I can
space isn't
handle
the
it.
place
It's
for
just
you.
it's not
You're
about whether
welcome
I
here.
can or can't. No, I'm not. This is the problem. This is why I'm pissed off, okay?
Why are you
Because
mad?
the reality is, because
anybody to be
Grumple, you were... Huh?
I don't want you to be mad. I don't want anybody to be mad, especially in my space.
So let me get this straight. I don't get to interact with the guy that I've known for 4 months that hasn't had an issue with certain types of behaviors, but all of a sudden they do have a certain problem with it, which is why they don't allow those things in their spaces. And they're trying to find every excuse in the book instead of just telling me, bro, I have a special rule here. Nobody fucks with Wobbly. There's no rationale behind it. There's no actual logical reason. But instead you want to present this as if it's a philosophical argument, as if there's a logical argument for why you don't want me to fuck with your friends.
I'm now the target.
Just tell me, I don't want you to fuck with my friends. And when I question you why, just say to me, because I don't want you to. There's no rationale there. Stop trying to put this off as if this is like a reasonable thing.
Okay, but
it's not a reasonable thing. It's a personal preference. That's it, mate.
I don't want you
You're
to
trying to
attack
justify
anybody.
it.
Wobbly just happens to
But
be a
you're
friend
not
that I've
okay
had
with
for
that
a
when
lot
I do it in
longer
my
than you.
space. If you don't like other people attacking other people,
Why do you
then
keep
you would not.
equivocating
you
my
would
space and your space? Why do you
because
keep,
if you don't
assuming
like
we're the
people,
same?
yeah, because you're saying to me, I don't like it when people punch each other in the face. But then in my space, all we do is punch people in other people's faces, and you're always there. So it's like, wait, you don't like people punching other people's in their faces, but you hang around here. What the fuck are you doing here, man?
Just I don't want that at home.
Well, that's what you're doing. This is the equivalent. You're saying to me, no shouting, no unhingedness, no any of this. I don't like anger. I don't like aggressiveness. But that's all we do in my space, and you've never had a problem with it before. So what the fuck are you doing there? Because this is what I'm questioning.
Honestly, TB, if you want to know, honestly, because I have to be on guard when I go into your spaces.
On guard with what? Why do you put yourself in a space that completely disagrees with anything you stand for?
Why is it against anything I stand for? Why do you think that?
People shouting, being unhinged, personally attacking each other, ad hominem. That's literally the plethora of my content.
That's a lot of Twitch, Paul.
Okay.
And I've been in Twitch.
So you don't
for
like Twitch,
5 or 6
Paul?
years. Honestly, not very much. That's why I don't do a whole lot of panels anymore. But
well, this is news to me, Grumpo. Do you not see the problem here?
Well, I mean, your formal debates are cool. And honestly, things get spicy sometimes, and that is cool.
Yeah.
That's in your space. You dictate what...
So there is a time and a place.
You dictate... again, I don't know why I have to keep reiterating this. You dictate the rules and the reality that happens in your space, on your Discord, and when you're live on your Twitch, on your whatever.
That is correct.
But this is
I'm questioning your rules now. Yeah, I'm questioning your rules. That is exactly what's going on. I'm asking you.
I just don't want people personally attacking
each
other.
I just don't want. Personal preference.
Conversations happening.
Yeah. There's no rationale behind it. It's just a personal preference. It's like I like blondes with blue eyes. It's like I like blondes with blue eyes. I don't like black women.
And it has nothing to do with what I'm like. What I'm trying.
It's a personal preference. I'm allowed to do that. Like, it doesn't make me a racist. Yeah, but okay. So it's a personal preference. It's not you're not trying to justify it, right?
No, it's my preference about how things happen on my channel. That's a basic. Are you even a creator, dude? Do you know?
I am.
Okay.
I am aware of it.
Okay.
Correct.
So when you make content,
and I'm cool with it. Yeah, and I like that.
Content that's a certain kind of thing, and get the certain
correct,
and then also that attracts views, because we all have to be aware of getting and attracting clicks and views and stuff, right? But
you can compromise if you want to.
We just have different spaces. That's literally all.
Amazing. But you're the ruler of the space, so you get to, like you said, dictate the rules. So I'm questioning, so is there a time and a place where it's okay to be unhinged in here?
Yeah, if he makes the channel and calls it unhinged,
No, Grumple, is there a time and a place to be unhinged in here?
Like in my, not when I'm live usually. Because if I'm live and it's in an unhinged space, it's going to be on somebody else's Discord, or if I'm on one of the YouTube panels or things, that's I don't generally host unhinged stuff.
So there's never a time to be unhinged in here?
I mean, not really.
Not really. Okay.
No.
Well, yeah, okay, because if somebody says something stupid to me, that will increase the chances of me getting unhinged.
I'm leaving the gate open for maybe sometime. I'm trying to think of a time when I've ever had that happen on just when I'm hosting things. And just
how common is it for me to be unhinged? How common is it for me to be unhinged?
I don't know.
Pretty common, right?
Yeah, but you're an adult, right?
I am an adult, correct. But have I been made aware that it's not okay to be unhinged in here prior to coming in here?
I didn't know. It was a surprise to me that I forgot you were even.
It was a surprise. Yeah. So there's no way for me to know that.
You've never joined a call on my Discord before, so
correct.
It was new for me.
Yeah.
So
but now I have.
Now we've had this conversation, so everything should be happy.
So.
Right?
Yeah, correct. But I'm just making it very clear that prior to going unhinged in here, I wasn't made aware that it's not okay to be unhinged in here.
Okay.
Correct?
No, that's... Yeah, just like a lot of people who have never been on a call in my space. Again, the things that I try and put out is like I try and do funny like educational entertainment kind of stuff, but we're doing a thing.
Correct. And had I been made aware of it, I wouldn't have gone unhinged, Grumpy. That's the point.
I'm a really bad streamer also. I've been doing this for 5 or 6 years. I can't keep a schedule for shit, and I can't do any content regularly for shit. It's really a
That's fine, man. Like I'm saying, like had I been made aware, you said to me like, bro, if you come into my space, like that's not what we do there. I'm not okay with that. You do what you want there, or whatever. I wouldn't have gone unhinged. I'm not like 7 years old. It's not what I do.
Oh no.
I don't think there's a problem with going unhinged. Like personally, I disagree with you. I don't think that you should limit that. If somebody, like there is a condition, I clearly set a condition for going unhinged, and it's that the other person behaves in bad faith, just ad homs you, does certain things, you going unhinged can be a reasonable response. And hence why, when somebody goes unhinged for no reason, I will call them out. That's how I do things in my space. So I'm clearly like making a rule there in my space, which is why people like cross it all the time, and it's fine. Yeah. So that's why I do it. There's a rationale to that. But yeah. Like in here, I would never go unhinged if you told me, don't go unhinged in here. I'm just making that clear.
Just hey, let's just say this and then be done with it. I would rather you not, and then we'll be done with it. Cool.
No, I won't. No.
I'll still help out on your channel and your.
I no. This thing about helping, bro. Like I appreciate the help, but if you don't like my character, my attitude, and feel like you would appreciate your time elsewhere where people don't behave like unhinged monkeys or whatever the fuck, then I would like recommend that you look at your life's decisions and spend more time around people that you enjoy being around and you enjoy those places, not like with dickheads like myself.
You're misunderstanding, apparently, 100%.
I'm not misunderstanding.
No, I voluntarily, I enjoy the time that I spend in your space. However, this is
I hope you do. I hope you do. Because we get unhinged all the time over there.
It
I hope
very
you
much
do.
is. And that's fun but also as a creator, I can withdraw from that, and
I don't draw lines like that. The whole reason of why I do this online thing on streaming is
if I'm voluntarily participating or whatever in the background or whatever for whatever you're doing, that's a thing that I I can do, and you're the one hosting it. It's your hooking and jabbing and or like keeping it on things. Sometimes I'll get in and try and referee. It's very rare. There's only a few people that actually need to be refereed very much, and we know who they are. But
yeah,
I do different.
Yeah,
things
I don't separate my. Yeah, I don't separate my boss with who I am as an individual. Hence why I do what I do. If I wanted to compromise on my behavior, this is not the place to do it. Me talking about politics is a recipe for disaster. I knew that I'm going to be unhinged. I knew that I'm going to get angry because a lot of people have a lot of stupid things to say, and I can be uneducated about a lot of different things. And I know that it's going to get hectic and heated. So yeah, it's impossible for me, in other words, to control myself.
Also, boss, just FYI, like
I don't want to. Not it's impossible. I choose not to.
I don't get angry.
I like it. I enjoy it. Well, I do all the time, and I enjoy it. I thrive off the anger. I've lost like a shit ton of weight, bro. Like if you see how much weight I've lost since I started streaming, you wouldn't
I would
believe
love
it.
to. There's like in my Discord, like I got a lot of. Actually, I need to trim it.
No,
down.
from shouting. From shouting, I mean, I lost a lot of weight from shouting.
I thought you were gonna say you between the.
No, like from shouting, bro. I sweat like hard because I shout all the time. So yeah, there are a lot of positives to it, and I release all my inner anger that I have for people with stupid opinions. It's like a therapy session. I would recommend that you guys employ that type
in the
of
side
behavior.
chat. What Wobbly was mentioning, Alesto went and found it. Alesto put it in the side chat. There appears to be.
I have it in front of me, man.
You got those? Okay.
I have it in front of me. Yeah, no, I've already had this in front of me since, like, well, Wobbly wasn't interested in giving me the source.
Okay, cool. Well, now you guys have made up. Now you understand the rules, and now we have a
I
source.
sure do.
Let's do this, right?
Can we make out now, TB?
Well, I have to control myself a little bit more because I might start doing some unhinged shit. So I have to control myself a little bit.
Oh my god.
No, I am very, very cool when I want to be, but it's not going to be very entertaining. I'll give you that. But go ahead. No, I'm serious. I won't be unhinged. Pinky promise. I don't agree with it. Fuck you for having a rule like that. This is stupid. It makes no sense. But
My stream has rules like that, and you've never
fuck
had a
your
problem.
rules. This makes no
You've
sense.
literally
Why would
you've been on my stream.
Don't
like,
be
3
unhinged
times.
in politics. I
You've
don't
been
know
on
what
my
the
stream
fuck,
3
bro.
times, and you've adhered to my different rules. And I've even told you a rule, like when
What?
Turbo and you came in, and I. What do you mean? What? I have my own rules that I go. Like I don't
What rule?
get.
Tell me one
don't-
rule that you have that I don't have.
Don't get debate broy. On my
You
streams, I
don't
have
get
it.
debate, broy.
Yeah.
Bro? How do you
Yeah.
control that? You get
When-
who gets
when-
to decide what's debate, bro?
When someone starts going down a
Moderator.
spiral of just
Who gets
yeah,
to
exactly.
decide that?
Yeah,
A
the
moderator?
Yeah.
Oh, were you trying to say
I
you
always-
yourself? Because it's convenient
I'm
when
not
somebody
always the
gives a good
moderator.
argument that you don't like. Yeah, that's debate, bro. Get the fuck out of here. I see a puppet. You know what? I like that style.
You
Yeah.
have to have a good argument first.
Well, if I
I'm
get
not
to
always
decide
the
what a
moderator.
good or a bad argument is,
Only
all I
in
have
your
to-
own mind and only in your own state.
Thank you,
of mind.
Nostradamus. Thank you.
Wobbly
Yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah. So the reality is that if I get to
Yes,
decide
I
what is
was
a good and a
there
bad
when they
argument,
invented
then
the
I'm,
wheel.
every
And
time
I told
my
them they're gonna have to do a little bit more work on it. A square wheel is not a wheel.
congratulations.
I just like
when
being
did you figure that out?
be more creative
I
than
can't.
direct ad
I
hoc.
can't. I can't. I can't. When I talk to Wobbly, I can't. This is like talking to fucking Orion. Like, is Wobbly and Orion the same thing?
No.
I feel like you guys are like brothers
they're
from
completely-
brother
they're
from another
completely
mother.
different.
They're not. They're not. They're not. They're not different at all. Like I
Yes,
guarantee you, they are more similar than they are not.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, they are. You guys just are really bad tells at characters.
So
Like,
real quick,
this is
Rand,
Orion 2.0.
Are you insinuating that I have a bad character?
Yeah, I
saying you're
definitely am.
Australian?
Yeah. No,
as long
no.
as that's
Wait,
clear.
wait. I'm not racist. Wait, I didn't. Okay, wait. I
And
didn't
I'm a
just say-
racist too.
No, I.
Ooh, okay.
You said you're a
No,
cat.
I said
Wobbly.
no. I said I
as a
said
cat.
I'm not a racist because when I said that it's not because you're not Australian. That's what I said. So again, you're jumping to conclusions.
Whatever. Who cares?
You mean
I
salty?
wouldn't
What
call
I
you
care-
Australian for no reason. Huh?
You mean
Jesus
salty?
Christ.
Orion is
Or
salty.
Tim?
Orion is salty.
Yeah, Orion is salty. Wait, hang on. Did you mean
Yes,
Tim?
Orion is salty.
You said Tim.
Yes, Orion.
Orion
I
is
said
not Tim.
Orion.
He said Orion.
I didn't say. Nobody said
Oh.
Tim.
Hang on. I am hard of hearing though. I'm probably.
You
wrong.
need sleep. You need to sleep.
No, I
That's
need
what you
hearing
need,
aids.
Grumpo.
Probably. Honestly.
Potentially. Or
Yep.
sleep.
I mean, no. It's literally. I was quite sure you said Tim.
Yeah, I can tell. It's not what I said though.
And I don't doubt that at all.
You should be able to use
Yeah.
that to take out the drill.
When it comes to being Australian, they don't pronounce any of the actual letters. Yeah.
Rumple, can we do a good like conversation topic now? We spent a lot
Yeah.
of time sorting out feelings.
Yeah. Talked a lot about those feelings.
Can we talk?
today.
Can we talk about like prepping or something?
Yes. So let's talk about threatening people on the internet with Muay Thai.
Preferred jujitsu,
I'm
but
kidding.
okay.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No. Don't. That's the opposite. This is somebody got it. Somebody didn't. It was a funny.
Who can I see threatening somebody else with Muay Thai? I mean, I know a lot that are far away from me. They're like big content creators, but like in these spaces, Like, no. Like,
It was literally. Hey, hang on. No. So here's the thing. Here's.
did I just lose the joke?
Yeah, you
Was
lost
there a
the
joke
joke.
there?
Here's the levels of how somebody gets into the level of. I don't know if I've ever revealed this before, but how somebody achieves. Grumple has to troll this person, and it doesn't stop. Is okay. There's like levels. There's levels.
Is
of
their
escalation
name
of
Bimmy?
force. Well,
Is their name Bimmy?
Oh, he's
That's level 1.
Hang on, he's one.
You're already in the waters with that one. Yeah.
No, I'm not in the borders. I'm curious about that.
What is it
But
about Bimmy Grumple?
Hey,
Is it
so
because
no,
he's
it's,
Mexican?
No, it's not. Bimmy is just the most
Oh,
recent.
about
There's a
him.
lot. No, hang on. Inside Twitch poll, there's about a dozen. These people that, it gets spicy in those conversations sometimes.
Can
And
you
usually
stop
it's them
pussyfooting
call-
around it
No,
and just
it's
like
usually them
say what
calling
it is
me
you
a
want to
lot of
say?
names, and I just let them show who they are, and then I literally have to troll them because I can.
Who called you names?
Oh no, this is an ongoing. No, dude, this is like. I was about to tell you my levels of escalation. And can I do that right now? Oh, would it be giving too much away?
Wait, you like making a video or something?
No,
Like,
no.
what
Well,
is
I
this?
mean, I am live, and it is being like so. It's live on YouTube forever. I don't keep any VODs on
Okay.
Twitch. Kick, I'm not sure. I don't remember if I'm keeping VODs on Twitch.
Okay, so let me ask you, why would you not tell us? Give us your rationale. If there's a rational reason for why you wouldn't tell us, like maybe you're saving it for a later day when you gather more evidence, maybe this, maybe that.
Because it
Like,
might
what
ruin
is-
the joke for me. Is
Oh,
most
well,
of the
it's
time-
probably a bad joke.
No. See, most of the
Probably
time
a bad
when I'm-
joke, so it
most
should
of the
be
time when
fine.
I'm doing this, it's in spaces that aren't live, and I feel like that's a
Mhm.
horrible miscarriage of justice. When
Well, this is your space, Grumple.
but
So.
yeah, and like they're not allowed in here.
Hey, who is it? I'm so curious now. We talk about
Is it my-
Skate.
Is it one of my nemesis persons?
Skate. I don't think Skate. He might be in it. I don't remember if he is. Skate. No, Skate would be okay.
Who the fuck else? Like, who else is here? at These
People
levels.
that no, just people that you don't know from like this is like in
Ah,
the Twitch ball
okay.
space that from a most of them
Ah.
from a long time ago.
All right. Okay, I have no idea.
And
though. Right.
the funniest part is a lot of us have mutual friends.
Did you know Demon Mama? Did you know Demon Mama?
I did not ever interact with Demon Mama.
What about Mike from PA?
Central Committee. No, I do no.
What about Prime Case?
Yeah.
Kai, or whatever
So
his name
the
is.
funniest thing about Prime is that
Why is
I've
he so
been-
annoying?
I
He's
don't
pretty
know.
annoying.
He's like I've been on his show.
Pretty
multiple times.
retarded.
He has rated
Oh shit!
me.
Sorry,
He-
I said the R word.
No, you can say like that's not a. That's okay.
Okay,
He-
all right.
Prime has raided me multiple times, and the last time I hit him up about, hey, this is a topic. Hey, hey, whatever. I can jump in and like I have this, background where and knowledge about. Hey, I want to like, I would bring some content and stuff. And he was like, oh, hey, thanks. Yeah, we'd love that, but somebody has to vet you. We can't like just have new people jumping in the show. Like, dude, you've literally raided me before after I was on your show.
Yeah, I was about to.
I don't know. I don't know. But Prime also
Well,
had.
maybe
the
he's just raiding
the
random
uprising
people.
Of
Let's be
both
honest.
Prime and Dylan Burns, they kind of started right around the same time. However, got the same amount of growth right at the same time. Funny story, Prime got partner a lot before Dylan did. Why did that happen? I don't know. But
He's more
Dylan-
likable.
See, Prime was doing more days a week. Dylan
I like
was doing,
Dylan more.
well, with a couple hundred viewers at the time. Dylan was doing one day.
I don't like
with,
either of them, but I prefer
5,000,
Dylan. Yeah.
Between 3,000 and 5,000 on the Friday Hippy Dippy show. That was what
Prime
Dylan
just
was
seems like a really annoying person.
They,
Yeah. So how many times did you attend the hippy dippy thing?
He is a vegan. I was on the 3rd Hippy Dippy show. It's on YouTube.
Who's a vegan? Wait, who's a
Prime-
vegan?
Prime is a vegan, as I recall. I was
Oh,
on
for
the
fuck's
3rd.
sake.
I think one other one. I was on the very 3rd Hippy Dippy Friday show that ever happened.
Mm-hmm. Amazing.
I called Dylan a
What
smart
was it
kid
like back
when
then?
when he showed up in
What was it
25,
like?
and he
How
didn't
did
like being
how
called
did
a
it
kid.
start off? How did it start off? Like, was there like a lot of viewers or whatever?
I don't remember. Meme Waves and I were in the same show, and like it got a little heated, and both of us got like quote banned from Hippy Dippy. It's like a meme now.
Wait, Mind Waves?
Yeah, we were on the same show, and it got a little heated.
What were you talking about?
I think it was trans stuff, and it got into like. Hang on, still live on YouTube. Slewer slides, if I can say it that way. I'm not
Okay,
trying to-
all right,
it
yeah,
got-
I
it got
get
into
you.
That, and I was very much pressing the veteran rate is there's a lot more veterans than that, and I might have got loud. I might have interrupted a few times, and maybe.
Yeah, but aren't there like an astronomical more amount of veterans than there are transgenders?
Are there?
I'm asking. I would be surprised if not.
You're buying into the right-wing ideology now by saying there's not a Brazilian of transgenders. That's silly of you to do, boss. There's so many of them. It's like a half the population at this point, isn't it? I mean,
Wait, what? No, that's the right way of talking about that. There's a lot of transgenders. What the fuck?
Grumple. I think the argument to have as both a leftist but also a freedom enjoyer here is the fact that it doesn't matter if it's a small minority of people that are transgender. Once you start infringing on somebody's rights, it's a slippery slope until it's your rights.
Wait,
all right, this is what
rights,
I say about.
Hang on, what rights are being infringed upon?
Here we go. Here we go. They're gonna
The,
have
the bodily autonomy and the right to seek health care and augment your body how you want. I know that there are certain people that are like, okay, children only. Fine, that's a different conversation. I'm talking about
they should
just
pay for it on their own, though.
Yeah, that's fine. But there's people that think you shouldn't even be able to go and get it done at a doctor's office. So that would be
Well, not kids,
a transgression.
obviously.
I just already did a prerequisite of saying that the kids' conversation is a separate conversation. I'm purely talking about adults right now. That would be the first one
I don't think
of
anybody
talking
cares.
about right.
Wait, what part
What
are
do you
we
mean,
talking about? Wait, are we talking about surgery here? Because that should be paid by the individual. But the other one, like the hormonal treatment, I'm pretty sure that should be administered by like medical professionals or whatever. Like
Yeah,
the,
but it should be
the
paid for
state.
by the individual that wants it, right? I mean,
If they can, and like they can go to a
adults-
private clinic, but
adults choosing to maim and disfigure their own bodies and do whatever.
wait, no.
hormone
I
treatment
just
they want.
wait. I
don't
literally
care.
just ruled that out. I just ruled that out. I literally just said to you, when we're talking about operations like sex change therapy, they should be seen as cosmetics and they should be paid by the individual. But hormonal treatment, that's hormones.
To purposely make yourself sterile and not help add to the country you're in. You want the country to pay to make you possibly sterile.
Look, me and you are not going to agree about this. I'm just going to go ahead and say, yeah, sure.
Why should taxpayer money be used for? Honestly, I'm anti-taxpayer money be used for.
Well, let me ask you this: like in healthcare, doesn't healthcare like cover like medicine that would be administered to somebody who has
Hang
some
on, do you
sort
mean
of
health
illness?
insurance? Because you said healthcare. Doesn't healthcare cover something? Because healthcare is like you're getting treatment for something. Health insurance, which is what I think you meant. That because a lot of times those terms get conflated. Did you mean health insurance?
The one that the government pays for.
Oh, that should be none of it.
Yeah, so that's Obamacare, healthcare. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. In England, we
Yeah,
have
and then
they have the NHS.
and then
So,
if you
so I
don't-
was talking about the right
And then
thing.
if you don't have
that thing.
an approved health insurance provider, you get a tax, and it somehow is still like
Grandpa, do
We're
you
still
understand
appealing after
what
the
my
Supreme
position
Court
is?
ruled.
Do you understand what my position?
Well, you've said a whole bunch of different things. On which your position on
Well,
which?
no,
thing?
I did say healthcare. I did say that they should be paid for, but that can be paid for by the state, as if any other drugs that would be administered to an individual.
Yeah, I don't like being. Why are drugs being paid for by the state for individuals?
Well, now
not
you're
a thing in the
questioning
United-
healthcare.
No, that's not a thing.
Now,
that
now
happens
you're
in-
questioning.
That's not a thing that happens.
He's talking
in
about
the
like
United States
Medicare and
either.
Medicaid.
Do you
helping
not
to-
have health care?
Yeah, we have
Do you
health
mean
care.
health insurance?
Okay. So the thing I was saying.
insurance.
Okay. No.
No, I
What was
literally asked him and he didn't
Obamacare?
answer.
What was
Grandpa, he's talking about
Obamacare?
like
You said healthcare. I think you
Medicare and
meant health
Medicaid
insurance.
paying for your prescription.
Okay, so Americans
not
call
everybody
it something
has-
different.
No,
in the
it's-
rest of the world, we call
No.
it healthcare.
No,
okay,
it's not.
that's the
In
NHS.
No, in the United States,
We
no.
do
There's
not have
health
Okay,
socialized
insurance.
all right, let me
medicine in the United
let me
States.
circumvent this literal retardation of spewed bullshit.
Do not
Okay, so
have
do you know what the NHS
socialized
is,
medicine
Grandpa?
in the United States.
It's not in the
Okay,
United
so
States.
Grandpa,
There's
do
no
you know-
NHS in the United
do you-
States.
There is no equivalent to the NHS,
there
not
is
even
not
at a
equivalent
small
of the
level.
NHS in the United States, no.
Nothing even not even like comparatively smaller
No.
than the NHS, but
Not
an
even.
organization. No, you don't. Okay, amazing.
There is
Well, you don't
insurance.
have it,
There's two types of insurance.
so that you don't have it.
Single payer
Three.
insurance.
Yes, amazing.
that
So
exist.
now it's just going to be called insurance.
No, that aren't for everybody. They're for certain groups of people. You got Medicare and Medicaid, and there's a lot of pieces of
What
them.
does that
but
do?
they don't. They're not for everybody. It's very
Okay,
complicated.
so Grumple. Yeah, I know. I can tell. It seems like you could have just interpreted what it is I was trying to say,
Yeah,
but
which,
I guess
like,
let's go
so
down
the
this
answer
path.
is
Okay,
no, that doesn't
So-
exist here.
So what? Okay,
That's
so
the
what
short
the
answer.
healthcare system and the NHS does is people pay taxes every year, and a certain amount of that money is allocated towards providing for people that would be in need through healthcare, through some sort of way that if they need some sort of attention by a medical professional in a hospital or whatever, and they're not rich or whatever, then you have general hospitals or whatever, and they pay either a certain amount, they pay for the whole thing. It depends. It can vary. Now, please explain to me how insurance, does it take out of people's taxes, and then is it allocated towards doing that same thing?
No.
Insurance is paid by the person who buys it.
Here's the thing. Also,
Okay, so you don't have it. That's
insurance-
you could just.
No, we have no socialized
which-
medicine.
Hang
here.
on, Wobbly.
Yeah,
I have
none.
very important distinction here. Also,
What was
insurance-
Obamacare?
Wait, boss. TV,
Obamacare
stop.
you have to pay
Stop.
for.
Health insurance is paid for by the individual, but it's an insurance product. However, in the United States, health insurance is very highly regulated. It can't be bought across state lines, and it's not actually insurance because it covers pre-existing conditions.
Can we please stop talking about insurance,
insurance-
considering that is not my position?
Insurance
I don't care about
is
this.
a financial
But that's what
gambling
we
product.
have.
That's what
Okay,
we have.
okay, amazing. So,
Which
all right. So here's my question,
pre-existing
Grandpa.
conditions should be covered by something else. Maybe something covered by
I hate
taxes, I'm
talking
not
about
sure.
irrelevant shit. I don't know if you can tell, really.
Oh,
but
maybe this
it's-
isn't the
yeah.
place.
Okay, so no, it's irrelevant because my whole argument is
No,
not
you hate
insurance.
talking
Come
about
on,
what you're
like you
talking
know
about
you. No, you know that insurance is not the thing that I'm talking about. Like I've already
No,
made it
see,
abundantly
that's
clear
what's
to
in the
you.
United States is we have health insurance, and then also
don't have
Medicare
anything
and
equivalent.
Medicaid. There is no NHS.
Okay, so what is Medicare and Medicaid?
Honestly, that they're both very complicated.
I swear to God, if either of
the
the
devil's
two
advocate to
are
help
the
you out- help
equivalent
him
of a
out here.
healthcare system, I'm going
They're
to
not.
blow my fucking lid.
Let's put a
Medicare
hypothetical
is
here.
part of Social Security.
I'm
And
going to
there's
blow
three
my
different
fucking
parts
lid.
to it. There's A, B, and C.
He's not listening right
Didn't
now.
need to do this. We can already tell this is the equivalent or like a compromised version of it.
No, it's not.
Yes, obviously.
No,
that's
but
the
you
thing I'm
pay
talking
into
not
it.
the same
It's
thing. He's
not.
not
It's
listening.
not just paid
not
by
the same thing.
somebody else. Wow.
Silly Eurobore doesn't understand how the United States works. What a nerd.
Well, that
back
was
to-
my comment earlier.
Back to Anok's thing about adults and things like that. Yeah, some biblical Christians out there would be against, adult surgery, whether they're paying for it themselves or something like that. Like conservatives in general that are not Bible believers, at least that directly, don't care that much about what other people do with their bodies.
Dude, I both lectern, I read at church, and I just started doing, playing bass in the church band, and I literally don't care what people do behind closed doors on their own. That's between them and God. I don't care.
I know, but the ones, I can't remember the exact verse or something like that, but in the beginning, God created man and woman, for instance, That's,
rib. You can call women rib. It's funny.
It'd be funny if a girl's name was Rib.
But seriously,
Boy, my side
social
hurts
situation,
all the time.
I don't care what, okay, you want to be a degenerate?
Use those explosives and take
Go
out the
ahead.
drill.
It's not on me. I can tell you, hey, maybe that's not the right thing to do, but then it's on you. It's not on me. I made an effort. And I'm not trying to be holier than anybody at all. I do very little, honestly, because I'm not all that good at anything. Don't ever check me on anything though, because I will fight about it.
Well, I think what the other guy's argument should have been or whatever was, if a person is on Medicaid or Medicare or whatever, and they want to have a transgender surgery or something like that, should they, the government pay for their the hormones? This is what he was going to. Should the government pay for the hormones?
No, that's elective surgery.
Yeah, the answer is fuck no.
That's I know, and that's what I was going to ask him back was, is it an elective thing that the doctor's prescribing you to get your hormones or whatever, or is that a requirement to make you physically feel better? Like a normal prescription at that point. There, it sounds like over where he
feel
lives.
Better might be feeding into delusions or schizophrenia or I don't know, whatever the fuck it is.
I guess the doctors could sort of be allowed to sort of say, yes, this is going to make the person whole again by having this hormone or whatever, so I'm going to prescribe this hormone to help them sterile. Won't help them reproduce, but it'll make them feel better.
I mean, if they're trying to do that, they probably won't.
Do you live in a cargo container? Sort of looks like it, huh? The back wall looks like a cargo container.
Oh, where he's at?
Yeah.
Oh, he's in Russia. Yeah, it might be.
Okay, so what does Medicare and Medicaid pay for? Does it pay for some sort of medication to some people? I'm just trying to see if that line of thinking would be rational. Huh?
Medicare Type B covers medications.
Okay, and who has Medicare Type B?
It's very complicated.
People that have paid into Social Security.
People
that
pay Social Security. What if you don't pay Social Security? You wouldn't qualify.
And
for
you'd
it.
have to rely on some other type of insurance to pay for your medications.
And what if you don't have insurance?
Then you're fucked. You have to pay just straight out of your own pocket.
What about Medicaid? What does that do?
It takes the
Medicare is for older people. Medicaid is for.
Wait, say. Go ahead, Bill. What were you going to say?
Essentially, Medicare is for older people who can't sort of afford their own insurance, and Medicaid is for other people who can't afford.
Not necessarily.
I mean, there's exceptions, but just to help him his understanding, though, just to keep it simple for him.
Plus, I have my BA.
Yeah,
plus,
thanks,
I
Bill.
have Medicare.
That would have been a lot easier.
Through Social Security. And
Okay,
each one
so-
of them pays for something different.
All right. Okay. So when it comes down to it, the argument to be made why the government or should pay for it, or could pay for it for somebody who's in need, it would be through Medicaid, or the equivalent of that. Maybe it's Medicare or Medicaid.
Out of every state budget, just FYI.
Look, the next question is, yeah, I can tell. Yeah, it usually costs a lot of money for people's health. Like, one thing I will say, right? If the people that are qualifying for Medicaid or whatever, like, number one is like fucking cancer, number two is like, I don't know, like, and just go down the list like by severity of like thing, and they're like dedicating funds towards that. I feel like when it comes to transgender therapy or whatever, that should not be. That should be at the equivalent of some sort of.
No, because that's elective.
What?
That's elective.
What do you? Okay,
We're
try
trying
and
to make it not elective, like trying to make it like a baseline thing. I think that's the
when you say elective, that's not a word.
That means something that's not actually part of your health. It's something that you feel you
I am
need
asking him, Grumple,
and get it
so
done.
yes, that would be the.
That's
Okay.
elective.
Okay, so we are going to have a disagreement about whether or not that's the issue. So we can go down that path, which I feel is going to derail the conversation. But I think for the time being, let's just say that I think I understand what you guys mean when you say elective. It means that there's nothing really wrong with it. It's just like a thing that they do for trend or whatever. Yeah,
Elective
am I
means
getting
you're
that right?
choosing to do it.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. So no, we're not on the same level. As far as I'm concerned, no, this is not elective. This would be the equivalent of somebody having some sort of discomfort or problem with themselves and the way they are. And we would administer...
But that's not a medical condition.
That is, when you're talking
to him
about...
to him it is. To
Exactly.
most
So,
of us,
yeah.
it isn't. So that's
Okay, when you say most of us, I'm also going
Because
to
if you
disagree about
didn't
that.
do it, you'd still
and
be
okay,
healthy.
probably agrees with you a little bit. But.
Yeah. What was that again? What, Wobbly?
But if you didn't do it,
no,
you'd still be healthy. You'd still live a
According
full,
to you.
productive life.
According to you. I would
TB,
disagree completely with
Maybe
you.
you misunderstand. Elective is anything where it's not life-threatening, essentially.
Yeah.
For the most part. There's certain exceptions, but for the most part, it's like things that aren't
Okay,
life-threatening is elective, like surgeries and such.
Unless TV's still talking
Yeah,
about
I disagree.
prescriptions.
I still disagree. Yeah.
Are you still
This is
talking
what-
about prescriptions,
No, I was-
TV, or
What is
surgery?
it? No, I've already ruled the line. I already said to you guys, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to surgeries, they should happen only above the age of 18, and they should happen through the funds of the individual. When it comes to hormonal therapy,
So you're
no,
talking about
from-
prescriptions, is what you're saying, basically. Mostly. What
yes,
doctors
like
can
hormonal
prescribe.
therapy, yes, which is why I said, that's where my
Everybody's on
line
the
is.
same page is what I'm trying to make sure.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that happening from early on as teenagers or whatever, considering that that's where the majority of the transformation will occur, and that's where you'll have the most result achieved because of it. Okay.
Oh, TB is a trans expert now.
Well, I have read enough into it. I'm not an expert, but I've read enough to understand that there is puberty, and during puberty, our bodies will advance and develop the most. And when you administer puberty blockers, that prevents you from continuing on down the sex and the chromosomes that you're attached to. That's stage one. And then the other part is obviously the development of the alternative hormone, which would either be estrogen if you're a male and then transitioning to female. And then the alternative would be the opposite, which means that you're not only halting or altering the process that you are already going down that path, but it also means advancing towards the other path during those crucial years where you will achieve the maximum result. And if we value that and we see the value in people being able to transition because we acknowledge that as being a problem for those individuals through discomfort or them not being okay with who they are, then yes, that would be the way you would achieve that goal. So, yeah,
What's
that's-
Russia's current stance on the subject? Just curious.
I mean, go ahead and ask them, mate. Good luck
Or
with that. That would be
any
amazing.
country except the middle of Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely recommend you guys don't fascinate about living in Russia. Trust me, I'm here having my own issues, all right? The only way I can fucking access anything of relevance is through 10 procedures and absolute fucking torture. So yeah, it's not fun living here. I can guarantee that. But yeah, they might not have transgenders yet, or it might not be legal, but they also don't have the internet. So, there's that.
Well, I mean, that might be
There's
a
that.
valid trade-off, you know?
Well,
Yeah,
if
there's a
you're
lot of
brain
shit
dead,
on
maybe if you have like 3 brain cells left, maybe that would be a good
Wait.
trade-off. But otherwise,
Wait,
probably not.
Do you think I have 3? Oh, thank you.
Well, you are saying that transgenders being traded off for the internet is a good trade-off, and yeah, I
mean,
would
I
definitely
do that
say
in a
that.
heartbeat.
Consider. Yeah, I know. Well, you say that, but I wonder when was the last time you lived a day without the internet and saw how much of anything you got done.
Well,
Like, I can't.
considering
Yeah, I don't think that's a hill. This is a hill you want to die on, is it?
I'm a
Grumble.
network engineer for my day gig, so that's like
Yeah, big.
I make the
Kind
thing
of,
happen.
kind of needs the internet. Yeah,
Well,
kind of
no,
needs the
I-
internet, right?
No, I don't. I can make my own.
Oh, so now we're gonna pivot to actually, I am gonna have internet, and I can also get rid of the transgenders. Oh, amazing, amazing! How you would make the
I-
trade-off without making the trade-off.
Literally, no. Creating private networks.
love this
whether it's
game.
MPLS.
I love this
across
game.
Whatever is literally part of the job that I do, like as a profession.
Yeah, guys, I would totally trade apples for fish. Like, seriously, I would definitely do it. But, I mean, it doesn't really apply to me considering I have a fucking apple tree in my backyard. It's like,
Well, wait, can
okay.
you make apple trees? Do you know how to make apple trees?
You sure can. I mean, you plant the seeds, so,
do
yeah.
you know how to make apple trees? Can you make them like?
Do I not? I can know, like, get seeds and shit. Yeah, you get the seeds and you plant them. I mean, yeah, but that's usually not how people premise that argument. Usually it comes down to, well, if there are no more apples and I'm trading them for fish, that means I'm not allowed any more apples. That otherwise is no trade-off.
Oh no, you were trading a one-time trade. Why would you not? Does that mean the other people can't have fish anymore?
Silly Grumple. You silly monkey.
Silly monkey.
Silly, little silly
You
boy.
silly monkey.
Those
I would
silly
like-
crayons all the time. You silly goose.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Grumple,
Imagine
I'd
me
like to
thinking
now.
I could actually take you serious. Imagine that. Holy shit. Imagine that. You nearly got me there. You nearly got me there, Grumple. Holy shit.
Grumple. I've taken
Yeah.
another step out of the Matrix. So I got myself a shit ton of fucking PS Vitas while I was in Japan, right? Or am still in Japan. And now
Vitas?
I
Wait,
have
like
them.
Japanese ones.
I have. Yes, so I have a shit ton of them now. And here's the good thing, right? Not only are they all in like perfect condition, they work great, everything works on them, but I've now modded them all and have them all modded and assembled so that way I can play fucking video games without being logged in and tracked by Sony and all these fucking video games that I like missed from my childhood. I can
Honestly-
now play without being.
Here's the thing. Honestly, Sony tracking you is way better than Facebook if you get an Oculus. Like, I would like Sony tracking and any other company tracking you is like way better than Facebook tracking you.
Hey guys, is
Oh, yeah.
Andrew Tate a big figure in Japan? Tell me, Kay.
No,
like
I haven't
5'8"?
heard anybody mention him.
Wait, where did this whole Matrix thing come from?
From the movie called The Matrix. Now
Well,
you
we
see,
all know the Matrix, but like, who is a popular figure that made it a real thing lately?
Keanu
It is
Reeves.
Andrew Tate, isn't it?
No, it was
Oh,
Keanu Reeves.
fuck up, bro. We already know the Matrix.
I mean, Red Pill people have been saying it for a long time. Andrew Tate just brought it to the TikTok crowd.
Before the quote red
Like the
pill
whole red
crowd,
pill, blue pill shit.
like,
yeah.
No, red pill before that, just like woke before it got like co-opted by progressive nonsense. It used to mean.
Wait, no, that's the blue pill.
No,
Wait, that's
no,
the blue pill.
I'm
Remember blue
saying
head cocks?
Both things, both of them, used to be. They meant you were just paying attention, like to the world at large.
Yeah.
Like you were awake. That's what red pill used to
Yeah.
mean. That's what woke used to mean before it meant progressive nonsense, honestly. And then like based became a thing, and then it got co-opted. Like I don't.
So let me get this straight. The progressive is the only nonsense there. The other pill, though, that makes sense, right? Right, Grumple?
what's the
like the
other
whole.
pill?
Yeah, the other pill. Like,
Wait,
there's
what's the
obviously
other-
two pills.
What's the other one now?
Well, wait. So that you don't know the red pill? You only know the blue pill, because that's the equivalent of the one you're talking about, the progressive
pill.
cuck shit.
Black
Yeah, that's
pill,
the blue
baby,
one.
let's go.
Oh
Just
yeah, we
T-
also have the black pill. Yeah.
TB, just so you're aware, I somehow got inducted to the actual like YouTube red pill community. Like I participate in discussions on like.
Yeah, they're retards. What about what about 'em?
Okay.
Oh, I mean, okay, if you, I think Grid's gonna go live and.
Yeah, like get me on. Where can I go? Where do I go?
No, I'm not gonna. Dude, I can't get you on.
Oh fuck. Oh,
I'm
fuck.
not.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you're.
I nearly got excited
you're,
there.
You're already on. I'm live on YouTube right now.
Yeah, I know, but for like the I thought you were gonna get me on a red pill panel.
Why am I getting?
I don't know.
Like,
Don't
get you on
ask me. Don't ask me, because apparently you have connections. So you said, like, we were talking about it and you were like, oh, this guy is going live really soon. And I just said they're all retards. What was the insinuation? Go and watch him?
Or no, I was just saying I'm part of the Red Pill community. If you would like to join Glenn Lawrence, Production of Men, who is
I don't want to
very
join
big
any
into
of
the
them.
Red
I want to
Pill.
go on the panel and I want to debate. I already have a position on this
Hang
matter.
on,
I
you
already
just
know their
contradicted
arguments.
yourself. You just said I don't want to join any of them. However, I want to go on a panel. Like those are two different. Like those are the opposites. I'm just.
Well, then
I'm
I
telling
didn't
you,
contradict
if
myself.
if-
I did the
I'll-
opposite
I'll-
of contradicting myself.
I can say, hey, Glenn, I know this guy. He
God
wants to
damn it,
debate.
Grumple's having a
I-
stupid
I
run
don't-
today. Holy shit.
I don't know how long you will last on that panel though, but I can say, hey, yeah, I know this guy. He would like to participate, and you'll probably get in. On Glenn's
Look,
panel.
usually
Glenn
you
does two
say to
panels
me,
a day.
I have connections. I then said that the red pill community is retarded. And then you bring up this one guy. So then I'm like, okay,
No,
well,
I didn't-
either
no, that
you're
wasn't-
insinuating
I
I
said
can
you're
go and
on.
watch him.
You're making
I
a
can
false
go and listen to
equivalency right
him.
now. I didn't. That wasn't the order of operations at all. That's not the order of things that happened.
No, I mean in the past, like the whole connections thing. Like I know you that you say that I have connections. That's something that I know
I'm not
of
saying
you.
I have
Okay.
connections. I'm saying I've been
Okay,
inducted.
forget
I'm
about
part of
that.
the
Okay.
community now.
This is-
And I
all
don't
right,
know
this
how
is
I got
confusing
there,
the
but
shit
I
out of
did.
you.
Hey,
Okay,
Coco, on a
Grumple.
different subject.
Yeah.
If you're looking for diesel engines, you better get it quick. Stellantis is just fired their chief CEO.
I have 3 mechanical diesels right now. I want to get my projects done, but all that's going to come out of a junkyard. Like I have 3
Okay.
running mechanical
I just
diesel
wanted to make
vehicles.
you aware of that.
Like, what's Stellantis? Wait.
Yeah, they own Dodge and a couple other auto manufacturers.
Yeah, no, that the anything like, well, Ram, anything new, like I'm not interested in. It's not mechanic. Like, I like
Yeah,
mechanical
but you can
diesels.
still. Yeah, I understand. I do too. I like the old B9s.
Yeah,
What are
6BT.
B9s?
6-cylinder diesel engine made by Cummins.
6BT means.
Yeah.
The 6BT,
Made
the
by
12 valve
Cummins.
version, is the one that's in. I have a twinsy pair of 1998 Ram 2500s. The ones that were manufactured in 97, so they still have the 12 valve Cummins mechanical diesel rather than the 24 valve one that has.
Wait,
the
why
ECU.
why guys are you so relaxed whenever you say Cummins? You feel very at home whenever you
Because
say
it's a manufacturer of diesel engines and other heavy equipment.
And they're not magic. Everything they do isn't
Don't
magic.
mind if I
However,
don't
the
mind if I
B
get those
series-
Cummins in.
The B series, the 6BT that Cummins made, the 5.9 liter, was literally magic. It's a
I
half a
could
million
really
mile
do
with,
with
like,
it,
no
with
maintenance.
some more Cummins.
Yeah, I really regret selling my Dodge truck. I really do.
Yeah, I lost all those Cummins.
I'm working on doing a 6BT Tundra, and I think it's the best way to do it is honestly body swapping the Tundra bed and
Body
tub
swapping?
onto the frame of the Ram 2500. Like they're different.
Does that involve a Cummin?
It does in your mom.
How much fabrication are you going to have to do that, though?
Not much. I think the way it works out is that I'm
I
not going to have to
deserve
do
that.
much. That's why. So if you take just a Tundra, a first gen Tundra, you have to do 2 inches of suspension lift and 2 inches of body lift to fit either a 4BT or a 6BT. A 4BT is literally the same engine, but 2 cylinders chopped off. It's all the same parts otherwise, minus the crank and block and head, obviously. All the valve, like everything is literally the same. That can be minus 2 cylinders. Even with that, so far, my best plan is literally taking body off of a Tundra and put it onto a Ram 2500 rails. And that way the Hydra Boost for the brakes, all of the more heavy duty suspension is going. And I mean, probably the mileage is negligible. We're talking like my Rams get 19 miles a gallon, loaded or empty, city or highway, just right around 19 miles a gallon. I like 100% lightening it up by lightening the body up. I could probably get somewhere up into 22. With a 4BT, it could definitely get to 22. But the thing is, 4BT is going to be more efficient, but they got different ranges. It's so like, oh man, I have research and math on this, and it really looks like the difference. The only difference between the 4-cylinder and the 6-cylinder is literally about 200 pounds, and the 4-cylinder shakes more. And it's a little shorter. Besides that, they're roughly the same efficiency. It's a 1 liter per cylinder, just under a hair. They're square as far as the stroke versus bore ish. And you can turn the boost up like a lot because they're so overbuilt. The
What about
6-cylinder,
bikes? What do you
however,
think
has
about
magic.
bikes?
Oh, Thumper, Suzuki, DR650, 100% best thing. Apocalypse. It's a Thumper. It's either a 1 or 2 cylinder.
I don't know what a thumper is. This is an American.
That's like it goes thump thump thump.
Oh wait, you're talking about a chopper.
No, not a chopper.
talking about a chopper?
Thumper. No, a thumper. A thumper is very much smaller than a chopper.
What does it resemble? What kind of bike does it resemble? Does it look like a naked? Does it look like an old classic, a vintage? Does it look like a super bike, a motocross? What does it look like? What are we talking?
Suzuki.
A
Hang on, I'm
sports
searching
style.
right here.
Okay, so that's a
Suzuki
a super bike.
DR650.
DR650.
Hang on, I'm pulling it up.
Wait, this
on
is
stream
wait, this
right
is.
now.
Oh shit! Wait, this is a Crossroads. All right. Okay.
It's a dual sport. This is what you want.
Yeah, this is enduro. Yeah, this is enduro.
Yeah,
Piece
these
of shit.
require no computer. It's all mechanical, 100%. The only thing better than this for a bike is what Kawasaki diesel ones. Good luck finding one. The
Yeah, but
DoD had
you
a bunch
realize
of
there are
them.
tons of these old bikes that don't require electronics.
Well, I mean,
I'm just telling you. It's not just the DR650, unless you
I
require
know-
all of those required. Like you like Suzuki, you want it to be 650,
No, I
and
don't-
now
I-
it also doesn't have
no,
electronic.
I don't need it to be all the requirements. However, right around a 650 makes
Yeah.
sense, and
It does. I like the 650.
100% mechanical. However, these are.
I like that too.
These are like built like.
I don't
you
mind
have to build it.
electronics.
There's no.
Why
no
don't you like
gauges.
electronics?
There's no gauges or anything on these.
Yeah, I know, but you can strip them the electronics off of the.
Strip what? There's nothing on it. You have to build it all yourself. That's what DR650 is.
No, Grandpa. I mean, you can strip the electronics off of newer bikes as well. Not brand new bikes because they're like kind of like implemented into the coil system or whatever. But yeah. I mean, you can pretty much get rid of all electronics, right? Like, yeah, you can.
Well, can you get rid of OnStar?
Well, I'm just saying, like, that can't be the requirement of why you like this bike. Like, you obviously like the style of it. You like the off-road, right?
No, I don't like the style of it.
Traveling.
It looks goofy to me. However, this.
Yeah, it looks like shit.
This one.
Gentlemen, I have to drop out. I have to finish
wobbly.
preparing for my stream today. So.
See you later.
Yeah,
Later.
If I'm still alive, I'll raid you. No, the
Gun
DR650.
TV, you pushed away them all.
Literally is what I landed on when I
I
was
pushed them all
researching
away, didn't I?
an all-mechanical bike that's somewhat modern. It was the only one I came to, minus the Kawasaki.
What do you mean
diesel.
all mechanical? I'm misunderstanding something here. What do you mean?
no
Like, all
computers.
bikes are mechanical, no?
No,
Why? What's wrong with computers?
Having no. Well,
It's hard to
I didn't
fucking
hang, wait, no,
fix.
okay, hang the fuck on. I didn't say there's anything wrong with having computers. I'm saying it's an all mechanical, meaning it doesn't have them. I didn't say there's anything wrong with computers. I'm saying if that's the requirement, then it when I'm talking about the Cummins 12 valve mechanical diesel, that means there is no ECU. It has a mechanical fuel pump. In the diesel world, a mechanical fuel pump.
He's trying to
means
get.
it's a
He's
big
trying to
deal.
get Rich out. He's trying to get me. He's doing it again.
No, I'm not trying to get you at all. There's a OM617, the Mercedes. No, you got me talking about engines now, dude. Like there's no computer. These are literally these are diesel. They run on compression. You don't need any electricity to run them. You literally have to cut the fuel in order to shut them off.
Correct.
These are like apocalypse type engines.
Yeah, but he was asking why, and I was saying because it's easier to fix. That.
Thank you, Kay. That would make sense. That's a logical argument. Yeah,
You can
unlike
keep
what
that
Grumpy's
running.
saying.
Like, tell me, what are you gonna do when your computer parts like breaks that is needed to run your fucking
Exactly.
engine?
Yes, that is a good argument.
Versus, yeah. So that's why you like these type of cars and you like these type of motorcycles.
Exactly. Yes, that is a
But
good
the funny
rational.
thing about the mechanical diesel is, I mean, maybe the water pump and oil pump, maybe some valves, but like you're never gonna need to do maintenance on. That's what the thing. That's what the thing about the Cummins diesel, the Cummins 5.9 liter 12 valve is it's a 500,000-mile engine with like just changing the oil.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
there's
like
not
when
even
we're
a timing
talking.
belt. It has timing gears.
Oh, nice.
I'm pretty sure when we talk about apocalyptic scenarios, we're talking about why electronics will be a problem is because like electronics will not exist, and a bike that doesn't require electronics can still function. That's why there's a good.
I don't think all electronics are bad. Despite what Ranger says and others have said, I think Kindles are good.
Like if you let me just put it this way,
yeah,
right?
wrap it up and
Fuck,
Faraday
I'm not going to
cage
be
it,
able
yeah.
to, am I? So if a bike or a car requires a battery, okay, and that battery connects to the ignition, and there is no other way to start the bike, and you are in an apocalyptic scenario and batteries do not work anymore because an EMP has been dropped on the entire Earth, which would be an apocalyptic scenario, or there's no electronics anywhere, then, and you can't start the bike, that is a problem, okay? That's why people
Hang
worry
on.
about those types
Why
of things.
in the world? See, that's the thing too. Is DR650s are kickstart.
I know, which is why when I asked you why this bike, I was expecting an answer like that.
But also, I found okay, so it's an off-the-shelf part. Pneumatic starters. You don't like for my favorite engine, the Cummins 6BT. There's an off-the-shelf pneumatic starter. It runs on compressed air. You don't need electricity to start it. It doesn't need electricity to run. The entire thing can go. You can have the entire truck, no alternator even. Doesn't need any electricity at all.
Yeah, sounds dope. Good for a post-apocalyptic scenarios.
This is actually a business idea that I've been like toying around with doing. Is doing like bespoke, basically apocalypse trucks.
Why are you guys plan? Wait, yeah, go ahead. Okay.
I have a question, Grumple. Why did they move away from this type of technology? Was it purely just a concept?
Purely EPA. It was 100%.
Is that like why we don't have the same trucks as those? You know those Japanese trucks that will be our modern trucks that are like 1/3 the size.
Hang the fuck on! I got one for it, and YouTube is probably gonna kick my ass on this one. And
what is EPA?
The Environmental
They
Protection
put the
Agency,
regulation,
the federal regulations.
No.
But, however,
so get this.
Here we go.
It's not conspiracy.
Here we go.
Well, that is my first reaction. I could be wrong. But
they literally
I'm probably
have
not.
regulate. He didn't say they did it on purpose.
It's because of LBJ.
It's probably because somebody developed an engine that can work differently.
The reason we can't have the K trucks that are current, the reason we can't have the Hilux, the reason we can't have the Mahindra mid-sized diesel truck.
Yes, I want it so
Mahindra
bad.
is an India-based
Okay, that's
mostly
fine.
tractor
Yeah, that's a different
manufacturer.
One. Yeah, but
And
those...
they manufacture a mid-size diesel-engined pickup truck, and I want one, and I can't have it. Same
Okay,
as I
wait,
can't have a
wait,
Hilux
okay.
in the United States, and it's because of chickens and LBJ. And hang on, I'm gonna play a video on my stream right now,
Okay.
and YouTube is gonna clap me for it.
Wait, let me just
because
say
it's
this last
important.
thing. No, don't play it then. No, the point is that you're watching the video, aren't you? Literally, after I just said, wait a minute. No, the point is that if EPA blocked like the most bad versions of trucks that like are absolute behemoths that have no reason to actually exist except
No,
for
it's
cosmetic
not big
value.
trucks. It's little trucks.
Yeah, they banned the reason the U.S. has all these big trucks is because the EPA did a regulation, from my
No,
understanding, that
it wasn't the EPA.
Wait, yeah,
Hang on.
but they
This
do have
video
one. Grumple
explains
they
it.
have- Okay.
But I'll give you the shortcut. Is it's because of chickens, and currently the Ford Transit is imported as a passenger van, and then once it's on U.S. soil, then it's
Why are you
converted back
speaking
into a cargo
Chinese?
van.
Why are you
Because the
speaking
Ford- the
Chinese?
Ford-
You
the
know
Ford
that you're
Transit.
trying to make a joke by saying to us it's because of chickens.
No.
Please include the context.
TB, I'm literally the fat electrician.
I-
It's an
I-
awesome video. I'm gonna play it. Watch
hate
on my
my
stream.
life. Watch the stream that you can't watch, even though I've told you to do it 3 times, and then also you told me you couldn't do it 10 times. But
Okay,
yeah, go ahead,
here.
man. Do the same thing I told you to do before, and you couldn't do it. But yeah, I totally expect
can
you
pull
to
up the
be able
side
to do
chat?
it.
Can you pull up the side chat?
I
you pull up the
can.
side- Can you
I
click
can.
that? Can you click that? Okay.
There is nothing in here.
I just put it. Okay.
I'm
Fat
literally
electrician.
in the side chat. I don't know what you think the side chat looks like, but I'm
The
literally
chat
in the
for the
live
call.
call. I'm in the chat for the call, and there is I've literally got it open.
Okay.
There's
in-
nothing else in
in
here.
VC text. Just the channel.
What do you mean VC text?
The channel that's
We're in
like-
live.
Yeah, in
We're not
1,
in
2,
VC
3,
text.
4, 5. It's a text channel, and I
I
just put the
already
link
see
there
it.
too.
So that's not the side chat. Thank you.
No, I put it in the side chat. I
Yeah.
also put it there for you because apparently
It's not in
you're
the side
whatever is
chat.
too retarded to have it. Okay, so you can't
It's not
find
in the
it.
side chat. I'm not retarded.
is.
You're
I
just
just
wrong.
put-
Didn't post
Hey.
it and making up bullshit excuses.
okay,
I've
can
clicked
you-
the video. I've clicked the video. It's open.
Wait,
It's
pause.
open.
Pause. Kay,
Jesus
can you see it in
Christ.
the side chat? Just so I'm.
What
Maybe it's
side
me?
chat? I've already told
Let
you
me-
in
I'm
Discord.
looking,
Now
I'm
he's just
looking.
gonna say on Twitch. He's gonna say
Can you
Twitch
look in the
side
side
chat.
chat
I've
at
already
the
told him I
top?
can't
Yeah.
access. Fuck. Okay, I
Yeah.
can't. He
It
just
is
wants
in
to
the side
argue
chat of
with
the
me
call.
today, and then I'm gonna be an asshole for arguing. This is literally the same reason.
It's,
All right, I've got the
so It
video.
just shows up.
It's 11 minutes.
Ready? Yeah. Well, okay. Put it on 1.5 speed. Okay, you ready? 1.5 speed.
Right, you watch your video. I'll be right back.
Nope. We're gonna wait till you're back because you need
No,
to see
you're
this.
not gonna wait for me until I'm back. I will literally leave, okay? Because I don't want to fucking cuck your thing. Do what you
Nope.
need to do,
I
man.
want to see this, and I want you to see it. This is why it's
Why?
literally because of chickens and LBJ.
Just give me the TLDR. Like the whole reason I ask you, oh, include context is because, hey, do you know what the reason is that we don't have slides anymore?
Too dumb
Beatles.
to express why it
It's like-
happened. I know why, but I'm too dumb to explain
I'm not
it.
doubting. I'm not doubting that chickens
You're
could
not
be a
doubting that I'm
thing.
dumb?
But I'm
Oh,
just not
thank you.
understanding the logic.
Well,
How
why
the chickens.
I brought up the fat electrician. He has an outstanding video that explains the entire thing. Put it on 1.5
So
speed.
you want me to sit through 11 minutes?
No.
No, just give me the TLDR. Watch the video, figure it out, and then Kay and you can give me the TL. Thank you. See you in a bit. I'm going for a cigarette. I can't. I'm going to have a panic attack. You're going to give me a panic attack today. I'm not watching it. I can't watch this video, Grumple.
No, you're going to watch it.
I'm not watching it.
Then you're
Just give me the TLDR. I'm not what.
This is the
don't.
content.
Fuck.
Nope. You can either watch it or not, but
Grumple,
the
I'm
stream
not
is
the
watching
person
it.
to.
And if you don't
Bro,
watch it and you don't
okay,
know
watch
what
it,
happens,
watch it.
you're being intentionally
Just watch
obtuse.
it.
Are you ready?
I am. I'm being intentional, and then you can continue
Put it
this
on
conversation.
1.5
Okay, brilliant.
speed. Are you ready?
Okay, it's on. Oh, there you
It's
go,
on
watching.
1.5
Oh
speed.
yeah, it's a guy with a shotgun in the back and a rifle on his couch. Okay, play, go.
Put it on 1.5 speed.
I've already done that. I'm watching the
Now
video.
put it at the beginning.
You shut up, please.
No,
I'm already
put it-
watching it. No, we're not
Nope,
going to watch
we're
it
gonna put play
together.
at the same time.
Oh, for fuck's sake, why is he doing this now?
Okay, are you ready?
Bro, I want a cigarette. No, I want a cigarette. I need a cigarette. But don't cut your content.
No,
I'm
no.
literally. I'm
when
not.
you get back, we'll watch it. No, go take care of your
Holy
cigarette.
Kay, what is going on here? Kay, can you give me the TLDR when I come back so I can join
I
in the
actually
conversation?
I don't know the TLDR because I know of a different regulation that was put in place that has it might revolve around chickens, but it's about the weight distribution and size of a truck. You can only have a truck weighing so much and having such dimensions and have
Exactly.
a fuel capacity of
And
such.
it's because of
That's
chickens
what
and
I know as well.
LBJ.
Is that these? I know that these cars are literal death machines. That's what I
not-
know of.
no,
And
no,
that-
no, they are not death
TB, go
machines.
smoke,
They're
and when you
too-
get
too
I'm muting
heavy.
you. You're muted right now, TB. Go smoke. When you get back, we'll watch the video together.
You're really forcing him to watch
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
No, you're muted until you come back. You're gonna smoke.
Okay.
Wait, hang on.
My dick.
Oh, your dick.
Your
Remember,
mom.
I'm live. Remember how many
you.
platforms
I'm
I'm
not
live
watching
on
it.
right now?
No.
Are you gonna go smoke? Or are
Right.
you gonna sit? You're gonna sit here for.
I
since
am.
you put it on 1.5
I am.
speed, it's gonna be
I
7
need to
minutes.
smoke weed. You need me. You know when I talk with you, I need meth. Can you hook me up with some meth? I need meth. That's what I need
I
right
get
now.
prescribed it. I don't know what you're talking about.
So you're part of one of those experiments, huh?
Well, I mean, Adderall is.
I can't hear
Adderall
you,
meth.
man. I know what you're saying. I know what you're
Is
saying.
Adderall actually really meth?
Yeah,
No,
it's-
I know
it's
exactly what
literally
you're
amphetamine.
saying. No, it's not.
No, it
You
is.
see, I know exactly what you guys are saying.
No, it's literally amphetamine.
I don't care what it is. Like meth.
G-amphetamine
I just
extended
want
release. It's it's meth. It's like
Yeah, okay,
prescribed
it can be an equivalent to meth. I want the reaction that occurs when you take a strong narcotic. Do we understand
Jesus
each other now?
Oh,
Have I made myself clear enough?
Amphetamines are not. It's not a narcotic.
I fucking hate you. I hate you.
Sure.
It's not actually a narcotic.
I mean, oh fuck!
Actually,
I was in the middle of a side quest, and it just ended because I left it sitting for too long.
Does the side quest fuck with the boss? Is that it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it was.
That's the side.
friggin- I mean, yes.
Or
It
am I
was-
the main
You're
quest?
the main character.
You're that. I'm not watching your video. Like, play your fucking video.
Go
I'm not watching
fucking
it.
smoke, you douche. Kadoosh.
Fiduciary
You're all
responsibility.
gonna call me assholes later when I say to you when I come back that I'm not watching the video, and you're gonna say, "Oh."
Because he wants to be intentionally obtuse, and he asked a question, but he doesn't want to know the answers, just like always.
What a
Well, I mean,
girl.
I genuinely wanted answers to the immigration thing because, like, if I'm wrong, I want to know so I could be like not talk out my ass about it because, like, I want to be reasonable enough that people are like, oh yeah, you have a reasonable like belief system. I just disagree with it. That's fine, but like, I don't want anybody to think that like, yeah.
Buckeye,
And I feel
if
like
you're
we got off of that.
Yeah, we did a little bit. Buckeye, if you're still here, if it's been longer than like 2 years since you talked to me, which I think it has, I had to make a new, or wait, no, just about a year now. I had to make a new everything on Discord. And I don't know where yours is because you haven't gone live in your channels.
Ooh.
No,
well,
at
that's
least a year
uh,
because that's when I had to make a new one.
If she is a dog, I'm gonna be so pissed. Oh, I was not expecting that at last though. That's pretty good. She teases me a lot. Yeah. For me, it's just like, I don't know, the urge to just like take a million Flintstone vitamins at once. Take a lot of
I prefer
melatonin and
to
take a very
the Flintstone vitamins and use them in a flintlock musket.
Dude, I actually have 2 replica flintlock pistols that actually work, and it's pretty fucking sick.
Oh, you could like make a Cassius Clay costume and like threaten slave owners.
Yeah. I don't think I'll do that, but they were my
Oh
grandfather's.
no, just flop your dick out on the
I-
table. Like no, if you don't want to meet, I forget what it. Also, Fat Electrician made a video about Cassius Clay. Dude's done a lot of history lessons, and that's why we're gonna do this.
I get it. This is boss's punishment for earlier. I understand, but
Kind of. Yeah, but he needs to know about the chickens. It seems a lot of times it feels like, I think to a lot of people it feels like I'm trolling a lot of the time, but I'm only trolling like half the time. And not to like, not to, I mean, only to some people. Seriously.
oh, that's a Fat Electrician one. Oops. Why am I saying that to you? Here's the I sent the that one to in chat later for him. All right, here you go. Here's the one I'm talking about that that was brought to my attention. Stack and I watched this together, and that's where I learned about like the weight and size fucking rules that they have that literally make it where like you can't have like all these Japanese cars. There's probably multiple rulings and
The
shit.
only reason
the
that-
APA's
the only reason that like the K trucks, like those little tiny Japanese, like so cute trucks are a thing, and things is now because they're being imported as antiques because they're over 25 years old.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
That's why
I mean,
Midnight
but that's for a
Hiluxes
different
are
reason.
legal now.
They did that because too many people were just buying Japanese cars, and they're like, fuck you, we're gonna make you buy American cars, which is also like,
No.
fuck them for that.
No, that's
We
not
re-
why.
Are we ready for my TLDR?
Just like the R32 Skylines and stuff, it wasn't because this is too Japanese and too good. It was because hey, this like nobody did the certifications to bring it to the United States because Nissan. So in the early 90s, Nissan
So it was because of that.
Nissan president was Carlos Ghosn, who was the president of Renault at the time. He also became the
So they
president
didn't have
of
the
Nissan
licenses.
After,
so it's not because of the
This
EPA.
is
After
this is a
1990.
different conversation.
Okay, I'll shut up.
So
I'll shut up. Sorry, my bad.
1989 So just my car, which is a Nissan S13, 1989 and
Yeah.
1990 had a CA series engine, which is an iron block. After 1991 and up, it had an aluminum block, the SR series engine for the Japanese version of it. Not in the United States, it had the KA series, which is stolen from a truck. Honestly, in Germany,
You
it had
said
a different one. Yes,
You said
boss?
that Hilux, you can't get a Hilux in America.
Correct. Oh, unless
Do you know
it's
that in
over-
Cyprus?
unless it's over 25 years old, and then it can be imported as an antique.
Do you know the old versions of the Hilux? Like the in the 90s version of the Hilux, not the new ones that look
the
like
90s version of the Hilux. Yeah, it was the Hilux. Or wait, yes, no, that's the one everybody wants, and that's the one you can import now. Up until I
yes.
think 90s.
Oh, you can import. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's 25 years
because
old.
that's a good one.
Yeah,
that's the good one.
Well, the K something, I forget what the Toyota. Yeah, the Japanese.
Those are what we drive in Cyprus.
The Japanese diesels, I mean, or excuse me, the Toyota diesels are outstanding. However, they were never released inside the continental United States, so I wouldn't use one for a project.
They don't die. They don't die. They literally don't die.
Also, the R22 gas
They're
engine,
fucking immortal.
Which was also in the Hilux, the gasoline version, the R22. Also, you can't kill it.
They're just different. They're just built different. They're just built different.
Top Gear tried to kill one. They had the gas version, which had an R22, and they couldn't kill it.
Yeah, that's a different. Yeah, they can't.
Okay. I just
That's
looked
the
up a few
gas version.
things, Grumple, and I was right
Fact
about a
check.
few things, but I also I
Fact
found
checking
I found
coming.
the chicken thing you're talking about. I won't spoil it, but that's so fucking
No, spoil it. No, spoil
I
it.
found
Spoil it.
I found the chicken
Please
war
spoil
and
it.
chicken tax
Please
thing.
spoil
Dude,
it.
what the fuck is that bullshit?
No, TB.
I
That's
told
bullshit,
you.
by the way.
My
I knew it was.
TB, I'm gonna click play. At
No,
1.5
he's already.
speed.
We don't need to do this. I don't care about this fat fly files, guys. I don't
You have
care.
to. You have to. You have to do
No,
it.
I've already said that I'm not going to. You guys
It's
are
best for your
insistent that
health.
I'm going to. I'm
gonna
not
mute
going
you.
to. Fuck you. Okay, you can.
If you're not going
I'm
to
not gonna
participate in
talk.
the content of my channel, that's pretty rude.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You jerk.
All right, good. Okay, watch.
Put it at 1.5.
All right,
speed.
watch it.
Ready?
Just
3,
watch
2,
it.
1, play.
Just once in my life, I would like to go to the internet with a question and have my question answered without falling into an enormous rabbit hole of government conspiracies and nonsense. Okay, long story short, Toyota's got this new truck coming out. It's just a flatbed, plain Jane work truck, nothing fancy about it, and it was supposed to be like $10,000 or $11,000 brand new. So naturally, I wanted one. So naturally, I go to the internet with a simple question: am I going to be able to buy this new Toyota truck in America? To which I am met with the answer: probably not. Most likely for the same reason you can't buy a Toyota Hilux, which is the other thing that's been pissing me off for 10 years inside of America. And naturally, in the back of my head, I just kind of assumed like, oh, Toyota just doesn't want to sell that truck in America for some reason. Maybe the money's not right. It costs too much to import. Whatever. And yeah, it does cost too much to import, but it's because of chickens and Lyndon B. Johnson. That's why.
What's that? Nick's so mad he forgot to send me a segue for the ad.
is that a thing?
That means we gotta do it, right? Yeah. I don't know what that was. Play the ad. Me?
This video is sponsored by Oro, where you can get everything you need to be safe and productive online in one convenient location. When you sign up for Oro, you're going to get a password manager that's going to help you have a strong and unique password for every online account that you have. In addition to that, you're also going to get antivirus software as well as a VPN. But Oro doesn't just keep your computer safe, they also keep your identity and your money safe as well. Oro go to all the big data brokers on the internet, find out which ones are selling your personal information, and then submit opt-out requests to have that information taken down. They also offer credit monitoring and home title monitoring, and in the unfortunate situation that somehow that isn't enough and your identity still gets stolen, they offer up to $1 million in insurance and a team that is available 24/7 to help you resolve the issue. So go ahead and use my link down below. You're going to get a 14-day free trial with Oro. Let's get back to the video. And I can hear the comment section already. Buh, if you want a Hilux, just get a Tacoma. They're basically the same thing. Buh. No, they are not, for multiple reasons. For one, I've driven a Tacoma, and it is literally the slowest moving vehicle I've ever driven in my entire life. That thing accelerates from 0 to 60 in like 3 to 5 business days, okay? Fucking Fred Flintstone would beat that thing in a drag race. Secondly, I don't vividly remember being 14 years old watching Top Gear with my dad and seeing those guys drop a fucking Tacoma into the ocean for 8 hours, fishing it out, and then getting it started in like 15 minutes. And then, because that wasn't enough to kill it, they decided they were gonna hit it with a wrecking ball, drive it through a building, light it on fire, and then stick it on top of a skyscraper before blowing the entire building up with it. And then the motherfucker still started, okay? Tacomas are not on the same level as Hiluxes. I don't care what you say, you will never convince me otherwise. It is the equivalent of my mom trying to convince me that store brand toaster pastries are Pop-Tarts. No, they're not. Pop-Tarts are Pop-Tarts, and Pop-Tarts are fucking awesome. And you want to know why I can't get my metaphorical Pop-Tart? Why I can't own and drive my own Toyota Hilux? It's because America was too good at selling chickens in the 1950s and 60s.
What
Yeah,
are
that's why.
Pop-Tarts?
Okay, so here's the deal. Generally speaking, throughout the majority of human history, chickens have always been like super expensive and seen as only something that rich people got to eat until very recently. Which, think about it for a second, it starts to make a little bit more sense. You have like cows and goats and llamas and whatever other fucking farm animals you have, and they just basically wander around and they eat the grass. Okay, that's not very expensive. Then you have pigs. You can literally just feed them garbage and they'll turn it into bacon somehow through evolutionary magic. Chickens, on the other hand, you have to like feed them grain and like actually give them real food that a human could technically eat. So historically speaking, they've always been one of the more expensive farm animals. So only rich people got to eat them. Then in the 1950s, after World War II, thanks to refrigeration and a couple of other innovations, America got super good at raising chickens. They got so good, in fact, that we could raise chickens, slaughter them in America, ship them across the fucking ocean while refrigerating them, and sell them in Europe. And it was still cheaper than people could grow and raise chickens in Europe. So Europe was eating a bunch of American chicken.
So they had too much cock?
I guess that's one way to put it. Why?
Just never thought I'd hear that come out of my mouth. Just never thought I'd hear that come out of my mouth.
Anyways, this goes on for a number of years, and the European countries, primarily Germany, was spearheading this entire thing. They get together and they're like, hey, let's put a 25% tariff on American chicken coming into the European market. That way, European chicken is more competitive. And if that wasn't enough, they started a major propaganda campaign basically saying that America fills their chickens full of antibiotics and growth hormones, so it's really unhealthy for people to eat, which,
made local
I mean,
stuff
honestly,
more
that's
competitive.
probably a fair assessment. But regardless, America's now pissed off. So this is 1962 when this European tariff on American chicken passes. And for the next 18 months, it is the pinnacle of American politics, trying to get Europe to buy more American chickens. And it becomes known as the Chicken War, right in the middle of the Cold War. I'm not even exaggerating. There were literally American politicians that cared more about getting Europeans to eat more chicken than they did about the pending nuclear war with the Soviet Union. The Chancellor of Germany, Konrad Adenauer, said that he had more conversations with JFK about Germans eating American chicken than he did about the pending nuclear war. There was a senator from Arkansas that was sitting in a NATO meeting when he stood up, interrupted the entire NATO meeting, and declared that America was going to withdraw from NATO and Europe could defend itself if they didn't lift the sanctions on American chicken. Obviously, that didn't actually happen. Despite that, the tariff ended up staying up, and after 18 months of trying to diplomatically solve this issue, then President Lyndon B. Johnson was like, fuck it, I'm just going to put a tariff on you guys too, and he put a 25% tariff on potato starch, dextrin, brandy, and light cargo vehicles. Now, obviously, chicken is a food product, which they are tariffing, so America is going to tariff dextrin, potato starch, and brandy, which are also food products. That part makes sense, but why on earth is America going to start taxing light cargo vehicles? Well, you see, that's where the good old-fashioned political corruption comes in, because it's 1964, it's an election year, and the UAE is about to go on strike, the United Automotive Workers Union, and them going on strike during an election year is going to be disastrous for Lyndon B. Johnson's chances of getting reelected. So LBJ and the president of the UAE come to a little quid pro quo agreement in exchange for the UAE not going on strike during LBJ's election. LBJ is going to abuse his political power to make sure that somehow, some way, so many Volkswagen Type 2s, which are incredibly popular in America right now, quit getting imported, aka the Love Bus. You know, you've seen those. This is where they went. They went away because of this. So this is why light cargo vehicles gets added to the chicken tax, adding a 25% tariff to basically make it so that Germany can't import the Type 2. Now, light cargo vehicle at this point in time is defined as 2 seats or less and designed to transport cargo. So then because of that, all the foreign auto car makers like Toyota and Honda and all the other ones that make small trucks, not wanting to pay a 25% tax to import their trucks, start importing the truck itself, like the chassis and the cab and the motor, all completely built in their country, and then they ship over the bed separately, and then they have a warehouse where they like throw a couple of bolts on and attach the bed, so that way it's assembled in America, and they're only going to get taxed 4% instead of 25% because the U.S. government is this fucking stupid. So then in the 1980s, the U.S. government closes that loophole, to which all the other auto car makers are like, fine, we'll just exploit another loophole, we'll just start adding more seats, so that way there's more than 2 seats, so it's not a cargo vehicle, it's just a normal vehicle. And this is why every small to mid-sized truck, 1980s through like the early 2000s, had those tiny little seats in the back that no human could ever actually fit on. It's because they were never actually designed for people to sit on. They were just there so that they could legally say, oh, it's designed to sit more than 2 people, therefore I get taxed at 4% instead of 25%, again, because the government is dumb. Which, fun fact, this is also why the Subaru Brat had those stupid plastic seats in the back. And then they came out with the CAFE standards, which is basically like trying to, you know, save the environment with emissions and stuff. And the rule was the vehicle has to be like proportional compared to how much emission that it emits, I guess. So like if a truck is really big, it can emit a bunch of CO2 into the atmosphere. But if a truck is really small, it's not allowed to emit a bunch of CO2 into the atmosphere. And this is actually why all the trucks in America are fucking ginormous lately in like the last 20 years. Okay, I know that's like a super popular thing to bitch about. Like you hear a bunch of hippies and college kids bitching about how American trucks are too big and it's more dangerous and they're taking up space on the road and they're beating up the infrastructure. Yeah, it's because of stupid fucking emissions policies. Because it's easier for automakers to just make the truck physically fucking larger than it is to make the emissions somehow magically lower. So that's why that's happening. So not only is the CAFE standards not helping with emissions and CO2, it's actually incentivizing automakers to make trucks unnecessarily ridiculously large just so they can comply with this law. I don't know what you're thinking. Well, at least the chicken tax is helping American automakers compete in the market so that they can make more money and stay in business. And that's just not the case anymore either, because even they're getting fucked over by this law. Because when Ford tries to import transit vehicles, which they have made over in Turkey, they have to intentionally put extra seats and windows and shit inside of it, import it, and then send them to a factory and have all the seats and windows taken out and convert it back into a fucking cargo vehicle. This is why all the transit vans and shit that are super popular are really fucking expensive. And this is why my work that I work at to be an electrician can't ever find a goddamn transit van to use as a work truck, because A, they're getting way more expensive because we're having to import them with extra seats so they're not cargo vehicles, because somehow that saves money. And then my boss is desperately trying to compete with all the fucking millennials that want to go live in a van and start an Instagram so they can have hashtag van life in every fucking picture they post. This policy is literally helping nobody. Nobody on the planet is benefiting right now except for maybe the government so that they can get more tax money over fucking nothing, okay? Potatoes, dextrin, all that other shit, all that shit's gone. They're not tariffing that anymore. That tax went away. It's just on cargo vehicles now, and it's for no reason. And you're like, oh, this fucking fat electrician guy's just misrepresenting the entire situation because he's angry that he can't own a Toyota truck that he wants. No, that's not it. In 2003, the Cato Institute researched the entire thing. This is 21 years ago, by the way. They did all the research, and they came to the conclusion, and I quote, the chicken tax is a policy that is in search of a rationale. There's no fucking reason for this law to exist other than to fuck people over. I have literally spent the last 3 days of my life...
Okay, we paused. Okay.
All right. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So he said that it went away for no reason. I actually that was part of the stuff that I found, minus the chicken part. When I was doing some research, apparently Mercedes is the reason. Mercedes is the reason that it didn't go away. Why they got rid of everything else. They lobbied to keep that because they didn't want competition from cars they were seeing abroad.
All right, yeah, but that has everything to do with chickens. Again, connection,
it started with
connection,
chickens.
You missed the beginning of the
yeah,
video.
I know, but you're making that connection with the fucking trucks. No, like, no, you're just saying that because it started with the chickens and then eventually led to the fucking... No, yeah, well, amazing, but there's a rationale for why the trucks were not...
Hang on, before we
it's
get
not
into
about the
it,
chickens.
Okay, let's push play. There's like a minute left. Okay, 3, 2, 1, play.
Successfully wrapping my entire brain around this issue and come to the conclusion it's so fucking stupid that it's driving me insane. This is literally the epitome of government intervention. What's the problem? Oh, Germany's not eating enough American chicken. Don't worry, the government's gonna step in and help. Fast forward 70 years. Guess what? Germany's still not eating enough American chicken, but you're not allowed to own a Toyota Hilux either. Oh, good. I'm literally getting cock-blocked from owning my dream car. Thank you. I'll be honest, I don't even understand how I got here. Like, I woke up one morning, there was like, oh, hey, Toyota's coming out with a new truck that's gonna be super cheap and cool. And I'm like, oh, I wonder if I'm gonna be allowed to buy it. And next thing I know, I'm fucking the internet's crazy uncle on Thanksgiving somehow. I need a beer. Okay, this is too much. I gotta go. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatolectrician.com. Quack bang out.
There you go. So, in case you missed it at the beginning, because it sounds like you really did, the whole thing came about because of LBJ and chickens. And the Auto Workers Union wanted this to happen to block the import of light-duty trucks, essentially, to the United States. That's why I don't have a Hilux. However, now that it's 25 years later, I can get any 90s Hilux I want. However, because they were never a production vehicle, a USDM vehicle, getting parts for them would be a kind of nightmare. So you would have, like, if you were to be into them, you would have to stock up. But the flip side of that is good luck trying to kill it. Like, get a water pump and an oil pump. Maybe, I don't know if they have a timing chain or whatever the maintenance items are. Get them while times are good. Just get a few of them, and then yeah, you'll probably be fine. I don't know if I would have it as my daily driver without having a backup, but yeah, I probably still would have it as a daily driver. They are kind of small though, the 90s ones. Small trucks.
Okay, so there's okay,
small.
so a 25% tariff on imported light trucks, first imposed in 1964 to protect domestic manufacturers from foreign competition.
I also said that. Yes.
That's the rationale, right? It's not because chickens are also included into that. But it's not because of chickens.
No,
it's
because
because
it started with chickens. The chicken war started it.
It doesn't matter. There is a rationale for why. Yeah, but the chickens, like you said, went away, but the trucks still remain prohibited.
Right.
The rationale is because
the reason it's in place is because of chickens. It wouldn't have happened had not the chicken tariff.
It's there to protect domestic manufacturers from foreign competition. In other words, when it comes to chickens, there is no longer a need to protect domestic manufacturers.
Why do you hate me and my Hilux?
I don't, and it's not because of chickens. All right.
Why do you hate me and my
It's
Hilux?
because it's to protect domestic manufacturers from foreign competition. Also, okay, although this one is a little bit different, but this rule bans vehicles that aren't manufactured for the American market, with the only exceptions being classic or historic vehicles aged 25 years or older, which explains the thing that you said, which is I can buy those. Yeah. Profit margins. Full-size trucks have large profit margins, so automakers may not want to build smaller, stripped-down work trucks. So,
It was
there
literally
you go. There's another
because
rationale.
of the Volkswagen minibus caused the thing to happen. Which, until, I think, 2018, they were still being manufactured in Brazil.
Well, those are reasons. Like you keep saying it's about chickens. I've already given you like four reasons here that don't involve chickens.
It was about chickens.
You can keep saying that.
It's the domino that started it.
Chickens, and then the
Guys are conspiracy brains. You're so conspiracy brain.
It's not a
You
conspiracy.
are. You're making random connections that don't connect.
It's not a
You're saying,
conspiracy
isn't
theory,
it
it's
interesting that
conspiracy
A, and B equals C?
It was the same friggin' law. It was about the chickens and the light vehicles. Did you not pay attention to the video?
It's to protect domestic manufacturers from foreign competition.
Did you not pay attention?
I did watch the video. You made me watch the fucking video,
yes,
so
I
now the
did.
idea that I haven't
So
watched the video doesn't
maybe-
apply.
No, so I know you saw it, but now it feels like you didn't comprehend.
Okay, so when I say the following words, to protect domestic manufacturers from foreign competitions,
was
what
an
part of
add-on.
that, where did I say
Part of it
chickens?
was because it was an add-on to the law about chickens, and then everything else got
Amazing,
fixed
but
about the
this
chickens,
rule
except that
applies to the which
Hey,
is why
here's
the
the thing,
chickens
though,
went
TV,
away, but the
if the
trucks
chickens-
stayed.
If the chickens didn't happen, though, we wouldn't have had the import tax on the
doesn't
cars.
matter. It doesn't matter
Let me
because
ask you a
the-
question. Then. Wait, let me ask you a question. TV, let me ask you a question.
Why are you doing this?
Let me ask him a question.
Stupid.
What started
You're
What started
intentionally
World
not
War One?
understanding
What started World War
the
One?
history of something.
TV,
about
what
it?
started
What-
World War One? Come on, give me an event. What
This
started
is not
World
going to
War
be
One?
analogous at all.
Yeah, I
but
will.
don't-
What started World
probably
War One?
like some domestic issues.
You're
some
a fucking
countries.
idiot. Okay.
Yeah, some
What
problems
started
with
World War
Germany.
One, Grumple?
Germany.
Had nothing to do with Germany.
All right,
At
the
beginning.
Ottoman Empire. Okay, there you
Oh
go.
my god.
I started World War
I'll
One
keep
when
guessing
I,
until
when I broke some spaghetti.
How about this? How about you Google what started World War One, TB, and tell me
How
what the
about
answer
you
is?
skip to the part
okay.
where you make the
Right.
connection?
Well,
It was literally
if
me,
you
I
were
broke some
somebody that
spaghetti.
knew if you knew history, you would probably say Archduke Ferdinand's assassination started
Yes,
World War One.
correct,
Except,
yes.
guess what? World War One wasn't started when he got shot. That only started the Austrian Hungary
trigger.
Austria-Hungary War.
declaring
The
war
spark.
on Serbia. What then happened was that Germany invaded Luxembourg and Belgium, which then caused France to invade somewhere else. I can't fucking remember. And then the British forces came to help France, which then made the League of Nations, Allied Nations, pretty much what would later be the full League of Nations, joined together. And then you had Italy, Australia, New Zealand, and all of them jump in. So by saying Archduke France,
I don't know why you
got
think this is
assassinated,
analogous.
You know, by saying he got assassinated led to World War One. It's like, is it a little bit of a stretch? Yes, but everybody knows what you mean because that's the domino that set off all.
Okay,
fucking
hear me out.
dominoes
Hear me
after.
out.
The
Hear me out.
chicken war
No,
was
because
the
I'm arguing with you
domino.
that even if it didn't happen with the chickens, it would have happened with the fucking trucks. This is my argument, and why I will premise an analogy that is equal and analogous is if there are 4 vegetables, okay? Cucumbers, tomatoes, aubergines, and carrots, okay, are banned from being imported to the United. Don't start memeing because you know you're going to get fucking shit on right now. If we stopped importing
that's
those
like a
things to the
baby eggplant,
United
isn't
States
it?
of America, because all 4 of those vegetables, okay, it started with the cucumbers, all right? It started with the cucumbers. And all of those other 3 were included into the mix. And the reason they were prohibited from being imported to the United States is because they all got sprayed with some type of fertilizer. Then the 3 of those vegetables, the cucumbers, tomatoes, and aubergines, stopped using those fertilizers to be produced, and we started importing them. And the only thing left were the carrots, but they still got prohibited from being imported. Why is that, Kay? Why is that? What is the reason that the carrots are still not being allowed to be imported?
Is this your analogy?
No, just answer the question.
No, because this analogy.
No,
is
because this
stupid.
is a literal one-to-one. Okay, do you
It's
want
not
me to
a
make the
one-to-one.
connection? No, do you want?
Yeah,
I will
okay,
draw
make
the
the
one-to-one for
connection.
you.
Okay, yeah,
The
yeah,
connection
tell me
is the chickens are the cucumbers. Okay, the other 3 things mentioned on that list are the other 3 vegetables.
Yes,
even
I
though
get it.
those. No, okay, the rationale for why they stopped taxing the chickens is because they no longer premised a threat to domestic manufacturers, okay? That's why, and the reason why the carrots still didn't get imported is because they still use that fertilizer that is prohibited. The fertilizer is the reason why it's prohibited. The same reason why the fucking Toyota trucks are still being not imported because of the fucking threats to domestic
but what
manufacturers.
About, but if that was
wait,
the truth,
wait,
if that was the truth, no, your analogy is dog shit. If that was the case, then how come everything else is shipped abroad? How
because they don't qualify
else?
anymore. Yes, the chickens, the other 3 things they're not on that list. They don't pose a threat to domestic manufacturers anymore. Domestic manufacturers are producing more than enough. They don't pose a threat to them. In other words, they probably are going to be sold for much more expensive.
Money we're losing and how many jobs are being devalued because we moved manufacturing abroad and that we do not protect those jobs.
You're pivoting.
Why? No, because you're saying it would have happened anyway. If it were to happen anyway, if it would have happened anyway,
I'm building a tiny office under my stairs because I desperately need it if I'm going to get any work done in my career.
Where we have incentivized pretty much jobs to go abroad and go fuck around.
They don't qualify.
The U.S. government gave money to fucking Israel to take our fucking chip
where
jobs.
You want to go? Yeah,
they took our fucking chip jobs. That's the most recent example.
I'll be revealing the final project to ex-Pittsburgh Steelers famous YouTube woodworker John Malecki, and I've got a feeling that somehow
the reason is we're still doing it.
So the trucks are still.
I make a lot of dumb choices in this video, with the first one being the tool I use to demo this wall. I spent the last 8 years.
Okay, well then the argument is why aren't other things
included
on that list, and why not trucks? But that's not Grumple's problem. Grumple's problem is that the trucks are included on that list.
So you're onto it. You're onto it. So why? The why is because it happened with the chicken.
That's fine. What you want, what you're arguing for, is more things included onto that list. What Grumple wants is less things included onto that list.
No. Grumple, is anything I said talked about wanting that thing? No, I'm saying other stuff
to be included onto that list.
No,
I don't.
Yes,
I don't think.
You say why aren't they included onto that list?
I don't think anything AOK is
described
as what he wants or what I want at all.
Amazing, thank you. Amazing for your input. Okay. I know what you want.
I want a Hilux.
Okay.
Same.
I know what you want. I know what you want. Exactly. Because when you're saying,
truck is like 10 grand.
Amazing. So what the argument is, if all of those things that I just named that have nothing to do with this somehow, let's just say they do, if they're not included on that list, the Toyota Hilux should not be, the fucking truck should not be included on that list, even though they qualify to be on the list. Well, it would make sense to include other things onto that list, but at no point would you remove them from the list because the list existing makes sense.
No, why is that list? Why are you justifying the why are you on LBJ? LBJ is one of the worst presidents ever. Why are you on his side?
Because they pose a threat to domestic manufacturers. At the time, it was very difficult for them to compete with foreign markets.
Who cares? That's called competition. Do you know what that means?
Amazing.
Do you know what that means? The U.S. gets better.
Yes, but those you're holding the other countries to the principles of the United States of America. Guess what? The rest of the world, whenever it suits their interest, they will adhere to your principles. But when it doesn't suit their interest, then they won't. But your argument is, oh yeah, we should totally let them get away with all the positives of our system. But when it comes to the negatives, they just don't want to have anything to do with them.
TB.
Nice argument. Congratulations.
TB, you are now endorsing tariffs.
What do you mean endorsing
you
tariffs?
You should vote for Trump. Trump wants some tariffs on the economy.
No, I'm not okay with a 60% fucking tariff on. No, I'm saying to you that in a world where you have a problem, and we're talking about the 1960s, guys, 1964 looks a hell of a lot different than today.
In a world.
In a world.
In a world like 1964. In a world, correct.
Tariffs.
In 1964, if Trump was running for president, let's go. More tariffs, let's go. Because it was a problem. It's a threat. I don't agree with tariffs. I'm not saying there's never a time and a place to have tariffs. Tariffs.
It would still be a problem
when it comes
now.
To trucks. They still pose a threat to domestic policy.
Very specific.
But Trump is not advocating for taxes on or tariffs on fucking trucks. He's proposing tariffs on everything.
You're endorsing tariffs.
And you're saying to me, oh yeah, you endorse tariffs for trucks, therefore endorse tariffs in their entirety. You realize how retarded this is, right?
No.
I didn't say
Well,
that.
that is what I'm talking about. I'm saying I'm talking about the tariffs that are for the trucks. Nothing to do with Trump's policy.
Why do you specifically want to defend trucks?
And I made the observation that, hey,
Fuck.
TB,
Fine,
you're endorsing
thank
a
you.
tariff right now.
Look,
I didn't
if
say
you
you're
have a
doing
way
anything
to
with all of them or anything.
Because I'm not.
I made
It's
an
misleading at best.
No, it's not misleading,
it's
it's
a
an observation.
misleading. Because the correct observation would be, I'm okay with tariffs for trucks.
I can
But
make
you
a
didn't
misleading
say that. You
observation.
said I am. You can, because you
You
observe things
like
not the right way.
That tariff.
That tariff?
And you think Grumple shouldn't have a Hilux. And Grumple doesn't
I'm
like you for
saying
that.
to you, when you provide me with an argument for why this isn't imposing problems on domestic
It's
manufacturers,
100% imposing problems. I think I not say that from the beginning, or wait, did I not say that from the
Source?
outset? Source what?
well, right now, sources trust me, bro.
So what?
What do you want sources of?
What evidence do you have to tell me that this doesn't pose a threat to domestic manufacturers? Seems like it does. They will take away their competition.
It's only for a very small niche market that the Hilux specifically fits into, and the Mahindra, the small mid-sized truck, which domestic manufacturers stopped up until very recently. Ford brought back the Ranger. They stopped. Dodge was the last one making a mid-size.
Well, they should pass it anytime soon, because if nobody's producing anything according to you anymore, and this would qualify, and we're totally okay, and it benefits the United States of America to import more of these trucks because nobody else is producing them, and we totally like them, but nobody's producing them somehow, which none of this makes any sense. But if that is the case, then awesome. Then this tariff should be dropped.
Welcome to my world where, hey, there's a lot of freaking
No,
people
your
that
world
want
makes
to
no
buy a
sense.
mid-sized truck, especially a diesel one, but there isn't
Amazing.
one. The Mahindra
Yeah, but the
and
rational-
freaking Hilux are, yes, bring us those, please. The cheap Gladiator is literally the only option right now for a
Amazing.
mid-sized
Congratulations.
diesel truck.
Well, what can I say to you, man? Like, it seems like there's no
But it's
actual
the
the only
fucking tariff.
rationale. You don't need them, though. Well, I've already said
Tell
this.
me
If
what I
there's
need.
no,
Tell me and tell all the people that want this what they need. Go ahead, boss. Tell us what we need.
now I'm gonna start sounding like Stalin. You only get what you want.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck
No,
you.
don't, no. You're not doing that. You're not doing that. You don't think that. You
fucking
remember, the whole
dictator.
fucking argument comes from the
Fucking
fucking chickens. You stupid fucking idiots.
TB,
even though it has
I
nothing to do with
own-
chickens.
TB, I own 4 pickup trucks and 3 mechanically diesel-driven vehicles.
Okay, so
There
I will
is some
repeat
overlap there.
myself. The reason why you don't have a Toyota Hilux is because it posed a threat to domestic manufacturers. It's not
Who
because of
makes that
chickens.
decision? Who makes that decision? And what?
Well,
infer-
good question.
And-
You could be
and then
right about
also-
this one, that
Yeah,
they
no, no.
lobby and they get passed and they shouldn't actually, and they get an advantage in the system. All of those things can be true.
But
and
then
I'm
also, but also, is that even good enough that they?
I'm
they
not
pose
arguing
a,
whether it's good
wait,
or
wait,
not.
Dude,
I'm giving you the rationale. There is a rationale.
Japan poses a fucking a threat to manufacturing fucking consoles because they have the Sony and they have the Nintendo.
True,
all
which is
right,
why-
fucking Bollywood. They're threatening Hollywood.
Yeah, but
now
how
with all
much
their
do we
good
care
movies.
about those things?
Oh,
When we-
fuck it. I mean,
like,
all
wait,
of my
wait,
toys
I'll give you an
and
example.
everything on
okay.
Amazon,
Okay, I'll
everything
give
on
you an
Amazon's
example.
made in China now. Are they?
I'll give you an example. When it
You don't
comes
give
to
a fuck
chips,
what
which are
signals.
really important to us, we introduce a way, all right, through the CHIPS Act to invest more in chips because they are very valuable to us.
TB, are you
And we
aware
don't
that-
want to be depending on other countries.
Are you aware that 13%
Yes.
of chips are manufactured in Mexico, and under the USMCA, used to be NAFTA, they have no import tax at all, and they're manufactured in Mexico?
Amazing. But we also want to depend on our own soil to a certain extent. Right? We
yeah,
might not
that'd
have
be
the best
great.
connections with Mexico. yeah,
Nixon-
exactly. That's what the CHIPS Act is for. I'm just
Nixon and
showing
then
to you
Descartes fucked
that
up
when
the
something is
offshore
valuable.
manufacturing for us.
Like you're talking about the 1960s. Cars were literally the epicenter of everything. Having a car that everybody's lives
Yeah,
was
in
centered around
1960s.
cars.
Nixon.
Yes, it was very
Nixon-
important. It's the
Nixon
equivalent of chips nowadays.
Nixon removed the USD from the gold standard.
That was 70s,
and
not 60s.
Well, no, it was 1964 and then 1970.
1970.
Was yeah, 1970.
Oh,
was,
in 1964, what happened?
The final
When
straw
did?
of when.
When did?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
when
what
did-
does this have anything to do with chips?
The
With
US,
cars?
Same thing.
I'm
I'm sure. Okay, so the U.S. dollar.
1971.
Importing US
Yeah.
dollar?
The U.S.
1971.
dollar being decoupled from the gold standard set us on a spiral that culminated during the Carter administration when we had like 20%
So,
mortgage.
so it
30
has nothing to
30
do.
mortgage rates.
You're rambling.
No, how
You're rambling.
No, it's not rambling. If you care to listen.
You are. Oh, okay. So this is leading back to the cars, the chips, tariffs, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The
My
USD
bad.
was artificially propped up, just like the Chinese yuan. They artificially
Yuan, yeah.
they artificially push it down in order to make it appear weaker on the global stage. That's why, obviously, manufacturing was pushed from the United States offshore to primarily China. We were propping up our currency; they were pushing it down.
Okay.
That's how that happened. It was inevitable that the United States ended up in a service-based economy because manufacturing had to be offshored because it was not sustainable.
Post World War II.
Do you know
there
what
was
makes
no
it a problem
fucking way.
even more? Do you know what you can do? You can say that certain companies pose a threat to us and to our domestic infrastructure, and you can introduce a tariff to
All
basically
right,
fuck
fucking
over certain
calm
things.
down, Stalin. We live in America. All right, fuck
He's
you.
like
All right.
Lenin.
I mean,
After-
I'm just saying,
dude,
in the
after- there was no
1960s,
way.
cars
There was
are
no
a big
way.
deal.
After the
Cars
World
are a
War
very
II,
big
there was
deal.
no way that the U.S. was going to stay, in a manufacturing position for the rest of the time. It was this
I'm not the one
slight period.
advocating for it.
There was a slight period post World War II where all of fucking, Europe and parts of Asia were destroyed. So we were literally the only ones that had the infrastructure and manpower to push out all this shit. But that wasn't going to last forever. And it's never going to last forever because every country needs to fucking rely off of each other. It's just how trade works. And it actually is good. It's actually good for world peace.
Yeah, I agree.
The only reason the U.S. and China haven't nuked each other to fucking all hell, and the reason that world wars aren't starting anymore, is because everybody's money is tied together. It's not about peace for doing the right thing. This is why economics is good. Is because we all don't want to fight if money is involved, and you're trying to take that away, and you're trying to fuck us. You're trying to fuck us with your tariffs.
In the ass? No, I would never do that. Okay, no. The reality is, what I'm arguing for is not whether or not I agree with tariffs or not. What I'm arguing for is the rationale here, okay, that it can pose a threat to domestic manufacturers. And introducing the tariff could eliminate that exposure to the threat. So we minimize the threat. Therefore, it becomes.
Dude, we don't even have any car manufacturers really, other than Tesla, that like mainly are in the U.S. Most of them are moving to Mexico after the bullshit deals that Trump did, and then the fucking bullshit deals Biden did afterwards. Like we don't even fucking have it. So why do you fucking care about it? It doesn't matter. Let me get a cheaper car.
It now today. This was introduced in 1964.
Yeah, so get rid of it now. Do you agree with getting rid of it now? Do you agree with getting
if
rid
there
of
is
it
no
right now?
rational reason to keep it around, and actually it should have been removed as chickens were and as the other three were, then it shouldn't be on the fucking list. That's not my argument. Your argument is this came from chickens, which it clearly didn't. It came because of a threat to domestic manufacturing.
No,
domestic manufacturing.
Chickens.
No, it didn't. It had nothing to do with chickens. It's like fucking saying the carrot is fucking equal to the fucking cucumber, even though one of them stopped using the fertilizer and the other one didn't. Literally something.
To the guy
You are not listening to anything I'm saying because you just watched a random video and are just going off of it because it agrees with your narrative. Because you're pissy about not having a Toyota Hilux. No, he didn't explain shit, mate. The reason why is because it.
Oops.
Did you remove him?
Yep.
Holy shit, damn. Bro is about the bro would pull the the Patriot Act didn't come from 9/11. You do it came from a security risk. Security risk.
I'm not much longer. I'm interested.
What does that mean? You're gonna die.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna be streaming for much longer. I've got who I'm gonna raid on. Whoa, actually, I have like. I done goofed. Yeah, I got like no viewers anywhere. Maybe this wasn't as entertaining as I was entertained.
I think we fucked up with TB. Not gonna lie.
I don't know. It's gone down.
You lost a big chunk during the drama section.
Yeah, I bet that's true.
Most people are drama adverse now. They like fighting about like stuff that they know or understand, but like hearing like that type of drama turns people off, including me personally. I'm muted to like mod my stuff.
I think that's what I was trying to explain to him. That just I wasn't getting it across. Is that did I explain the whole?
I don't think you were that bad at explaining. But I don't think you're explaining in a way that like TB is receptive to. He's a very specific type of. I don't know if it's. I don't know what to describe it as, but he is only receptive to certain types of breaking down information, and I don't think that's conducive to the way that you're able to explain information. If that makes sense. But I don't think you're bad at it. Like you were conveying the things. And you were conveying them correctly. I just think that the way you convey information in the way that he receives and understands information are just completely different.
That's entirely possible.
You were like a USB-C and he was like a micro HDMI, and you just couldn't do it.
Thunder. Oh wow, thunder, micro thunder.
I know that I'm usually for freedom and competition stuff, but I'm so glad that like Europe kind of forced everything to be USB-C. It's made my life so much better. I do not miss the times of everything being like its own. You remember, like everything had its own
you used to have like
version.
an octopus of like 8 different chargers and shit. And
like
for Apple being forced onto USB-C, it is a good thing for going forward. However, in the short term, it's gonna fuck everything up. They can't.
I don't think it's gonna. I mean, my computer is a full USB-C one.
Apple wasn't. See, I don't know. Was Apple charging like $100 and something for their proprietary cable? Like, that's.
Yeah.
Quoi?
And now they can't. Now you can use anything. You can use any cable. That's
well, you
that's
could
the
use
good
any
part
of them
it.
before too, unless the phone was like identifying the cable by serial number or something. Like, yeah, you can't. However,
they're also rechargeable. Sorry.
There is very much a difference in the quality of USB cables. Like when I went to flash.
Of course.
So I have a Google Pixel 6 that I flashed with graphene.
Yeah.
And
I love graphene.
It wasn't until I used the cable that came with it, even though I picked it up used, like that cable was the one that like it just worked. It was really quick. It was super simple. Barely an inconvenience.
Actually, I bought a let me see the cable company. Let me make sure. I think it was actually Samsung, but I recently bought a new USB-C cable, and it might be the best one I've ever used. And it was like only $16. This is my girlfriend's account. Fuck. Maybe on my phone? Yeah, let's go. Come on, orders. USB. No, wait, no. I'll just put charger. Yep. Okay, so I got the Samsung 24-watt USB-C super fast charging wall charger, and right now it is. Is there even a price on it? It's currently unavailable. That's fucking ass. But when I bought this shit, bro, holy fuck, it is by far the fastest for charging, but also the fastest for transferring information. I use it for everything now. It's beautiful. Have you tried using the lightning ports for outputting video yet? I haven't really done it with anything before until recently on my so on my girlfriend's computer, instead of doing HDMI, I'm just I'm outputting video through the USB-C lightning port, I think, or whatever it's called. Video through yeah, it's a USB-C lightning port, it says, and I'm using it for video, and it's pretty fucking good. Have you done it before?
Like outputting from a phone to a monitor, I've seen it. It wasn't me doing it. I've not done it. Like if you can plug a docking station into a phone and have a lot of stuff. You can like run a desktop off of an Android phone. Essentially, you can get a. I'm not sure if you can do that with an app. I use both. Like
it's a portable monitor, so that's why. You can also use micro HDMI, and you can use some other shit. I don't know, it's pretty fucking cool. I don't know. Probably gonna have to start dinner soon. I gotta, be a trad wife. Because my girlfriend is working hard and making that money. I'll make sure that, I have been a trad wife. She calls me a uni wife. I guess that's the new trad wife. But it's like less demeaning or whatever to TikTokers.
Who cares what TikTokers think?
I don't know.
Because I'm just not live on TikTok.
You should go live on TikTok and only talk about like Tiananmen Square and all that type of shit.
I mean, so I'm honestly debating on I'm gonna get both going, but I'm not sure. So Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Rumble, then either Twitter or TikTok as live. And I haven't figured it out precisely, but he might not be your friend, but he's my friend, Freedom Fan. He has figured out the OBS output, vertical and horizontal, to different spaces thing. And he showed me once, and like I did not quite get it. It's like in your I think you have to do it inside every scene, to where you set up like the horizontal and then next to it the vertical format, and like set your elements inside each one, and then you can I think it works out like where you can set limits for what you're sending to each target.
Yes, I've seen something kind of similar
at least
for IRL streaming. Yeah. I've been trying to figure out the IRL streaming stuff, but I've just been so lazy.
How are you?
Hey creators, for this month's roundup, we're recapping.
How are you gonna do IRL streaming? You don't turn your camera on ever.
What I'm gonna do is what I was thinking of doing is that I wanted to IRL stream like only when I'm going to like traveling to places that are far away from home and are in like locations where the majority of the stream could just not be me and could be facing outwards towards other shit, right? So like walking around and talking.
Okay, yeah, no, I get it, but you still, I mean,
still what?
I don't know, dude. I'm like, okay, however, I'm like in the security aspect professionally, so I know I'm like, I can't be swatted. I wouldn't,
How am I going to be swatted in like, well,
a mutual friend. Oh, actually, he's not a mutual friend, is he? He doesn't like you as much anymore.
Yeah. It is what it is. Happens.
I would like to know the story from your side.
I sent it to you. You asked me to send it to you. I sent it to you.
Oh, you did?
Let me see.
I forget.
Yeah. I sent it to you on 18th of last month.
Okay.
I did condense it a lot, so like some little like side notes is obviously I'm not like I didn't say like every single piece of information like what I said that was like mean. I said some mean shit. If you want that information, is too I could get as specific as you want on that, but I just kind of like vague outlined it.
No, that's. I forgot that you had because I apparently didn't have a big impact where I remembered, so. Trying to like mend. If I
mean,
can.
I would like it to be mended. I just don't think he's gonna believe me. Because if he got like in trouble by Twitch or something, he's gonna
he did.
think that's me and shit. Because yeah, I figured because you mentioned it. I didn't actually know until you mentioned it, and I was like, oh fuck. Because when he like messaged me and he was angry, he said something along the lines of, "You're trying to get me banned," right? Which is, I didn't think much of it because like. I was just like, oh, he's just accusing me of that's why I made the joke, the gay joke, like, and why I leaned into it is that he was thinking I was trying to get him like banned. But then you said that he actually got like in trouble, and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
But that wasn't from me, so I don't even know if like I didn't do it, and the one other person, like you and I both know that person, and we know that person like wouldn't report. So either somebody there listening did, or he was reported for something else like in a different stream, but I don't know. But it would come down to I don't know whether he believes I reported him or not, which is there's nothing I can really say other than I've had way worse arguments with way worse people who really, really disagree with me on a lot of stuff who are still around, such as like Skade. I would use PBG more, but he is like banned now, but that wasn't from me. That was from him. Like, yeah. PBG before like all the recent stuff, me and him had like got into it all the time. He's still around. I got into it with Game Boy, and he's one of my closest friends. Stack and I used to back in the day like really get into like long ass debates and shit about it. Killer Steven, he never got banned, and I fucking ended up really not liking him towards the end of our like around the time our friendship stopped becoming a friendship and more. Years. Yeah, but he's not bad. His his stuff is still there.
I don't remember you from the Killer Steven days, but either way, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you said that a few times.
You were using different names and stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, I only had one other name. So I went by a different username back then. But also, I don't remember if I knew you or not, because the people that were around were Stack Ollie, DBO TV, Killer Steven, Electron Wrangler. There was a girl. What was her name? There was a girl. Shit. Oh, there was Alesto. He wasn't the girl.
Yeah, Alesto. Yeah.
No, there's
Stack,
Sleepy.
Sleep,
There's Sleepy
Sleepy.
Hazard.
Oh, yeah, these are all like friends of mine now. I just haven't talked to.
Well, who was it? There was
Jessie,
a girl. There was a girl though. What was her name? She did conservative content all the way.
Do you mean BX?
Also talk about how. No, she was like she worked in a trade, maybe, and like her name kind of reflected that. I honestly forgot about her until you brought her up. Actually, like when I was talking to you about this last.
I don't think I would have, unless it was Tree of Logic or BX Bullet. Those are the only two that.
Neither.
I remember that.
Come on.
Oh wait, no, no, Operation Madman.
There we go, Operation Madman. Yeah, she was like in some type of trade. Operation Madman was also
she's a welder.
friend of mine. Yeah. I miss her. The one I miss the most is Electron Wrangler. She still streams?
Well, in the past 3 years, I think she's gone live like 2-3 times. But
okay, yeah, well,
yeah, no, she's
I
still.
kind of. Yeah.
She's on Twitter and a few Discords.
Oh well, I don't go on Twitter, so Discord I could probably find, but I don't think her Discord is around anymore because I was in it.
Nope, it got clapped.
Well, actually, yeah.
Same as Demon Machines. It was, I think, it was the same time as Demon Machines' old Discord.
This is also not my first. This was my second Discord because thanks to Killer Steven, Operation Madman, and Electron Wrangler, I ended up having to ditch my old account.
Oh yeah, no, that was that's Discord things where if you just happen to be on a server and that server got flagged for something, oh yeah, your account get flagged for that thing, and you happen to be on 2 servers, oh yeah, you're just banned. There's no appeal process. Even if you're like, oh, hey, sorry, yeah, I never participated in these servers and I'm trying to build a community here and like use your platform to build a community. Sorry about your luck. Fuck off. That's that's Discord's stance. So that's why, we all use Discord, but I'm trying to find a better solution, really, honestly.
Element, maybe? I like Element. It's pretty good.
There's Matrix, there's Element, there's Mastodon, which is much more like
I think doesn't Element use Matrix?
I'm not,
no, but
I'm not
Element
sure.
does has their own hosted servers as well. You don't have to host all you can do either or. Here, I'm gonna link it real quick if you want to look into it.
Oh, DM it to me, not in the.
Oh fuck!
Wait.
Well, delete it. Delete it.
No, it can be in the thing. I don't care. Just link whatever you want as long as it's not toss. Honestly, dude, I don't get how somebody can not get the like vibe of hanging out with like. Just calm down.
Yeah. It's what I like.
Silly.
I like your place because it's a nice place to chill out. It reminds me of like when Killer Steven would raid over into Alesto streams. Or not Alesto. Well, I guess he did raid into Alesto, I think, a few times, but I meant Stack Ollie. Like Stack Ollie was like the after show. And everybody would go from like yelling at each other and calling each other like all these like bad things and horrible shit, but then we would instantly get into like Stack stuff and we would all chill out and just be like, so like space bro, what do you think the meaning of life is? I think this may have been a time that you may have like left or fallen out or something. I can't remember. The last time we talked about it, you said that there was a time where you were kind of absent. I think that's probably when I came in. It was sometime, I think either right before COVID and then bled into COVID or right at the very start of COVID.
I stopped hanging out.
Yeah.
In that space long before. Wait, did I? No, it was right into. I think right into the beginning of play again. No, no, it was before that. Either way, I was done with that, and somebody came over and said, "Hey, why'd you leave?" And hey, come back. He wants to talk to you. Like, nah, or okay, whatever. I'm here. I'm on like all the platforms and my Discord. Well, I mean, I don't broadcast my Discord except sometimes. Like, I don't have it just all the time available, and you still need permissions to do anything manually. But
don't forget to fix the permissions.
Oh no, I did for
remember?
this. Yeah, for this, that was super weird.
Yeah.
The base level permission, which I changed it so that it used to be so that if you didn't have a permission assigned, you couldn't even see or do anything. But now, like, I think you have to click, hey, I will obey Discord and whatever terms assert, like, blah, 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 whatever. And then you can see, like, the waiting room and whatever the minimum quantity of channels was. So that somebody who doesn't get permissions assigned can still see the waiting room. And then we can still talk and stuff without having to deal with assigning permissions.
Oh, that's nice.
I think it was the elegant solution. I'm not sure if it was the best solution, though.
It works. I mean, with anything like this, you and I both know that like the backside of anything is built on like fucking hopes, dreams, and tears. Like anything behind the scenes can break at any time. It's just all fucked. It's all fucked. I remember seeing. Now this is in a Microsoft building that I was touring, and they had believe it or not, a Mac Mini that was being used to basically host a local server and had all these fucking wires running to it. And if that Mac Mini like gave out at any time, you would have lost an entire develop studios like work. Like their entire server and work and everything.
Probably multiple.
I just remember. Yeah, multiple probably. I think I didn't ask every question, but it was just like I was making like a statement about it where I thought it was funny that they were using Apple stuff because they were Microsoft. And one of the nerds, he came over and he explained how they were using it to run some server stuff and how basically this is keeping the entire department alive. I was just like, oh shit. And they have it on 24/7. So like one day when it fucking dies, man, we're just gonna lose like Halo 7 or something.
It's gonna be like the Eagles not just flying Frodo to Mordor or whatever, or Bilbo. Wait,
yeah.
Frodo? Yeah.
I got your reference. I get you.
Whatever.
Yeah, I became friends with
chaos.
Steven when I shit on that lefty British commie cunt. Which one was the leftist British commie cunt? By the way, funny thing is that I probably would have been more of a sock dem if it wasn't for Killer Steven. I think Killer Steven was actually unintentionally somebody that pushed me further to the left. Just hearing some of the shit he said, but also like him just being like, everything you like libraries, communism, this is socialism, this is communism, instantly just took me even more left. Where I was like, you know what?
I think he and I would have agreed a lot more, but it got super weird. Hang on, I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna drag him back in. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you for asking.
Yo.
Oh, hi.
Hey, what happened to you, buddy?
Well, I got kicked out of the call, but apart from that, I just watched the fucking recording of what we were talking about previously when what was his name? Wobbly? What's his name?
Yeah.
So wobbly.
Came into Yeah, well, yeah, that guy. I didn't hear at the time, but you did say to me that he has a disability.
He's old, and I mean he's a Navy vet. I'm not sure what his
Wait,
disability
he's
rating.
old or he has? Wait, is he disabled or not?
I'm not sure what his disability rating is. I'm pretty sure he is a disability rating with the VA.
Okay, because
don't
I
know
saw
what
the
it is.
recording and you said that he has disability or whatever, and I called him a retard, so that's out of order. If he is disabled, my apologies, Wobbly. I just want to say that that's all I wanted. No. Because if he's disabled and I called him a retard, that's fucking out of order. That's bad. But if he's not disabled, fuck you, Wobbly. My position still stands.
You should have doubled down. Actually, it's actually more.
I'm saying if he's not
it's
retarded,
more ableist of you to now
Yeah.
take it back because he's.
No, if
And
he's
you're a
disabled,
bitch.
bro, I don't want to be fucking like preying
Yeah,
on his
now you're a
fucking
bitch.
like disabilities or whatever. That's not cool.
Why
Now-
not? They
something-
use
No,
every.
TB.
he-
now,
he's
now
in.
you're canceled and a bitch.
Yeah, what the fuck is this bullshit, TV? Like you
If
literally,
he's
as a
disabled-
vet, he would have respected you more for doubling down and not being a bitch and using everything to your advantage in a combat situation, verbal combat. But you know,
The fuck? No, I have fucking lines. I don't cross my borders. All right, that's not okay. That's not cool. If somebody has
Funny
a
of the
disability and
leftists
they
to say
suffer
they
from
don't
that
cross their
disability and their
borders.
lives are pretty much dictated by the certain things that they have in their lives and they're at a disadvantage, that's not always, sometimes can be from their own doing, but most of the time it's because they got into a horrible accident. And I don't feel it's okay for other people to laugh and fucking make a joke out of it. It can't always be a bad thing, but in the context of the situation, I was pretty fucking it wasn't in a positive light, let's just say. I called him a retard for fucking the things he was saying, but if he's disabled or whatever, then that's not cool. Fuck, what's wrong with you guys?
I can't believe you pulled out, you pussy.
Pulled out from what?
Damn, the bro acting like the U.S. and Afghanistan and Vietnam.
I mean, bruh, like if you want to be calling people who have disabilities retarded and like take the piss out of their fucking disability, that's you, man. That's not me.
Hey, TV. People call me retarded all the time, and I actually am.
I don't give a fuck about fucking doubling down or fucking having an ego. Like, fuck off, mate. That's out of order. I didn't hear that though. I didn't hear that at the time. If Grumple said to me he has a disability or whatever, and I heard him at the time, I wouldn't have said that. There's no fucking way.
I'm pretty sure
Grumple does have a disability.
I'm pretty sure not on stream. I've told you. Yeah,
You told me what?
No, I've been.
You're
hitting
trolling
on-
us right now, but
No,
don't
I'm
realize
not.
it.
Like no, TBI. Like
Told
dude,
me what?
I'm not. I'm not gonna go into it while I'm live.
No, because you've just said basically that you've told me something, and now that doesn't follow. So have you told me that Wobbly has a
I'll end the
disability?
stream and then I'll tell you. Okay, hang on. Let me find somebody to raid.
Wait, no, you've just brought this up and shit on me in front of your entire stream, and now you want to fucking close your stream to hide your fucking stupidity. No, have you ever told me at any point, I don't even know Wobbly? This is the first time I've seen him. Correct?
This isn't about Wobbly.
Don't like talking about
This is exactly about Wobbly.
I don't actually like
Okay,
talking
so-
about my own issues and medical things in public.
Well,
So
you
I'll
brought it
tell you,
up.
but not-
You brought it up.
Yeah, I'm not going to
No,
talk about
we're
it in
in
public on my
Wobbly.
stream.
You've never told me about Wobbly, yes or no? I've never met Wobbly. This is the first time I've met him.
I'm
Yes
not
or
going
no?
to say anything about his medical situation. Okay.
You're the
Same as
one
I'm
who
not gonna
brought
say
it
anything about
up.
Mine publicly.
You're the one who brought it up.
I might
You've
have-
just
I
shit
might
on
have
me
made-
in
I
front
might
of your
have mistake.
entire stream.
I'm not going to talk about his
Yeah,
shit
so
publicly.
I've never met Wobbly. This is the
If I
first time
said
I've met
that,
Wobbly.
no.
If I knew he had a disability, you don't need to close your stream. I'm
He's-
leaving anyway. I just wanted
He's
to
old,
say
isn't
that. Yeah.
He's old. Isn't that enough of a disability?
No. I will call any fucking old person a retard if the things they're saying are stupid. You don't get to fucking get past the retard quote if you're acting like an idiot and if just because you're old.
He's
I'm
as
sorry,
old
you
as-
have even
He's as old as Trump, dude.
you have Okay, so I'm not going to call him senile, am I? Because then that would be a fucking dig, and I didn't do that. I'm okay with calling him a retard because nobody can escape that unless you're retarded.
That's
so
way better.
yeah, because I'm not going to take the piss out of your fucking disadvantage. It's not me. It's not a standard
But
that
what
I
if
hold.
his disability isn't a mental one? What if he just like lost a leg or some shit?
Well, then they're not a retard, are they? Or at least not what I think of as a retard. I think I'm pretty sure that retards are like specifically about mental issues.
Wobbly's not plural. He's not they.
I'm pretty sure we use disability for that encompasses all of those things that you're mentioning, Kay. Not mental issues. Mental issues we usually attribute that to. They used to.
But
call
I mean,
people
if
retards.
somebody has a disability and it's not a
Banksy, you
mental
sexy
one, then
mother
what
lover.
is the then why
we
can't
don't
you
call them
say the R
retards.
word? Why
Yeah,
not?
but that's-
Why?
yeah,
It
but
has nothing to do with it. It has nothing
Because
to do with
retards
it.
is only like a thing that was used for people with mental issue, with something wrong with their brain, not with their body.
No, nobody uses it. Nobody uses it that way anymore.
When they used it, which is where the word came from.
Yeah, but words change.
Amazing.
And
Thank you.
Words change, and nobody uses it that way
Amazing.
anymore.
So it's controversial to use retards. Amazing.
Oh, it's not controversial.
No,
I'm
Banksy,
actually
they're
dogging
happening
on
in
you for
Division
not
2,
saying
and
it.
I'm into it. I missed the first day, but I'm
Okay,
into it
so
now.
I'll just make it very clear, considering Kay wants to like bury me at some point in this fucking conversation, but he's going to fail to do so because all his arguments are unhinged and ridiculous and stupid and retarded. So the point is, if I know that somebody has a mental issue or whatever, then I'm not okay with taking. It's the same thing as knowing that somebody's fat and then me just fucking taking the fucking absolute piss out of them. But that's not even equivalent because being fat, yeah, that's different. A mental issue, like a disability, is not something that you're born with it. It's like galaxies apart. So my mistake. Yeah,
But you shouldn't call people with mental issues the R word. You call everybody else the R word.
Which is the point I'm literally saying. What are you, brain dead?
You're trying to say that we only call those people the R word, and I'm trying to say
that's where the medical terminology came from, Kay. What are you doing? What part of the thing that I'm saying that I've come into this call saying that I heard that Grandpa said that he has a disability and then I called him a retard? There's a problem with that because if he is disabled and in the mental capacity,
he didn't say disabled mentally though. He didn't. You're
no,
just
he didn't. He said
that.
this. Yes, I am, and I'm saying if he is disabled in that way, and me calling him, what are you doing? What are you doing? You farming clips? What are you doing? What is this? This is
holy shit.
Yes. No. Okay. So I'll just make it very clear for everybody that if somebody has a mental disability, I'm not going to make fun of them and call them. Yeah. I'm not going to. This is the whole point I'm coming in here for. Why are you continuing this? You are triggering me. You're trying to trigger me.
Only people that are willfully choosing to be ignorant should be called the R word.
Yes. Exactly, which is why I'm okay with using it in that context, which is why I'm not okay with it using it in the context.
What if that's wobbly? What if he is perfectly a capable human being?
The only reason I'm challenging this and questioning it is because Grumple said that he has a disability. Now, disabilities encompass mental as well.
Yes,
and that
listen back to the clip
him.
And see what he said. Listen back to the clip and see what he said. He said that he's
a disabled veteran.
He said that he possibly has a disability, which means that he can't just get up and go do something, implying that it's a physical disability.
Yes,
therefore,
that's not where the word retard came from.
Calling him the R word should be okay.
No, it's not okay because no, it is okay in that context because the reason I'm calling it is because of the context. It's the reason he said something stupid. And it's the same reason I call other people retards. Is that when you say something stupid, that is what you're saying. That would qualify you as being ignorant. Therefore, me calling you retard would be adequate or controversial, but adequate. But not if you have a disability that is mental. Amazing. That's literally what I've been saying since the start. Thank you for repeating me in the most dickhead way possible, trying to frame me as an asshole.
I don't know.
Thank you, Kay, once again.
You were just making it sound super sus. You're assuming all these
No,
things.
you're just picking. You're stirring the pot right now. You're just stirring
That's
shit.
how you cook,
to
baby.
an
That's how you cook.
unbelievable
You
level.
stir the pot. That's how you cook.
No, this is no, you're stirring the pot. You're not even cooking at this point. You're just stirring shit. It's like drama.
Drama. I wasn't the one that went on drama for like an hour or 2 hours.
When somebody says they have a disability, that could also include somebody with a mental disability, could it not? Okay.
Yes, but if they're
amazing.
when they say disability in reference to a physical ability, which is what was done.
Wait, what?
Right?
No. He said he is a disabled veteran.
And then later said that might affect his ability to go up.
Nope. That he said he's a disabled veteran. Okay. So no, I've already watched it. Okay. Says he's a disabled veteran.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. So when I responded after that, prior to him going into the context of it and explaining what exactly that would mean for disabled veteran and specifying that it's actually a physical attribute that is altered, not a mental one. Well, I said the thing that I said, calling him a retard prior to that. So anything you're saying about this is irrelevant. The point is that I just took it in good faith. And when he says he's disabled, I'm just going to, for better or for worse, say that it's not okay to call him a retard. Even if he is saying something stupid, because again, he could be mentally disabled or whatever.
You think people that have a different political belief think you are mentally retarded?
No, you yourself said that it's okay to call them when they are ignorant. And now you're trying to make it seem like it's unreasonable to call people retarded and that nobody does that. And you can argue.
You're saying you won't do it because he's possibly mentally handicapped and they're only like your only
for better or for worse.
Your only proof of this would be that he has a different political opinion.
Nope. It is because Grumpel said that he is a disabled veteran. It is because Grumpel said he's a disabled veteran. It's the only reason that I'm bringing this back up was to
context when Grumpel also said that
this happened after. I love that you're trying this. I love it.
No,
I love that you want to drama farm.
Cypriot that lives in Russia. Binks has questions about you.
Continue trying to drama farm.
No, Binks has questions
Slay
about
Queen.
Your slightly British accent, even though it sounds kind of more South African to me. I'm not sure.
Yeah, what about it?
But no, he said Binks asked or said he's British. So
I'm a bonger?
Yes, that. Well, implying that being British is retarded, but I said, no, he is not British. He is a Cypriot who lives in Russia now. See, I want to clarificate, if you might.
But that also just makes it worse. Like that just
imagine if this dipshit in your chat is voting for Trump. Just imagine. Holy shit, that would be hilarious.
Oh no, Binks is most of the people in my chat I've known for years. Like
is he voting Trump?
Binks, I mean,
Ask him.
I would imagine. I don't.
Hey
know.
Binks, you voting Trump? Tell me what he says, because I can't see your chat.
He's gonna mess with you.
Hey Binks, you voting Trump?
You better be voting Trump.
He said, "Of course I am."
Yeah, there we go. Imagine, holy shit, is your fucking house covered with broken mirrors? How about you take a fucking good look at it and figure it out, okay? Stop drama farming, you little bitch. Yeah.
Wait,
see you boys later.
Right
Love
now?
you all. Suck a dick. 2K, he's a retard.
Who are you
and
talking
to
Binks?
K is drama farming.
What?
K is literally the definition of a drama farmer. He's a queen, slay queen.
I think like it's very difficult to clip my channel, and I don't say VOD, so I'm not sure how that works.
No, I don't know why he does it. I think he just gets off of
anyway.
Disagreeing with me potentially. I see no reason why we're saying the same thing, but somehow he wants to make it sound really sus what I'm saying. No,
I'm
it's
just
not.
an ally of our
You're not an
mentally
ally.
handicapped friends.
Yeah, me too. If he is mentally handicapped, it's not okay to call them
He's
a retard.
not, though. Nobody said he
Well,
was.
amazing. But I was told that he has a disability.
A physical
and I'm just
disability,
for
yes.
better. No, they didn't specify that prior to me saying that he's a retard. Amazing. You are drama farming, even though I've
media literacy in order to.
I've literally told you that prior to specifying that it was a physical disability, that's when I called him a retard, which is why I'm apologizing, because at the time, all I knew.
Okay, but it's after that time. It's way after that time. So you should just like not have ever apologized.
Okay, when I went over the clip, I only got to the point where I called him a retard. I've not seen this context. Yes, but again, coming into this conversation, the only context I have was Grumple saying to me, he's a disabled veteran. And then my response to saying to fucking Wobbly, you're a retard, okay? But at the time, I didn't hear that he said that. So now that I've heard it, I have to apologize. Correct.
No, you don't have to. You could have watched the whole clip and then realized the reason you did.
Or you're just grasping and reaching like mad. Like mad. This is the galactic fucking reach of a century. Okay. So yeah, like I said,
in my reach.
If anybody has a mental disability, it's not okay to call them a retard.
To you?
I don't have a mental disability.
Are you sure?
I am sure.
Hey guys, we need to pay for TB's medical care so that way we
the
can
analysis. Well, you guys need to pay for my fucking hair transplant first. So let me know when you guys figure that out.
Oh no, wait, have you not tried Rogaine with minoxidil?
Bro, I haven't tried anything yet.
He tried cutting his hair, but not the way that it would have looked good. It looked better, but
fuck you. Literally went and got the literal thing that you said. Okay, not the literal, but the second best thing. Look, it's second best. Skin fade, taper fade. I don't care. It's the same. It's similar.
She didn't correct the front.
Honestly, look, the point is that I actually went to a barber, which is not anything that I did prior to that. And instead of saying at least, okay, it's better.
I did say that.
No, you said it looks like shit.
Go read.
You should have got a taper fade.
Go read the chat messages from me.
Have you always been that much of a dickhead? Yeah, you are a dickhead, aren't you? Yeah, you are. You've always been a dickhead. Fuck you.
Okay. I feel like you're misrepresenting me right now.
You know, I go from putting a bowl on my head and shaving it around to going to a barber and actually getting a real haircut. And then instead of looking at that and going, you know what, it's actually better. What Kay decides to do is say, oh yeah, you should have got a taper fade. Fuck you, bro. What I got was already progress. Right?
I said it was better though. Go to my
did you?
messages.
Okay. If you did, then awesome.
If you fucking go to the messages and look at my chat history.
My chat.
Yeah, that's okay. If you said it's better, it was better. Based. Correct.
I said it was better, but it could have been way better.
Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, it's already good enough. All right? Good enough is better. Considering the previous version. But you're like want to be like a fucking precision like perfectionist.
It's not. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't. It just
I'm working with straws. Bro. It's not really that easy, right?
All right, I'm trying to help you work with. California doesn't even want you to work with straws. Actually, how's that working out?
Grandpa, where does the joke come in? Is there a tax on them or something? Chicken tax.
Basically, you see, there's this chicken incident in California that banned straws.
Interesting. I just rated on Kick. Oh no, I rated Turbo. I meant to do Wobbly. Oopies. I'm not. It was exactly at the same time. I'm not sure if that had something to do with
it. Hey, Grumple. Turbo's doing cocaine on stream. You can hear the snorting in the background of his cocaine.
I feel like it was cut short.
He's getting more cocaine and weed and shit. He's a retard.
Okay, Tim, thanks. I'm gonna mute back.
And he's lying about his IQ test. He has like 2 IQ, but he said he has 115.
I missed the chatters already. Cocaine and weed. Oh, you're still live.
Yes. No, I just rated out Kick.
Bro, swag
Okay,
surfing. What does this mean?
Did you hear me out there? Did you actually hear me when I said something? Just wait.
Is this some Gen
Yeah,
Z
we could
shit?
hear
I
you.
don't
Did you
understand.
actually hear me?
It's using
That's
millennial.
wow, that's so far
terms,
away from you.
So I'm
Yeah.
confused.
So well.
I actually meant to.
I have a tinfoil hat on.
Dude, that would have been so funny.
What?
To raid Wobbly and bring. Oh wait, no. Dude,
No, yeah, he's
he
not.
wasn't in your
Yeah,
chat.
he can't pull up. Yeah, he's like, on the call and can't even lurk. Like a good bro. How is he? How is he? Like, how does he stream? Like, what? If he can't do anything with Twitch?
Everything you need to know, dude. Don't worry.
I don't know.
Turbo's wearing a tinfoil hat.
Conspiracy theories.
I met a guy on Discord
Really?
once, and he was telling me about that the government will.
Wow, that fits.
Okay.
Turbo fucked up a debate so bad that TB like actually came out looking like Stephen Hawking. It actually hurt to watch. They're having a debate on like if China has better like economic growth or something than the US. And they didn't even make it past their first point. They literally spent like 3 hours on one point and couldn't even agree on it.
How? Well, that's not content at that point. That's just autism.
No, it wasn't content, and I begged them to stop, and the chat begged the moderators to come to a conclusion, and it basically was unanimously against Turbo on it. I felt kind of bad because I was like, this kind of feels like bullying once it hits the 3 hour part, because like Turbo's obviously not like all there in that conversation, and he's getting mad, and like he's getting disoriented, and it's like, bro, okay, like at a certain point you gotta like chill and be like, okay, this is let's check, make sure take stock, make sure he's okay, that everything's good. I think he broke like he
I need to be done. Like I'm gonna crash really soon. I need to raid out.
Yeah.
But the only people that like are in my chat arena that are live. So yeah, you follow a lot of people, but high potential, but he's actually asleep. Right now he's like sleep streaming. So Pirate Software or Chud Logic?
Pirate Software is pretty nice.
He's been live for almost 5 hours already. Dude's a friggin' machine. Why did he start streaming at 1 a.m.? And he's going to go for like 7 hours. Like, no, not 7. He's like going to go for like 13 hours. Dude usually starts at like 3 a.m. He started at 1 a.m. today. A friggin' machine. I've never talked to him. I've rated him a few times. I don't know.
Does he say thank you and stuff? I mean, he's pretty big.
He is.
Does he think thank you and give him shout outs?
I've not got a shout out.
Just a thank you? I mean, a thank you is still better than what I've seen some bigger YouTubers do.
I want to say yes.
Well, we can test the hypothesis.
Oh, yeah, I think last time it was like 2 or something at the point. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll reduce Pirate Software. Last time I talked to Chud was years ago, like on some like hippy dippy nonsense thing. Oh wait, no, not clip. Raid. Here we go. Why when I say, hey, I want to raid, do like the friggin' view count jump up like 3?
And they're like, finally, we can go see someone. It is a bitch like that. There's been a few times where I've been like, I'm gonna end stream, and then all of a sudden, raid with like freaking 20 people comes in, and it's just like, fuck.
Seriously. All right,
Well,
everybody, y'all have a
it's
great
like-
night. And on like we're already rated out on Kick and YouTube. I can't, but go over to Glenn Lawrence Production of Men. Hang on, I'll if you're on YouTube. Oh no, go there. And click raid. Why can't I click raid? Raid should it's gonna do
You're
it.
not allowed.
No, I just can't click the button. Oh, I pasted the friggin' thing into his chat. Oh, I'm a douche. Oh no. I was banned.
On his?
Yeah. I pasted the YouTube that I meant to paste into the like my YouTube live chat on my chat, but I had I pasted it into Chatterino where I had his open, and I am permanently banned from
Ooh.
Pirate Software.
Did it just happen now?
Yeah.
He definitely didn't do it. That's one of his
No,
mods, but like
that was very fast.
oh, look who it fucking is.
Oops, sorry.
Sir, this is only for doctors.
You fuck off.
CNAs don't count. Actually, it's for nurses too.
I'm not even a CNA, you dick.
I love you. How you doing, man?
Lesbian. I'm fine. I'm finally out. I'm actually heading to the gym now. Oh yeah.
Good on you. You're not gonna let the heart attack be your #1 cause of death.
No, I'm gonna die from fucking electrical imbalances before anything. I have something wrong genetically speaking.
Don't we all, man? Don't we all?
Well, the geneticists and the kidney doctors, they don't know what's wrong. But I'm beeping fucking electrolyte.
Somebody's gonna have to start... Oh, go ahead.
Specifically my potassium.
You
Which, if you don't know what potassium does, that'll fucking kill you. That'll kill your heart.
Why aren't you eating your bananas?
For a couple months, I was on 2.5 thousand milligrams of potassium and on a high potassium diet.
Ooh. Jesus, bro.
You know how much my potassium went up on my blood on my labs?
How much?
0.2.
Your body
It's
is
supposed
a
to go up
machine
by,
that
like,
takes potassium and turns it into depression.
Oh, that's all it does is turn it into depression. Jeez.
Turns it into Rocket League skills.
Okay, yeah, Chris. So
Yeah.
I guess Chud Logic.
But yeah, I don't know what my body's doing and how it leaks it because like urine analysis exams and I'm not pissing out potassium. So they don't know where it's going.
That's kind of scary. My body is taking in potassium and has no clue where it's putting it. Amazing. Very efficient design. Thank you, God.
Yeah, it's a fun thing. It's really fun.
Yeah, no biggie.
You're not streaming at all, right?
Oh no, I'm still live on Twitch because I was banned from Pirate Software while I was in the middle of raiding him because I accidentally posted the link to the YouTube where I want to send my YouTube channel to. Which way? Do I even have any viewers live on? Like 2? Oh, yeah.
Yes, you have like 2 or 3.
Okay, that's,
Tell me when you're not live on Twitch.
It's really nice.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know he was still alive either. I thought he, I thought he stopped. My bad. Speed run. Any % speed run ban? Hey, Pirate, can you unban my friend Rumple?
No.
I think if you do an unban request, it might.
No, I
actually
did
go
do
through.
an unban request. Wait, I have. Wait, did it go? Oh, I think it actually went out. I have 1 viewer on Twitch. Okay, I'm just gonna end.